This is a miracle. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151 Sea Dragon Princess. Across the ocean, the heroic deep-sea creatures under Sigrian's command gathered on an island, respectfully awaiting the arrival of a single figure. Sea Dragon Princess, the second of Morgan's 6 adopted sons and daughters, was Morgan's eldest daughter and the most gifted. You are to blame for Sig's capture. This tall, blue-haired woman wore no clothes, instead transforming her dragon scales into armor, draped over her with a sheer, jellyfish-like veil. The sea breeze blew, the glistening dragon scales framing her graceful form. Her skin, exposed to the air, was as delicate as snow. Sea Dragon Princess's neckline was open, revealing a fleeting glimpse of her breasts, a breathtaking sight. Yet, no one present dared to look. For in this sea Dragon Princess represents extinction, and only when Morgan is furious does she strike. Either massacre the city or sink the island. With the ugly ghost god dead, his power is at least a king, but more likely a legend. Sea Dragon Princess possessed a cold demeanor and a proud personality. Even after restraining most of that miraculous power, even the slightest release still instilled immense fear in the Deep Sea clan. This was a suppression of strength, a crushing dominance of the power of the abyss over the power of the deep sea. Yet, Sea Dragon Princess felt no reluctance at the ugly ghost god's death. This creature loved to eat people, especially beautiful women. Honestly, Sea Dragon Princess loathed it. I will spare you for now. Sea Dragon Princess looked only in her 20s, but in reality, she had roamed the seas for over 100 years. Her reputation was such that no deep sea clan dared to disobey her. Thank you, Princess, for your mercy. The death penalty may be spared, but the living sin cannot be forgiven. Sea Dragon Princess, mobilize the sea beasts immediately and search every island across the sea. They captured Sig, so they must be trading with my father. This means their interests are tied to our South Sea. In other words, if Atón wasn't in the South Sea, or was very far away from it, then there's no reason for it to ally with Morgan. It doesn't make sense. Of course, it's also possible that Arden is aiding the brilliant, Azure, and other nations. But if that's the case, why capture Christine? This is a force no one knows about. I'll give you 3 days. If you can't find them, the Sea Dragon Princess said, you don't need to come back. Expelling Morgan from his fold is the ultimate punishment. Once expelled, Morgan will inevitably withdraw his miraculous power. Without a loyal ally, they will not only become wandering ghosts, but also become mindless monsters spurred by the power of the deep sea, a fate worse than death. Yes, the deep sea tribe quickly half-knelt on the sandbar. They dared to play fair with Sig because Sigrian was generous and able to get along well with his subordinates. But the Sea Dragon Princess, she was renowned for her ruthlessness and stubbornness, and she was ruthless in her training and leadership. Boom! At that moment, a rainbow-colored light blasted down from the sky, its immense energy threatening to cleave the sandbar from the island. Have you found the people over there? Avril emerged from the rainbow beam. She was Grand Duke Messia of the Fairy Eagle, a trusted and beloved general, and a sage of the legendary realm. Like Sea Dragon Princess, Avril disdained the coarse, mundane clothing. The woman, clad in a white gown woven from the power of the rosy glow, shimmered with a faint, iridescent hue, making her look like a celestial maiden from the divine realm, sacred and inviolable. Did the Grand Duke of the Fairy Eagle send you? Sea Dragon Princess was somewhat surprised. Legendary warriors don't just appear in the Miracle Land. Even if they did, they wouldn't participate in the battle. A master-level participant could be considered exploiting a loophole, but a king-level participant would be treating people like fools. As for the even more terrifying legendary realm, if they joined the battle, the entire international community would condemn them. As long as Morgan and Messia didn't want to become targets of public criticism, Avril and Sea Dragon Princess wouldn't personally intervene. What's going on? Sea Dragon Princess had assumed it was just the birth of a new miracle lord. But now even Avril has been dispatched. She's the representative of the Fairy Eagles, and even, somewhat subtly, the 3 Lords of Azure. We've uncovered some information, Avril said. The birds saw merchant ships transporting slaves this way, but they weren't going to Brilliant, nor were they landing in the territories of Thorn and Birch, buying so many slaves on the sea. Sea Dragon Princess immediately recognized the underlying meaning in Avril's words. Those people, they didn't know about Atón. After all, the only people with Sigrian at the time were Bai Luo, senior sister, and the others. Besides them, I can't think of any other possibilities, but where are they? We've captured someone. Will you come with me? Let's go. Seeing Sea Dragon Princess nod, Avril told her not to resist. The woman raised her head and said, "Let's go." Boom, a rainbow light descended from the sky, enveloping Sea Dragon Princess and Avril. The two transformed into streams of light, and in an instant, they crossed the 10-day voyage and landed in Coral City. The mustache looked around in horror at the godlike warriors. He was completely stunned. What was this? Who was I? What was I doing here? After 3 consecutive rounds of repetition, the mustache looked at the 2 women descending from the sky. Legend has it that the legendary pillar of rainbow light, the goddess of the rays, are you the legendary goddess of the rays, Avril? Is that your title among mortals? Avril's appearance certainly reminded her of a god. The same was true for Sea Dragon Princess. If she called herself the goddess of the sea, these mortals probably wouldn't find it out of place. I don't know, Avril said. I haven't heard of it. Miraculous power could manipulate the laws, and the legendary realm was even more devastatingly powerful. Such a person truly had the right to call themselves a god. However, the Asher Principality hadn't displayed the power of miracles to mortals in many years. Have you seen me before? The pillar of rainbow light the mustache was referring to was none other than the power of the Sage of the Rays, Avril. During a war about 70 years ago, Avril had cautiously attacked it once, leaving behind this legend. Mortals, unaware of the true nature of miracles, mistake them for divine intervention. Of course, different nations define God differently. For example, the mountains speak of a fairyland, while the starry night speaks of heaven. It's actually true. There really is a pillar of rainbow light. After his shock, the man with a mustache finally had a chance to examine the two. He was instantly struck by their beauty. The mustache was only in his 30s now, and 70 years ago, his grandfather was only about 10 years old. Passed down through 3 generations, it's only natural to question their authenticity. Please, what can I do for you? I'll do my best to see it. The mustache quickly bowed his head. Even he was a shrewd man, and he knew how a mere mortal could gaze directly upon the goddess of rainbow light and the goddess of the sea. Was this something he could see? He was trying to save his life. Is that him, the slave owner? Sea Dragon Princess had no interest in mortals. King Nechu slaughtered scores of slave owners like him every year, not to mention others. Have you tortured them, Coral? Not yet. Coral was Christine's lieutenant. As the person involved, she felt deeply honored to have the privilege of speaking with Avril, the saint of the rays of light. If Christine knew her idol was here, and she hadn't had the chance to see him, she'd probably be so envious she couldn't eat for 3 days. Where's Haydang? Where is Haydang? Captain Haydang, Coral said. She was exhausted from work last night, so she's probably still resting. She's drunk again, isn't she? Avril said. Go wake her up. Her subordinates have been captured, and she's still drunk like that. If I were you, I'd beat her to death today. Who are you going to kill? Whoever wants to kill me, can you include me? As they spoke, a languid lady clutching a bottle of wine approached. It was the Haydang Avril had mentioned, Miss Haydang, the sword princess of the flame. Well, a woman in her 80s, truly a remarkable one. Haydang, can you blame me for not being able to get married? I want to get married too. Hey, Haydang saw Avril and was stunned for a moment before looking at Hailongji. Ah, isn't this Lady Hailongji? Long time no see. Do you remember me, the girl following Struss? Yes, that's me, Haydang said. It's been over a decade, but it feels like yesterday. Time flies, ton. That's enough. Avril held her forehead, a headache aching. Don't try to change the subject. Throw away the bottle right now. Ah. No, Haydang quickly hugged the bottle tightly, protecting it tightly. The bottle is here, the person is here. If the bottle breaks, the person dies. Bang. Ah. My wine. Haydang fell to the ground. You devil, the wine is innocent. Why are you harming it? Get up quickly. There are outsiders here. No, Haydang said. It's not like I haven't seen Lady Hailongji before. Haydang didn't care about being embarrassed in front of Hailongji. There's another person over here. Following Hailongji's finger, Haydang saw the mustache and her face suddenly changed. Ahem. Haydang quickly stood up and straightened her clothes in a flash. Within seconds, The drunkard had transformed back into a goddess of radiance and light. Lady Avril, may I ask what may be done for you? Watching Haydang instantly transform from a sassy drunkard into a dignified and radiant swordswoman, emanating a sacred, murderous aura, the man with a mustache felt his entire worldview flipped upside down. Noticing his gaze, Haydang gave him a threatening look, and he immediately lowered his head. Excuse me, may I ask what I have done wrong? Please, goddesses, tell me, I will correct it. Please spare my life, tell me. Where did you send the slaves that were purchased from you? That's all. The mustache felt that Bai Luo had offended these goddesses, but for the sake of his life, he immediately said, I know. They are. The mustache was about to speak, but his body suddenly jerked, and he spat out a mouthful of black blood. Curse, Avril was shocked. She immediately blessed mustache. However, Lilith's curse was boundless, and even Avril could only suppress it, not eradicate it. It's him. The man who had asked Mustache to buy slaves was the miracle master they were looking for. What's the situation? Sea Dragon Princess's abilities lean towards destruction. She didn't possess such advanced techniques as removing curses. No, it's too strange, Avril noticed. It's a spell cast by the miracle master. We can't break it. There were only two ways to break such a spell. One was to possess a miracle master of the same level and exert equal power to counteract it. The other was to become immune to powerful curses, like the miracle units. Lilith was a Grand Master, King, and her curse required at least a heroic rank to resist. But Mustache was just an ordinary person. Avril, no matter how powerful she was just a miracle spawn. She wasn't qualified to remove the curse of a miracle master. Then trying to reveal the secrets of a Lord of Miracles is tantamount to blasphemy. However, the mustache man likely didn't know about this. Avril said, if we could send him to our Lord and let him take action, but Avril was reluctant to do so. The mustache man was only a mortal, and asking him to meet with Messiah was simply unacceptable to Avril. Let me consult my master first. Legendary experts possess direct access to the Lord of Miracles, so Avril contacted Messiah. Your Majesty, how should this be handled? Avril explained the situation to Messiah, who replied, you don't have to send him to me, but don't let him die either. Avril considered the situation from the perspective of a miracle miner, while Messiah addressed Bai Luo from the perspective of a Lord of Miracles. This man is a subordinate of the Lord of Miracles. If he wants to kill him, that's his business. We can't just save him, Messiah's attitude hinted at Avril. The fairy eagle was interested in befriending Atón, so Avril couldn't be too rude, let alone act rashly. The Lords of Miracles are the most inviolable group in this world. After all, as long as they live, sooner or later they will rise to power. And when that happens, who can guarantee they won't be humiliated? Just like now, Messiah holds a third-level awakening miracle, commanded by legendary figures like Avril. But if war breaks out, someone invades the fairy eagle territory, and Avril dies in battle, or if Messiah is schemed against, the miracle shatters, and she falls to second-level awakening? Then, wouldn't Messiah have to rekindle her friendship with Bai Luo? This is the art of leaving a way out for a future encounter. Every nation rises and falls, and unless there's an irreconcilable feud, some respect is maintained. My lord, you wish to form an alliance with him? Avril understood. This man cannot be disposed of casually. I will maintain his vital signs and then hand him over to His Highness. The Land of Miracles has its rules. Miracle dwellers address the Lords of Miracles as Your Majesty within their own clan, and Your Highness elsewhere. Addressing the Lords of Miracles by their given name is considered extremely rude. Sometimes, it even leads to war. Whereas that man, through the incident with the mustache, Princess Hailong had some preliminary understanding of Bai Luo. First of all, the other party's methods were ruthless and decisive. When faced with something that was not in his favor, he was quite decisive in killing. It's not difficult to find the person. Even without this little mustache, we can find a place through his fleet. The mustache has been captured, and the slaves have also been detained. Is it difficult to find Atón? Bai Island, it's as if no one knows. Your Majesty, what are your thoughts and feelings on this naval battle? It was already dark on Atón Island. Bai Luo and his uncle stayed in the White City of Avalon, together with his senior sister Isifia, the tree-elf matriarch Luania and Nors, discussing the gains and losses of this war. Let me speak first, Luania said. Your Majesty, I feel that our dryads have a very weak presence in this war. The Avalon treasures are indeed powerful and can enhance our actual combat capabilities, but it has also distracted us. The Dryads have their own unique combat system and style. Although their strength has been greatly enhanced by the transcendental and extraordinary sets, they have ultimately forgotten their original individuality, overwhelmed by the even more powerful power of Avalon. During the war, the elves, clad solely in their elven armor, fought with flying colors. While the enemy was weak, merely a handful, the elves proved their place and were able to effectively utilize their strengths. The witches also performed well, and they also had the power of Avalon. Some might argue that the Dryads also have tied retinues and other transcendental units. Indeed, Bai Luo wasn't saying that the Dryads had no contribution to this battle. Inya was referring to the tree elves' insignificant contribution in this battle. The power of the Dryad elves was practically dispensable. As a lower-tier miracle race, the tree elves possess a complete technology tree. With diligent exploration, they could eventually develop a system comparable to the power of the fairies and the world of Avalon. What is a miracle race? Can simply creating a few lives qualify as a miracle race? No, of course not. In fact, for a race to become a miracle race, a crucial prerequisite is reaching the pinnacle of perfection. What does pinnacle perfection mean? It means Bai Luo has developed a miracle to its peak, the legendary final awakening. Take Shirley and Lilith, for example. They awakened to the final stage and successfully developed the ultimate miracle child. Thus, after Shirley and Lilith's fall, the fairies, witches, and Pegasus became independent miracles, or miracle races. Therefore, according to this theory, the fairies, unicorns, and witches of today cannot be called miracle races at all. They are merely derivatives of miracles, or miracle children. In ancient times, the tree elves once reached their pinnacle of perfection. It's like a technology tree, a bloodline inheritance, recorded deep within the soul of every tree elf, ready to blossom when a miracle evolves. Therefore, the tree elves possess immense potential, and Bai Luo must prioritize them. Inya, you're right, Bai Luo said. During this operation, we did discover many problems, such as uneven power distribution, overflowing output, insufficient combat experience, a weak force, a wide gap between high-end and low-end forces, and so on. We need to take a long-term view on the tree elves. My idea, Bai Luo said, is to let the tree elves pursue their own path and delve into their own areas. Tree elves aren't particularly adept at naval warfare, but that's okay, it really doesn't matter. Bai Luo has plenty of miracles, and there will be more in the future. But he has to admit that Bai Luo lacks a naval miracle, making it difficult for the Atón people to expand into the sea at this stage. He hopes the next miracle will be of the ocean. But miracles can't just be requested, and Bai Luo isn't a prophet, he can control them with voice commands. Thank you, Your Majesty, Inya breathed a sigh of relief. She actually felt quite guilty for having let Bai Luo down. If my estimate is correct, they'll find Arden in 3 days at most, the uncle said. Based on my understanding of the 3 Azure Lords and Morgan, they'll likely send a legendary to contact us first. Legendary, senior sister frowned. She was only at the peak of her second awakening, still some distance from the third. Don't worry, the uncle said. Unless miracle arrives in person, Fiaya, your strength is more than enough to stop a legendary. Senior sister controls the higher level miracle world, and coupled with her inherent talent, even legendary powers cannot outlast her. I'll go to this meeting, that, Bai Luo wanted to say, but senior sister was resolute. I must go. Gazing at Fiaya's gaze, Bai Luo knew that senior sister's decision would be unchangeable unless he used the authority of the Lord of Miracles to force her to submit. Let Fiaya go, said the uncle. Although there's no danger, a gentleman shouldn't stand under a precarious wall. Bai Luo was tied to Atón. If anything happened to him, the nation would be annihilated. But, Your Majesty, don't worry, said the uncle. As long as Fiaya reaches the third awakening, the Lord of Miracles will be protected by the national destiny, and you'll be able to act freely. The national destiny of miracles is something that only appears when the miracle body reaches the third awakening. Its function is that as long as Bai Luo's miracle people and miracle territories have not been reduced to a certain number, no power can kill Bai Luo. Poisoning, cursing, and assassination might temporarily inflict pain on the Lord of Miracles, but they would recover quickly. This also meant that anything that would cause death or permanent damage was ineffective against the Lord of Miracles. Of course, sealing, house arrest, imprisonment, and restraints, these didn't count as damage, and they were effective against the Lord of Miracles. But no one could be so foolish. If you dare to touch the Lord of Miracles before you've annihilated their army and subdued them, then tomorrow, the enemy will be at the gates. There's no room for negotiation, no room for negotiation. A king insults his subjects, and even if the Lord of Miracles doesn't want to fight, his subjects and people will seek revenge at all costs to defend their master's dignity. Therefore, to bypass the nation and unjustly attack the Lord of Miracles is a declaration of war, a stalemate. Then I can lead the army myself. Everyone present gasped at Bai Luo's words. Even his uncle regretted telling Bai Luo about this. Your Majesty is the king of war, a skilled warrior. It's not impossible for you to lead the army in person, but Your Majesty, your achievements are so extraordinary that the people below you won't have the opportunity to show their talents, the old uncle began to advise. The children are eager to achieve great things. Can you bear to deprive them of their happiness? One of Bai Luo's weaknesses is his doting on his subjects. Okay, I won't get involved in minor quarrels, but when it comes to deciding Aton's fate, I am the king of Atón. Yes, we understand, I would never dare to overstep my bounds. Bai Luo's face must be given. Besides, Bai Luo is not Misha or the Marcus Kinquin. Before he received the miracle, he was the strongest in Atón. Afterwards, he was the undisputed leader of the fighting force, the number one. Even if the two sisters were tied together, they wouldn't be enough for him to have sex with. Bai Luo, no, I think I can have sex with 10 Fia is no match for her in bed. Sophia, you. Chapter 152 Thoughts gradually d. Knowles, after the meeting, Bai Luo left Knowles alone. You haven't said anything. Is there something wrong? Well, Knowles spoke frankly, telling Bai Luo about what had troubled him about Sigrian's words. I have indeed been hiding these things from you. His uncle hadn't actually concealed them from Bai Luo, but had revealed them bit by bit over the years. So when the truth came out, Bai Luo wasn't surprised or shocked. Knowles wasn't a weak-hearted person. If the Atón people had truly betrayed the kingdom of Atón, Knowles wouldn't have tolerated it. But the problem was, the kingdom of Atón was the kingdom of Atón, and the duchy of Atón was the duchy of Atón. Why would Bai Luo, the miracle he had found, the nation he had founded, repeat the name of a bygone nation, a name that could have been discarded? Just like when he found the tree elves, why did he still call them Atón? He could just pick a new name, like the Yejin people. Okay, a bit random. But any random name would be better than Atón, right? The kingdom of Atón has been destroyed. Bai Luo, I don't blame those who overthrew it. After all, the country is the choice of the people. If the people hate it, why force it? What happened back then? Knowles really wanted to know what happened back then. Bai Luo said, 800 years ago, our ancestors came to this new continent from the old earth and established a kingdom of Atón. You know all this, so I'm talking about what happened after that. Bai Luo and Knowles walked in the corridor of Avalon Castle. Knowles staggered slightly and slowed down Bai Luo by half a step. The 7 kings of Atón are our ancestors, but what they have done in the past 600 years is hard to comment. Don't rule the country by miracles. It's not about building a great nation through human effort, but about creating a great nation through human effort. Dreams are good, but reality is quite cruel. Bai Luo, I don't know why they would do such a thing, what they're trying, what they're experimenting with, but Atón has been able to stand for a full 600 years, starting from 800 years ago. Bai Luo, fundamentally, it's all thanks to the blessing of miracles. This, Knowles, then how did it collapse? Because at some point, the rule of the 7 kings of Atón went terribly wrong. That's because the Lord of Miracles was born in the kingdom of Atón. Bai Luo looked at Knowles. What should we do? A miracle has been born in this country. As leaders of this nation, will you use it or not? The 7 kings of Atón made a choice. They chose not to. Killing the Lord of Miracles is taboo in the entire land of miracles, so the 7 kings didn't do it. Instead, they chose to expel these lords of miracles from the country. Expel? Knowles frowned. These lords of miracles, they're all Atón? Bai Luo said. In today's Iron Eagle Kingdom, of the 7 lords of miracles, half are Atón. The Atón kingdom has developed for so many years, its ethnic group and population have long since spread across the entire southeastern coast of the continent. To say the population is in the tens of millions is no exaggeration. Did the 7 kings bring so many Atón to this land? I heard there were over 100,000, going from a few 100,000 to tens of millions in just a few hundred years, with a blessing of miracles and a clean political system, isn't difficult. The Atón god of war isn't the only miracle in the Atón kingdom. In fact, all 7 Atón kings possess miraculous powers, Bai Luo said. I don't know their identities, but I think they're more likely to be miracle men. The 7 Atón kings once served the Atón progenitor. After the progenitor's death, the 7 kings survived. This was because the progenitor gave them a final command, to protect the royal bloodline and journey to the new world. Bai Luo didn't know what the 7 kings were. But one thing is certain, they are not miraculous creatures. When their masters die, living things inevitably perish quickly. Even more unlikely are they miraculous creatures. Bai Luo could still distinguish between human and object. The ancestor is ultimately dead. Even if the 7 kings survive, they'll have paid a heavy price, just like Bai Luo's death. Even if senior sister can continue to live because of the mission he left behind, for senior sister, the price of survival is simply too high. First, her power will rapidly fade. Even more serious than the loss of power is the loss of her soul. Senior sister will lose her senses, like a walking corpse, spurned by the world, never again able to experience warmth and joy. Furthermore, senior sister will yearn for Bai Luo more and more, wanting to follow him and rest with him. A life worse than death is exactly what this means. This is why the 7 kings of Atón died one after another, Bai Luo said. Many of them didn't die of illness or were killed, but chose to commit suicide. Among them was the war god of Atón, the towering figure who single-handedly protected Atón for the first 300 years. In the end, he committed suicide. It's truly ironic. 300 years ago, the last of the 7 kings, unable to endure the pain, chose eternal sleep, Bai Luo said. Since then, the kingdom of Atón ceased to be a kingdom of miracles. In the short 10 years that followed, the power of the Atonites was completely depleted. It was at this time that the Iron Eagle King appeared. It's not true that the Iron Eagle King overthrew the Atonites. Rather, it was the Atonites who chose the Iron Eagle King and overthrew the old dynasty, a dynasty that should have died long ago but still clung on. Why do you do this? Of course, it's out of resentment, Bai Luo said. Think about it. The people of the country next to you possess miraculous powers and live a life like paradise, while you, facing only the harsh reality, must face. In such a situation, what would the Atonites choose? They naturally hoped for the birth of a new Lord of Miracles, to serve him and receive his gifts. Is this the Iron Eagle King? Yes. How should Bai Luo evaluate the Iron Eagle King? Hatred? It doesn't matter. This was a choice of the times, and Bai Luo had no obligation to avenge the so-called Kingdom of Atón. After all, the 7 kings of Atón died 300 years ago, and none of them fell at the hands of the Iron Eagle King. Furthermore, Bai Luo's grandfather, Old Atón, had already fled with the descendants of the 7 kings when the Iron Eagle army invaded. Therefore, the Iron Eagle King didn't actually have much direct hatred for Bai Luo's lineage. Even if there hadn't been an Iron Eagle King, there would have been the Golden Eagle King and the Silver Eagle King to destroy Atón. The kingdom of Atón has long been on the verge of collapse. Its demise is only a matter of time. Even if Bai Luo were to destroy the Iron Eagle King in the future, it wouldn't be for revenge for Atón, but for himself. Because Bai Luo wanted to destroy it, and he could. That was all. But if that's the case, Norse asked, why did the Iron Eagle King want to exterminate the Atón people? The Atón people were practically wiped out decades ago, Bai Luo said. For 200 years, the Iron Eagle Kingdom has been at war year after year. Knowing the Atón people's physical prowess, the local princes aggressively bribed and recruited them. This, however, also brought devastating consequences for the Atón people. The wars decimated the Atón people, and the new 7 kings of the Iron Eagle Kingdom imported new populations from other lands. 200 years later, there are no longer many Atón people in the Iron Eagle lands. The Iron Eagle's higher-ranking officials, those miracle children, are almost all Atón people from the old era. Even Sigrian is one. So, rather than the Iron Eagle King being on the hunt for the Atón people, it's more like he's searching for them, seeking better hosts for the miracle power. Of course, the Iron Eagle King is also searching for his uncle. It seems there's a hidden story between them. Then, Norse's question wasn't really about that. He didn't care about the Atón people's betrayal. Everyone has their own aspirations. Knowles cared more about Bai Luo and his choice. Why do we want to restore our country? I didn't restore my country, Bai Luo said. Little brother, you don't think that when I established the Principality of Atón, the Atón here refers to the Atón of the Atón Kingdom, right? No, isn't it? Of course not, Bai Luo patted Noel's shoulder. On the one hand, it's because we are still the Atón people, and only we have the right to call ourselves the Atón people, but you also said that our country is not just the Atón people, and you don't care about that, Bai Luo. You also said before that we can definitely change to a better name that no one has ever used. It's just, Bai Luo and Knowles walked out of the gate and stood on countless stairs. From a high place, they looked out at the world of Avalon. This is not the Atón I want, Knowles was puzzled. Bai Luo smiled casually. Knowles, do you know what the original name of this world was? Bai Luo's words came so suddenly that Knowles was momentarily confused. Without giving him a chance to react, Bai Luo said, his name is Arden. Bai Luo left, leaving Knowles alone, enjoying the breeze. This world is called Arden. Your Majesty. Knowles' hands began to tremble, his emotions surging with excitement. That's it. So that's it. This world is called Arden. This world is called Arden. Knowles kept repeating this. He looked in the direction Bai Luo had left, then knelt on one knee, and then swore loudly in his heart, your ambition, Knowles understands, Bai Luo, huh? Wait, you understand what? Knowles' initial confusion vanished at this moment, replaced by excitement, an unprecedented excitement. Your Majesty named our country Arden, seemingly to restore the country, but in reality, it is to confuse the neighboring nations, and his true purpose, is there any need to guess? Of course, it is to conquer the world. Boss, you're awesome. Knowles' mind raced, even recounting countless episodes Bai Luo had endured for years, just for that moment. Knowles, will always follow in your footsteps. Unconsciously, Knowles arrived at the training grounds. Here, young men, seizing this hard-earned opportunity, intensified their training in the Daoxing method. Brother Knowles, what's wrong with you? You're so happy. Nothing, I just found my purpose in life, Knowles said excitedly. I plan to retreat and break through to the hero realm as soon as possible. Wow, are you working so hard? Why? What's the reason? Tell us. Little Maya was curious, and all the Athenians, even the tree elves, gathered around curiously. Among them were Luenya's younger brother, Anderson, the second highest tree elf, and King Billy, the forest fairy. King Billy, forced to become king. Do you know why our country is called Atón? Knowles wasn't one for boasting, nor did he enjoy showing off. But he felt that sharing this with the people of Atón would convey Bai Luo's will and the spirit of Atón. This would benefit the entire principality of Atón. It would unite everyone, uniting them to realize their talents and fulfill Bai Luo's ideals and ambitions. Soon, everyone present understood the reason. This world is called Atón. Just 7 words, yet the will contained within them had an unprecedented impact on them. This is Brother Bai Luo's dream. Can we really do this? No, we definitely can. For your Majesty, I'll do anything. Great. Conquering the world, this goal is truly magnificent. Long live your Majesty. Hurrah, hurrah. At this moment, Bai Luo, who was heading to the dormitory to play games with his senior sister, suddenly heard the cheers. He didn't understand why, but he smiled. Still so energetic late at night? It's great to be young. Oh, I have to work hard too. Stay up all night tonight, fuck her all night long, no sleep. This world was called Atón, and it was indeed the result of a discussion between Bai Luo and his uncle. But it was more like a more ambitious goal, or something to spur himself on. But Bai Luo underestimated the Atón people's admiration for him. For 20 years, Bai Luo had been the hero of the Atón people. The survival of many children was the result of his sacrifice. Similarly, the older sisters, led by Diana and Imiter, had also received countless favors from Bai Luo. If most of them hadn't already been married, Bai Luo would have taken them away at a moment's notice. It wasn't just because of the miracles. Even without them, Bai Luo's prestige among the Atón people had long been such that they would defend and protect them with their lives. Well, though young, Boya seemed one of the few rational people here. I think we've misunderstood. Boya, are you saying His Majesty was just talking? How could that be? Boya had complete faith in Bai Luo. I just think, Your Majesty, with your wisdom, wouldn't say such a thing, right? In Boya's opinion, such ambitions should be kept low-key. How could they possibly be made public? At this moment, the whole room fell silent. Not because they believed Boya was right, but because he was giving them a warning. Diana asked, are we being too ostentatious? Hiss. At these words, everyone immediately shrank their necks and sat up. Little boy is right. We're here, yelling and shouting about something so important. Did anyone else hear it? Did anyone? No, no, we 3 elves have been watching. That's good, that's good. So, everyone looked at each other. And then simultaneously put their fingers to their lips. SHH, keep a low profile, keep a low profile. From now on, everyone must stop talking nonsense, and don't spread it around. This is my Atón secret. If other countries knew that we Atón had such evil ambitions, what would happen? Everyone immediately looked at Boya. As Atón's famously smart man, it's up to you, Boya. Oh, Boya wondered if something had gone wrong. Boya, think of a solution quickly. It's decided on you, Boya. However, feeling the countless expectant gazes, Boya felt. Is now the time to worry about whether it's true or not? My fellow countrymen need me. Ahem, Boya raised his head, his adorable face set in a serious expression. Since everyone trusts me, then you must obey my instructions and not act arbitrarily. Of course, little Boya, the smartest one in Atón said. First, we must establish a secret organization, choose a secret location, and do the most secret things. Then your majesty, and the purpose of all this, Boya said, is to give your majesty a surprise. Oh, suddenly, everyone in Atón suddenly understood. Those present were awed by Luo's confidence. Each of them regarded Bai Luo as the supreme lord, so no one would betray him, let alone disobey his majesty. What should we do? First, we need to give our organization an unexpected name, Boya said, and seeing Mao Lingling, Mao Yi, and Mao Error, inspiration struck him. Cute Cat Club. How about it? For a moment, everyone felt like they had lost their memory. What kind of weird name is this? Shouldn't their organization be called the Dragon Group, the Holy See, the Demon Cult, or the Holy Land? What the hell is the Cute Cat Club? Look, Boya said calmly, are you all confused? Huh? Yes, indeed. Seeing that everyone seemed to understand, Boya continued, our organization must be unexpected. Even the name must be unexpected. Who could have imagined that the Cute Cat Club would be founded by comrades who dream of conquering the world? Who could? Come on, tell Boya loudly, who can? Knowles, I can't. Diana, neither can I. Fira, why use cats? I think my white eagles are adorable, too. The 3 cute cats raised their paws. Meow. This historic moment concerns the dignity of the cat race. How could my cute cat family miss it? Moreover, if such a grand event could be accomplished, wouldn't His Majesty's knee be within easy reach? Mao Lingling, I think it's great. Mao Yi, great, very good. Mao Error, excellent. Then it's settled, Boya. From today on, the Cute Cat Club is officially established. On the surface, we're just a bunch of idle enthusiasts hanging out for afternoon tea. However, behind the scenes, unimaginable bloodshed lurks. Indeed, the Cute Cat Club exists to conquer the world. Being number one is the Cute Cat Club's sole aspiration. But there's something you all must do first, Boya said. Our organization was created to surprise His Majesty, not to deceive him. So, Boya said, I propose that we go find Miss Lilith or Sister Fia and have one of them, or both, become the leaders of our organization. Miracle and their master share the same roots. With them, Bai Luo is also present. This is Boya's bottom line, and it's also the bottom line for the Atón people. So, Fira, Elsa, and the others immediately sought out Lilith. After finishing her story, Lilith immediately decided, this is such a fun thing, I must be included. Thus, the Cute Cat Club, with its goal of conquering the world, was established. Cute Cat Club. The next morning, Bai Luo listened to his secretary, Maya's report. It's a cute name. Is this the little club founded by Mao Yi and the other 2? What's it about? Senior sister wasn't home, she was exhausted from last night and was still resting. Fortunately, Bai Luo hadn't ordered her not to use holy energy for healing, otherwise senior sister wouldn't even be able to get out of bed. Not just fairies, Maya said. Anyone can join. Maya couldn't lie to Bai Luo, and she had no intention of hiding anything, so she told him her purpose directly. After all, their surprise was the result, not the organization itself. After all, Lilith already knew about it, so Bai Luo had probably only known about it in the past 2 days. Having afternoon tea and a nap, and discussing how to conquer the world together, Maya continued to speak truthfully. Your Majesty, please look forward to our results. You'll definitely be surprised. Surprise? Mao Yi, Your Majesty's knees, we've conquered them. Bai Yingayan, Your Majesty's shoulders, they're ours. Hampin Saburo, Your Majesty's bookcase, I'll go undress him, I've already claimed it, puff. Bai Luo imagined a group of little animals raising their arms, go conquer the world. Yay, ha 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 ha. Bai Luo couldn't help but laugh. Sorry, I'm not laughing at them, absolutely not. Ha ha ha, Bai Luo just thought these kids were adorable. But, Bai Luo thought, it seemed like no elves had too much free time. Do we have people like that in Arden, like afternoon tea? Yes, huh. Bai Luo imagined a group of strong women fighting each other. They seemed more interested in watching the sunset, drinking beer, and eating barbecue than afternoon tea. As for naps, 10,000 more push-ups today, no sleep until we finish them. 1, 2, 3, 4, go hard. Go hard. Go hard. This was the boys' daily routine, a passionate one. Okay, I've passed. Bai Luo felt that this club would likely fail quickly. It had no real foundation in Arden. But the cats were indeed adorable, and Bai Luo thought a cat cafe or something could be the way to keep the small club afloat. But it was certain to fail, it couldn't possibly survive. Anyone can join. Can I? At some point, a senior sister emerged from the inner room. Although Maya was a girl, the senior sister was reserved and very particular about etiquette, so even here, she dressed appropriately. She wore a men's military uniform, a cross-sword at her waist, and her long, silver-white hair perfectly embodied her personality, cool, indifferent, unperturbed or moved by external things. However, the senior sister stole a glance at Bai Luo, her eyes clear of resentment and reproach. Sister Fiaya, no, Her Majesty the Queen, still call me Sister Fiaya, the senior sister stroked little Maya's head. Though she didn't smile, Maya sensed her gentleness. Let's get back to the previous topic, senior sister said. I'm very interested in your organization, Bai Luo, it's called the Cute Cat Club? What's it all about? Catching cats from all over the world and petting them to your heart's content. Maya wasn't expecting senior sister to say such a thing, but thinking of her impressive abilities, Maya quickly changed the subject. Sister Fiaya, if you like cats. Of course you can join, I like cats too, Bai Luo said. Before Maya could get flustered, senior sister said, you already have 3 little ones. Aren't you afraid they'll become resentful cats? Bai Luo felt that petting all 3 cute cats would take a lot of time. If they really expanded, Bai Luo was afraid he would be distracted from his work. Then Fiaya, you go ahead. I'll forget about it, okay, Fiaya, I'll tell you everything about that. Bai Luo frowned slightly. He had previously been too focused on the name of the Cute Cat Club. Now, he wondered why the Atón people would inexplicably establish such a club. Organization? Senior sister had already given Bai Luo the answer. They probably wanted to give you some surprises, senior sister said. Right, little Maya. Yeah, deceiving Bai Luo wasn't a sin, but in the eyes of Maya and the others, it was a mortal sin. Conquering the world, are you serious? Bai Luo wanted to stop her. Wait, that seems like a good idea. Bai Luo felt that it was a good thing for the children of Atón to have such thoughts. Some children, seeking recognition from their elders, secretly worked part-time jobs to earn money, waiting for their elders' birthdays to give them birthday gifts. While the gifts might not be expensive, the thought was valuable. Alright, I won't ask, Bai Luo said. But if anything happens, you must discuss it with Fiaya, and don't act arbitrarily. With senior sister around, Bai Luo felt that was enough. She couldn't let those children mess around. Sooner or later, the people of Atón would have to stand on their own 2 feet. Bai Luo was giving up his authority now, and the time was right. But other people's organizations are called Luoang, Black Ice Platform, Jinhui and so on. My organization is called Cute Cat Club. Bai Luo, why is it not fierce at all? I think it's cute. I think so too. It's fierce, not cute. Is there a difference? Bai Luo looked at the 2 girls, one big and one small. He waved his hand helplessly. Go and have fun, as long as you are happy. Oh. That night, a group of Atón people shouted and cheered. Long live His Majesty! From today on, we are comrades, to conquer the world, for His Majesty's dreams and ambitions. Senior sister and Lilith looked at each other. They didn't see the strong man who conquered the world, but only saw a group of cute children. Is this okay, Lilith? Is it really okay? Try your best to cultivate them, senior sister said. Everyone here is my Atón saplings and seeds. Chapter 153 The Eighth Miracle. Haven't the slaves arrived yet? The first wave of slaves, 120 in number, arrived on Atón Island nearly 2 months ago. But Bai Luo wanted a larger number for the second batch, all of them complete families. Even for Mustache, finding such a large group would be challenging. If they were sent in batches, Mustache worried that the escort would be too dispersed, and a sea monster attack would be counterproductive. According to the timetable, the second batch should be arriving, but they didn't. Mustache doesn't seem like the type to break an appointment. Gonya shared the latest news with Bai Luo, who shook his head. Maybe they were discovered. Bai Luo hadn't disposed of Mustache precisely to give Morgan and Wei Lan a way to find him. The Sacred Covenant forbids legends, kings, and masters from interfering. The Eastern Kings also have an agreement not to harm the Lord of Miracles. At least until Bai Luo completes his third awakening, he will be protected as a newbie, without having to worry about anyone harming him. After all, this is a rule that has stood for nearly 1,000 years. It's impossible for Bai Luo's appearance to inexplicably break it. Master, I feel my spell. Lilith had cursed Mustache, but Mustache was too far from Atón Island to be covered by the fairy power there, so Lilith didn't know whether the curse had been activated. But now, with the arrival of Sea Dragon Princess and Avril, Lilith's spell was reflected back to her. Is he still alive? Yes, Bai Luo nodded and said, then they should be here by now. Boom. As they spoke, Bai Luo and Lilith simultaneously felt a tremendous miraculous force descend from the sky, crashing onto the beach outside the port town of Atón. What is this? The colorful rainbow light was like a pillar of heaven. The Atón civilians living here, the more than 100 children, were all shocked by the scene before them. The rainbow pillar, that legend, a child living by the sea in the mountain kingdom instinctively pointed at the rainbow light. The legend is true. The legend is actually true. What legend? The goddess of the rainbow light, riding the rainbow light, descended from the sky with the armies of the gods to crush the heretics who disobeyed the gods. All the children were stunned, not just by the legend, but by the fact that it was happening right before their eyes. But why did the rainbow pillar land here? Atón wasn't some heretic, this was a fairyland. Oh, right, a fairyland. Could the goddess of the rainbow light have been away on a campaign and now returned home? What on earth is this? Ilona and her sister Janano looked at the rainbow light, then turned their gaze to Helbo and Inya. They knew the boy and girl seemed to have learned the secret of Atón Island. They're here. Helbo didn't explain much, simply ordering everyone to return to their homes immediately. No one is allowed to move without permission. Return. Helbo held considerable prestige among the common people. This was also Bai Luo's deliberate decision, making him the captain of the team to facilitate management and control. After 2 months, the children's loyalty was impeccable. The goblin armor proved this. But even if someone is loyal, without intelligence, they can still make foolish mistakes. At times like this, having a smart squad leader or leader is crucial. Just like now, following Hairbo's command, the children, still in shock, immediately dispersed in an orderly manner. Boom, the rainbow light vanished, and Hailongji and Avril, with the unconscious Mustache, appeared on the deck. Mustache lay on a cloud, and under Avril's control, he floated behind the 2 women. Is this their territory? Hailongji said. It doesn't seem so big. Is this really a miracle country? Don't be careless. After all, this is a king's territory, not your own home. Avril and Hailongji had a good relationship. They had often fought on the sea in the past, so they were very familiar with each other. He should have sensed us, right? With such a commotion, there's no reason he wouldn't notice. The 2 women hesitated to enter, not out of fear, but because it would be rude. The Kingdom of Miracles has its own rules. For outsiders, the proper procedure is for envoys to present their credentials before making a formal visit. Otherwise, 2 legendary powerhouses knocking on the door would be like an army at the gates. With their strength, they could almost rival an army of tens of thousands of miracles. Here they come. Bai Luo knew they would arrive quickly, but in just 2 days, the Fairy Eagles had found Atón Island. Once again, Bai Luo felt the advantage of seizing the initiative. If the Battle of Sig hadn't been fought, instead of passively enduring repeated pressure, Atón's start wouldn't have been too bad, but it wouldn't have been much better either. They're here. The senior sister appeared beside Bai Luo through the Gate of Avalon. Shirley, using the unicorn's power of illusion and reality, also stepped out of the dream plane in one step. Bai Luo's 3 most powerful miracles had gathered here. As planned, I'll meet them. The senior sister looked at Lilith and Shirley. Your Majesty's safety is in your hands, don't worry, leave it to us. Lilith declared that if anything unexpected happened, she would use transfiguration to the utmost. Shirley would immediately carry Bai Luo on her back and journey through the void plane to the world of Avalon. Now, all the Aiden people reside in Avalon. Even a legendary warrior wouldn't ignore us and forcibly invade the higher miracle world, the senior sister said this, strapping the Four-Direction King's holy sword on her waist. With Bai Luo's watchful eyes, she headed for the Aiden coast. Here we are, on the beach. Avril sensed a powerful wave of miracles, and she and Sea Dragon Princess looked over. A golden light transformed into a doorway, and a tall, silver-haired woman emerged. She was dressed in military uniform, resembling a knight. The senior sister had a striking figure, but she was aloof and reserved, preferring to cover herself up rather than embrace clothing that would accentuate her graceful figure. Because in her eyes, only Bai Luo could possess everything she had. Are you from the Fairy Eagles, or the King of the South Sea? Senior sister's voice was cold and emotionless, as if she were simply following a routine inquiry. You are. I am the Queen of Aten, senior sister said. Isephia, Queen of Aten. Aten. These two words surprised Hailongji and Avril, and they both relayed the message to their respective miracle masters almost simultaneously. Aten, Morgan, didn't that fall 200 years ago? Are there still Atenians? Missia was certain that no one other than Saros would revive the Aten kingdom. Hurry, get Saros to speak. I want to see Saros. Get Saros out. Hurry, 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 Avril. Having an unreliable master was hard on Avril, too. But since they had just arrived, calling someone out for no apparent reason was rude, wasn't it? Furthermore, the pressure senior sister was putting on the two of them was no small matter. That sword, Sea Dragon Princess noticed senior sister's sword, and Avril nodded. Legend, with the Four-Directional King's holy sword, senior sister, with it and multiple unleashings, could challenge even a Grandmaster level legend. This was also the reason senior sister had the confidence to negotiate on Bai Luo's behalf. I come on behalf of my lord, Morgan, the King of the South Sea. Sea Dragon Princess spoke first. Why have you captured my brother, Sigrian? Please explain. Morgan's men, hearing senior sister address Morgan by name, Sea Dragon Princess frowned. She said coldly, is this the proper etiquette for Atón? My lord is the ruler of a nation. Aren't you supposed to call him your highness? Since I dare to address him by name, you should understand who I am. Sea Dragon Princess and Avril were both startled. They had never expected the supremely noble Lord of Miracles to come and greet them personally. You, sir, are the Lord of Miracles. Strength aside, even the children of miracles and lords of miracles, even the miracle minions born from the Four Awakenings, dared not act rashly in the face of a newly awakened Lord of Miracles. You didn't even call me your highness? Who do you think is being disrespectful? This is because we don't know, so now you know, don't you? Atón was weak now, lacking even the power of a legendary warrior, but as Atón's queen, Isephia had an obligation to overwhelm her opponent with her presence. Avril, saint of the eccentric light, Sea Dragon Princess Sevilla, greetings, Her Majesty, Queen Atón. Seeing the two men yield, senior sister wasn't surprised, she wasn't afraid to anger them. Not to mention that they didn't dare to attack, even if they did, senior sister wouldn't be afraid. Sig is in my hands. Senior sister wasn't afraid to overstep her bounds, speaking as if all of Atón belonged to her. If you want it, let Morgan come and claim it himself. You're not worthy, you. Sea Dragon Princess hadn't expected senior sister to be so defiant. She had never suffered such an insult since her debut. Your Highness, Avril said quickly to smooth things over, according to the rules, when the Lords of Miracles meet to sign a covenant, there must be a witness. Avril could see that although her senior sister was strong, Atón was still very weak and she couldn't afford to fight him. There was no other possibility for Morgan except to form an alliance. It just so happened that Misha had always wanted to show her goodwill to Atón and meet Saros by the way. In this case, why not let Fairy Eagle be the host? Okay, yes, after getting the master's permission, Misha hurriedly said, on behalf of my lord, the Grand Duke Fairy Eagle, I invite the King of the South Sea and Queen Atón to come to Jingtao City, and then, under the witness of my lord, conclude a peace and friendship treaty. Bai Luo, what do you think? The senior sister's expression remained unchanged, but in her heart she immediately contacted Bai Luo and conveyed the matter to him. It's not a big deal, then our situation, don't reveal it yet, Bai Luo said. Let's talk about Atón, not the Duchy of Atón, okay? The mention of the word dukedom would likely conjure up associations with the three miracles. While Atón wasn't afraid, he might as well delay it. Okay, Senior Sister said to the two. I do need to visit the owner of the sea area. Senior Sister's words displeased Sea Dragon Princess. Morgan was known as the King of the South Sea, so theoretically, this area was his domain. But everyone knew that was impossible. The Azure Duchy was the true owner of both the South and West Seas. In comparison, Morgan and Oxel were more like two lawless individuals. A pirate king, to put it bluntly, was a group without a base or people of their own, surviving solely on plunder. Morgan claimed to be the king of a nation, but in reality, few acknowledged that. I like her way of putting it, Missia thought Senior Sister was very sensible. Her words were clearly a gesture of goodwill towards the three Dukes of Azure. If the newly minted Lord of Miracles could openly acknowledge Azure's ownership of the sea, then it was implicitly seeking an alliance with him. Senior Sister threw out the smokescreen of joining Azure imagery, and Missia immediately said to Avril, do your best to win them over, then test their miracles, at least understand their rank. I wonder, Your Majesty, Avril said with a smile, how powerful are your miracles? Boom. Almost as soon as Avril finished speaking, the terrifying power of Avalon surged from the holy sword, a towering golden beam piercing the sky. The movement drew the gazes of countless lords of miracles. Mid-level miracle, Senior Sister thrust her sword before her, fighting saint technique. Though it was nonsense, her gesture was more genuine than the truth. Bai Luo wasn't afraid of being exposed. He needed to use this power to show everyone that Atón was not weak, and anyone who set their sights on them would be prepared to pay the price. Middle level, while miracles are equal, the higher their rank, the rarer they are. In the entire Azure Principality, of the three miracle masters, Fairy Eagle and Divine Brew are lower level, leaving Grand Duke Yangbo as the only middle-level miracle. However, Avril didn't believe the term fighting saint method. No matter how conceited Senior Sister was, she couldn't reveal the secret of her miracles to anyone. Whether or not she was middle level was practically impossible to conceal. Lower-level miracles were achieved through bloodline and direct transformation, while middle-level miracles created a blanketing miracle field, akin to thick fog. We'd know later. My father also agreed to go to Jingtao City. Morgan wasn't likely to remedy a middle-level miracle. Not killing Sigrian was a gesture of goodwill. There was no reason to continue the hostility. Alright, seeing Sea Dragon Princess agree, Senior Sister took a step back. Sigrian is with me. I won't let him suffer any harm. You can be assured of that. I hope so. Sea Dragon Princess had a close relationship with Sigrian, practically watching him grow up. The two were both mentors and friends. Now that Sigrian had been captured, Sea Dragon Princess was naturally concerned for his safety and well-being. Also, release the slaves we purchased, Senior Sister mentioned. Avril quickly said, of course, Seville, the sea wasn't the sole domain of the Grand Duke of Fairy Eagle, and Morgan's opinion was also important. As you wish, Sea Dragon Princess, disregarding those mortals. Avril looked at Senior Sister. Within 3 days at most, we'll deliver those nearly 2,000 slaves to their designated location, so, here, or to Babai Island. That's called Babai Island, but in our Azure Sea, Avril said, it's called Babai. Clearly, the Grand Duke of Fairy Eagle wouldn't cede territory frivolously. If Atón wants it, then offer something in exchange, otherwise, it wouldn't be given away for free. No need for further transfers. Send them directly to the waters off Atón Island, and we'll send someone to take them over. Now that Atón Island had been exposed, there was no need to hide it any longer. At this stage, the true secret of Atón lies in the world of Avalon. What happens next will depend on the future. We can't expose Avalon now. And this guy, Avril gestured to the unconscious mustache nearby. I'll leave it to you two. Senior Sister didn't have a favorable impression of Mustache, but she didn't dislike him either. So, she summoned cats capable of teleportation and started the cat car transport. Lilith, lift Mustache's curse. Lilith, elsewhere, Bai Luo instructed Lilith, it's a safeguard. Ask him if he's willing to follow me. If his loyalty can be guaranteed, through the goblin armament, then he can join Atón and become a civilian. No worries, we don't need a slaver like him. Boom, a rainbow beam descended, and Avril departed first. Sea Dragon Princess, with a dragon's roar, dived into the sea. The next moment, Senior Sister perceived a massive shadow, almost as large as Atón Island, appearing beneath the deep sea. This guy, senior sister protested, and Sea Dragon Princess responded with her own true form. HMPH, senior sister turned and left, then passed through the gate of Avalon and returned to Bai Luo's side. It's resolved, senior sister reported the entire situation to Bai Luo. Her actions were flawless, not only upholding the dignity of Atón but also fulfilling their current need, an alliance. Shocking Tide City, I'll go. Senior sister stepped forward, staring directly into Bai Luo's eyes. She would not back down on this matter. There are legendary warriors on the other side. One-on-one, I can handle one, but if they attack me all at once, I'm no match for them now. Senior sister's attitude was strong, and so she had to be strong too. Bai Luo's safety was always more important than her own life. Bai Luo knew this, so he intended to agree. However, senior sister and Bai Luo had gone through the Atón tradition on their wedding night, and senior sister had lost miserably. So, facing Bai Luo, she put on a show of strength. Just like now, despite her cold voice, senior sister's body was trembling slightly, and somewhere in her body, she felt numb and weak. If Bai Luo scolded her at this moment, she would probably be beaten back to her original form immediately. Bai Luo knew that his senior sister was worried about his safety, and now was not the time for him to act rashly. His senior sister had not yet reached the third awakening, and Bai Luo was still in danger. He was tied to the entire Atón and could not take any risks. Alright, Bai Luo said softly, I agree. Bai Luo had not planned to go in the first place. It was not because he was timid, but because he had to be responsible for the entire Atón. Only a willful king would be so ambitious and want to do everything himself, thinking that he could do it best. Bai Luo had great faith in his senior sister's ability. Now that she had obtained the power of miracles, her achievements would definitely not be worse than those of Xianying, Shenyang, Yangbo, and Morgan. Hey! Are you going on a trip? I want to go too. I want to go too. Inya suddenly rushed in. This girl seemed to have been eavesdropping the whole time. Spring outing, spring outing, spring outing, hooray! Bai Luo raised her hands high. Meow. Pa Inya made a scissors gesture in front of her eyes. Pa meow. The two girls, Inya was wearing a black tights, and Bai Luo was wearing a loose training outfit. One black and one white, suddenly appeared to scare people to death. Bai Luo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He naturally didn't want to let them go, and there was no way he could let them go. But the two girls started to act coquettishly, and Bai Luo couldn't handle it. So, Bai Luo gave his senior sister a look. Spring outing? What spring outing? Have you finished your homework? The senior sister turned around, and her body and mind, which were originally weak because of her contradiction with Bai Luo, immediately recovered as before. Inya and Xiaobei, you got 0 points in the last test, and you still want to go on a spring outing? I think you are dreaming. In this world, the only person who can make the senior sister obedient is Bai Luo. Senior sister became Bai Luo's miracle person. Everything about her existed only for Bai Luo. That was why she was controlled by Bai Luo in every way. But that was only limited to Bai Luo. As long as he didn't get too close to him, senior sister would still be the cold and strong senior sister. The two girls dared to playfully smile at Bai Luo, but when facing senior sister, they immediately became timid. But how could the fool Atón submit to a mere senior sister? Inya, the art of acting like a spoiled child. Xiaobei, act cute. The two girls, one on the left and one on the right, pounced on senior sister, holding her arms tightly, as if they would never let go unless she took them with her. Unfortunately, senior sister was not Bai Luo. Papa, each of them was slapped hard, and the whole world fell silent. Alright, Bai Luo said. I can't take you this time. It's too dangerous. Maybe later. When Fia reaches her third awakening, I won't have to worry about my own safety. Then I'll find a new miracle for you, Inya, and make you my miracle person. Bai Luo spoke eloquently. Then I'll take you around the world and see the beauty of this miraculous land. Really? Inya was excited. Are the roasted pigs trotters in the outside world? Oh, Bai Luo was stumped by the question. Probably not. Even if there are, they probably won't be as good as my uncles. Suddenly, Inya felt the outside world was boring. Forget it, I'm not going. A world without even pigs trotters? Tisk. Me, and me. Bai Luo was eager to try. She wanted to ask a question, but Bai Luo didn't need to hear what she was going to say. No steamed buns, no dumplings, and with that, the two girls came with such enthusiasm and left dejected. without even steamed buns or dumplings. What a rubbish world outside? Haha, what a rubbish world. Bai Luo looked at his senior sister. Does this solve the problem? Yeah, the senior sister nodded, and Lilith said, are there any cute and beautiful girls in the outside world? Wow, Bai Luo complained. My Atón, there are so many girls, can't this satisfy you? Satisfied, Lilith, shh, Bai Luo has long been accustomed to Lilith's antics. Sure enough, among these people, only the senior sister is the most serious. Xiao Luo, privately, senior sister was allowed to call Bai Luo by his nickname. She cautiously tugged at Bai Luo's clothes. Tonight, don't worry, Bai Luo gave senior sister a look. I'll be back to my room by 8 o'clock at the latest. Ahem, I'm not begging you, I know, it's just my duty, I really do. So, senior sister was thrilled, but outwardly, she maintained her aloof demeanor, even her tone cold. Come back early tonight, swish. Bai Luo wanted to continue interacting with senior sister, but the sound of flipping pages in his mind made his face change, then his brows light up. Your Majesty, senior sister noticed the change in Bai Luo's expression and immediately thought of a possibility. Could it be? Bai Luo nodded, then cast his gaze back at the black book in his mind. After nearly a month, you're finally here. The 8th miracle. Lately, he's been writing about his battle with senior sister, so today's update is just one. Chapter 154, The Greedy Giant Wolf. Its upper jaw held up the sky, its footsteps shook the earth. The stars disappeared, the mountains collapsed, even the sun and moon were eclipsed, until 6 rare things passed through the stone slabs and boulders. 3 times, invisible shackles and chains bound it. Longing, thirsting, no matter how much it devoured, it could not satisfy. It came, it spoke to you, it said, I want more, give me more, the one I wait for. Position: 20 degrees east by south. Time: none. Bai Luo read the description of the new miracle in the black book. He felt strangely that this creature looked familiar. Sounds like that. The senior sister shared some of Bai Luo's memories. She thought of a mythical creature, that wolf. No matter what, let's find it first. Bai Luo could actually ask the senior sister and Lilith to find it, but the black book was not under time pressure. If 2 or 3 miracles appeared at the same time in the future, they could be used to provide remote prompts. Where is it? 20 degrees east by south. So that's how you find it. The senior sister only knew that Bai Luo could find miracles, but she didn't really know the specific method. She didn't expect it to be like this. Are there clues for every step? There are directions. Bai Luo and the senior sister followed the direction indicated by the compass. But sometimes I don't understand the missions either. We'll help you guess. Soon, the two arrived at the gate of Avalon. Bai Luo looked at it, then at the black book. Oh, so that's it. The world of Avalon is another world, so it doesn't follow the laws of time and space. The pointer of the black book first requires them to leave this world. Sure enough, as the two walked out of the gate of Avalon, the pointer deviated, north by east 35 degrees, changed lanes. Bai Luo finished. Senior sister asked, is it on the island? Not sure, Bai Luo. When I was looking for Shirley, I had to cross mountains and ridges. What about the distance limit? Not sure, Bai Luo said. When I contracted Xiao Bai, the distance was very close, but Shirley and Lilith, it's hundreds of kilometers. Therefore, the black book's specific operating mechanism and its scope are quite confusing. That's already very impressive, finding miracles of miracles, even finding higher-level miracle worlds. Senior sister felt that this was Bai Luo's greatest trump card. With this power, we might actually conquer the world. Conquer the world. Ahem, can you stop? Bai Luo said. You know about the battle with Sig? Besides you, me, Lilith, and Shirley, is there anyone in Atón who can fight? No, the children's power is too weak. It's still better now, but wait until Bai Luo signs the Holy Covenant and allows senior sister to achieve the third awakening. Atón will instantly become the weakest country in the world. Yes, the weakest. Senior sister couldn't attack anymore. Lilith and Shirley were also restricted. As the Lord of Miracles, Bai Luo couldn't even appear on the battlefield. The regular, organized, and internationally recognized forces of Atón were those of Knowles, Luania, and the others. Their strongest were only at the hero level, and there were only a few of them. Who could Atón wage war against? They couldn't possibly defeat anyone. Conquering the world involves more than just force, senior sister said. Take the pocket as an example. If all crops and plants in the world were replaced by seeds produced by our Atón, would that count as conquering the world? Senior sister was right. It certainly seemed like conquering the world. By then, Bai Luo would control the agriculture of every nation. How could his influence be low? As they talked, Bai Luo noticed the needle had deviated. They looked down and realized they were hovering over an island, approximately 20 kilometers to the upper right of Atón Island. It wasn't a large island, just 5 kilometers long and 3 kilometers wide. Right here, yes, senior sister sensed it and discovered that both Lilith's fairy power and her own Avalon boundary covered this area. According to the Miracle Kingdom, this island should theoretically belong to the Duchy of Atón. However, the Duchy of Atón is not internationally recognized, and its territory is not clearly demarcated. According to Old Uncle's plan, he would first form an alliance with Morgan and Fairy Eagle. Then, leveraging the influence of the Azure Duchy, he would seize the opportunity of the signing of the Sacred Covenant to clarify the territory under Atón's control. On the sea, there are 4 nations that could potentially conflict with Atón: West Azure, Near Pirates, 2 coastal areas, and Far Brilliant. West Azure refers to the Azure Duchy and the 3 Azure Dukes. They are quite far from Atón. Without the Miracle Channel, a single trip would take nearly 2 weeks. Near Pirates refers to the 2 pirate kings, Morgan, King of the South Sea, and King of the East Sea. The waters they control sandwich Atón in the middle. If there were any conflict between these two, Atón Island would be the first to bear the brunt. Bai Luo couldn't engage them in battle. For one thing, he couldn't win. To do so would require senior sister Lilith Shirley, and even himself. But without them, with only Knowles and the others, and the current forces of Atón, they would simply be crushed. Furthermore, the Principality of Atón was new and in need of reconstruction. Having its seas hijacked would be a real nuisance. Of course, Bai Luo could conquer both seas. But Atón lacked the troops to garrison them. Morgan commanded millions of sea beasts and fish monsters, and his dominance over the oceans was tens of thousands times greater than Bai Luo's. You conquer the seas, but they could still freely roam in yours. So why attack them? Would you be laughed at? Far Brilliant. That aside, the Brilliant Principality, nearly a 20-day sail from Atón, was home to 4 miracle lords, whose combined power was slightly stronger than that of Azure. Atón couldn't afford to provoke such a coalition of 4 kings. This time, he really can't afford to offend, not just pretending. Morgan and the King of the East Sea, in a few years, when senior sister and others have broken through the Third Awakening, he will not be afraid of them. But glorious and blue, their miracles are no less than Bai Luo's. 2 coastal places. To the north of Atón is the ancient capital of Zaloon. When the Atón people left the continent, Zaloon belongs to the Earl of Thorns, and to its left, it is adjacent to the territory of the Lord of the Birch Tree. So, these are the 2 vassal states. The Earl of Thorns and Atón are sworn enemies, and the foothold on the continent is crucial for Atón's future plans to conquer the Land of Miracles. Planning for the Land of Miracles, senior sister stated that she had long seen through Bai Luo's ambitions. And you said you didn't want to conquer the world. Oh. Bai Luo and senior sister landed outside a hidden cave. He used his magical energy to sense the cave, discovering, very deep, bottomless, numerical fluctuations. Senior sister's magical energy perception was more refined than Bai Luo's, her insight truly surpassing his. But it's filthy down there. I'll go ahead. Bai Luo didn't give senior sister a chance to object, and immediately stepped in. Golden holy energy overflowed from Bai Luo's feet, and the pitch-black cave suddenly became bright. A golden, crystal-like barrier formed on the cave floor and walls, separating the filth from the 2 of them. Senior sister followed closely behind, her hand calmly placed in the perfect position to draw her sword. Is it that deep? After walking for about 10 minutes, their pace brisk, they realized they had descended hundreds of meters underground. This island appears to be the entrance to a stratum, and the maze-like passageways make the search for the miracle this time much more difficult. It's a bit troublesome. Bai Luo discovered that the compass needle was fine, but the tunnel itself had different rock walls. If they forcibly broke it, it would cause a collapse. Bai Luo and his senior sister would be fine, but the problem was that the miracle was probably doomed. Furthermore, they couldn't detect miracles through their magical energy. Miracles were undetectable, except in the Black Book. This meant you wouldn't know if the small animal you scanned, a mouse, a spider, or a piece of stone, was the miracle they were looking for. Without a precise target, magical energy was powerless. Do you want me to open the boundary point directly? The senior sister could travel by boundary point, sensing first and then opening the door, but each opening took time and wasn't instantaneous. Yes, in the current situation, using the boundary point was more convenient. But just as Bai Luo was about to have his senior sister sense in the direction indicated by the compass needle, the rustling sound of flipping pages interrupted his thoughts. The sound of flipping pages again. Bai Luo looked at the black book in his mind in surprise. So lucky today, 2 miracles at once. Time. 3 minutes. Bai Luo, what's going on? What's going on? What? Only 3 minutes left. Bai Luo had never expected such a change. Clearly, the time limit for miracles had been unlimited before. With a miracle time limit changing, Bai Luo could only think of one possibility. The other party was nearing death. Xiao Luo, surely, I almost forgot. The two of them had been searching intently. Now, facing difficulties, they realized they had a secret weapon perfectly suited to the current situation. Shirley, Master, Shirley, who had been boredly eating a radish, suddenly perked up upon hearing Bai Luo contact her. Come quickly. No, wait, Bai Luo was too anxious. He hurriedly said, we are now hundreds of meters below the bottom floor. I need to summon you. Once you get here, you must control your power and not act recklessly. Yes, yes, yes. Shirley had been waiting for Bai Luo's call, almost going crazy with a desire to be ridden by him. Now that he had the chance, of course he'd agree to anything. And so, as Bai Luo's thoughts flashed through his mind, a pure white figure appeared in the low hallway, shrouded in golden holy energy. Get down. Time was running short, and Bai Luo's voice was a little hurried. Ah! An invisible force pressed down on Shirley's back, forcing her limbs to bend and crawl on the ground. Sorry, Shirley, Bai Luo checked the time. Only 2 minutes and 40 seconds remained. He flipped over and mounted Shirley. I'll apologize later. Now, run in that direction, please. Okay, Shirley, seeing Bai Luo's anxiety, didn't care. Moreover, being forced to ride her, Shirley felt an inexplicable strange feeling. I don't mind it. I even want to do it again, but now was not the time to dwell on such thoughts. Shirley, we're leaving. Master, Shirley quickly activated the unicorn's void mode, allowing the two of them to ignore the roughness of the road and follow a straight path to find the miracle. We're here, soon. Bai Luo and Shirley arrived at an empty cave. What is that thing? It should be around here. It's dying. Following the instructions in the black book, Bai Luo began to explore carefully. Senior sister, through her perception, also spotted numerous animals. Huh? Is that it? In a corner of the cave, a pitch-black lone wolf was being strangled by a giant python. Its limbs were motionless, clearly unconscious. Not sure which one it is. Separate them. Bai Luo hurriedly used his compass needle, but the two creatures were too close to each other, so he couldn't be sure which was the 8th miracle they were looking for. Got it. Almost instantly, senior sister appeared beside the giant python. With a single finger, she launched an invisible fusillade into the python's head, knocking it unconscious. She also rescued the already unconscious black wolf. Is that it? Senior sister first touched the giant python. Bai Luo shook his head. Not it. Then, senior sister touched the black wolf. Swish, the black book flipped open, and new words appeared on the 8th page. You've found it, but it's not yours yet. So what? How about expressing your kindness to it, your love for your people, the country you want to protect? You'd give everything, spend your entire life for it. Love, peace, and ideals. Please speak freely. Senior sister's touch was the same as Bai Luo's own touch. There was no difference. But Bai Luo felt a little awkward about this mission requirement. What's the point? I'm supposed to brag to a wolf about how good I am, how kind I am, and how good I am to my people. So awkward. This is too awkward, isn't it? Let's go. We'll take it back to Arden. They passed through the gate of Avalon and returned to the castle. Here, Bai Luo asked senior sister to leave for now. After all, giving a speech to a wolf was quite strange. If anyone were watching, even Bai Luo would feel awkward. However, Shirley was left behind. Even though it was just a wild wolf, Bai Luo still had to ensure his protection was flawless. What's wrong? Good news. Outside, the senior sister saw the old man approaching, presumably to discuss something with Bai Luo. Good news? Let me guess, you found a new miracle. Yes, what is it? A wolf. Wow, a miracle creature. The old man was delighted. Miracle creatures were arguably the most superior of all miracles. They were very convenient, growing stronger on their own without requiring extensive training from their masters. If Atón could gain another miracle creature, it would be like gaining another high-end combat force. Crucially, it hadn't received the blessing of the mysterious dragon, so its strength wouldn't increase very quickly. And a grand hero, with unlimited mana, would be a significant boost for Atón right now, perfectly addressing his immediate needs. What's the mission? I don't know, the senior sister said, but it should be quite embarrassing. Bai Luo won't let me see it. Well, the uncle said, it's a miracle. Sometimes missions can be really strange. How's the security work going? Shirley's still in there. She's as strong as me, and she can work with Bai Luo. Even a legend can't hurt them. Yeah, that's good. So, the two of them waited outside. About an hour later, the door opened, and Bai Luo emerged, his face weary and uncomfortable. This is so fucking embarrassing. Bai Luo had a heart-to-heart talk with a black wolf for an hour, patiently coaxing him, fully demonstrating his love for Arden and his care for his people. But this black wolf didn't seem like Shirley. It seemed to have no intelligence at all, a pure beast. In other words, Bai Luo felt like he was talking to himself for an hour. Fortunately, his hour-long efforts paid off. A new mission appeared in the Black Book. He also gained some of the other's attributes: greedy giant wolf, contract, Bai Luo Arden level, type, miraculous creature, alignment, abilities, unawakened. Contracting this black wolf wasn't difficult, or rather, quite easy. Bai Luo figured it would just be a matter of navigating the maze, finding it inside, and bringing it back. Furthermore, several conditions had to be met. First, Bai Luo had to be a lord, at least a village chief or company boss, with subordinates under his command. Second, Bai Luo had to care deeply for them, a kind, gentle, and compassionate leader. Third, these were all true, not just talk. After meeting these conditions, Bai Luo successfully contracted the greedy giant wolf. But this was only the beginning. Awakening was still to come, so the Black Book's mission continued. It already knows you're a wise ruler, and it deeply admires you. It loves the kingdom you describe. Are you kidding me? Bai Luo said. My speech skills can move even small animals. Even so, Bai Luo still wanted to say, I'm truly amazing, but it's very hungry now. Please find a brave child who loves you and feed it once. Bai Luo's smile suddenly froze. Huh? This mission? Bai Luo carefully examined the miracle mission, rereading the sentence over and over again. Something seems off about the logic of this sentence. First, it's hungry. If it's hungry, wouldn't it just eat? Why ask a brave child to feed it? Isn't that redundant? However, miracle missions are all sorts of strange and varied. Bai Luo thought to himself, the previous mission asked me to tell you about a great country and my beloved people. Now, a child is asked to feed it. Hiss, wait, Bai Luo frowned. He turned and looked at the black wolf crawling there. The wolf was grinning, clearly not recognizing him as its master, and was still very frantic. No way, Bai Luo considered a possibility, but it was difficult to imagine. Please find a brave child and feed it once. It's very hungry now. If Bai Luo's logic was correct, then this statement seemed to have only one meaning. It's hungry and wants to eat people. This, Bai Luo's eyes widened, staring at the black wolf in disbelief. He shook his head. No way? Is that possible? A mission like this is too, Your Majesty? Has something happened? The old uncle saw Bai Luo's expression change several times in an instant, and he knew that the next mission of this miracle might be a problem. This mission, after hearing Bai Luo's words, the senior sister frowned, her already cold demeanor even more chilling. It doesn't make sense. If it's a miracle that requires a blood sacrifice, why not ask an outsider, but someone who loves you? The senior sister said. That's too strange. If the Black Wolf's mission were to be used as an analogy, it would be asking you two questions like these. Q. Do you love your children? A. Of course I do. I'd give anything for them. Q. Then would you be willing to let it eat your children? How do you answer that? How should you answer that? Is anyone asking a question like that amiss? Am I misunderstanding this, or is it that after being eaten, this person won't die, but will become even better, and this is just a test? Maybe not a test. The old uncle smoked a cigarette. He liked to think while he was thinking. However, the old uncle controlled his magical energy to disperse the smoke so as not to offend Bai Luo and his senior sister. I suspect this wolf's miracle faction might be the Foolish Old Feast. The Foolish Old Feast is the most dangerous of the 28 miracle factions. According to the old uncle, those who can obtain miracles from this faction are either psychopaths or have suffered a devastating blow, resulting in a drastic change in their personality. Bai Luo, you think the logic is flawed because you're a normal person, the old uncle, but what if you're not? Bai Luo was stunned for a moment, then he began to understand what the old uncle meant. Seeing this wolf reminds me of a story I once heard, the old uncle said. Long ago, there lived a wise king. He had a beautiful wife, a lovely daughter, and many subjects who loved and were loved by him, but one day, the king's temperament changed drastically due to the deaths of his wife and daughter. In a fit of rage, he had his beloved dog devour his most cherished subjects. Then, seemingly in love with a feeling, he made his beloved and concerned subjects, one after another, become food for his dog. The king went mad, but this madness brought about a miracle of awakening. Yes, it was his beloved dog, transformed into a terrifying miraculous creature. This story is very similar to the miracle you found today, Bai Luo. I don't know the true identity of this miraculous creature, and they are definitely not the same one, the old uncle said, but perhaps their awakening methods are similar. In other words, this black wolf and the beloved dog in the story are very likely the same miracle reincarnated in different eras. If it truly is that terrifying monster, then the cost of awakening it would be something Bai Luo could never afford. Can a miracle drastically change a person's personality? Generally speaking, not, the old uncle said. Most miracles come without a price. In the story I told you earlier, Bai Luo, do you think it was the king who created the miracle, or did the miracle change the king? Clearly, a madman had found an equally madman miracle. Or rather, this miracle could only be awakened by a madman. A normal person would never be able to obtain it. For example, a miracle awakened by killing one's own newborn child and then, knowing it, devouring it with joy. Is that something a human could do? It's horrifying. Anyone who could do it would be a murderer, a madman. Miracles come in all shapes and sizes. Good people can find them through good deeds, and bad people can find them through evil. These are the kings of the land of miracles. Some are kind-hearted and compassionate, while others are wicked and inhumane. Before miracles, everyone is equal. There is no absolute favoritism. And miracles are neither good nor evil. Every miracle will always find a master who suits it and needs it. Then, Bai Luo asked, how should we deal with it? Such a miracle is too dangerous. It wasn't for Bai Luo, but for his family and children. If he kept it, if anything went wrong, Bai Luo would probably regret it for the rest of his life. What I say isn't necessarily right. The old uncle was wise, but also cautious. I prefer to overthink things. If Bai Luo gave up a miracle that was within his grasp because of his few words, it would be more like slander, misleading people. So let's give it a try. Maybe we're all wrong. The old uncle usually didn't make random guesses, but whatever he said basically came true. Try it, you have to try it anyway, the old uncle said. Brave child, I, Atón, have no shortage of brave children, but we have Inya, you, Shirley, and Lilith, the old uncle. With the four of you watching, how can it do anything rash? There's still time tonight. Chapter 155 The Way of the King. But who should I find? The mission in the Black Book required loving one's child. It wasn't that Bai Luo didn't have options, but there were simply too many. Ice Spirit Witch Elsa, Silver-Winged Unicorn Knight Fira, Beast Soul Witch Shira, and so on. With so many children, who wouldn't be willing to risk their lives for Bai Luo? Find the strongest. Indeed, if a problem truly arose and a wolf attacked, a stronger child would offer a higher safety margin. Besides, they had the life protection amulet given by Lilith. Senior Sister had personally tested this spell. Even with the power Lilith wielded, Senior Sister couldn't destroy it all at once. She had to divide her power, pausing for several seconds before striking again. A mere wolf, watched by four kings. And the child was already quite powerful, wearing a life protection amulet. What if? Bai Luo didn't raise his hand, but he was fully prepared. I'll do it, Elsa took the lead, raising her hand first. She knew there might be danger, but danger was always better. The more dangerous, the greater the reward. How could the little ice spirit witch of the Bai Luo family pass up such an opportunity? Elsa, great. It's finally my turn. Little Elsa is willing to do anything to please brother Bai Luo. This should be a great achievement. Elsa was transforming into Bai Luo's form. Atón, 4 quasi-heroes, but they're all adults. Jiro is the youngest, 15, but at that age, could she really still be considered a child? Bai Luo didn't know how to determine child, but Elsa was only 12. Any younger would be little Maya. Little Elsa and little Maya, you two, follow me. Bai Luo selected the two girls, causing the little ones to jump for joy, shouting, "Long live brother Bai Luo." Although Maya was only a substitute, she was still a person. Perhaps she would have a chance to play, too. Don't mess around. Bai Luo gently patted the two girls' heads and said, "This matter is still dangerous, even if it is very small, but we still have to be prepared and not be careless." Yes, Elsa and Maya will naturally not let down their guard. But they are really happy. As for the children who were not selected, Tai Hanhan was the most noisy. "I want to feed the wolves too. I want to go too." Bai Luo, hurry up and eat this silly girl. Fortunately, Bai Yinola took Tai Hanhan to roast sweet potatoes, and then took this Atón wild boar princess away. "Alice, my Atón boy, when will he be able to stand up?" Abaddon, the girls almost surrounded brother Bai Luo. What are they trying to do? They reserved a place next to Bai Luo in the future in advance. Aren't they afraid of being beaten to death by their senior sisters? Are we there yet? Seeing Bai Luo arrive with Elsa and little Maya, the old man nodded and said, "You can begin. What are you feeding them?" "Don't worry, I've prepared everything." Bai Luo accepted the raw meat that the old man had specially prepared, a favorite of wolves. To ensure the best possible performance, the old man had even prepared this raw meat specifically. He understood the habits and preferences of nearly every animal, and had therefore chosen this piece of meat specifically. The black wolf was indeed a miracle creature, but it hadn't yet awakened, just as surely, even after becoming a miracle, still preferred to graze. Similarly, the black wolf shouldn't be much different from an ordinary wolf. Gurgle, wolves are inherently wild and untamable, and they won't yield easily. Those dark green eyes, with their predatory gaze, filled Elsa and Maya with an inexplicable sense of dread just from meeting their gaze. Fortunately, they were two powerful witches. Miracle units possess numerous passive abilities, naturally including resistance to fear and shock. The girls calmed down quickly. Elsa, not caring about the blood on her hands, took the raw meat from Bai Luo's hand. Meanwhile, Shirley, Lilith, her senior sister, and Bai Luo stood in 4 directions. They were ready for any emergency, ready to intervene if the black wolf showed any signs of attacking. Gurgle, the black wolf was currently trapped in a cage constructed of golden holy energy. As Elsa approached, the cage door swung open. It looks like just an ordinary wild wolf. Elsa wasn't afraid of wild beasts. The Atón woman was supposed to be a beast nemesis. "Be careful, Elsa." Yes, but Elsa didn't dare to be careless. She untied the silver rapier from her waist, held it in her right hand, and placed it behind her. Then she bent down and offered the raw meat in her left hand to the black wolf. "Now is the time." Bai Luo looked at the black wolf. If it had simply eaten the raw meat, then he had misunderstood. The purpose of this mission was simply to test a child's courage, and it was only slightly dangerous. "Roar," the black wolf growled, quickly snatching the large piece of raw meat from Elsa's hand and then devouring it ravenously. "Roar," the black wolf growled again. Elsa, thinking he wanted more, straightened up and looked behind her. At that moment, the black wolf suddenly leaped up and pounced on Elsa. Bang! A golden holy energy formed a barrier between Elsa and the black wolf. A fierce cold air surged from the girl's back. Without this holy energy barrier, the black wolf would have been frozen into an ice sculpture by Elsa. "It attacked me." Elsa hadn't expected it to happen so suddenly. She didn't care about the attack of an ordinary wolf. More than that, Elsa was more afraid that Bai Luo had failed the mission she had given her. How is it? At this moment, the senior sister looked at Bai Luo. The black wolf was still roaring angrily in the holy energy cage. It had no humanity, a completely mad beast. The reason it didn't attack Elsa was simply the wisdom of a beast. It reassured the other first, then attacked unexpectedly. "This thing is so clever," said the old uncle. "No ordinary beast would eat food of unknown origin, but it ate the raw meat first, then attacked little Elsa." If the old uncle hadn't observed the black wolf and confirmed that it was an ordinary beast, he would have suspected it was the offspring of some monster. Just like Silvermane, its intelligence was no less than that of a human. Roar, bang, bang, as if sensing the effect of little Elsa on it, the black wolf roared wildly and even began to ram the holy energy cage with all its might. Fortunately, the senior sister controlled it and made the cage elastic, otherwise the black wolf would have been knocked unconscious. Bai Luo? How is it going now? That mission, the senior sister looked at Bai Luo, but found him staring blankly, his eyes wide open, his face filled with confusion and disbelief. At this moment, Bai Luo, who was squatting by the campfire with Inya, waiting for the sweet potatoes to roast, stood up. "What's wrong, Xiao Bei, master?" Bai Luo blinked and said to Inya, "Master is angry." "Master, you mean my brother?" "Angry." Inya had lived with Bai Luo for over a decade, and honestly, she had never seen Bai Luo angry. So it was hard to imagine what Bai Luo looked like when he was angry. But it must have been terrifying. Inya felt that if Bai Luo got angry with her, she would definitely be scolded and cry, and she would never dare to make the same mistake again. "Master is very angry," Bai Luo said, unbelievably angry, so angry that Bai Luo felt a surge of rage, wanting to vent. Bang! Suddenly, Bai Luo punched a nearby tree trunk. The force she used was so immense that the tree dented, but the girl's fist was bleeding profusely. "Wow, Xiao Bei, what are you doing?" Bai Luo was like a little sister to Inya, and Inya's protectiveness for her sister was no less than Bai Luo's. "It's okay." Bai Luo ignored Inya and instead smashed his other fist into the tree trunk. "Xiao Bei, I'm angry and need to vent. Don't mind me." Bang! Bang! Over and over, Bai Luo struck the innocent tree. To Inya's amazement, though his fist was bloody and mangled, it was healing at an astonishing rate, returning to its original state. Repeated destruction, yet the healing speed grew faster each time. Inya's talent wasn't lacking, she'd simply been severely suppressed by her sister and Bai Luo, having been raised under their protection her entire life. "Your power," Inya vaguely considered a possibility. "Could it be that you've awakened?" Boom! Boom! Elsewhere, the holy energy cage clashed with a metallic clang. Looking at Bai Luo again, he slowly raised his head, his gaze unprecedentedly cold. The senior sister was startled, instinctively fearful. Not only her, but even Shirley and Lilith sensed Bai Luo's wrath. "Master, Xiao Luo, everyone, step back." Bai Luo looked at the caged black wolf. His gaze fell on the black book in his mind, and new words appeared on the 8th page of the world-greedy giant wolf. That was the next mission, a mission even clearer and more brutal than the previous ones. "You haven't sacrificed your first subject yet, but it's only a matter of time. Love is the source of hate. Those who craved solitude have undoubtedly been hurt. No one in this world truly loves you except yourself. Subjects are all false, and loyalty is self-deception. Disregard them. Treat your so-called love as its sustenance, feed it with the subjects you cherish. The deeper your love, the more you feed it, the stronger it will become, until it devours all your fears and makes everyone fear you." This, senior sister, Shirley, and Lilith all received the details of Bai Luo's mission. Feed it. Feed Bai Luo's subjects, and the subjects Bai Luo cherishes and loves. Who does Bai Luo love? Little Maya, little Elsa, little Schuster, little Abaddon, that's everyone in Atón, his most important brothers and sisters. Miracles bring Bai Luo hope. So Bai Luo has always believed that no matter what kind of miracle it is, its essence is to make the country and the nation better. But, a miracle that heats people. "You deserve it." Bai Luo came to the cage and looked down at the black wolf. "You call yourself a miracle. What kind of miracle is this? Feeding your children, wife, father, sister, younger brother to a monster with your own hands, just so that the monster can gain more powerful power?" At this moment, everyone present felt Bai Luo's attitude. The greedy giant wolf touched Bai Luo's bottom line. The Atón people are Bai Luo's most important treasure. Anyone who dares to covet it or threaten it will become Bai Luo's enemy. Roar! The black wolf roared. It did not have enough wisdom. But inexplicably, Bai Luo heard a voice amidst the roaring, and this voice questioned him. "Do you crave power? Your people are all trash. Feeding trash to the strong makes them even stronger." "What's wrong with that?" "That's right," the voice rebuked him with utter disappointment. "You're trash too. A king must be ruthless and sever all love, only then can he be free of weakness. A king with love. Does he even deserve to be called a king? Only power. Only these are eternal. Mortals fear because they have something they can't let go of, and it will devour all that they can't let go of, consume everything they fear." If Bai Luo was worried about losing Inya, then he could kill Inya. Then he would naturally no longer fear losing her, right? To gain the power of the greedy wolf, one must abandon humanity. Cruel enough, crazy enough, bloodthirsty enough, this is the master it wants. These words were as if Bai Luo was asking himself, trying to find an answer from his heart. Xiao Luo, the uncle and the senior sister were very worried about Bai Luo. Swish, Bai Luo raised his hand to stop them. Come to think of it, Bai Luo looked at the black wolf in the cage calmly. I still don't know what kind of miracle you are, right? The black wolf naturally couldn't answer, but Bai Luo was not asking the black wolf. Hula. Before, Bai Luo was attracted by the extremely extreme task. Now that he came to his senses, he realized that the black wolf's attributes had already changed. World greedy wolf, contract, Bai Luo Atón level, middle type, miracle creature alignment, fool's feast abilities, unawakened, please sacrifice your loved ones to it. The more it devours, the higher its aptitude will be. Minimum 100 people. How? Bai Luo laughed, a self-deprecating, almost sarcastic laugh. Your mission is so arrogant. I thought you were some powerful fellow, a middle. Ha. Bai Luo found it ridiculous. If it had only one miracle, the world greedy wolf might indeed be very powerful. But Bai Luo had the black book, so he had more than one miracle. I have a middle, and I have a higher, me. Bai Luo said gravely, do I need someone like you, a mere middle? With that, Bai Luo drew his sword, removed the holy energy cage, and then stamped on the black wolf's head. Everyone stared at Bai Luo in shock. He actually treated a miracle this way, blaspheming and insulting such a noble and great miracle. This was a miracle. Anyone who possesses one of these miracles can become king and dominate. Miracles should be used for my own benefit. If I have to change myself to obtain a so-called miracle, Bai Luo said, then who is the master, me or you? I am the master of miracles. If I say yes, then yes. If I say no, then no one can say no. I probably won't ever get you in this lifetime, then forget it, it's just a miracle, I don't care if I don't. Bai Luo spoke with an incredibly calm tone, words that would shock the entire world. The greedy wolf is within reach. All Bai Luo needs to do is feed Elsa, or little Maya, to the black wolf. If that doesn't work, there are the tree elves, 260 of them, and they are also Bai Luo's cherished and treasured treasures. Feeding them will also awaken the black wolf and the power of the greedy wolf. This country is my home. I will never abandon anything here. I'm sorry. Bai Luo apologized to the black wolf, but not for killing it. He apologized, I shouldn't have saved you before, so now, can you please die? Puff. The long sword fell, and Bai Luo calmly pierced the black wolf's head, then cut it off. Having done all this, Bai Luo felt a sense of clarity. Of course, Bai Luo could leave it alone and work his way back, or find another way to exploit the miracle loopholes in the black book. But that wouldn't be a good start. If Bai Luo did this today, then the next time, and the next time. When an even more terrifying miracle mission appeared, what would he choose? Betrayal. There are only 0 times, and countless times. The same goes for compromise. Bai Luo would not allow such a bad start, so he decided to make a choice right from the start. From now on, any miracles like this that harm the people and the country will be dealt with immediately and without leniency. Swish. However, just as Bai Luo finished all this, the previously calm black book began to flip. Bai Luo looked at the black book in his mind, puzzled. He saw the words on page 8 had vanished. Bai Luo had assumed it was because the miracle had vanished. Since he had killed it, page 8 was naturally blank. But the next moment, Bai Luo looked in astonishment at the newly revealed words on page 8, Heart of Greed, True, Contract, Bai Luo Atón. Level, Medium. Type, Miracle Object. Alignment, Foolish Old Feast. Contract Method, with love for country and cherishment of the people, understand the meaning of strength and protection. Then, undeterred by power, face your true nature and eliminate greed. Ability, this is the essence of the power of the greedy wolf. It purifies the outer malevolence, leaving only pure miracle power. It will be even more powerful than the greedy wolf and completely obey its master's will. Instructions, allow it to replace the heart, and you will devour eternity. A new miracle. Bai Luo hadn't expected that this miracle wasn't actually the black wolf, but the miracle object called the Heart of Greedy. Will it be even more powerful than the greedy wolf? Bai Luo felt the surprise come so unexpectedly after such a sudden turn of events. Your Majesty, Xiao Luo. Bai Luo looked at the corpse of the black wolf, reducing it to ashes. Then, opening his hand, he saw a blood-red, jewel-like heart appear in his palm. Replace the heart and devour eternity. These 2 sentences told Bai Luo how to use the greedy heart and the direction of its power, devourment. Uncle, Feya, the true miracle, the information in the black book, gave Bai Luo great encouragement. He did nothing wrong, he did the right thing. If one cannot even protect the country and the people, and can only sacrifice them in exchange for the country's stability, such a person is not worthy of being called a king. I found the 8th miracle. For the first time, Bai Luo was so excited. Not only because the miracle affirmed his way as a king, but also because this miracle was the first miracle Bai Luo had awakened based on his own judgment. I found it. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156 The Greedy Wolf King. The 8th miracle. The uncle's hand holding the cigarette trembled slightly, and the ash fell. Then the old man took a few strong puffs. Ahem, I already have 8, and 20 is only a matter of time. My little Luo has the qualities of a great emperor. Bai Luo, uncle, why do I feel like you're raising a flag for me? Uncle, isn't the quality of a great emperor a compliment? Let me check my aptitude first. Bai Luo pinched Greedy hard and looked at the black book, where his aptitude appeared. Bai Luo, status, Miracle Master Aptitude. 24% rating, can unleash 40% of the power of this miracle development rating, currently possessing multiple miracle powers, limited energy, and squandering resources. Greedy Heart and Bai Luo's aptitude are very low, but what Bai Luo cares about more is the development rating. So, Bai Luo turned the black book's appraisal target to senior sister Isephia, identity, person of miracles qualification. 14% rating, can only unleash 30% of this miracle's power. Development rating, sufficient energy, can attempt to develop a second miracle. I can't use this miracle. Bai Luo understood. His uncle said, don't worry. Once a person of miracles is born, what's his will be yours. This might be a disguised miracle bug. When a master of miracles is unable to use miracles, he will still receive feedback through the advancement of a person of miracles. In effect, this grants Bai Luo the power of the world of Avalon and the heart of greed. And there's no need to develop it, just sit back and reap the benefits. Bai Luo can use any of his senior sister's noble phantasms whenever he wants, and he'll also learn the Dao Xiang method that his senior sister has mastered. His strength will automatically increase, as if he's idling. This is also what his uncle said. Bai Luo will become extremely formidable in the future. How could someone who controls dozens, even hundreds, of miracle powers not be terrifying? Who should I give it to, then? Come, test your uncle. Ahem, I almost forgot again. Bai Luo quickly gave his uncle an appraisal, but the result was still embarrassing. Saros, identity, miracle citizen compatibility, minus 1000% rating, certain death. Why is this happening? Bai Luo looked at his uncle. This isn't right. Once was an accident, but twice, with the exact same compatibility, there's definitely something wrong. I can't do it. The uncle took out a new cigarette and lit it for himself. It's no big deal, I know. Let's go find another child. What on earth is this? Maybe I was cursed when I was looking for miracles before. The uncle had never received a miracle, but he must have searched for it. As for what happened in the end, Bai Luo didn't know. A miracle curse? Just like when I offended Shirley, and Shirley cursed me. Is there a way to break it? Yes, the old uncle said. All we need is a miracle higher than Shirley's. Hearing his uncle's words, Bai Luo suddenly realized, that's easy. Bai Luo didn't have much else, but miracles were plentiful. He could always find a miracle higher in rank than the one that cursed his uncle. Subconsciously, Bai Luo still hoped to find a miracle that could grant blessings, so that he could turn them all into Bai Luo's miracle people. Miracle people die in battle. As long as there's war, there will always be sacrifice. If the old uncle and Inya became Bai Luo's miracle people, they would be by his side forever. A team that wouldn't disband, a team that could support each other, that was what Bai Luo longed for. I'll go gather everyone. The senior sister went ahead, summoning everyone to the Great Hall of Avalon Castle, including Inya, Silly Tiger, and Halebo. After all, the three were new arrivals, so Shiro wouldn't normally choose them first. But after all, they were all his miracle people, just like the tree elves, so there was no reason to treat them differently. But as always, as long as the difference wasn't too great, Shiro preferred those he knew. And as it turned out, of the three, Inya had the highest compatibility with this miracle, reaching 80%. It's hard to imagine a girl having such a rapport with a greedy heart. Inya and the foolish old feast system seem quite out of place. Inya, compatibility. 70%. If it were just Inya and Inya, Shiro would choose the younger sister. So, Inya had effectively been eliminated. Elsa, compatibility. 10%, Maya, compatibility. 5%, Aaliyah, compatibility, minus 200%. Comma, Shiro, Aaliyah has her low compatibility with the greedy heart, because she's kind-hearted. Sheila, compatibility. 200%. Huh? Shiro remained expressionless, but his heart was filled with shock. Your Majesty, what's wrong? Little Shira, the beast soul witch, looked at Bai Luo in confusion. Nothing, Bai Luo said, thinking to himself, what a high aptitude. Shira, aptitude. 200% status, Miracle Citizen rating 1, Fusion will definitely succeed rating 2, Miracle will be proud of her. Looks like it must be Shira. Just as Bai Luo was thinking this, he glanced at Leon, who had come with Shira. Leon and Shira were twins. Although Shira had just turned 14, she was 1.6 meters tall, with silver hair and red eyes. Shira looked a bit like a junior sister, and like her, she had a cool and elegant demeanor, but hers was aloof, while Shira's was pure, icy coldness. Of course, this was only for outsiders. Shira would occasionally smile when facing the Atón people. Especially in front of Bai Luo, she was no different from little Maya or little Elsa. A single pat on the head and the lone wolf instantly turned into a fool. Leon bore a striking resemblance to Sheila, his personality and appearance akin to a male version of her. Leon's appearance wasn't effeminate, but rather strikingly handsome. Standing erect and slender, he resembled a Western European gentleman, a butler, or a young butler. Though only 14, at 1.7 meters tall, he stood the same as an adult. If Fyra and Knowles were the eagles of Atón, then Leon and Sheila were the wolves of Atón. Leon, competency. 500%, full load, status, child of miracle evaluation, definitely a success. Highly rated, Miracle will be proud of him. Super highly rated, unprecedented. Ultimate rating, destined to push greedy world to new heights. Even if someone else were to obtain this miracle in the future, they would at best be as good as Leon, never better. What else could be said? The candidate had been chosen, surpassing everyone else's commensurate aptitude. Combined with the Black Book's assessment, Leon was the perfect match for greedy world. This brother and sister, oh, so that's how it is. Bai Luo discovered that miracles themselves have a bias, choosing those with whom they are most compatible. Leon and Sheila's personalities are very similar, so both were chosen by the heart of greed. In contrast, although senior sister's aptitude is high, her compatibility with the heart of greed is incompatible, resulting in a low aptitude. This shows that the aptitude of a miracle has nothing to do with aptitude, even if some children are sentenced to death by the heart of greed and the world of Avalon. But in the future, who can be sure that there won't be miracles they can obtain, while senior sister and Leon can't? There must be miracles in this world that are suitable for you, but you just can't encounter them. Leon, stay. Everyone else, please leave. Bai Luo asked everyone to leave. The Atón people didn't ask any questions, but Leon looked at Bai Luo curiously. He had a vague suspicion, but he didn't say anything, nor did he dare to ask. Soon, Bai Luo summoned Leon to his administrative office. There, senior sister, uncle, Lilith, and Shirley were all there. Leon, Bai Luo said, do you know why I kept you here? I have some guesses. Leon adored Bai Luo, believing his admiration to be no less than that of Abaddon, Shostakovich, and the others. Even if Bai Luo told him to die, Leon wouldn't even frown. Sheila and Leon, surnamed Brotherhood. The siblings lost their parents at the age of 2. At the time, deserters disguised themselves as bandits, looting and burning. It was Bai Luo, then only 8 years old, who rescued them. He hid the children in the cellar, commanding them to remain silent, and then risked his life to lure the enemy away. You hide here, brother Bai Luo, don't worry about me, Bai Luo said, patting the children's heads. I'm an adult, having lived 2 lives. Bai Luo's mental age at that time was closer to 30. Leon could never forget the fear he felt that day, nor the sense of security Bai Luo had given him. Tell me about it. You gathered us once before, and shortly thereafter, Her Majesty the Queen became a person of miracles. Leon didn't know how Person of Miracles came to be, but it was impossible for him not to see the obvious connection, so I think you might be selecting Person of Miracles, and I've been chosen. Yes, you've been chosen. Bai Luo didn't give Leon any tests, because there was no need. This child had been raised by Bai Luo. Every child in the village had been personally nurtured by Bai Luo, with countless efforts. Their very natures were etched with Bai Luo's mark. It was a pity that Leon was a boy, otherwise, Bai Luo's form would have surely played a role. King Billy, why didn't you mention me now? I found the 8th miracle. Bai Luo summoned the heart of greed. The bright red, jewel-like heart captivated Leon's gaze. At that moment, Leon's blood began to boil, and he subconsciously moved closer. Leon quickly lowered his head, his brow furrowed. Your Majesty, what happened just now? Your compatibility with it is very high. The reaction just now must be because of this, so I will give you its power. Bai Luo, you will become my miracle man, and will be with me from now on, sharing honor and disgrace. Bai Luo told Leon what the miracle man meant. After hearing this, the latter excitedly clenched his fists tightly, even his nails dug into his palms and bled, but he ignored it. Please, wait a moment. Leon was willing to become Bai Luo's miracle man and be loyal to him for the rest of his life. But Leon had a question. Why don't you use it yourself? My qualification is very low. Hearing Bai Luo's words, Leon's face darkened slightly. You mean, this thing looks down on you? Oh, Bai Luo thought about it. And it seemed that what Leon said was not wrong, it was indeed like that. Too arrogant. Leon regarded Bai Luo as a god. In his mind, Bai Luo was the most handsome, outstanding, and noble being in the world. He had the same attitude as his senior sister when facing the throne. These miracles actually dared to blaspheme the Supreme Master in his mind. Damn it. Please rest assured, Leon took the heart of greed from Bai Luo's hand and swore, I will definitely discipline it well for you and never let it be so presumptuous again. Well, Bai Luo, okay, thank you for your hard work, leave it to me. Leon knelt on one knee and lowered his head again. Leon, I will never let you down. Bai Luo didn't know that he had brainwashed these children to such an extent. He thought about it carefully, and it seemed that he didn't do anything. Searching for herbs for days and nights, risking his life to save people, risking his life to protect, playing the role of a good father, telling them bedtime stories, helping them bathe, or hugging them when they were scared. These things don't seem like a big deal. They're all basic operations for a good brother like Atón, just everyday life for Bai Luo. Bai Luo, what a shame, my famed life, only to have my leg broken by a wild boar. Your Majesty, how should I use it? Just crush it. The heart of greed's replacement of the heart is more of a metaphor. It's not that the heart of greed is actually a heart. It will fuse with Leon, transforming him into a miracle person, which is a type of miracle person. In other words, this miracle object isn't a weapon or a functional tool, its function is simply to transform a person into a miracle person. Begin. Yes, Leon grasped the heart of greed and began to exert force. Bai Luo mentally said, I allow this child to use your power. Cracks appeared on the heart of greed, and suddenly, black flames, accompanied by endless blood, burst forth crazily. Leon felt a sharp pain. The flames clung to Leon's body like maggots on his tarsal bones, causing him immense pain. Damn it, Leon forced himself to endure the pain, but the crimson glow that followed pierced his skin. For a moment, Leon's entire body seemed covered in blood threads. Like living creatures, they burrowed towards his heart. Even Bai Luo was terrified by the terrifying scene. Hold on, little Leon. Although he knew Leon would succeed, the pain of the miracle fusion was beyond his expectations. Roar. Leon roared as his body suddenly expanded, his fur growing wildly, and he quickly soared 3 or 4 meters high. His eyes were bloodshot, his fangs black, his claws blood red. Sizzle. Leon fell to his knees in agony, his claws tearing through the ground. Furthermore, this terrifying destructive force temporarily inhibited the castle's self-repair. Senior sister, such a terrifying destructive force. Can little Leon really control it? That depends on Leon himself, Bai Luo said, confident in Leon's ability. Furthermore, this was a true miracle, and it must meet Bai Luo's requirements. Bai Luo's requirements for miracles were nothing more than strength, excellence, safety, and the ability to protect the people of Atón and contribute to the development of the Atón nation. If these requirements were met, Bai Luo would accept some other flaws in the greedy power. Roar. As he spoke, a series of pitch-black chains suddenly appeared behind Leon. These chains bound Leon in front of him, but did not confine his limbs, nor did they affect his movement or combat. Instead, they served more as decoration. Whoosh whoosh. Leon's eyes gradually cleared. A large amount of blood flowed from him, centered on the ground. Leon looked at Bai Luo. Your Majesty, Did I succeed? Greedy Wolf King Leon. Contract. Bai Luo 8 in level. Intermediate miracle type. Miracle person faction. Fool's Old Feast Awakening. 1 awakening ability. Explore on your own. Looking at the attributes in the Black Book, Bai Luo knew that Leon had succeeded. He had become Bai Luo's second miracle person in the 8th miracle body. Congratulations, Leon. Bai Luo stood up and walked straight to him without paying attention to Leon's terrifying appearance. The close connection between Miracle and his master made Bai Luo like him more and more, instead of being afraid or disgusted. Look, quite majestic and domineering. Bai Luo looked Leon up and down, and patted his thigh. Well, very handsome, strong and powerful. Bai Luo, you are worthy of being my Atón man. The Atón boy has finally stood up. Leon quickly knelt on one knee. I'm sorry to make you look up at me. Bai Luo was standing in front of Leon. The latter was nearly 4 meters tall, and even when he knelt, he was still much taller than Bai Luo. It's okay, Bai Luo didn't care. How do you feel? Can you control this power? It's difficult. Leon didn't dare lie to Bai Luo. I have a very evil, terrifying power within me. It's extremely bloodthirsty and violent. Leon knew his companions well. If it were anyone else, even Atón, they would probably be consumed by this rage and attack others madly. Atón, that berserker, that miracle, how could he restrain him? Not indulging him was considered a good thing. Only people like Leon and Sheila, with their unwavering resolve, could be assassins and undercover agents who could endure endless loneliness and pain. Bai Luo asked seriously. Are you okay? Don't worry. Leon tugged at the black chain on his body. This chain is made of my miraculous power, called the Chain of Lydon. It can suppress the violent blood within me, however, it only suppressed it. Once Leon fought, his greed for the world would run wild, and his thirst for blood and bloodlust would grow even more intense. Are the side effects so severe that they're uncontrollable? I have a feeling, Leon said. That's a limit. As long as I don't cross it, I won't lose control. But if I do, Your Majesty, Leon said, please restrain me when the time comes. If you can't, kill me. Bai Luo could kill Leon. But this death would be more like a rebirth for Leon. I won't truly die. I'll be resurrected soon. Please promise me, Leon said. I can control myself and not harm the Atón people, but this is my limit. Greed for worldly power could easily drive Leon to bloodthirsty frenzy. At that point, Leon might take pleasure in killing, targeting everyone, young and old. If Bai Luo were nearby, he could subdue Leon with a single command. But the problem was, what if Bai Luo wasn't there? Leon would subconsciously distance himself from his companions, but around outsiders, or those from other countries, Leon would completely lose control. The foolish old feast is still the foolish old feast after all. This was Leon, with a 500% qualification level. If it were anyone else, they would have probably gone berserk by now. However, even Leon couldn't completely suppress the brutal blood in his body, which shows that the foolish old feast's faction is indeed very dangerous and strange. What will happen to those who gain your miracle power? I don't know. Leon shook his head. He had just awakened, and he hadn't yet discovered how to transform the miracle people. But this was not a problem. Leon had received the gift of the mysterious dragon, and the power within him would soon awaken. This also meant that Leon would soon enter the second stage. By then, Bai Luo would clearly see the true nature of Leon's power. It would become clear what the world greed wolf's miraculous power was, and how it would transform its subjects. In that case, Bai Luo said, then you'll stay with me for the time being. Yes, Leon knew his situation. The world greed wolf was dangerous, so it was better for him to stay with Bai Luo, who could suppress him at any time. Miracles couldn't harm their masters. Not only Leon now, but even the former vicious dog was incredibly well behaved and docile to his master. As for your duties, Bai Luo said, just be guards. Protect my safety. Bai Luo's guards seemed unnecessary. Who could defeat him? But everyone in Arden took it for granted. Bai Luo's safety was paramount. Yes, Leon was thrilled. Being Bai Luo's guard meant he could stick by Bai Luo's side openly. Although the world greed wolf was a wolf, it still retained some of its canine qualities. Like all miracles, Leon craved Bai Luo's favor and admiration. As long as I'm here, I won't let anyone touch you. Leave it to you. Bai Luo nodded. By the way, can you change back? You're so big, it's too conspicuous. I'll need Lady Lilith's help, Leon said. He had just torn his clothes, and changing back now would be rude. The young man was very particular about respect and etiquette. He considered the thought of something disrespectful, let alone doing it, a heinous crime. A wolf is aloof, a dog is loyal. Leon, embodying both the aloofness of a wolf and the loyalty of a dog, was willing to live forever as Bai Luo's hungry wolf, devouring everything for him. "Why call me Lord?" Lilith said. "Now we are all His Majesty's miracles." With a flick of her finger, Lilith quickly conjured a garment around Leon. The dark, impeccably tailored suit. Leon's stature had grown considerably, perhaps thanks to the miracle. His silver hair and bloodshot black and red eyes were particularly enchanting. Leon was already handsome, but after merging with the heart of greed and becoming the greedy wolf, his charm skyrocketed. He resembled a demon lord from hell, in sheer beauty. Even the tree elves couldn't compare. "Your Majesty." Leon clenched his right fist and clasped it behind his waist, bowing to Bai Luo. "Thank you for your gift. Leon will never let you down." It's hard to imagine a young man with such aristocratic grace emerging from a rural village like Atón village. But his uncle's approach to education was tailored to the individual's individual needs. Just like senior sister's aloofness and Tihanhun's naivete, Leon and Shira had been raised in an elite education, with etiquette being a compulsory subject. "Let's test our fighting prowess," Bai Luo said, and senior sister immediately led everyone to Avalon's martial arts arena. Leon then battled senior sister, Lilith, and Shirley. Of course, he failed to defeat all three, losing all three matches. But Bai Luo had to admit that Leon was very strong. While his moves were a bit immature, he had great potential. After observing this, his uncle began to specifically research moves that would suit Leon. "I noticed that you've been suppressing yourself in battle." Leon fought with remarkable grace. Even when suppressed and beaten, he maintained a humble and gentle demeanor, accepting the challenge with a smile. However, this wasn't the greedy wolf. Only when Leon went berserk and mad could the greedy wolf's true power be revealed. "Is that power terrifying?" "Very terrifying." Leon respected his uncle immensely and spoke frankly, "But I'm not afraid of it. I just think that this kind of attitude shouldn't be used on a companion." "Yeah, that makes sense," but to be frank, he still couldn't let go. The uncle took out a book and said, "Here, this book is the experience I accumulated when I was frustrated," the uncle said. "Although it's not a profound martial arts manual and doesn't help improve your strength, it can calm you down when you're impatient. Read it more often when you have time." The uncle smiled and patted Leon's shoulder. "My Yadin is now dominated by women and weak by men. Among the younger men, besides Knowles, I have to rely on you, Leon." "Ugh. Is this a man of Yadin finally going to stand up?" "You?" Leon knew his uncle's prowess, practically the almighty god of the Atonians. "Have you even prepared for this?" "What's the point of preparing?" the uncle replied. "I just seemed to have nothing better to do, so I did some research. I'm not that proficient, just a little understanding." Leon, although he wanted to complain, Leon still accepted the advice his uncle gave him. The uncle said, "You probably can't even use 10% of your current power. I don't know if this book will be of any use, but I hope it will. I'll definitely read it carefully." Leon was overjoyed. The things his uncle gave him were all invaluable strategies. In Leon's memory, his uncle never did anything unnecessary. He either didn't act, or when he did, it was always earth-shattering. So, Leon opened the book his uncle had given him. It wasn't impressive, and even a little difficult to understand. But as Leon read and understood it carefully, his heart truly settled. By the time Leon realized what was happening, hours had already passed. Looking back at the book in his hands, Leon was surprised to realize, I've been reading for so long, and I've only read 3 paragraphs. A page has dozens of lines, and Leon spent hours reading just a few sentences. "Leon, Grandpa, you still say you're not a big shot. What did you give him?" Bai Luo asked the uncle curiously. The uncle puffed on a cigarette and casually replied, "Nothing. Just some poems I wrote when I was young, inspired by my feelings." "You can write poetry," the uncle's new skill, poetry. "Just a little bit," the uncle waved his hand. "Just scribbling, Bai Luo." Leon was stunned. He was just scribbling. "Can I have a look?" "Sure, uncle, I have dozens of books in my room. If you are interested, go get them." "I'll go." Bai Luo was stunned. "Where did you hide them?" "I've lived in my hometown for so long, how come I didn't find them?" "Did you bury them somewhere?" "Bury what?" "Who buries books in the soil, uncle? They're all newly written after I came to the island. There was not so much paper at home before, so I could only remember them in my mind." Bai Luo was quite interested in the uncle's literary talent. The senior sister had already left. Bai Luo, hey, remember to bring them back, we will read them together in the evening. After a while, the senior sister sent a good news, there are so many books, who wrote them, they are all from Dad, then what are you hesitating about, Bai Luo, move them all back. After the uncle came to the island, in addition to doing research on weekdays and helping everyone find ways to improve, he also communicated with Grandpa Andrew about the international situation, discussed the Atón law with Grandpa Shan Wang, designed the Atón Island planning map by himself, created the Fighting Saint method practice secrets, and so on. After finishing all that, when my uncle has nothing better to do, he loves to write. For example, he might write poems and articles he's written in the past but never recorded, or something he's recently inspired. It's nothing serious, really, I just have a basic understanding. My uncle, as I get older, this is just a hobby. I'll keep learning as long as I live. Chapter 157 The Lion King. Brother, Tai Hanhan walked cheerfully, grabbing Bai Luo's hand and waving as he shouted, good news, I have good news, what is it? Inya actually had good news. Was she full and couldn't eat anymore? Or had she finished her homework and finally been praised by her senior sister? But the problem was, her senior sister was right beside Bai Luo. There was no reason for her not to tell Bai Luo immediately about such unexpected good news. It's Xiao Bei, I discovered Xiao Bei's ability. She's awakened. Inya was unusually boastful. She stood with her hands on her hips, her head held high, and her expression was as arrogant as if to say, hurry up and praise me. Really? Bai Luo was shocked. Was this a double blessing? Bai Luo looked at Bai Luo. The secret that even his uncle hadn't been able to crack had been solved by Inya, the wild boar queen. Incredible. Could it be that the wild boar queen actually had some special talent that Bai Luo hadn't discovered? No, not even his uncle had discovered it. Bai Luo, this woman, could it be that she's the protagonist, and I'm just the heroine's casual brother? The casual brother, sister, after I pass away, you must become a Mary Sue. Inya, don't worry, from now on, I'll be Mary Sue Inya. What's going on? In response to her uncle's questioning, Inya recounted the previous events. After hearing this, her uncle and Bai Luo were stunned. It seems like this is our own fault, the senior sister said. You two, one pampers Xiao Bei like a granddaughter, the other like a younger sister. Tisk, tisk, tisk. If Inya hadn't discovered Bai Luo's true awakening method, they probably would never have found it. What is Bai Luo's awakening method? In one word, beating. Or rather, inflict all kinds of harm on her. Pain, pressure, loss, damage, even devastating blows. To prove her point, the senior sister ignored the two useless people and personally took Bai Luo to the martial arts arena. Senior sister naturally wouldn't hit Bai Luo. She boasted about being powerful, but in reality, she loved Bai Luo so much she couldn't bear to hide her. Xiao Bei, just punch this wall, okay? If Inya was a complete idiot, then Bai Luo was a complete idiot. Anyone who saw her would immediately react with silly, cute, white, and sweet, the kind who could fool anyone. Hey, however, after receiving senior sister's instructions, Bai Luo didn't hesitate a moment and punched the wall in front of her. Bang! With all her might, her expression remained unwavering. Crack! Holy crap! Break it! From behind, Bai Luo and his uncle watched Bai Luo's movements. She wasn't hitting ordinary rock, the rock wall of the martial arts arena was incredibly hard. And the one in front of Bai Luo was as hard as steel. The punch had landed so hard. His uncle and Bai Luo could only imagine the consequences for Bai Luo's arm, and their hearts ached. Bai Luo, uncle, when you beat me before, you never seemed to feel any pain. Uncle, boys and girls, how can she be the same? Really? If Inya were a boy, so lazy and gluttonous, I'd beat her to death. Too bad, there's nothing I can do about that girl. I still have to pamper her when I need to. Even if I scold her from time to time, I'm still reluctant. Bai Luo, uncle, you're obsessed with daughters. Uncle, you're obsessed with sisters, how dare you say that to me? Bai Luo, uncle. What's wrong with being obsessed with sisters, daughters? Is it illegal? Grandpa Shan, the law was just added, and now it's illegal. Bai Luo, uncle, oh, damn. Xiao Bei, is your hand okay? Senior sister teleported to Bai Luo's side, her expression anxious. She looked at Bai Luo's dangling right arm. It was clearly broken, and completely severed. Blood dripped onto Bai Luo's feet. The hand bones were broken, and the fist was shattered, even more so. However, what shocked the senior sister was that, despite such a serious injury, Bai Luo didn't even frown from beginning to end. What a formidable willpower! The old uncle had always known Bai Luo's character. She was hard-working and persevering. No matter how many homework assignments the old uncle gave her, Bai Luo would complete them diligently. In terms of effort, 10,000 Inya stacked together couldn't match Bai Luo's. Inya, so, are you calling me short? Doesn't it hurt? Yes, Bai Luo was certainly in pain, but her ability to endure pain clearly exceeded the expectations of the senior sister and the others. I see, the old uncle approached. Although he felt distressed, he observed Bai Luo's arm carefully. Fia, wait, the old uncle stopped the senior sister from using holy energy to heal, saying, don't treat it yet. Xiao Bei's hand is healing. Letting it heal on its own might be more beneficial. This punch couldn't be in vain. Since it was delivered, it had to produce an effect. It's hard to imagine what kind of miraculous creatures the Shilin survivors are. The old uncle looked Bai Luo in the eye and said to Bai Luo and his senior sister, I want to do another test to see what happens to Xiao Bei. So, the old uncle instructed his senior sister to create a sharp steel needle, about a fingertip long, from the wall. The needle, like a nail, pointed outward, as if it had sprouted from the wall, pointing towards the crowd. Bai Luo was puzzled. The old uncle said, Xiao, if I asked you to punch this nail, what would your first reaction be? Hiss. Bai Luo looked at the sharp needle. If I force myself, I should be able to do it, but you'll hesitate? Right, when faced with sharp objects, people subconsciously avoid them. This is fear. Xiao Bei, whoa, but the moment the old uncle finished shouting, Bai Luo punched the needle, and blood splattered. No, wait. I didn't tell you to actually hide it. Puff, the bones of his previously intact left hand shattered. The needle pierced Bai Luo's fist, piercing through the gap between her middle finger and into her wrist bone. Such a scene, let alone doing it, was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Luckily, Bai Luo and his senior sister were not ordinary people, and their inherent resistance quickly dispelled the feeling. Ouch, you little girl, I was just giving you an example. I didn't ask you to really hide her. The old uncle slapped his forehead vigorously. He quickly asked his senior sister to treat Bai Luo. What self-healing? Grandpa's heart was broken to see his granddaughter injured like this. The senior sister quickly healed Bai Luo, and the old uncle and Bai Luo finally breathed a sigh of relief. As for Inya, Xiao Bei, you're so amazing. You dare to do this? Yes, Bai Luo, do you want to try? Okay, Tai Han imitated Bai Luo, but she found that she couldn't exert any strength. Hiss, even when her fist approached the needle, it only touched lightly and immediately withdrew. No, Inya, I'd better forget it. Xiao Bei, you are worthy of being my sister Inya. You are really awesome. Do you understand? The old uncle said to Bai Luo, if a person is punished and endures pain, it's nothing, but how can ordinary people punch a nail? He can hide it with all his strength. The old uncle, what a terrible and tough mind. This child, I'm afraid there is no fear. Xiao Bei's ability probably requires her to endure a lot of pain, and then adapt, and thus continue to become stronger. The old uncle said, we have been educating her gently before, and just avoided this route of harm, but this is too much, right? Bai Luo, let me hurt Xiao Bei. How can I do it? Bai Luo did not have a masochistic tendency. She was very calm throughout the whole process, and never got happiness from the pain. Instead, she was more using amazing willpower to endure it. Physical training, spiritual transcendence, the uncle said. Xiao Bei's miraculous powers are truly extraordinary, so how exactly should we train Xiao Bei? I can't think of many, the uncle said. If Xiao Bei's abilities are truly adaptive, then we can use fire attacks, blunt and sharp weapons, and physical training programs. For her spiritual well-being, perhaps confinement in a dark room might be an option. Bai Luo, uncle, are you a demon? Ahem, the uncle, just ignore me. Bai Luo wasn't an enemy, nor a prisoner. If they tortured her like this, Bai Luo and the uncle would probably slap themselves in self-blame. Are you still human? She's still a child. Then the best way is to take her to the battlefield, on the battlefield, to fight the enemy. As family, father and brother, they couldn't bring themselves to do it, So they used reality to train Bai Luo. But have we had a war recently? No. Then, fire attack, blunt force weapons, or dark room, whoever dares to do that to my little man Tao, I'll tear him apart, Bai Luo and his uncle agreed. Bai Luo's awakening was too troublesome, and their own people couldn't bring themselves to do it. Inya, you didn't ask me, but I think I can do it. Bai Luo, do you remember the Five-Finger Mountain by Daming Lake? It's a shame, isn't it? Inya, danger. When Inya was a child, she was naughty, and Bai Luo would occasionally use that to teach her a lesson. Even now, a single slap from Bai Luo would instantly scare Inya, never to dare to act rashly again. Let's start with physical training for Bai, the extreme kind. Then, we can try warm baths, hot baths, and boiling baths. This is a gradual process. Once it's ready, we can try fire attacks. If Bai Luo can truly adapt, it means her abilities are indeed developing in this direction. Infinite adaptability, infinite evolution. According to this line of thought, Bai Luo asked, will Bai eventually become invincible? Yes, the uncle said, it's possible, but I don't think it's that easy. That's right, and so, the matter came to a temporary end. Bai Luo's training had originally been assigned to a senior sister, but since she was closer to Bai Luo took over personally. The process involved a large wooden barrel filled with bath water. Starting at 50 degrees Celsius, Bai Luo would fish Bai Luo out when her skin showed signs of damage, and then toss her back in. Bai Luo, giving a little girl a bath, Atón, no one's better than me. The ceremony begins now. In the square of Avalon Castle, the familiar scene reappeared. The Atonians, including the newly joined Elbow and the other three, half knelt on the ground. 3 minutes up, you can stand, Bai Luo said, but the three elves clearly didn't. Seeing this, Elbow grabbed the silly tiger as he began to stand. Kneel down quickly, it's not over yet. The Atonians had risen, but the three elves remained kneeling. Clearly, there was something else going on. Your Majesty, you said last time that we could make up for what we did next time. Bai Luo felt helpless. He looked up at the sky. It's almost noon, and everyone must be hungry. How about we wait until next time? However, the three elves clearly wouldn't agree. Even if obtaining a miracle is as easy as eating and drinking water for you, we still have to exercise our rights. It's only natural for the people of miracles to kneel before their masters. Helplessly, Bai Luo had to make up for what they had done before. The tree elves had never kneeled before Chumengsheng, Pegasus, or Lilith. Oh, and then there were the tree elves themselves. The tree elves, even if we have to kneel to ourselves, we must kneel. Alright, Bai Luo had no choice but to comply with the wishes of these people. It was a trivial matter. If you want to kneel, then kneel. But this was a difficult situation for Bai Luo. Standing in the midday sun, with nearly 400 people, including young children, kneeling before him. Seeing their reverent expressions, Bai Luo couldn't move, so he could only accompany them, becoming a statue for over 10 minutes. Your Majesty, what's up? Bai Luo saw it was Elbow and the other two. Elbow said, I think we should kneel a little longer. No, you don't, but today's not enough, we'll make up for it later, Bai Luo said casually. For example, next time you kneel for 6 minutes. Do it a few more times, and you'll make up for what you already did, right? Oh, Elbow thought Bai Luo's words made perfect sense, and immediately pulled Silly Tiger and Inya to their feet. You're right, Your Majesty, this time, the miracle is Leon, Bai Luo said. Leon has officially become my miracle person. Leon, whatever happened before, it will remain the same. No need to be restrained. Yes, Your Majesty, Leon didn't want to alienate his companions. Aden wasn't like any other country. Here, the miracle itself and its people could mingle. Moreover, everyone present was their own people, and they would never do anything that would harm Bai Luo's interests. Christine was a prime example. After 3 days of tormenting her, Dazu hadn't revealed a single piece of information about the Grand Duke of the Fairy Eagle. You have to remember, Dazu was just a marginal figure. For a marginal figure to have such awareness, the cohesion of the Kingdom of Miracles was truly terrifying. Helber, come here. Yes, Bai Luo sent Helber away, while the Atonians surrounded Leon. Leon, you've become so handsome, the color of your eyes, black and red. Could this be the legendary demon His Majesty was talking about? Demon, so cool. Lion, Leon, what are your abilities? Show me, I want to be like that, too. Leon, can your miraculous power turn me into you? I want to be a demon too." Unlike his senior sister, Leon was their comrade. Even after becoming a miracle man, Leon didn't distance himself from them. When faced with everyone's questions, Leon took his time, answering them one by one. I'm the first to ask." Little Mai raised her hand. "Leon, did you go to Thailand for plastic surgery? How come you look so different?" "Where is Thailand?" The tree elves heard of it for the first time. "Your Majesty, the country in the story seems to be a magical country that can turn men into women." "Wow, amazing. There's actually such a miraculous country. Maybe it's because of the power of miracles." "That's nothing. The third brother country is amazing," Fyra said. "That's a country with cheats." Leon was naturally aloof, but he didn't want to appear a lone wolf to his friends. He and his sister, little Sheila, were two silly huskies in front of the Atón people, good companions to humans. "So what is your miraculous power?" Abaddon was still more curious about power. "Can you give it to us?" "Well," Leon scratched his head and smiled. "I don't know how to give it to us. If I knew, I would definitely give it to everyone." "Brother," Sheila raised her hand. "Have you become stronger now?" "Not bad, not bad." After being beaten so hard, Leon felt he should be more humble. Besides, everyone present was family. Even if Leon was stronger than Knowles, he would still respectfully call Knowles big brother. Some might think that Leon, having become a miracle maker, should be arrogant. But the problem was, Leon didn't earn this miracle himself. It was bestowed upon him by Bai Luo, like an official title, equipment, or treasure. Leon wouldn't be so complacent and self-righteous as to take advantage of His Majesty's gift. He was simply luckier than everyone else, having adapted to his greed. Moreover, everyone here could potentially be bestowed with new miracles by Bai Luo in the future, so Leon didn't consider himself superior. Instead of showing off, he should think about how to cultivate his greed, so as to live up to Bai Luo's gift and expectations. "Lion, are you a demon?" little Helen asked in a baby voice. "No, that's not the case. Demon isn't a derogatory term, it's more of a rather immature term. In Bai Luo's stories, demons are often incredibly handsome and powerful fighters." "Demon," Stephanie agreed, a rare moment. "Incredible. Sorry to disappoint you." Leon felt he wasn't a demon, just an unknown wolf. "My ability, show me." "Show me." Brother Leon is the best. Okay. His brothers and sisters wanted to see him show off, and how could Leon refuse? "Leon, I may be aloof, but I enjoy showing off. Everyone, make way. I'm transforming." Leon sensed his surroundings. This was the world of Avalon, and everyone was familiar with the secrets of the Atón. Roar, with a wolfish howl, Leon transformed into the form of the greedy Wolf King. He controlled his power, making this form impervious even to close encounters. Ooh, everyone was stunned by Leon's 4-meter-tall frame. That 4-meter-tall werewolf, wrapped in black chains, perfectly fulfilled the Atón people's pursuit of strength and handsomeness. "So handsome. Leon is awesome. Brother Leon is so powerful." "It's okay, not that powerful." Leon touched his head embarrassedly. Such a big wolf king's behavior was surprisingly cute. "I have to say, the feeling of being surrounded by a group of children is really wonderful." This made Leon's heart, which was originally a little cold and lonely because of fighting against the power of greed, warm up a lot. At the foolish old banquet, one needs to feel the beauty of human nature before being a human being. Bai Luo knew Leon's situation, so he specially let him stay with the children, which would help him control his power. However, Bai Luo also gave Leon a hint, asking him not to reveal too much of his ability. Atón's miraculous body is the country's top secret. Leon still has this sense of propriety. Great. Afterwards, the children finally dispersed. Because it was lunchtime, and in front of the delicious food, Leon seemed fake. "So, I've fallen from grace so quickly." Leon felt lost. Sheila patted his brother, who had returned to human form, on the shoulder and encouraged him. "Brother, try to get a role in Sister Inya's troupe. I think you can become famous." "Leon, what a joke. How could I, the mighty miracle, the world-hungry Wolf King, try to get a role in a troupe? I heard this performance is about His Majesty defeating the great demon." "Leon, I didn't see the play last night, so why can't I understand it today?" "Leon, when did the great demon appear? Has His Majesty already started challenging the gods? So powerful. We really can't find anyone suitable for this demon god. None of them are powerful enough." Ha. "Leon, then what are we waiting for? Such an important role belongs to me." "Leon, what an honor. to be defeated by Bai Luo in the story. And the great demon Leon, what a powerful title. Leon instantly became excited. Your Majesty, Helbo knelt behind Bai Luo. Excuse me, has there been a change of plan? Yes, Bai Luo wasn't surprised that Helbo had guessed his thoughts. Granddaughter Fairy Eagle has sent someone to contact us. It shouldn't be a problem on her side, Fairy Eagle knows, and so will the other two Dukes of Azure. So, Helbo asked. Where do you want me to go? It might be dangerous. The more dangerous, the better. Only danger could reveal Helbo's bravery. That was the heroic path he pursued. I want you to visit the mountains and visit the legendary king of beasts, the Lion Emperor, Herdman Reigns. Helbo looked up in surprise, his eyes filled with fear, his voice trembling. Isn't that a myth? This person, does he really exist? Bai Luo didn't blame Helbo for his fear. After all, he was from the mountains. As a native of the mountains, Helbo couldn't be unaware of the legend of the Lion Emperor. A powerful miracle master who had received miracles for over 1,000 years and a renowned fighter. Even when Bai Luo learned of this man's battle record from his uncle, he was filled with admiration. He had battled the gods dozens of times, single-handedly withstanding the pressure from them. He loathed Xingai and had led his troops to defeat two of Xingai's vassal kings. Even when the Far North Emperor tried to mediate, he dared to confront the Far North Empress. Apart from anything else, the fact that he dared to call himself emperor in the Mountain Kingdom showed just how confident he was. However, this was inside information Bai Luo had learned from his uncle. As a mortal, Herbo naturally couldn't know this. This also meant that Herbo's understanding of the Lion Emperor might be far more frightening than Bai Luo knew. Your Majesty, this is the beginning of hell. Are you scared, Bai Luo? I see you're trembling. Your Majesty, you're mistaken. I'm excited. I seem to be sweating a lot. Your Majesty, this is excitement. Can you still stand? My legs are a little weak. Herbo said with an awkward smile, but it's excitement, Bai Luo, forced excitement. Get up, kid. Bai Luo pulled Herbo to his feet. He said, I know the mountain people are afraid of the Lion King. His reputation is enough to stop a child crying. Excuse me, Your Majesty, Herbo corrected, his reputation can even make an adult hold their urine. Impressive, Bai Luo. So what about you? Your Majesty, I'm just a child. I believe you can do it. Then, Your Majesty, Herbo, can we discuss insurance issues? For example, if I die, will it count as a sacrifice for my country? And how much compensation can you give? Before even going, they were already discussing what to do after death. Herbo, there's always something to hope for. In addition to what we agreed on before, how about I build you a statue, Bai Luo? It will be engraved with Helbo, the first envoy of Atón. Oh, Helbo's legs were no longer sore, his face was no longer red, and the sweat disappeared without a trace. If you say so, then I won't be sleepy anymore. Then, Your Majesty, when should I leave? Tomorrow afternoon. Helbo, no, won't you give me some time to prepare? So soon? Engrave another sentence on it, the greatest envoy of Atón. Your Majesty, Helbo, I'll go home and pack my luggage now. I haven't finished yet. You said, this time, Bai Luo said, I need you to demonstrate the magnanimity of my Atón, but most importantly, you must return alive. Your Majesty, as long as you return alive, Bai Luo said with a smile, I will place your statue in the most conspicuous spot in the square. Helbo's body trembled slightly, but not out of fear. He lowered his head and took his leave. Your Majesty, I will do my best. I will never let you down. Slow down, Bai Luo called Helbo again, then summoned a cat about the height of an adult's knee. It was none other than Lilith's elf clan. She's a member of my Atón, the adorable cat family, Mao Lingling's cousin, Mao Lulu. Meow. Hello, handsome boy, I'm Lulu. Meow. Mao Lulu raised her hand and waved to Helbo, who was puzzled. Very cute. And then, could this be the legendary adorable pet that comes with leaving the village, his personal bodyguard? She doesn't have much combat power, but she has a very interesting ability, Bai Luo said. I named it the cat cart. Cat cart? Herbo couldn't understand this ability. Bai Luo explained, simply put, if she's nearby when you're killed, she can load you onto the car and drag you back. Anyway, go with peace of mind, Bai Luo said. At worst, we can bring your body back and bury it. Herbo said, I have a little pity, but I don't know if I should say it. Mao Lulu said, don't worry, handsome boy. Even if I have to face Gulong, I will pull you back. Chapter 158, To insult you is to insult me, Atón. In the name of the Queen of Avalon, I bless you. When you hold this, death will fear you, decay will revere you, and wherever you go, all malice, pain, and harm will flee. This was a vast, altar-like hall. Helbo knelt in the center, holding a magnificent ambassador's staff. Before him, senior sister Isephia faced him and the staff, bestowing upon him the queen's blessing. Protected by countless laws and blessed by the will of the world, no one could harm Helbo, wielding the staff, unless their power surpassed senior sisters. In the name of the fairy godmother, I bless you. When you wear this garment, good fortune will always be with you, and bad luck will tremble in fear. Wherever your eyes reach, whatever your hands touch, you will transform decay into magic. Lilith stood to Helbo's left, chanting a fairy spell. A flood of miraculous power poured into the diplomatic uniform Helbo wore, imbuing it with a sacredness, dignity, and elegance. In the name of the mother of silver-winged Pegasus and unicorns, I bless you. You will never lose your way. No illusions or falsehoods can deceive you. Where you are, truth prevails, and where you stand, peace reigns. Shirley stood to Helbo's right. She released a silvery white miraculous power, serving as the third person to guide Helbo. In the name of the Lord of Greed, I bless you. Your body and soul will be uncoveted. Your voice will bring death and suffering to others. If you become angry, disaster will transform into a fire of vengeance, engulfing all beings. Leon stood behind Helbo. If the previous three had granted Helbo protection, then he had endowed him with special powers. Finally, in the name of King Aiden, I promise, Bai Luo said. You will represent our nation, our compatriots, and our civilization in negotiations with foreign nations. If you are insulted by foreign nations during your diplomatic mission, they are insulting Aiden. With these words, powerful miraculous powers finally converged. They imbued Helbo's soul, his flesh, his eyes, his ears, his hands, his feet, the scepter he held, and the diplomatic robes he wore. Thus, Helbo alone gained the protection of four miraculous powers. Helbo, thank you, your highnesses, for your gift. Helbo respectfully returned the greeting, then stood up, balancing his scepter. I will live up to your expectations and bring honor to Aiden. Although Bai Luo had previously joked with Helbo, saying that a cat carriage would bring him back, it was just talk. How could Bai Luo allow his people to travel to such a dangerous foreign country without any preparation? Remember your mission. When you return, I will personally celebrate your triumph. Helbo's talent was truly remarkable. He hadn't received the blessing of the mysterious dragon, yet he could single-handedly bear such a vast amount of miraculous power. While most of it was energy charging and defensive, the combined power of the four miraculous powers was truly remarkable. To achieve this, talent, loyalty, and a sense of belonging were all essential. This demonstrates that Helbo's loyalty to Bai Luo and his sense of belonging to Atón transcended life itself, even to the point of transcending soul. Helbo, go get ready, Bai Luo replied, and say goodbye to your friends. They must be very important to you, right? Thank you, Your Majesty. Helbo cherished his relationships with Silly Tiger and Nene. Furthermore, Alona was his best friend. They shared similar personalities and talents, a deep sense of mutual admiration. Before departing for the Mountain Kingdom, Helbo had a few words for Alona. Your Majesty, Little Mustache has awakened. Meanwhile, Gonia relayed the news of Mustache's awakening to Bai Luo. I'll be right there. The Mustache wasn't a prominent figure. But as a chess piece he'd once used, Bai Luo wasn't so petty as to abandon him. Of course, that was bullshit. The truth was, the Mustache still had some use. Sacred, Mountains, Azure, Starry Night, Iron Eagle, Brilliant. This man has trade in 6 great nations and over 50 vassal territories. Bai Luo wasn't interested in the Mustache alone, but in the Cerberus Chamber of Commerce behind him. Headquartered in the Kingdom of the Mountains, the Cerberus Chamber of Commerce was a considerable force. Its empire encompassed dozens of trade sectors, including aquatic products, minerals, jewelry, textiles, and shipping, and its influence among the mortals of the mountains was formidable. If Bai Luo wanted to capture it, he would have to rely on the Mustache. The Mustache had previously suffered from a curse, leaving most of his internal organs damaged. Fortunately, he was nourished by the holy energy and life force of the tree spirits, otherwise, even if the curse was lifted, he would likely have died. At that moment, upon seeing Bai Luo arrive, the shrewd man, even he was, immediately knelt in greeting. I was blind before, I beg for forgiveness, great God. In the folklore of the people of the 1911s, the Sage of the Clouds was a goddess. The 1911s hadn't witnessed Avril's exchange with Bai Luo. But his presence here meant that even if the other party wasn't a god, they were likely close. In short, the more respect the better. At most, he'd be mocked, not offended. "I'm not a god," Bai Luo asked. "Don't you know about miracles?" Miracles. The 1911s were of humble status, a small merchant. He knew about monsters and sea beasts, but he didn't really know what a miracle was. "Then treat me like a god." Bai Luo wouldn't call himself a god, but he didn't mind being worshipped as one. "I'll give you an opportunity now." Bai Luo found a chair and sat down. "A chance to transcend the mundane world." "I do." "Don't agree so quickly." Bai Luo knew these merchants' tricks, but he didn't dislike them. On the contrary, Bai Luo needed someone like this. "Let me ask you first, is there anything you particularly want? Tell me the truth," Bai Luo said. "You can tell me in advance. I know what you're thinking, so don't lie to me." There was another important reason Bai Luo didn't kill the mustache. He wasn't a dirty man at heart. What he said was actually what he meant. If he was the kind of sly person who said one thing in public and another in private, even if he was a chess piece, he'd have to pick a better one, right? The mustache was afraid of Bai Luo. He would never forget the pain he'd experienced before. But facing a deity, a noble being his father, grandfather, and 3 generations of his family had never seen, how could he pass up such an opportunity? Money is endless, it's just a number. But what's the point of having so much money if you don't have the life to spend it? I want it." The man with the mustache hesitated for a moment, then trembled. "I want immortality." "Great God, can you grant me immortality? I'm willing to do anything. Please give me a chance." The man with the mustache bowed before Bai Luo, his desire pure. But it wasn't loyalty, for he felt no gratitude or genuine desire to follow him. Immortality, truth be told, Bai Luo didn't possess the miracle of immortality. Surely, Lilith, Bai Yuno, senior sister, and Leon, they, like Bai Luo, the master of miracles, had become the true forms of miracles, thus gaining infinite lifespans. But aside from them, even awakened tree elves could only live for over 600 years. As for the Bai Luo children, their miraculous powers did extend their lifespans. However, this wasn't immortality. While their lives would be longer, their bodies more formidable, they would still die. In reality, only those children of miracles who can continuously break through can break free from their shackles, and with these continuous breakthroughs, they possess a vitality that makes aging virtually impossible. Simply put, if you can break through to the legendary realm, you may never again experience the word aging. After all, in history, there's really no record of a legendary powerhouse declining due to aging. Basically, they were all eliminated. I thought it was something amazing. Forget about mere immortality, even immortality. How difficult is that? Just brag, regardless of whether it exists or not, just brag. How could a mortal merchant with a mustache, who had never seen the world, possibly know if Bai Luo had it? Really, an unimaginable excitement crossed his face, but Bai Luo changed the subject. "But why should I give it to you? Yes, a noble god, why would he grant him immortality? On what grounds? What value did he have? What could he do for the gods? Businesses value equal exchange. You can use leverage and take shortcuts, but at its core, it's still a transaction. Want to make a deal with a god? This is a god. Noble, powerful, a god who brooks no disobedience or deception. Work for me, do well, and I will reward you." "On the contrary," Bai Luo said, "if you dare betray me, I dare not." The man with a mustache trembled. "I wish to follow in your footsteps forever, to be your vanguard." These words were true to their core. It wasn't just fear, but also desire, the pursuit of immortality and everlasting pleasure. A hedonist, the man with a mustache didn't have great ambitions. As long as he could play, eat, and drink endlessly, he was content. "Then let's give it a try," Bai Luo said. "You're from the Cerberus Merchant Guild, right?" "Yes, just call me Your Majesty." "Your Majesty, please forgive my frankness," the man with a mustache said. "The Cerberus Merchant Guild doesn't seem to have anything you value, does it? I need its connections, its markets, and its vast network of traveling merchants. I have a crop that I need you to ship around the world." Granted, it's a good thing that only Atón possesses these crops. But if Bai Luo wants to hold the emperor hostage to control the other princes, he'll have to sacrifice his child for the sake of trapping the wolf. Of course, Bai Luo won't give them all away. He'll only give away potatoes. Potatoes. In fact, are a sacred artifact of the year of disaster. While the kings of the land of miracles are powerful, every miracle has its own domain. Many miracles of the lords of miracles don't actually improve people's livelihoods. Miracle power can produce powerful derivatives, but its output is limited. It's not even enough for their trusted subjects, so how can they be used to support useless people? However, as the population grows, the probability of the birth of highly gifted individuals also increases proportionally. Therefore, if the lords of miracles had their way, they would surely wish to have tens of thousands of people, from whom they would select the sons of miracles, subjects, cultivating them into powerful heroes, masters, kings, and legendary soldiers. Well, my position in the three-headed dog merchant guild isn't particularly high, with my support behind you, Bai Luo said. A mere merchant guild, what's the point? You mean, you want to be incredibly wealthy, but that's just a piece of cake for me, Bai Luo said, and the first thing you need to do is take this crop and promote it worldwide. Bai Luo wanted to make potatoes the staple food of this world, to make their abundant production a lifeline for its people. I will also provide you with sufficient spices to ensure your financial resources are always stronger than anyone else's. Spices, as precious as gold, were worthless in Bai Luo's hands. So money wasn't a problem. With Bai Luo by his side, Mustache would have endless capital. And first and foremost, I want those surplus people. As the world's population grows, human trade will become easier and simpler, allowing Bai Luo to harvest more slaves. Some might ask, why would slaves exist when there's more food and life is better? First, with more food comes more people, but refugees will still appear in times of disaster and unrest. Second, never underestimate the greed of those in power. The problem in this world is never a lack of goods, but rather an unequal distribution of goods. I want to support you in seizing that so-called three-headed dog merchants guild, and, that name is too unpleasant, Bai Luo said. Change it when the time comes. The mustache-wearing man didn't understand why he was selling crops. But the great god had asked, and he complied. Rest assured, I won't let you down. Immortality and eternal bliss. Never before had his father or grandfather dabbled in such a trade. As for slaves, keep looking for them. As your power grows, my need for them will grow. Bai Luo, life is too hard, and they're being persecuted. I, Atón, am willing to open the door for them. What Atón lacks is population. A large base is needed to better select the children of miracles. For other countries, the most surplus population is what Bai Luo needs most. In short, if you want to come, I'll help you immigrate. I want them all. Take this. Bai Luo tossed a ring to the mustache man. The mustache man took it, bewildered. You can use it as a divine artifact. It can offset damage, even saving you from a fatal attack. The mustache man was stunned. Such a thing actually existed in the world. But only if you were loyal to me. If you harbor any thoughts of betrayal, I dare not. The mustache man reaffirmed his resolve. He would cling to Bai Luo's hand and never let go. Betraying him would be foolish. To be favored by a god, such a blessing, one would be a fool not to seize it. He still doesn't have much loyalty, Lilith said. The ring is useless in his hands, I know. Bai Luo knew full well that it wasn't impossible to win over these adults and seasoned veterans whose values weren't already fixed, but the cost-effectiveness was simply too low. Therefore, Bai Luo hadn't considered winning over Mustache. He was simply using him. If he succeeded, that would be best. Having an experienced businessman would be beneficial to Atón. On the other hand, even if Mustache betrayed him one day, it wouldn't be a big deal. Kill him, find someone else to replace him, and seize everything he held. This was Bai Luo's secondary plan. If he betrayed, then everything you did would be a mere pretext for someone else. Well, that's the end of this guy's story. If you succeed, give him wealth and glory. If not, replace him. Wealth and glory, in the eyes of the current Principality of Atón, were too cheap. The next day, at noon, in the harbor town of Atón Island. I'm going on a long journey. You guys should work hard while I'm gone. Hey Erbo said goodbye to Inya and Silly Tiger. Silly Tiger didn't understand why and just said, Brother Hey Erbo, come back early. I'll treat you to some delicious buns. Okay, Hey Erbo said with a smile, but Tiger, don't kick off the quilt at night. I don't know how you'll sleep when I'm gone. Hey Erbo was worried about Silly Tiger, so he asked him to move in with him. He was a dedicated brother. Hey Erbo was quite worried about Silly Tiger. But Bai Luo was a wise king. He wouldn't treat Silly Tiger badly. And as long as he made a few more diplomatic missions, The military merits from diplomacy would be enough to bring him more resources and attention. As for Inya, you're very smart, but I'm still worried about you. Why? Inya's inferiority complex was slowly improving. She was becoming more and more confident recently. Recently, an old man has taught me a lot. It's like a revelation. Though Herbo had only been under his uncle's tutelage for a few short days, what he saw and heard had left him astonished. To put it mildly, Herbo practically fell to his knees. He knelt before his uncle, begging him to accept him as his disciple. Just being accepted into his fold, even as a mere apprentice, would have been enough. Although I've only taught you for a few days, you're certainly gifted in this field. His uncle gave him a number of his own works, saying, after reading these, if you gain any insights, you can claim to be my student. Herbo was so excited to call himself his uncle's student that he nearly cried. What honor is it for a student, master? Well, even in the shameless areas, Herbo was still excellent. As the saying goes, everything reaches its limit. Herbo, deeply concerned for Inya, advised, you didn't have the capital to fight for anything before, but now that you do, you won't be so easily satisfied, so, I'll give you 2 words. Although they were inappropriate, they might help you. What? Inya admired Herbo. He would never harm her. Take a step back, and the world will be vast. Gain is my fortune, lose is my life. Inya, okay, I won't say any more. Inya couldn't understand anyway, but Herbo believed in her talent. She would understand it eventually. Even if I don't understand, Inya said, a kind girl. But be sure to be safe, brother Herbo. Don't worry, I'm the best in your class. Herbo grasped the scepter. The Queen of Avalon had told him that carrying it with him would protect his life. Having fought on the battlefield, Herbo knew the Queen's power, a goddess of war capable of destroying all worlds. Herbo had no doubt of her words. Furthermore, even Lady Shirley and Lady Lilith had blessed him. Herbo would never forget the sight of Lady Lilith vanishing the fortress lizard with a snap of her fingers. Not to mention Shirley, Bai Luo, riding her, transformed into a god thousands of meters tall, a truly breathtaking sight. Cat Lulu hopped after Herbo. The boy stopped and said, I'm going to meet a friend. Are you coming with me? Is that okay? It's okay. Meow. Lulu can transform into a normal cat. After all, we need to transport your cat cart back. If someone finds it, Meow Lulu will be in danger. Can you please stop saying cat cart? I'm afraid I'll kick you. You can't beat me, handsome boy. Huh? Herbo thought of the power of the high-level fairies. Well, okay, you're really powerful, but all these divine weapons, that's only for outsiders. Cat Lulu, they're useless to me. Meow. The Atón people couldn't kill each other. Many abilities were already decreed by the miracle bodies, making them incapable of harming each other. Unless a miracle bodies acting on behalf of Bai Luo took action, they could only restrain or capture. Killing or destroying them was practically impossible. Herbo's abilities lay in his blessed equipment, but they were useless against Cat Lulu. As for Herbo, his physical condition wasn't particularly strong, so it wasn't wrong to say he couldn't defeat Cat Lulu. But after a while, Lulu Meow might not be your match, Cat Lulu, because this suit will constantly improve your physical condition. You'll become stronger and stronger. When that happens, Lulu Meow won't be able to help you. It'll just be Cat Car. Herbo, sister, big sister, can you please stop talking about Cat Car? You're making me feel like it's going to fail this time. Cat Car driver, get ready. Poof. Herbo spat out a mouthful of blood. Afterwards, Herbo said goodbye to Ilona and Janano, dropping hints on Ilona as much as he could. Are you being promoted? Ilona was surprised to see Herbo addressed so differently after just a few days. And he looked like a prominent figure. Very elegant and handsome. More importantly, he looked like a messenger from heaven, mysterious, noble, and majestic. I guess so. Standing at the harbor, ahead, Atón's ship was about to put out to sea, with handlebars standing aboard. This ship was a gift from Atón, a fine, large merchant vessel, the kind blessed by the fairies in Avalon. Handlebars' return to the mountains wasn't just for business, but more importantly, to bring Herbo to the mountains. The elven warships were fast, reaching the mountains in a week at most. Adding in the time Herbo would need to meet with the Lion King, the total would probably be only half a month. Once a connection with the Lion King was established, the Principality of Atón would have a preliminary backer and ally in the mountains. This would significantly enhance Atón's international standing. Do your best, Herbo said to Ilona. As I said, Don't overthink it. This world is far more complex than you imagine. Nearly 2 months after arriving in Atón, Helbo had gone from the initial shock of seeing the White Eagle Fairy to the incredible feeling of entering the Dream Forest. Then, he stepped onto the battlefield, a true eye-opener. Alona, like Helbo, was a man of talent. Their problem lay in their narrow minds and shallow horizons. I'm going to meet someone now, a great man you wouldn't even dare to imagine. Helbo couldn't possibly say who it was, but with just this little information, it wasn't a problem. To be honest, it felt like a dream. He had become the protagonist of a heroic epic that was once only a story. No more words, but you must not betray this land, Ilona. Helbo didn't want Ilona to do anything that would harm Atón, or he would have to kill her. Let's go, Lulu. Meow. Cat Lulu followed Helbo's footsteps and walked onto the deck of the elven warship with the boy. We can set off, Mr. Beard. The bearded man only noticed Helbo at this moment and looked over at the sound. But upon seeing this, the mustache's eyes widened. You, what are you wearing? Haven't you already met my lord? Then you should understand my current status, right? You? The mustache was stunned. He hadn't imagined that a once insignificant slave would become the messenger of God. He looked up too. Is this life? Is this fate? Jealousy is meaningless. Only loyalty can bring you what you want. Helbo's words startled the mustache, and he nodded quickly. You're right. If Helbo could do it, why couldn't he? There was no reason not to be able to. Let's go, huh? The mustache looked around, seeing no one. He asked awkwardly, How can we set off now? Everyone's not here yet, right? No one else, just the three of us. Three? The mustache wanted to ask where the three came from, but Helbo raised his staff and thrust it downward. Boom, crash, the sail dropped, and the mustache man stumbled. He quickly grabbed hold of something nearby to avoid falling. At the same moment, Heber pointed his staff forward. Boom, the elven warship moved without a breeze, then suddenly accelerated and sailed away from the harbor. Although the mustache man had seen the Sage of the Rays of Light, some of the Fairy Eagle's troops, and had experienced the horror of the curse, such a miraculous thing still left him speechless. Is this the world of the gods? Will I be able to live in such a world in the future? Unconsciously, the ring on the mustache's finger glowed faintly. It was a faint light, but it was indeed glowing. Huh? Cat Lulu smiled, sensing the fairy power of the ring. That's not right. There are only two of us. Even if we don't need to sail, what will we do with the food? The mustache was a third-generation rich man, spoiled and unable to cook. He was a man who enjoyed life for nothing. Can you cook? Yes, Helbo said. But my current position doesn't allow me to do such things. Then, that's why I said, the three of us are enough, isn't that right, Lulu? Helbo said, glancing at the cat beside him. Under Handlebars's gaze, Lulu began to stand up, her body expanding as if inflated. With a light leap, Lulu flipped several times in the air before landing on the second-floor deck. It's lunchtime, meow. Lulu drew her two side blades and clashed them in front of her. What do you want to eat? Meow. Stew, boiled fish, grilled steak, grilled lamb chops, roasted chicken, or noodles, dumplings, or buns. Lulu, meow. You can cook so many dishes, meow. Oh, I want some noodles with soybean paste. Okay, meow, I'll make it for you, handsome boy. The cat's talking. Handlebars was still in doubt, feeling his worldview overturned once again. Why can cats talk? The cat's grilling fish. The cat's also grilling steak. Adhoho Mustache nearly cried as he ate the steak grilled by Cat Lulu. It was so delicious he almost cried. Why? It's so delicious, the spices were unheard of, far superior to black pepper. And it was cooked with superb skill. Is this the kind of food the gods eat? Hey, can you calm down a bit? Herbo ate his noodles with soybean paste and took a sip of Coke. You're a big merchant in the mountains, right? Can you afford to eat the food of the gods if you have money? You make so much sense. I'm speechless. Well, Mustache looked at the happy fat house drink, cola, in Herbo's hand. What's that? A drink, like wine and juice. Don't you drink it with your meals? Yes, but I've never had this before. Hey Miss Lulu, give this unworldly guy a Coke, okay? Cat Lulu loved cooking. With a gentle wave of her adorable paw, a glass of Coke appeared out of thin air in front of Mustache. Amazing. How did you do that? How did this cup of stuff just appear out of thin air? The wonder of magic once again shocked the Mustache. Delicious. Can you stop making such a fuss? It's delicious, okay, as long as you're happy. So, amid the mustache's endless astonishment, Hey Erbo finished his lunch. And this meal directly ate up the mustache's 3 perspectives of life. Only after enjoying it, will you understand how narrow-minded and stupid your previous life was. He had even told His Majesty that he wanted wealth and glory. What meaning would that kind of mortal wealth have in 10,000 years? Having made up his mind, the mustache decided to work hard under Bai Luo and then climb up, making sure to use his talents to gain more rewards. Chapter 159, 30 Years of Piling, Undefeated. Large cargo ships sailed the seas, their flags representing the fairy eagle Dechi fluttering in the wind. Wherever they passed, no pirates, merchant ships, or fishing boats dared approach. Even if they encountered them, they would stay away. No one dared to ram or offend a fleet flying the fairy eagle flag. While there were occasional daring treachery, they were a minority. Most merchants were more discerning. A merchant caravan dodged the fairy eagle fleet, and the captain breathed a sigh of relief. "Captain, why are you so scared?" "What's that fleet?" The crew was puzzled, for they had never seen the captain lose his composure like that before. "You know what? That's the emblem of the Fairy Eagle Royal Fleet," the captain said. "We used to avoid the Coral City flag, and the Fairy Eagle Royal Fleet is Coral City's direct superior. Dare to offend it? Do you want to die?" Hiss to these merchants and vendors, the Lord of Coral City was a legendary figure. The Fairy Eagle Grand Duke, what kind of god is that? I'm reminding you all, from now on, you must memorize the flags on this sea, especially these flags. No matter which one you see, if you don't want to die, run as far away as you can. Yes, 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 in the land of miracles, great powers are more like alliances, and true territory is still based on territory. For example, the Fairy Eagle Kingdom, the Thorn Territory, the White Birch Territory, and so on. For many native people, these vassal states give them a stronger sense of identity. But are they really that scary? A sailor said. I thought the nobles of Coral City were scary enough. Nobles? The captain scoffed. What kind of nobles are they? Real nobles never show their faces. Have you ever seen the Lord of Coral City? I heard that Lord Haydang of Coral City lived to be over 100 years old. Wow, wouldn't that make her an old woman? You know nothing, the captain said. The waters of this sea are far deeper than you imagine. Does Morgan, the king of the South Sea, know about it? That's the Lord of the Deep who controls sea monsters and drags ships to the bottom of the sea? Isn't that a myth? I met Sigrian once before, the captain said. He was a monstrous man. I'll never forget the look in his eyes. The relationship between the miracle nations and their overlord is like that between the Zhou Emperor and the princes of the spring and autumn period. Of course, not the princes of the Warring States period. By the Warring States period, the Zhou Emperor had essentially lost his voice, so the influence of Iron Eagle, Mountains, Starry Night, and Azure within the Land of Miracles lingered more closely on that of the spring and autumn period. Azure was a parliamentary alliance, with 3 princes of equal power. On a daily basis, the nation's direction was determined through consultation and deliberation, and their external policies remained unified. However, the lifespans of the Grand Duke of Fairy Eagle were so immense that they had lost touch with human time. Mortals consider the great figures, the legendary figures, to be Sigrian, Haydang, and even the likes of the idiot Christine. Idiot? What do you mean by idiots? I'm awesome too, okay? I'm pissed. Another bowl of cat food. In short, mortals only know who they can't mess with, but why exactly? Most high-ranking officials kept silent. Even those who knew of Miracle's existence would never risk revealing their secrets to the common people. Captain, back to Coral City, the captain seemed to sense the undercurrent surging beneath the sea. Things might be changing. Stay out of the sea for a while. Wait until the storm has passed. Azure was the most peaceful of the surrounding nations. Its reputation as a permanently neutral commercial nation had indeed given it a firm foothold in the Land of Miracles. Furthermore, the 3 Azure nations had experienced no conflict in centuries, which not only fostered close relations among the 3 ministers but also virtually integrated the Azure people. Aside from the Miracle people, whose power of miracles prevented complete unification, most Azure people didn't really care whether they were descendants of the Fairy Eagle, Divine Brew, or Yangbo. They were all Azure people, the most common distinction being their place of birth, Coral City, Jingtao City, and so on. There was no racial discrimination, only regional discrimination. However, City dwellers look down on rural residents, a common practice everywhere. Uncle, where are they sending us? The speaker was a small girl of 12 or 13, her stature severely stunted by years of malnutrition. To use Bai Luo's words, it's like an airport plus a tank running over it, and the film doesn't even have a bubble. The girl's name is incredibly complex and difficult to pronounce, but translated into Atonian, it means moonlight tide, or Yuxi for short. How would I know? I can't predict the future. Inside one of the slave ships, an elderly man with gray and white hair leaned against the wall, his eyes closed. But you were spot on last time, Yuxi said, looking at the unkempt, scruffy old man before her. You said our ship might be inspected, and it sure was, Yuxi, and you said you can't predict the future. That was just my wild guess. The scruffy old man was named Glass, over 50 years old, and had no relationship with a girl. Logically, this shouldn't be the case. After all, Bai Luo wanted a family pairing, parents and children, or grandparents and grandchildren. But how could Glass and Yuxi, who weren't related by blood, be on the same team? There wasn't really a special story about this. It was when Yuxi was caught stealing something, and the sloppy uncle happened to be a slave as well, so the two were locked up in the same cell. Coincidentally, the man with the mustache came to buy slaves. Glass heard about the other party's needs, and immediately discussed with Yuxi that they lied about being father and daughter to escape as soon as possible. It was impossible to escape, as they were both branded as slaves and probably wouldn't have any chance in this life. In addition, the girl had no special skills, so if she went out, she would continue to be a thief, and then wait to be caught and beaten to death. Being a slave was certainly miserable, but at least she could make a living. Maybe if she was luckier, with her beauty, if she met a wealthy family, she could become their concubine, a bed warmer, or something like that, which would not be bad either. At least then she would have a full stomach and a warm bed to sleep in, which would be so wonderful. You probably can't even warm the bed, why can't I? I'm a beautiful girl. Glass shook his head at the girl's dirty appearance. They had spent several months together in the cell. If it weren't for Glass, Yuxi would have died long ago. Yuxi knew that Glass was protecting her. He even taught her to read and told her anecdotes from other places. However, Yuxi regarded most of these stories as myths and legends, and very unreliable ones at that. There were fountains that could make people immortal, flying cities, and one-eyed giants that could walk on the sea. There were even stories that when people died, their bodies could actually jump out of the coffin. Haha, is this the legendary disco on the grave? In short, apart from these strange delusions, Glass was a very good person and very steady. Especially his ability to predict the future almost made Yuxi think he was a god. After spending time with Glass, Yuxi really developed feelings for this old man. But you're amazing, old man. You can get along with the slave traders with just a few words. Even the people guarding us occasionally give you food and drink. Thinking of the other person's appearance, Yuzai almost laughed out loud. Did you fool them? Don't talk nonsense, Glass. That's called mutual understanding. Glass is just a storyteller. They won't touch him until he finishes his story. Glass, I have endless stories to tell. Puchy, Yuzai became more and more curious about this sloppy uncle. Come to think of it, how did you know we were going to be caught? It was the glow. What is that? You could tell there was something wrong from the glow. That's not an ordinary glow, Glass said. You grew up in Xingai, so you haven't heard of it. That kind of thing will only appear when the glow saint appears. Glow saint? What is that, Yuzai? Is it your delusion again? But this is quite interesting, tell me in detail. Glass chose to remain silent without much explanation. He was like an old man who had experienced vicissitudes of life, leaning against a cabin with his eyes closed. Oh, I was wrong last time. I shouldn't have interrupted you. I was wrong, don't be so stingy, old man. Wait until you know what a miracle is, Glass said, then come and ask me what the Sage of Xiaoguang is. Miracle? Yuzai didn't understand. She curled her lips and said disdainfully, Humph, you act like you are so powerful, trying to be mysterious. I don't want to know what the Sage of Xiaoguang is, I have something to eat. After saying that, Yuzai took out a cake from her arms with a smile and ate it happily. Are you envious? I won't give it to you if I don't give it to you, Bai Luo. It's stuffed with something. Ignorance is bliss, Glass liked Yuzai's innocence. The girl lost her parents when she was young and worked hard to survive every day. She was alone and helpless. She tried her best but still couldn't fill her stomach. Poor child, if there hadn't been that war 10 years ago, Perhaps her parents wouldn't have died, at least she wouldn't have become a slave like she is now. Will I ever be able to pay for all the sins I've committed? Glass missed his youth. He closed his eyes, but a tear slipped down his cheek without him noticing when. I really want to hear that child call me brother again, and Teacher Louis, Brother Shan, Little Leaf, it would be so great if you were still alive. Click, click, click. Inside Avalon Castle, Bai Luo watched his uncle fiddling with a tortoise shell. He frowned slightly. You still play with this? Didn't you tell me about it before? It's called divination, right? I suddenly remembered it, and I'm bored, so it seems quite interesting. The uncle poured out the copper, silver, and gold coins from the tortoise shell and began to sort them, checking their meanings. This thing isn't reliable, just trying it out, uncle, just for fun, huh? Bai Luo never believed in it, and neither did his uncle. But that didn't stop him from dabbling in a wide range of subjects. When bored, he always liked to explore new areas. For example, divination, or the rather ancient practice of tortoise-shell divination. I mentioned that before, didn't I? Bai Luo remembered that when he was little, he had explained a few things to his uncle about the principles of fortune-telling. Do you know how to tell fortunes? Like, look at the stars, read the divination, use tarot cards, and so on. Uncle, why are you suddenly interested in it today? You think of it, I don't know. The uncle looked closely at the coins on the table. It just came to me. So, what did you figure out? Bai Luo said calmly, beckoning Mao Yi to pour him a glass of Sprite. This thing wasn't invented by his uncle, but by the little witches. During their potions class, they had helped Bai Luo extract something similar to baking soda. So, Sprite, Fanta, Coke. Lilith's magic recreated these familiar flavors from Bai Luo's memory. Well, there's a result, the old man nodded, saying to Bai Luo, a friend from afar. This hexagram indicates that I might run into an old friend today. Ha ha ha, Bai Luo laughed. Uncle, I know you're amazing, but this doesn't make sense. Indeed, the old man said. Most predictive techniques are actually a combination of psychology, logic, and analysis, you know, but when I was playing just now, I added a little bit of Daoxiang magic. Bai Luo was stunned. How could it be that way? The power of miracles is mysterious. Avalon's magic energy does have some destiny-related methods, the old man said. But I'm just trying it out. The old man was referring to astrologers. Their abilities seem to have opened the door to a new world for him. Of course, the old man wasn't an expert, nor would he delve into it. He was simply trying to help astrologers explore new areas. I thought you succeeded, you gave me a scare. If the old man could even do this, Bai Luo would say, you're really going to the sky, old man, am I not already high enough? Bai Luo, enough, enough, enough. Take it easy, don't fall. Old man, it's only a few meters up here. Bai Luo, there's an old demon hunter who looks a lot like you who thought the same thing. Yo, suddenly, the old man said, I think I succeeded. Oh, Bai Luo, you mean, the friend you just mentioned coming from afar was the result of magical predictions? Whether that's true or not, I don't know, the old man said, but it's true. Okay, I just try it once in a while, the old man said, but I think I might not be cut out for it. Next time I plan to try observing the night sky, or maybe using those tarot cards and crystal balls you mentioned. Is the old man planning to become a charlatan? Haha, there are things you don't know, don't you, your majesty? Bai Luo was about to tease his uncle, saying he'd finally capsized, but just then, Gonia, through little Maya, relayed the news from the second batch of slaves to Bai Luo. Maya stood aside, concentrating on projecting Gonia's presence in front of Bai Luo and his uncle. As a witch, her power had now surpassed the transcendent level, and her proficiency in many spells had increased. Lilith felt that Maya, Elsa, Sheila, Fyra, and the others were ready to begin training as magicians and reach higher realms. Uncle, the friends you mentioned coming from afar aren't these slaves, are they? While waiting, Bai Luo struck up another conversation with his uncle. Bai Luo doubted his uncle's friends would be among these slaves, but his uncle was known for his mystical and unfathomable nature. Bet, bang, Bai Luo slammed the table. This time, I'm taking you on. I like your confidence. If you lose, you have to get Fia pregnant before the end of this year, Bai Luo said. How can we play it like this? If his senior sister heard this, she'd chase the uncle and nephew with sword in hand. Don't worry, I've been researching the secret formula with Brother Shan. The senior uncle said that with this formula, you can have 2 babies a year. a football team in 3 years, and a laboratory class in 10 years. The senior uncle gave Bai Luo a look that left him speechless. Senior sister, don't stop me, I'm going to chop these two idiots into pieces. She drinks it, you drink it. Bai Luo was upset. Oh, do I need this stuff? Do I? I'm young and strong, I could beat 100 in a night. Does it work? But Bai Luo did love children. His uncle's words were a bit exaggerated, but Bai Luo also looked forward to having a family of children and enjoying his company. So as for this magical formula. It's an ancestral formula, your grandfather and your father have both used it. Bai Luo said that he still had to trust the wisdom of his ancestors. Hey, that's not right, that's not right. Bai Luo, how many sons did my grandfather have? Your father and I. What about my father? I heard that he had a daughter, but she died young. Uncle, if you count her, there are 2 in total. Uncle, Bai Luo, I feel like you are kidding me. Oh, it's an improved version. Uncle, I'll do it. What are you worried about? The uncle dreamed of being called uncle, and he wished that Isifio would give birth to a bunch of children for Bai Luo as soon as possible. Let's put this aside for now. Bai Luo, what if you lose? Uncle, if I lose, the uncle said, then I'll give you that treasured secret manual. Bai Luo immediately made a pact with his uncle. Keep your word, men, don't cheat, eh? Saros, live by the word trust, the uncle said. I've roamed the world for 30 years, undefeated. From now on, you must inherit this reputation. Bai Luo, of course. Your Majesty, I've contacted Sister Gonia. Ahem. Bai Luo coughed quickly, then looked at his uncle, who had immediately regained his steady, dignified demeanor, serious and unsmiling. Are they all here? Bai Luo looked at Gonia. How many people are there? 2,500, so many. Bai Luo hadn't expected the number of detained slaves to be so large. Originally, there were 1,800, and then another 700 were added. 700, they were sent from the Fairy Eagles, Gonia said. You can't say they're Fairy Eagle people, but there are some, but most of them have no concept of nationhood. For example, some fishermen in the waters around us were left homeless by pirate attacks, so they were sent to us as slaves. Bai Luo, voluntary, slaves in this world come from a wide range of sources. Refugees without food are essentially no different from slaves. Slaves at least keep them alive, while refugees, starving to death, are ignored. Basically, it should be voluntary. Gonia had the witches perform a memory spell. Partly to identify spies and undercover agents, but also to assess their specific circumstances. That's fine. Voluntarily becoming slaves because they can't make ends meet means they won't rebel, but rather are prepared for a difficult future. Bai Luo felt he could try to assimilate such people. The Duchy of Atón is currently in dire need of personnel, so Bai Luo is willing to accept any civilian who harbors no ill intentions. Leon stood outside the door. Hearing Bai Luo call him, he immediately stepped in, bowing respectfully. Your Majesty, please, Your Majesty, please, Your Majesty, please go there, Bai Luo said. I'm not asking you to take action, but to maintain order. Lilith, one of Bai Luo's miracle entities, has a lot on her plate, and surely isn't humanoid. The Queen's senior sister had recently accompanied the sage of Xiaguang to Jingtao City. Leon is a formidable fighter. With him around, he can instantly suppress any incident. As you command, Leon said respectfully. The next moment, black flames erupted from beneath his feet, enveloping Leon and instantly devouring him. The flames dissipated, and Leon disappeared. This child is becoming more and more respectful. Is it necessary? Bai Luo said helplessly. They're my little brothers, I still want them to be a little cute. They too will grow up. You have to treat them like adults. I suddenly feel like my children have grown up, Bai Luo sighed. Is this what it means to be old? Maya beside him said, and me, brother Bai Luo, and me. Little Maya has grown up well. In the church of Harbor City, Leon stepped out from the shadow of Bai Luo's statue. Elegantly dressed and holding a cane, Leon adjusted his black hat and hurried out to find Aleia sitting in a prayer chair, meditating. Sister Aleia, little Leon. Aleia spent her days in the church. She loved the place, it inexplicably brought a sense of peace. Leon liked it too, but he was more in awe of Bai Luo's heroic presence. This sculpture truly embodies His Majesty's spirit, Leon praised. Every time I look at it, it feels as if His Majesty were there in person. It's truly captivating. After all, it was carved by my great-grandfather. Aleia smiled. I like it too. Anything my uncle creates must be exquisite, you can't deny it. Excuse me, I have to go, Leon said. There are new arrivals at the port. While there are Brother Knowles and the others, and the 100 or so civilians from before, His Majesty has asked me to calm things down. Despite his gentle and refined demeanor, if he really needed to take action, he'd be a true thug in a suit, undeniably brutal. Be careful to be gentle, they can't stand your intimidation. Aleia holds a special, saintly status within the Atón clan. If Bai Luo is everyone's big brother, then Aleia is everyone's sister. For those without parents, Aleia is a mother figure, and every new generation of Atón people deeply respects and cherishes her. Why not Isifia? Judging from senior sister's cold demeanor, she might be a strict father, but definitely not a loving mother. Don't worry, Leon's behavior hardly reminded one of the terrifying world-greedy Wolf King. However, that was only in front of the Atonians. Aleia had guessed something about Leon. He had actually been suppressing the world-greedy blood within him. Sniff. As Leon approached the harbor, his blood began to stir. Despite forcibly suppressing it, Leon still showed a hint of greed. Delicious flesh. Bai Luo had given him the subconscious not to eat humans. But the world-greedy wolf's desire wasn't to eat humans, but to devour them, to kill, destroy, and ruin everything. His Majesty had asked him to protect Atón, including this land, its people, and even every blade of grass. Then, Leon's power would be controlled, and he would instinctively restrain himself from harming anything here. But these new slaves, they were supposed to be outsiders, right? Tisk. Leon shook his head, his eyes, which had begun to turn dark red, returning to their original red. This power is really hard to control. Bai Luo might have sent Leon out with the intention of strengthening his will. If he really attacked a slave, Bai Luo might not have cared much, but Leon would have felt deeply humiliated. He had been defeated by the blood of the world, defeated by the madness of the foolish old feast. Lion, Brother Knowles. Leon quickly found Knowles. They're all trained. Leon glanced around and saw more than 50 young men and women, wearing the rudimentary fairy armor provided by Lilith, standing around the square like the most elite warriors. Ah, Knowles said, watching them control the situation. One group will maintain here, and I'll have the other 50 go to the port and bring the slaves here, so, from today on, they are part of the port town guard. It can't be helped. We have to work hard in Avalon, Knowles said. Let the newcomers handle these miscellaneous tasks. Just leave a few people to manage the guard department normally. Atón's real world is Avalon. The Atón Island outside can be regarded as the mortal world of the Principality of Atón. People are coming, Knowles shouted. Everyone, swish. The boys and girls stood at attention almost reflexively. With their handsome fairy armor, they really looked like the tree elf warriors they envied so much more than 2 months ago. Perhaps it was because life had become more and more comfortable in the past 2 months, with fish, meat, and vegetables available. Many children, especially boys, suddenly entered a stage of growth and grew a lot taller. Although most of them still looked a little childish, the strength provided by the junior fairy armor really gave them a lot of confidence. Chapter 160 The lowest miracle item, Universal Hands. Different levels of fairy armor grant varying attribute points. If we categorize a person's basic attributes into 3 main categories, Constitution, Agility, and Vitality, Constance encompasses strength, stamina, recovery, and resistance to blows. Agility encompasses physical coordination, reaction speed, and calculation. Vitality encompasses learning ability, thinking ability, as well as comprehension and aptitude. The average person's 3 dimensions generally range from 1 to 5. Excellent attributes are 5 points, while mediocre or even incompetent ones have 1 point. These values represent potential, the limit at peak performance, not the current stage. Take Knowles and the big guy as examples. Knowles, Constitution. 12 Agility. 10 Vitality. 11. Knowles' 3 dimensions all exceed 10. This far exceeds human limits, reaching an inhuman level. Silly Tiger, Constitution. 8 Agility. 2 Vitality. 1. Silly Tiger's IQ is low, resulting in a very low vitality bar. Without the improvement provided by Atón's miraculous power, he would have been destined to remain a fool, relying solely on brute force for his entire life. Now let's talk about Helbo and Ilona. Uncle judged their physique, agility, and stamina to be 5. Even if some of them weren't 5, the difference wouldn't be too great. This means that after rigorous training, they were almost as good as human agents. Of course, These are just individual examples. Not every slave sold to Atón was this exceptional. In reality, most people only have 2 or 3 in the 3 dimensions. The more gifted ones, 4. Only in rare cases, a 5 appears. This shows the true extent of Hellbow and Ilona's basic talent. Are they all just basic weapons? Leon observed. His Majesty hasn't fully trusted them yet. A few have, Null said. That child named Ilona has received intermediate weapons. This shows, well, His Majesty is hinting to us that this child is trustworthy and has potential, Null said. So I made him captain, and he'll also help me oversee the security department. His position is captain of the Special Police Corps. However, this meant that the distribution of Aton's fairy weapons would have to be considered. Fairy weapons don't grant a wearer potential, they directly increase their existing attributes. Basic fairy weapon, each piece increases 1 to 3 stat points. Set effect, +5 constitution, +5 agility, +5 vitality. Evaluation, after wearing it, it's equivalent to an ordinary Aton member who has fully developed their potential. Intermediate fairy weapon, each piece increases 2 to 4 stat points. Set effect, +10 constitution, +10 agility, +10 vitality. Comment, even the most elite of the Atón clan might be slightly inferior in terms of attributes. Advanced fairy armor, set benefit, +20 constitution, +20 agility, +20 vitality. Comment, these abilities are almost comparable to the basic attributes of extraordinary level miracle armor. Of course, this is just theory. In reality, extraordinary level units possess a vast array of buffs, passives, blessings, and protections, in addition to the release of miracle power. Only when their miracle power is completely depleted, and they can only rely on melee and physical combat, do their combat effectiveness match that of the wearer of the advanced fairy armor. Manufacturing difficulty, basic fairy armor, craftable by extraordinary level witches, it's not difficult. Intermediate fairy armor requires the aid of extraordinary power and requires regular recharging and maintenance, otherwise it will break down and lose the protection of the fairy power. Advanced fairy armor, Lilith is the only one in the entire Atón who can produce it, and production is very low. Therefore, until now, the basic fairy armor has been taken out and given to the common people of Atón, namely the 120 slave boys and girls. They've undergone military training and ideological indoctrination, ensuring their loyalty to Atón. As long as they continue to live on Atón's land, they'll sooner or later become Bai Luo's diehards, even his loyalists. They're not yet qualified to use intermediate and advanced weaponry, it's mostly in the hands of elves and high-level elves, strengthening their strength. So, our Atón population now is +120, not counting the elves, Null said. 80 Atóns, nearly 350 tree elves, plus the 120 here, that's over 500. How many new children are there? Gonia counted them before, Null said. The original plan was for 1,800, but 2,500 arrived. 60% are adults, and 40% are children, that makes 1,000. Children, unlike adults, have unformed values and are highly adaptable. Of course, Leon desperately hopes for someone to make a mistake. Bai Luo had promised him that if anyone made a mistake, he would hand that person over to Leon. Simply suppressing one's power isn't a good idea. Occasionally venting his anger, tearing people to pieces, would also help Leon gain control over the greedy blood. Here they come, soon. Nulls and Leon, standing on the high platform, spotted a crowd in the distance. They were a mighty force, weaving through the Western-style houses. 2,500 people, including old and young, women and men, made for quite a spectacular sight. In Bai Luo's previous high school, each grade had between 600 and 800 students. Taking 700 as the median, 3 grades would yield 2,100. An entire high school, or even just a middle school, would probably look like what Null saw. This place, Glass had been observing since disembarking. He found the island incredibly unusual. From the architectural style to the individual plants and trees, each possessed a unique artistic and aesthetic quality, striking features, like a painting, a masterpiece of the highest caliber. Glass noticed the young men and women standing around. Their fairy armor caught his eye. No ordinary territory could possibly forge such exquisite equipment, Glass was almost certain. Is this a land of miracles? He had been sold as a slave, hoping for a peaceful place to die. But who could have imagined that after all this wandering, he would end up in another land of miracles? What a twist of fate! This is too filthy. The guards saw the newcomers, accustomed to the current life in Arden. It was hard to imagine that they had lived like this just over 2 months ago. Instead of discrimination or disgust, they felt a sense of recognition as experienced people. This is our Arden, our fairyland. They had never seen the world of Avalon, but just the island of Arden, this outskirts that didn't even reach the fairy forest, was enough to captivate them. Everyone, bathed as a family, considering the situation of these slaves. Gonia had specially arranged numerous family suites, meaning one bathroom could accommodate 3 to 5 people. Even a family of 5 would have more than enough space. As for being naked, Gonia didn't mind. After all, they were family. She used to bathe with Bai Luo often. Gonia, brother Bai Luo's bath is so comfortable. Bai Luo, see? All the customers who've used it say it's great. However, Yuxi and Glass, the fake father and daughter, were in an awkward situation. Although Yuxi was young, she still had a sense of propriety and was very nervous. Glass noticed this and negotiated with a family of 7, allowing the 3 men to join him, making a foursome, while his daughter would bathe with the women. Janano was in charge of this area. She had never had a strong opinion, and her brother Ilona was not around. Wait a moment. With that, Janano ran to Gonia's side. Lady Gonia, she had previously trained as a maid under Gonia's charge, so she was familiar with her. Is that so? Gonia thought for a moment and said, it's not a big deal. This division is fine. I just want efficiency. Yes, Janano hurried back to report. Gonia noticed someone staring at her. She initially thought it was just a casual glance. But after a moment, the gaze was still there. Who's looking at me? Gonia had concealed her astrologer's outfit, now dressed like an ordinary woman. But her beauty was striking, especially after her extraordinary achievements, which brought a natural charm. Being surreptitiously observed was no big deal. But wasn't such a blatant stare a bit too much? That guy. Gonia followed his gaze and saw Glass. That guy over there. Come here, Daddy. Yuxi almost gave herself away, and she quickly corrected herself. Little did she know that Fira, a master of memory magic, had already seen through their relationship. They did have a father-daughter relationship, though, which barely met Bai Luo's needs, so Fira ignored it. But now, Glass's stare at Gonia was a bit excessive. Go in and take a shower. Gonia let Yuxi go in first, leaving Glass alone. What do you want? Gonia stared at Glass, who, far from showing any fear, smiled. Angry, that's even more true. What? This lady, Glass was unlike any other slave. His aura, especially his gaze, gave Gonia a sense of weathered, unvarnished beauty. I was rude staring at you just now. I apologize, Glass spoke honestly and sincerely. It's just that you look so much like someone I know that I found it strange. Fira, Gonia didn't need to ask, she could simply have Fira perform a magic test. Here it comes. Fira secretly grasped her wand. Gonia said to Glass, now, think about that person again. Glass speculated that he might be using the miraculous power of memory search. Although he was knowledgeable, there were so many types of miracles that no one could possibly know them all. Sure, huh? Almost as soon as Glass finished speaking, Fira looked at Gonia in surprise. The latter asked, puzzled, what's wrong? It really looks like her. What? Then, that person who just appeared in his mind. Look, sister. Fira pressed her wand to her temple. At the same time, a figure appeared in Gonia's mind. It was a woman with a scholarly air, her demeanor serene. She sat quietly reading under a tree, holding a book in her hands. Then, as if noticing someone approaching, the woman raised her head, and the smile that flashed across her face made Gonia's eyes slightly red. You? Gonia looked surprised. Who are you? Why, how do you know my mother? Are you really Matisse's child? Glass was genuinely surprised. He even felt that the world was too small. Where's Matisse? Is she okay? She's passed away. Glass's heart skipped a beat. Before he could ask more, Gonia said, who are you? I'm just a wandering ghost, but if you are truly Matisse's daughter, Glass asked, then do you know a man named Glass? Gonia's eyes widened as she looked up and down at the grimy old man. His hair was muddy, his beard was unruly, and his tattered clothes were covered in marks of whipping. His trousers were ragged, and the exposed parts of his legs and feet were torn and ripped, with fresh wounds and blood all over them. Inexplicably, Gonia felt a pang of pain. If the other person was really Glass, Gonia couldn't bear to think about it any longer. You? Gonia looked at Fyra again. After finishing the spell, she nodded vigorously. He's Aunt Matisse's biological brother. Gonia fell silent again, her third time. Glass, that was the name of the uncle Gonia's mother had mentioned to her countless times. The man who existed only in stories, brilliant, and who loved his sister to the core. But the old man before her was dirty, slovenly, and smelly. Well, especially the last one, the stench was truly unbearable. Such a guy could actually be the hero of his mother's bedtime stories, a remarkable Atonian. I'm sorry, Glass seemed to notice, and he said awkwardly, I suppose I'll disappoint you with this, don't worry about me. Just pretend you don't know me. Glass felt that Gonia might not have an easy time here. There was no need to be so detached for a stranger. You're still alive, how could Gonia pretend not to know him? After her mother passed away, Glass was her only blood relative. Her mother's last words before she died were that she hoped Gonia would go find her brother and say sorry on her behalf. What's wrong? What's going on? Knowles saw Gonia and Fyra arguing with a beggar-like slave, and hurried over to ask. His Glass looked at Knowles in shock. Are you a Sauron? You're still alive? That's not right, why are you still so young? Have you found the miracle of rejuvenation? You know miracles. Wait. Who did you just say? Knowles, do you know my dad? Isorin is the name of Knowles' father, but he had passed away for many years. This, Gonia still found it hard to accept, but she already believed Glass's identity. He's my mother's brother. Glass, your mother's brother? Aunt Matisse's brother, Knowles exclaimed in surprise. Isn't that your uncle? Are you an Atón? Glass nodded. If you mean descendants of the Seven Kings, then yes, I am of the Atón clan. Only then did Glass realize that Gonia and Knowles were the children of his sister Matisse and his close friend Esselin, respectively. Why does this island look so strange? Here, Glass suddenly asked. Brother Saros, are you here too? Knowles and Gonia were silent for a moment. Fyra suddenly asked, who is Saros? Is there anyone among us named Saros? Knowles and Gonia thought Fyra's question was foolish. Yet, it had a certain plausibility. Grandfather, your real name is Salos. Oh, Fyra responded, then exclaimed, isn't grandfather called grandfather? Grandfather's name is Salos, so who is grandfather then? Fyra, shocked. This is the territory of the descendants of the Seven Kings, the miraculous kingdom of our Atón village. Glass's voice softened. Yet he could hardly suppress the joy and excitement within. Is this true? Am I dreaming? Are you trustworthy? Where's Brother Salos? Glass's once lifeless eyes immediately shone with hope and joy. He can prove my identity. Where is he? A friend comes from afar, the old uncle's voice echoed from afar. It seems I've mastered a new skill. Next time, I can try observing the stars at night, Brother Salos. Hearing the old uncle's voice, Glass's voice trembled with excitement. Brother, you've caused me so much trouble. The two old men hugged each other. It's my fault, it's all my fault. The uncle, without a trace of disgust, hugged Glass tightly. You've suffered all these years. It's good to be back, it's good to be back. It was like a long-lost brother returning home, and even a tough guy like the uncle could barely contain his tears. But you stink too much? How long have you been showering? Only 3 months, eh? The uncle quickly let go. Go wash up quickly. Once you're clean, I'll tell you about all these years, girl, the uncle said to Gonia. Prepare a room for him, and let the octopus family give him a good scrub, okay? Gonia looked at Glass with a mixture of anticipation and resignation. After all, in her eyes, her uncle was the embodiment of wisdom. And yet, the man before her, this one reduced to begging, was truly shameful. What are the octopus family? Of course they're good things, bro. The uncle patted Glass's shoulder, his expression akin to, brother, this is a grand feast I prepared especially for you, so exciting right from the start. Glass wasn't the type, but he still said, but man, I'm old and can't handle it. I can handle it, I can handle it. We're both good friends. So, under his uncle's persuasion, Glass entered the luxurious bathhouse that Gonia had specially prepared for him. And then, nothing happened. Screams like a pig being slaughtered resounded through the air. Holy shit, is this true? Elsewhere, Bai Luo was stunned. Old man, you've actually practiced divination many times before, right? Just playing around, trying your hand, the uncle said. I didn't expect it to be so easy, Bai Luo. That hurts, uncle. So who is that man? Aunt Matisse's brother, Bai Luo had never met Glass, and he was always cautious. Bai Luo wouldn't trust outsiders, even if they were relatives of acquaintances. After all these years, who knew if Glass's heart was still with the Atón clan? You can really trust this guy, the old uncle said. If he wanted to, he wouldn't have to come to us. What do you mean? He had a miracle back then. What? Bai Luo stared at his uncle in shock. You said he possesses a miracle. That's impossible, Bai Luo said. If he possesses a miracle, then he's the Lord of Miracles. The Lord of Miracles possesses various laws of protection. Fyra's spiritual spells, for one, would have no effect on him. He must have given up on that miracle. Bai Luo knew that miracles could be abandoned. He knew it the moment he received them. But not all miracles could be abandoned. Miracles with souls couldn't be abandoned. Take Shirley and Lilith, for example. Bai Luo could easily kill them. He could also decree that they couldn't be resurrected. But if Bai Luo ever felt the urge to miss them, they would return. Even if Bai Luo regretted his decision, the miracle creatures and miracle-bearing people would be instantly resurrected. So, theoretically, the Lord of Miracles could only temporarily or permanently eliminate miracles. He couldn't truly destroy them. That was simply impossible. However, Glass had appeared, and his miracle was gone. Miracles couldn't be taken or transferred, so the only possibility was that he had given up on his miracle. How did he do it? Bai Luo looked at his uncle in confusion. The uncle shook his head. I don't know. Then his miracle is not a miracle creature, but a miracle object, the lowest level, universal hand, rank, lowest level type, miracle object faction, electronic frontier ability, allows one to gain endless inspiration, mastering all experimental, research, development, and operational techniques encountered. Why does this miracle sound so familiar? Bai Luo looked at his uncle suspiciously. Are you sure you're not talking about yourself? How could I have such a great ability? The uncle said. I just understand a little bit now and then, just a little bit. However, Bai Luo didn't believe it at all. His eyes were filled with suspicion. It's really not me. I really only understand a little bit. Glass possesses the true miracle, so, aren't our Atón people capable of miracles? Bai Luo asked in surprise. Then why didn't he become king back then? 2 reasons, the old uncle said. First, he's not from the Atón royal family. He's a descendant of the 7 kings of Atón and has sworn fealty to the royal family for generations. Second, he wanted to carry out a more important plan. The old uncle then gave Bai Luo a glimpse of the plan's details. After hearing it, Bai Luo looked at him in disbelief. Is it possible? What if it fails? If Glass hadn't come here, he might have died in poverty. The man's eyes were dead. What revived him was a girl named Yuzai, an innocent child he wanted to protect. And by divine providence, he returned to the Atón people, where he once again met Inya, Norse, and his old uncle, Saros. Upon learning that this country was the home of the Atón clan, Glass wept with joy, finally finding the courage to live. Alice, the miracle was over. But it didn't matter, because this way he could truly integrate into Atón and become a citizen of Bai Luo. He had lost the power of his omnipotent hands, but he had experience and knowledge that were extremely important to Atón today. These were Glass's most valuable assets. It's still amazing. You dared to play like this before. It's terrifying, right? Let Glass tell you the details, the old uncle said. To be honest, I'm also very interested in his experiences over the years. Chapter 161 Electronic Frontier. I can't use it to protect my people. Over 20 years ago, Glass obtained the miracle, the all-powerful hand. This miracle doesn't have any remarkable power at all. It's like a vine that requires a tree, and can only wrap itself around other things. It's a shameless thief. Electronic Frontier, the most imaginative, creative, and critically minded miracle faction. The miracles it brings are a blessing to the wise and a nightmare to the foolish. Theoretically, any miracle can be developed and expanded by the all-powerful hand. However, the power of miracles belongs to others. How could the Master of Miracles allow his miracle power to be used by outsiders? But it's the first miracle my Atón clan has found in 100 years. Old man, haven't you found it? They left a clue, said Saros. After you leave, I will set out to find that miracle. What is it? I don't know, Saros. The old man risked his life to find it. Grandpa Bai Luo left home to search for miracles when Saros was very young. Saros grew up under the care of his older brother. Therefore, Saros was less familiar with and less appreciative of his father than his older brother. Even now, At nearly 40, he still couldn't help but feel uneasy. Then I don't have much time, Saros said. Next, I will do everything in my power to find it. This is the last hope for our Atón clan, that's why I'm, Glass paused, as he was about to execute a grand, even terrifying, plan. You should understand, Saros said to then young Grahman, even if we find a miracle, we can't surpass them. Miracles take time to develop. They're already hundreds, even thousands, tens of thousands of years ahead of us. We can't catch up. Since we can't catch up, Saros's eyes were cold. Then we must let them fall. If he couldn't defeat the enemy head-on, he would let them decay, rot, and degenerate. Once they were weak, he would bite them in the neck and kill them with a single blow. What about Métis? I'm not worried about my own safety. It doesn't matter if I die, Glass said, but Métis, she just got married. Although I have always looked down on that guy, I know that he will protect her. Use this as an excuse to leave. What? It's better to make her hate you than to miss you and worry about you, right? This, Glass asked, is this plan really feasible? Will the Eastern Empress, that woman, really believe it? In this world, if anyone really desires peace, it must be her, but there's more than one way to peace, Glass asked. She may not want to unify the world. It is the Eastern Empire that unifies the world, not the Eastern Empress, Saros. More than 20 masters of miracles in the Eastern Empire. If it wins, it will only start another tragedy. The East Empress is amazing. She will understand and adopt your suggestions. After the Eastern Empire, there are the ancient Golden Kingdoms, followed by the Sacred, the Extreme North, the Mountains, the Starry Night and... Saros looked into Glass' eyes. Iron Eagle. Iron Eagle. Glass was shocked. Why even it? The Iron Eagle is the breakthrough, Saros. It is your last stop, and it is the only stop. You have to do your best. Glass, what if it fails? There are only two possible opportunities for failure, Lao uncle. First, you and I are both dead, and second, we will destroy the clan. What if there really is such a day? Faced with Glass' inquiry, Saros was silent for a while. If it fails. Gradually, Saros's eyes became more and more sharp and terrifying. Then let this world be buried with me, Atón. The octopus family completed the bathing work on Glass. Afterwards, the tree elves took action to treat Glass' injuries. With a change of clothes, the once scruffy, dirty old man suddenly transformed into an elegant elder with dark gray and white hair. Glass's aura was somewhat that of a learned scholar, a great scholar, a philosopher. He had also served as a technical consultant for many countries, and his life was eventful and fascinating. Brother, I haven't seen you for over a decade, and you're so excited right off the bat. It nearly killed me. Glass, 50 years old, was much younger than Saros, but he had been through a lot and looked older than his uncle. Isn't this just a bit of fun? You're the only one who do that. Glass was amused, yet he was also a steady old man. But honestly, I inherited this bath scrubbing skill from you. The Gonia family had similar personalities, all geniuses with high IQs and EQs. Métis, sorry, the uncle's eyes were filled with sadness. He had promised Glass that he would protect his family. Glass undertook an unimaginable mission, enduring humiliation. Not only did he fail to protect Métis and her husband, but he himself was no longer as sharp as he once was. You've changed, Glass consoled his uncle. Rather than wondering if she's still alive, I want to know if she's happy. Back then, Métis married that bastard, and he locked her body and soul under his spell. The Atón clan, direct descendants of the war god Atón, known as the descendants of miracles, differ from most ordinary Atón people in this respect. They are stronger, their physical prowess and talents far surpass those of ordinary people. However, these advantages and disadvantages come with their own weaknesses. For example, tree elves can live for 666 years, but if the life seed representing their heart is dug out and consumed, that person can live for another 666 years. Indeed, tree elves are like living ginseng fruits or peaches. A gift bestowed by heaven, yet also a terrible curse. Similarly, the Atón people suffer from similar flaws. There's nothing wrong with Atón men. The shortcomings of Atón descendants are primarily manifested in women. First, Atón women are reproductively isolated from outsiders, unable to bear offspring with them. Furthermore, before losing their virginity, Atón women's sexual desires are extremely low, to the point where they wouldn't even react to drugs. However, if they're of similar age and not directly related by blood, an Atón man simply needs to provide constant care, attention, and meticulous attention to secure a profound place in the Atón woman's heart. In this way, the Atón woman's genitals will gradually take on the shape of the person she loves. This isn't a metaphor, but the point is. Take senior sister and Inya, for example. If Bai Luo were to break their virginity, the sisters would be captivated by Bai Luo, their bodies and minds bound together, blossoming for him alone for the rest of their lives. Senior sister is undoubtedly the most powerful, and Inya is even more so. Furthermore, once captivated, no matter how dominant and overbearing a woman may have been before marriage, she would become the most obedient and docile little woman in her husband's eyes. It's just that in Atón, Bai Luo does have a few different forms. Bai Luo, he's too good. And there are so few men. I can't do anything about it. Fortunately, this situation isn't irreversible or unchangeable. For example, when little Maya and Gonia get too close to Bai Luo, they can improve their relationship by bathing him. Only family can do such an intimate thing. Bai Luo is the older brother, so he can't take on his form. When Maya and Gonia subconsciously understand this, their bodies will gradually recover. So, don't underestimate Bai Luo's bathing skills. You must know that during this process, Bai Luo cannot have any selfish desires. Even the slightest bit will ruin all his efforts. Bai Luo, this is the ultimate secret, forged through countless spiritual trials. Of course, only true descendants of Atón possess this body-mind lock, as it represents the power of the laws left over from the power of miracles. But most Atón people today no longer have such abilities in their bloodline. Once the Atón people gained the miraculous power, they were no longer part of the Atón clan, making the mind-body locks virtually useless. In other words, they were fixed in place. Even if Bai Luo bathed Elsa and Maya again, it wouldn't change their minds. No one else besides Bai Luo could spark their first love. Okay, that's getting a little off topic. As the eldest brother-in-law, Glass should have been furious when his sister was married off. But in reality, Glass didn't dislike Gonia's father, he actually loved him. This was all just an excuse Glass and his uncle agreed upon to run away from home. Métis, unaware of the truth, always believed it was her fault. It wasn't until the end of his life that his uncle revealed the truth. That boy was a hero, the uncle said, recounting the Atón village disaster. He fought to the bitter end to protect his wife and daughter. He's still a man. Glass was distraught upon hearing of the Atón village's demise, and he's feeling the same way now, a mixture of sadness and joy. Come to think of it, I haven't sworn an oath to you yet. Glass looked at Bai Luo. My apologies, Your Majesty. Facing the royal family of Atón, Glass knelt on one knee without hesitation and recited the ancient oath to Bai Luo. Yes, although Bai Luo still had some doubts about this descendant of the Seven Kings, he was generally willing to trust him. His uncle was always an accurate judge of people. Bai Luo had never seen him fail. But Bai Luo was ultimately the king of Atón, responsible for everyone. He couldn't allow a spy to roam freely in Atón and know all its secrets. Ding, Bai Luo flicked a ring out, and Glass caught it. Here, do you want to test it? Excuse me, no, Glass said. I'm relieved if you do this. Although Glass was often away from home, his thoughts were still with the Atón family. He was pleased to see that Bai Luo treated him with caution. This was the hallmark of a good leader, a wise king. Glass noticed the ring in his hand radiating a brilliant light. Bai Luo looked at his uncle, who nodded. Miracle power cannot deceive, it's the ultimate lie detector. As soon as Glass received the goblin weapon, it resonated with him. This showed that Glass's sense of belonging to the Atón clan rivaled that of the older generation, like Grandpa Shanwang and his uncle. He was a man who loved the Atón clan from the bottom of his heart, even to the point of sacrificing his life for them. Your Majesty, Glass said before Bai Luo could speak. I have an idea. May I ask if you approve? What? Glass was someone who could immediately become his miracle clan. Bai Luo was always gentle and kind to his own people. Would you mind letting me live with those outsiders? Bai Luo asked. Why? I don't want to know too many of the Atón clan's secrets, Glass said. My identity is too special. Even if you trust me, I must be mindful of this. Simply put, Glass was an undercover agent sent by the Atón clan to serve the other princes. Yes, undercover, like the infernal affairs type. Of the entire Atón clan, only his uncle and Grandpa Shanwang knew Glass's identity. Everyone else, even his sister Métis, thought he'd run away. You're a hero of the Atón clan and deserve to be treated like one. Bai Luo knew what Glass had done. His contributions to the Principality of Atón, now known as Bai Luo, were enough to earn the respect of the entire nation. Bai Luo wasn't one of those people who, after the rabbit dies, is abandoned, after the bird is gone, the bow is put away. He only gives the best to hero. Of course, that assumes he's truly loyal. Glass had passed the test, and the fairy power favored him greatly. If the old man weren't so old and still a man, perhaps he could also perform the Balabala little magic fairy transformation. If my almighty hands were still there, perhaps I could help your majesty, but then, I doubt I'd earn your trust. How to subdue the Lord of Miracles, not even Bai Luo, let alone his uncle, had ever heard of it. How could a king bow to another king? If defeated, it would only mean death. What's there to fear? Even without all-powerful hands, you're still a member of our Atón, as Gonia's uncle and Aunt Matisse's brother. With this relationship, and coupled with Glass's undercover career, Bai Luo couldn't afford to treat him unfairly. After a brief observation period, he'd be sent to the Avalon world to practice the fighting saint method. If he succeeded, what was there to hesitate about? We were one of them. I'm sorry, Your Majesty, Glass said. If I had met you a few years earlier, perhaps I could have worked with you to achieve great things, but now, I'm truly old, not just physically, but also spiritually. Over a decade ago, Glass met a remarkably talented woman, married her, and had a pair of children, son Boris and daughter Minerva. However, Glass proved too outstanding with the Iron Eagle King. He was supposed to leave to seek out the Atón clan, but was forced to stay by Khan, one of the Iron Eagle King's men, using his wife and daughter as a threat. In the end, due to an accident, Glass's family died under the weapons he designed for the Iron Eagle. Tisk, the Iron Eagle again. Bai Luo was really unhappy. This Iron Eagle, is it our Atón going against each other? It's so annoying. Bai Luo could sign an alliance with any other country, seek common ground while reserving differences, and coexist peacefully. But the Iron Eagle, and the Thorns. If Bai Luo tolerated them, wouldn't he be too cowardly? Perhaps, this is retribution. After so much time, Glass also figured it out. He no longer had the fighting spirit and didn't want to fight for anything. He just wanted to spend his old age in peace. But now, with Your Majesty's strength, I'm afraid you can't compare with the Iron Eagle, Glass advised. So, I hope Your Majesty can be more patient. Bai Luo naturally knew that the intolerance he mentioned was based on the premise that Atón had sufficient military strength. However, Glass said, when I was at Iron Eagle, I left behind a lot of interesting designs. I left them there on purpose. What are they? Some fanciful creations, the kind that are simply impossible to realize. Glass asked Bai Luo for a pen and quickly drew a city on a piece of paper. Your Majesty, please look at this. This is the strategic weapon I designed for Iron Eagle, Glass said. It's just a side project of mine. Its plausibility is very low. Even if it succeeds, it will cost Iron Eagle a lot of manpower, material resources, and time. If it fails, it will be a waste. What's it called? No name, Glass said. Your Majesty, you can choose any name you like. Bai Luo carefully examined the design in his hand. He found that although Glass no longer had a versatile hand, his drawing skills were simply superb. Moreover, it was incredibly fast. In just over 10 minutes, such a large design was completed. This thing looks a bit like, Bai Luo said, a city in the sky. A city in the sky, or simply a floating city, was the pinnacle of magical technology that Bai Luo had occasionally encountered in his novels in his previous life. It was quite impressive. Iron Eagle, aren't you really building something like this? Perhaps, Glass said, but this is just my fantasy. In reality, Iron Eagle's level of magical power simply can't support its construction, so, this was a strategy to trick the Iron Eagle King into wasting his time and slowing down the Iron Eagle Kingdom's development. Anything else? Have you designed similar things for other countries, old man? Occasionally, inspiration does come to me, so, Glass gave Bai Luo many more designs, including the mechanisms he'd designed in the Eastern Empire and the vast mausoleums of the ancient Golden Kingdom. In short, his imagination was unbridled and unrestrained. Regardless of whether it was feasible or not, he had already created the designs. Old man, why don't you continue to help me research miracles? Bai Luo was tempted. He already had Pegasus, fairies, Avalon, and the greedy wolf, but Glass's designs were miracle arms and war machines that had nothing to do with human talent. They were enormously expensive, and their energy consumption was appalling. But the electronic frontier's greatest strength lay in mass production. More was better, bigger was beautiful. The electronic frontier pushed the limits of information and thought, reaching a bottom line where even truth could be stopped. "I'm really done, Your Majesty," Glass said. "I don't have a jack of all trades. My talent is far inferior to Brother Saros's. If he could, he wouldn't have needed me. If he can't, then neither can I. Besides, I've been exhausted these past few years. If Your Majesty is kind enough," Glass said, "just give me a place to retire, and I'll be content." Immortality was no longer an option for Glass. His life, though brief, had been wonderful enough, and there was nothing to regret. At the end of his life, to be buried in the land of Atón, beside the grave of his sister Métis, that was Glass's only wish. "This, Your Majesty," the old uncle said, "let it be as he wishes." Glass had spent over 20 years as a spy, and he had done what he could to contribute to Atón's rise. Very well then, Bai Luo chose to respect Glass. He would not spy on Atón's miraculous power, not even a peek. And all Bai Luo offered him was the same treatment as any other slave. Same. "It's definitely impossible. After all, you're one of my people," Bai Luo said. "How about this? Harbor Town needs to develop and needs a shopping street. How about you open a shop?" "Open a shop?" Seeing Glass hesitate, Bai Luo asked, "What's wrong?" No problem, Glass. It's just that I'm thinking about what kind of shop I should open." "What can you do, old man? Do you have any hobbies?" "Bai Luo, how about painting?" "Painting? I only have a basic understanding." "Basic?" Bai Luo lowered his head, glanced at the design drawings in his hand, then at the stack of designs beside him. "Good boy, you called it basic. My hobbies are very broad. I know a lot of things." Glass thought for a moment, and finally said, "I know a little bit about everything." "Bai Luo, another one who knows a little bit? How about this? I'll give you the shop. If you want to open anything, just tell Gonia directly." Although a commoner, Glass is more like a GM, a hidden boss among the sheep. "Also, if possible, old man, please help me guide the commoners," Bai Luo said, "so that they can quickly feel a sense of belonging to Atón." "Don't worry about that," Glass said. "If anyone is dissatisfied, I will tell you as soon as I find out." The Atón family is the only reason Glass has fought for his whole life. Anyone who dares to harm Atón is Glass's enemy, and he will not tolerate it. Chapter 162 I want 2 million sea areas from you. Jingtao City, the capital of the Grand Duke of Fairy Eagle, sits at the end of a strait, shrouded in a dreamy glow. Flowers bloomed there, alongside the Coral Sea and Conch Mountain. Majestic sculptures, like ancient heroes, towered above the sea, reaching into the clouds. From afar, Senior Sister spotted the city, resembling a shimmering jade, glittering in the sun like the brightest pearl in the universe, its brilliance dazzling. "It's beautiful, but it can't compare to my Avalon." As the Queen of Avalon, Senior Sister naturally considered Avalon the best. But it does have its own unique qualities. Rather than admiring the beauty, Senior Sister was more preoccupied with pondering and deciphering the nature of Messiah's miracle. "Your Majesty, would you like a drink?" Hampin Sanlang and Little Bear Duato flank Senior Sister, one on each side. Elsewhere, a group of falconers and cavalry captains accompanied them. "A beautiful view is only as beautiful as fine wine. Give me a drink, my little cuties." Senior Sister petted the furry head of Little Bear Duato, pinched Hampin's Bureau's chubby face, and then petted Sissy, the cat on her lap, the fourth sister of the cute cat family. "Very well, Your Majesty, enjoy your meal, Your Majesty." The two little creatures were flattered and hurried to help Senior Sister mix the drinks. Little Bear Duato's ability is similar to a low-end version of Doraemon's four-dimensional pocket, allowing him to put various items into it and take them out again. Furthermore, Little Bear Duato possesses a special skill. Within his pocket, he can transform the contents like a factory or machine tool, creating unique fairy treasures. Hampin's Bureau's ability is similar. However, his true power lies in the backpack on his back, which houses a small garden, akin to a nature reserve. Ham enjoys growing a variety of mushrooms there, nurturing them and turning them into his own weapons. Of course, he also grows small things like fruits and vegetables. However, they grow much more slowly than mushrooms. Mushrooms are more compatible with it, and can grow rapidly under the catalytic power of Pin Sanlang's fairy. Boom, a rainbow of light descended from the sky, and the Sage of the Haze, Avril, emerged. She saluted to Senior Sister, saying, "Your Highness, the city of Jingtao, our fairy eagle, lies ahead. Messiah gave senior sister enough respect, allowing the legendary sage of the haze, Avril, to greet her. Yes, the Atón people are known for their unwavering demeanor. The Grand Duke of Fairy Eagle was so courteous, and senior sister wouldn't refuse. Is there anything I can be careful of, Your Highness? Please restrain yourself and refrain from rash actions, Avril added. But rest assured, we will send anyone who comes to our rescue away and will not offend or provoke Your Highness. Okay, senior sister represented Bai Luo, so naturally, she couldn't get angry easily. Although on the surface, she appeared difficult to get along with, aloof and domineering, but as long as it didn't involve Bai Luo, such as humiliating or belittling him, senior sister would do her best to be tolerant and avoid causing trouble for Atón. The Duchy of Atón is now truly the world's lowest ranking and most powerful nation. Not counting the miracle itself, Atón lacks a single capable fighter. As the queen, she holds the title of Mother of the Nation. She cannot let her adorable children bear the brunt of her momentary wrath. Bang! As she sipped her wine and admired the scenery, a massive warship, seemingly emerging from the abyss, broke through the water and appeared a kilometer to her left. Splash! The sea tilted, and a group of bizarre-looking pirates appeared on the deck. Morgan! She didn't see Morgan, but she did spot a figure dressed as a captain. The figure was tall, with a head resembling a giant octopus, its head and cheeks bulging with countless tentacles, a terrifying sight. Is that her? The figure caught her gaze, and the next moment, he silently leaped across space and appeared on the deck of the Fairy Eagle warship. Deploy! The Eagle strikemen and the cavalry captains panicked, and Coral immediately gave the order. The aura emanating from the other party was terrifying and suffocating. It was a power that neither Sea Dragon Princess nor the Sage of the Clouds had ever felt. Who was he? Morgan? King of the Deep Sea, Avril said, you scared my child, bang. Bang. However, the King of the Deep Sea didn't take Avril seriously at all. He walked straight up to the senior sister. Is that you? You captured Sig. There was no anger or condemnation, as if the King of the Deep Sea was simply discussing something that had nothing to do with him. Are you the Lord of Miracles? No, but I am. These two short sentences invisibly put the King of the Deep Sea above him. I am the Lord of Miracles, and you are just a child of miracles. Is that how you talk to me? I don't know. What's your name? My name is Isifia, the Queen of Atón, Your Majesty, the Deep Sea King said. Why did you attack our waters for no reason and abduct our people without permission? Could it be that Atón wants to go to war with us? Can you represent Morgan? My father has arrived in Jingtao City, the Deep Sea King said. I can't represent him, but I can represent the army of the King of the South Sea. Senior sister used her status as the Lord of Miracles to pressure him, even subtly playing a trick that the people of Miracles fear most, offending their master. Just like senior sister, if someone asked her, are you trying to be a hum crowing at dawn, she would feel nervous and instinctively want to explain to Bai Luo. Although senior sister knew that she and Bai Luo had a mutual understanding and that was what he thought, if someone thought so, it would also indicate that senior sister was too strong, and that someone might overshadow Bai Luo's style and prestige. As a miracle person, senior sister was naturally no longer a woman of Atón, and thus no longer had the disadvantages of being chained to her body and mind. But the people of Avalon, facing their master, fared even worse than the woman of Atón, whose body and soul were locked away. Just like before, senior sister said she would go in Bai Luo's place. It took tremendous courage to look Bai Luo in the eye and speak to him like that. This clearly showed that the Deep Sea King's words were both arrogant and offensive. I can't represent Morgan, but I can represent Morgan's army. What did that mean? The equivalent of Atón was senior sister, who didn't need to waste time talking to Bai Luo and dared to lead her entire army into battle, launching a foreign war even without his orders. Was it Morgan's signal? Senior sister is Bai Luo's miracle person. If she dared to claim to be the sole ruler of Atón, then Bai Luo must have allowed it, with Morgan standing behind him. Was she doing it on purpose? Even if Bai Luo had given her permission, senior sister would have deliberately avoided the subject. No, that's not right. How could a child of miracle have the audacity to overstep her bounds like this? Senior sister certainly wasn't afraid of Bai Luo's misunderstanding, but she was afraid of others. So, even senior sister didn't dare. The Deep Sea King, a mere child of miracles, dared to speak openly here, and so brazenly. Too arrogant. Aren't you afraid of being criticized for disrespecting your master? I see, senior sister understood. She handed the wine glass to little Bear Duato and slowly stood up. So Morgan can't fight a war, senior sister, with her sharp mind, immediately grasped the situation in the South Sea Kingdom. Morgan lacked leadership skills, so the entire nation's military was under the control of the Deep Sea King. To Morgan, the Deep Sea King was not his limbs, but his heart. He held him as important and trusted as his heart. Therefore, Morgan entrusted the Deep Sea King with complete authority over the nation's defense, allowing him to make his own decisions. If the Deep Sea King felt a war was warranted, he wouldn't need Morgan's advice, he could simply launch the war. Morgan trusted his judgment and his talent. Morgan's self-awareness made him the leader of the South Sea Kingdom. "My father is the ruler of a nation," the Deep Sea King said. "If His Majesty has to fight even the wars himself, what use are we as his subjects? That's why I say," Senior Sister said without hesitation, "you have no right to speak to me." Senior Sister reiterated their respective positions. "I am the Lord of Miracles, and you are just a small child of miracles. Even if you are the CEO of this company, I still think you are not worthy enough. Let your chairman come and talk to me." Ha ha ha. The Deep Sea King was not afraid of Senior Sister, the Lord of Miracles. He said, "It seems that this sea has also emerged an ambitious king. Morgan, Fairy Eagle, Divine Brew, and Yang Bo, the four Lords of Miracles, lack the strong personalities of Senior Sister. However, this is not a good thing. The Azure Sea has no internal troubles, but it does have external threats. Troubled times call for harsh punishments. A weak Lord of Miracles has no right to survive in such a chaotic world. If this sea can truly unite, wouldn't a war advocate like Senior Sister, a female warrior, be a great help? At least until the external enemies vanished, Senior Sister would surely become the backbone of the Azure Sea. We're here, please enter the city." Avril disliked the Deep Sea King, primarily because he simply ignored her. But then again, while the Grand Duke of Fairy Eagle commanded many powerful warriors, few truly knew how to fight. The Azure's chief general was the Wolf Sword Saint Struss. If you were here, the Deep Sea King wouldn't dare act so arrogantly. But Avril, at best, she could only fight against the Sea Dragon Princess, a weakling with impressive individual combat prowess but poor commanding ability. With such skill, even the Deep Sea King and Struss would be a match for them, let alone her uncle. Without their army, even the legendary warriors would be exhausted and captured. Avril knew this, and so she feared them even more. Fortunately, little Mars is growing up quickly. With him, we Fairy Eagles will eventually produce a renowned general. Then I'll trouble you, Miss Avril, to lead the way. Senior Sister's words interrupted Avril's thoughts. "Please follow me." Avril had a good impression of Senior Sister. She treated her with considerable respect. "Let's go," Senior Sister called to her small entourage. "Your Majesty, please wait for us." She was cold and domineering with outsiders, but very gentle with these little cuties. Boom, the gates swung open, and the face of Jingtao City gradually revealed itself to Senior Sister. As she walked, Senior Sister carefully observed the city, but her gaze was primarily focused on the soldiers stationed there. There are many types of troops, at least 20. The number is also astonishing. A Lord of Miracles, with a 400-year legacy, is indeed not to be underestimated. Even though Messiah wasn't a war advocate, over the long years, she had built up a formidable force. Just to welcome Senior Sister, she had dispatched nearly 3,000 transcendent-level cavalry captains. Based on the ratio of extraordinary to transcendent, the Fairy Eagle has at least 3,000 transcendents and nearly 20,000 transcendent troops. However, this is ultimately just the tip of the iceberg. Messiah couldn't possibly reveal her true military strength. Therefore, Senior Sister didn't see much of the hero level. Military deterrence. Senior Sister sensed that Messiah was hinting at them, the Azure Duchy, that they were the masters of this sea. Don't think you can be so self-righteous just because you possess a mid-level miracle. Oh my, finally here. This was an elegant Greek-style palace, with over 500 white jade steps. "Welcome to my palace." At the end of the stairs, a woman with beautiful blonde hair stood there, smiling at Senior Sister. "Your Majesty, the Queen of Atón." Messiah, dressed in a sheer, plain white dress, resembled the elegance and purity of a Greek goddess, captivating at first sight and unable to look away. Senior Sister met Messiah's gaze in surprise, her eyes fixed on the Fairy Eagle Grand Duke's golden hair. At that moment, Senior Sister felt as if she had beheld the most beautiful thing in the world. Its breathtaking charm intoxicated her. "No," Senior Sister reflexively averted her gaze. "What's going on?" Senior Sister was renowned in Atón for her toughness and aloofness. Yet, even she had nearly fallen for Messiah's trick. demonstrating the terrifying power of the Grand Duke of the Fairy Eagle. The opponent's true miracle is definitely not some miracle like Fairy Eagle. Senior Sister was certain that Messiah's charm was the power of the miracle itself. Miracle derivatives, buffs like charm, had no effect on Senior Sister, a miracle person. Oh, don't be so nervous. I just wanted you to admire my outfit today. Messiah didn't think it was rude. After all, her charm was not something she could control. She couldn't do anything about this ever-present beauty. But your intuition is amazing, Miss Hay praised. Most people, even a Lord of Miracles, would lose their composure for a moment upon meeting me for the first time, but you didn't, Miss Hay said. Your attention shifted before I captivated you. It's like you foresaw the future. No, it's a powerful fighting instinct. Your miracles must specialize in combat, right? Miss Hay acted like a mischievous little sister in front of the other two Lords of Miracles. But after living for 400 years, how could she not be a shrewd person? Yes, the fighting saint method is suitable for combat, Senior Sister didn't hide. She was determined to project the image of a female warrior. So, if you ever encounter an opponent you can't defeat and are worried about being snatched away, you can come to me. Snatched away for what? You're so beautiful, your charm so strong that even Senior Sister, a miracle master, a woman, and a married woman, almost fell for it. What do you think someone could do after you were snatched away? Messiah, the price is right. Senior Sister, Atón, can keep you safe. This made Avril, who was standing aside, shocked and angry, but Messiah did not react much, and even laughed. Then from now on, you have to rely on Ms. Isifia's protection. Messiah did not care, after all, they were all women. If it was a man who said this, Messiah would definitely be furious and scold the other party for being rude. As for women, forget it, just treat it as a joke. After all, for so many years, there are not many female miracle masters on this sea. Apart from her, the pirate king in the east is a woman. But that woman is really weird, and Messiah does not like her. Or the heroic, noble and cold Valkyrie in front of her, who makes Messiah closer. Perhaps we could become good friends. Messiah truly came with the intention of making friends. Come in. Morgan's been waiting impatiently for a long time. That guy has no patience at all, Messiah said. He's the most useless person in the sea. This remark displeased the deep sea king. But he couldn't object. My lord, if you could be more powerful, it would be great. Please step back. Yes, we want to go in too. Why are you stopping us? The elves were stopped by two axe-wielding warriors. They suddenly spoke, shocking Messiah. What the hell is this? The Fairy Eagle Grand Duchess quickly walked over to the little bear Duato. With incredible speed, she almost instantly lifted him into her arms. So cute, Messiah rubbed and caressed him, delighted. Swish, before Messiah could continue playing with the bear, a flash of golden light appeared in her arms, and the bear appeared in her arms. Please don't be so disrespectful to our people of Atón. Wu Duato was terrified, trembling. Although he looked fierce in battle, having sent a giant sea beast flying with a single blow of his hammer, Duato was only 3 months old and a complete child. Don't be afraid, the Senior Sister comforted Duato, then looked at Messiah with dissatisfaction. Your Highness the Fairy Eagle, what are you doing? What the hell is that? Why can it talk? And walk like a human? Messiah exclaimed. It puffs its mouth, so cute, give it to me. No, the Senior Sister didn't even think twice, making a snap decision and refusing. Don't be like that. We can discuss this. Whatever you want, I'll trade with you, Your Majesty. Avril couldn't bear to watch any more. She grabbed Misha and tried to calm her down. Ahem, Misha said. Well, just now, I was impulsive. Misha regained her composure, but she kept glancing at little bear Duato, who was trembling behind one of her feet. Pin Sanlang scurried over and hid behind little bear Duato. And Cat Sissy quietly crept onto her shoulder, watching Misha cautiously. The little ones were startled by Misha's enthusiasm and didn't dare to leave her side. What are they? My maid and 2 brave knights. Cat Sissy was the maid, while little bear Duato and Pin Sanlang were her loyal and brave guardsmen. However, they seemed to have lost their fighting ability. Puff, Misha laughed. Brave knight, ho ha ho ha. Ugh, little bear Duato and Pin Saburo were looked down upon by Misha, and they pouted angrily, seeming very angry. Okay, since you are not some outsiders, Misha said, then let's go in together. Misha, little guy, How about coming into your sister's arms, little bear Duaruo? I don't want to be hugged by the weird ant. Misha, you are still shy, little bear Duaruo. I am angry, weird ant. Misha, so cute. The discussion that follows is a consultation between the Lord of Miracles, and outsiders are not allowed to approach. However, everyone can bring attendants and guards. The number shouldn't be too large, basically just 1 or 2. Senior sister is bringing these 3 little creatures. If anything were to happen, Bai Luo could summon them from the Queen of Avalon, and senior sister would be home in minutes. Then, senior sister could simply grab and carry the little creatures and return to Avalon. So senior sister doesn't worry about safety, she's already invincible. Are you the new master of miracles who captured little Sig? Morgan's appearance wasn't particularly old, which surprised senior sister. What do you think? Glancing at the man in his 30s, senior sister calmly sat down. This was a 2-courtyard house, surrounded by white bales fluttering in the breeze. Beyond lay a tranquil and beautiful garden. 3 chairs were placed on the east, south, and north sides of the round table. No advice, Morgan said, just angry. Senior sister and Morgan sat facing each other, each occupying the north and south sides. Missia sat on the east side, a witness to the negotiation. Behind Morgan, a woman of immense beauty, yet giving senior sister a hint of malevolence, stood on either side of the king of the South Sea, along with a deep sea king. Missia's guards were a man and a woman. The woman was Avril, the saint of the rays of light, and the man was an incredibly exquisite young man. He was about 14 or 15 years old, clad in silver white knight armor. He exuded a sacred, radiant, warm, elegant, and tranquil aura, like the goddess' most loyal paladin, untainted by any taint of filth, both body and soul. Senior sister naturally didn't know their identities, but the fact that they stood alongside Avril spoke of their legendary status. Could you please listen to me for a moment? The host spoke, and since she was the most powerful fairy eagle, she naturally had to give her face. Since both of you are willing to negotiate peacefully, could you please cut a verbal sparring? Missia said. How about we jump straight to the details of the negotiations? Yes, senior sister naturally hoped to be forthcoming. Okay, Morgan agreed, without questioning why senior sister had captured Sigrian. Now that he'd been captured, they should discuss how to release him. What do you want? Morgan asked. How can I return little Sig to me, your majesty? The deep sea king warned Morgan, warning them that they were at a disadvantage. That's fine, Morgan replied. I don't like haggling. Just tell me what you want. As long as it's acceptable to me, it's fine. Was that how they negotiated? Or was Sig truly so important to Morgan that he would disregard his own interests? From Morgan's words, the senior sister sensed his character. He was a loving and caring father. With his son captured, he was willing to bow to Atón. You say that, but you think too badly of me, Atón. Atón? The silver-white youth standing behind Missia frowned at the sudden mention of the word. He looked at his senior sister, but found Isifia quite unfamiliar. He had never seen her before. The youth regained his composure, not dwelling on it. After this negotiation, Atón will still have to survive on the sea, said the senior sister. Although I've captured your son, I still hope to coexist peacefully with the South Sea Kingdom. Let's live in peace and develop the sea together, why not? This was also addressed to Weilan. Your Principality of Weilan is a great nation with a vast maritime territory. Giving me some of it, giving me a foothold, wouldn't be a big deal, right? The Principality of Weilan nominally owns nearly 120 million square kilometers of ocean. What does that mean? That's an area the size of half the Pacific Ocean, all of it belonging to Weilan. Weilan has 12,000 islands, a land area of nearly 2 million square kilometers, and it controls a vast ocean equivalent to 50 or 60 times its land area. How can such a vast territory be developed with a mere 30 million people? You know, despite the sacredness and awe of Jingtao City, most of the cities in Weilan are still in the mortal world. Its technological level is roughly equivalent to that of the 16th and 17th centuries in Bai Luo's previous life. They lack the technology to exploit the ocean, and Missia had little interest in a static sea. The seabed is already occupied, Missia reminded her senior sister. Most of the underwater world of Myazure Sea belongs to Grand Duke Yangbo. If you want the islands above sea level, I can make a decision. Grand Duke Yangbo's miracle is the mid-level miracle, Yangbo Crystal Palace. Built deep under the sea, this palace resembles the palace of a sea god and serves as Grand Duke Yangbo's residence and the center of his capital. If 10,000 square kilometers, or a square measuring 100 kilometers x 100 kilometers, is considered a single ocean area, then the Azure Duchy controls over 12,000 ocean areas internationally. Of these 12,000 areas, only 2/3, or 8,000, belong to the Azure Duchy. Fairy Eagle and Divine Brew have agreed to divide up the islands above sea level. But beneath the 8,000 ocean areas lies Grand Duke Yangbo's territory. This, in fact, is not a big deal. After all, neither the Fairy Eagle nor the Divine Brew possess the military or technology to exploit the ocean. If Yangbo was willing to do it, then he could do it. After all, 65% of what was mined from the ocean belonged to Grand Duke Yangbo, with the remaining 35% going to Fairy Eagle, 15%, and Divine Brew, 20%. Thinking about it this way, having someone helping me develop the underwater world seemed pretty good. Next, there were the remaining 4,000 plus blocks. Morgan owned 1,800 of these blocks. Of the remaining 2,200, 1,000 belonged to the King of the East Sea and 1,200 to the King of the West Sea. Of course, that wasn't the only thing the King of the East Sea and the King of the West Sea had. In fact, the King of the East Sea also held a vast expanse of the sea, possessing more territory than Morgan and possessing greater power. I, Atón, don't need the Azure Ocean floor. I want a portion of what Lord Morgan holds. What do you want, and how much do you want, Morgan? Now a Miracle 3 Awakening veteran, had been in existence for many years. The Miracle armies under his command had almost reached their peak, and they didn't really need vast territories or a large population. Of course, if Morgan's Miracles reached their 4th Awakening, he would undoubtedly need even more territory. But that was too far off. 10 years for the 2nd Awakening, 100 years for the 3rd, 1,000 years for the 4th. Without a cheat like the Mystic Dragon, the Abyssal Flute would have to wait at least 800 years for its 4th Awakening. For those gifted, it might be a shorter wait. But without 300 or 400 years, Morgan felt he didn't need any territory at all. Therefore, trading unnecessary territory for Sig was a good deal for Morgan. Since you've heard the name of my country, I assume you're also aware of the conflict between Atón and the Iron Eagle. She wants the Birch Land and the coast of Thorn territory. The Deep Sea King, knowing his senior sister's intentions, relayed this to Morgan. Morgan said, "You want my northern seas? I don't want much," the senior sister said. "Your sea kingdom has 1,800 seas. How about I take 1/9 of yours for 2 million? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163. He is 10 or even dozens of times better than me. 1/9 of the sea. The Thorn coast stretches approximately 500 kilometers, and then, to the south, another 4,000 kilometers of sea. This vast expanse of sea belongs entirely to Atón. If Morgan's Sea Kingdom were split into 9 sections, this section would be the one in the upper right corner. For the Duchy of Atón, this section just barely touches the coast of the Birch Land, but that contact is limited, and it has no connection to the coastal lords of the Mountain Kingdom. Therefore, this area of sea allows the Duchy of Atón to confront Earl Thorn without clashing with other Miracle Lords. Your attitude is quite obvious, Misha said. Are you so eager for revenge? By your standards, I should be considered an enemy, right? 400 years ago, when the Atón kings were experimenting with a mortal kingdom without miracles, Misha obtained a miracle and was then cruelly expelled. In this sense, Misha and the Atón kings had some grudges. Fortunately, 400 years have passed. Misha had long forgotten her past frustrations. She had found a new life in a new land. Even now, encountering the descendants of the 7 kings was a matter of course. If she truly hated them, she wouldn't miss her uncle, Saros. I seek revenge, but not against the Iron Eagle King, but against Earl Thorn, the senior sister said without reservation. He killed my father and slaughtered my people. He must answer for this vengeance. Oh, Misha nodded. That's truly an insurmountable hurdle, revenge for your family, Morgan sympathized. Since you need it, there's no reason for me to seize it and act as a barrier for the Thorns. That's fine with me, Morgan said. Anything else? No, this is the main one. Morgan was a little surprised, having only made such a small request. After all, for the Lord of Miracles, Territory is often superfluous. Just like Earl Thorn, his vassal states are called earldoms. Yet, with an area of nearly 5 million square kilometers, there are only so few people. In terms of land area alone, Thorn Ridge is equivalent to half the size of China. Yet, while China has a population of 1.4 billion, Thorn Ridge has only 800,000. Even including slaves, the population is less than 7 million. 0.02%. But slaves are not considered true population in any country, they are more like livestock. No one would count pigs, cattle, or sheep as part of the population. This is why the 7 million slaves are mostly confined to large cities like Shilun, the property of the powerful. They work for wealthy merchants and the wealthy, yet receive nothing for themselves. Aside from 2 or even 1 meals a day, all the harvest belongs to their masters. The 800,000 civilians, on the other hand, mostly live near cities and towns. Much of Thorn Ridge is barren and uninhabitable. Therefore, in Thorn Ridge, even if you live in a crevice, let alone a village deep in the mountains and forests, the authorities will send troops to collect taxes. If the tax revenue is not collected, the local specialties are used to pay off the debt. Sometimes, specialty products are worth hundreds of times more than taxes. That's the real profit. The powerful in Thorn territory truly execute the principle of exploitation, plundering everything that passes through, leaving nothing behind. As for the transient population, merchants and travelers, most of them are in large cities like the ancient capital of Shilun, making it impossible to count them under the system of Thorn territory. Are you trying to recapture Shilun? Miss Xia discerns some of her senior sister's intentions. With your strength, Earl of Thorn isn't necessarily your match, but the sacred covenant is imminent. Once you sign it, I'm afraid it will be difficult to intervene. Miss Xia understood that the Duchy of Atón relied entirely on her senior sister for leadership. Apart from her, Atón's army was incredibly weak. If her senior sister's ability was restricted, Atón's forces would be insufficient to confront Earl of Thorn. Conquering Shilun was easy, but holding it was nearly impossible. Even if neither side produced a master-level warrior, as long as Earl of Thorn sought assistance from the other 6 kings of Iron Eagle, Atón would have no chance of defeating them. Shilun has a local population of 40,000, 100,000 slaves, and the combined population of itinerant merchants and travelers is just over 10,000. At most, it's just a city of 150,000, Miss Xia said. If you, Atón, need people, I, Azure, have hundreds of millions of slaves. As many as you want, I'll have them. Atón's slave purchases had long been known to Azure and the pirate kings. Atón, I have no desire for war, said the senior sister. For at least 10 years, we won't embark on our revenge plan. In that case, I'm sure you won't want to be my enemy, will you? Of course, the senior sister said to Morgan. So my second request is a peace agreement, but I prefer to call it a common goal rather than a deal. A common goal? Since we all want to coexist peacefully, let's not be so fussy and be practical. How long do you want to sign an alliance with us? 10 years, the senior sister said, a number arrived at after consultation with her uncle, the mountain elder, Grandpa Andrew, and the others. Within 10 years, the senior sister will definitely achieve the third awakening. Although senior sister claimed she would soon achieve another breakthrough, even after she did, the Atón still needed time to grow in strength. Only by cultivating a sufficient number of heroes, masters, and legendary soldiers could the Atón gain influence in the sea. Therefore, 10 years was the most appropriate buffer period. After 10 years, even if Bai Luo never received miracles again, Shirley, Lilith, senior sister, and Leon, 4 miracle entities simultaneously bestowed blessings upon the Atón. Outsiders aside, the original inhabitants of the Atón, blessed by the miracle dragon, would undoubtedly advance at a rate more than 4 times that of other miracle children. 10 years would be equivalent to 40 or 50 years. Those with greater talent could even reach the legendary realm. Also, I have a small business I'd like to do with you. Can your miracles improve lives? With her uncle around, Miss Xia felt senior sister must know a great deal. Miracle children crave enjoyment, and they have an intense pursuit of new and joyful things. Senior sister couldn't be unaware of this. Food, drink, or precious ornaments, food, as a legendary, Miss Xia had long since lost her need for food. But delicious food was a pleasure, and Miss Xia would certainly not pass it up. What kind of food? I'm very interested. Swish, senior sister pulled out her pouch and poured out a large amount of peppercorns. Huh? Miss Xia picked up one, and Morgan followed suit. Both experienced and knowledgeable, they naturally knew what it was. It's a brand new spice. Very similar to black pepper, but the taste, Missia sniffed it gracefully and smiled. The quality of this stuff is far superior to black peppercorns. It's wonderful stuff. This is just one of them, senior sister said. We at Atón can provide you with over 100 new crops. What? Missia and Morgan looked at senior sister simultaneously, immediately realizing what she meant. You, Atón, have more than one miracle. This couldn't be concealed, because the pouch's output was so vast. Even a mid-level miracle couldn't produce such a wide variety. It was like sending a whole world's worth of supplies to this world. Only a miracle dedicated to that domain could accomplish such a feat. I, Atón, am a principality, hissed Missia, and Morgan exchanged a glance, simultaneously realizing the terrifying potential of Atón. That man, is he truly that terrifying? They thought of their uncle, especially Missia. She already deeply admired and adored her uncle, and now her admiration was even greater. Of course, Atón possessed 3 miracles, and with such immense potential, he became a threat in Wei Lan's eyes. Therefore, how to deal with them became senior sister's immediate task. The owner of these miracles is none other than my husband, the current king of Atón, Bai Luo Atón. When senior sister spoke Bai Luo's name, the young man standing beside Mars instantly looked up, his eyes filled with nostalgia and disbelief. Husband, Missia was puzzled. She had assumed that someone as powerful and noble as senior sister would look down upon the world. How could a mere man possibly catch her eye? I, Atón, possess 3 miracles. My mid-level miracle, the old uncle had already explained to senior sister how to dispel Wei Lan's suspicions. And my husband possesses 2 miracles, 2 miracles. This, isn't it incredible? 1 miracle is already a matter of destiny. The probability of the same person possessing 2 miracles is infinitesimally close to 0. Even if the miracle people can help you find it, after all these years, Misha, Yangbo, Shen Yang, and others have yet to find a second miracle. Some even suspect that when the power of miracles is widespread, miracles will not appear in a certain land. Otherwise, why do all known miracle masters only have 1 miracle? No wonder, Misha began to understand why senior sister had committed herself to Bai Luo. A man like him was worthy of her trust. You say to lock the body and mind? The miracle master is no longer an Atón. Even if he was locked before, he would be unlocked as soon as he became a miracle master. How could the side effects of the Atón bloodline affect Isifia? One of my husband's miracles is a low-level miracle, a magical bag that can pour out all kinds of crops. Low-level miracles have no combat power, so they can only improve life, so Missia and Morgan don't take it seriously. Then I wonder what the other miracle is. They were interested in something else. A low-level miracle creature. Senior sister didn't shy away from mentioning a miracle whose authenticity was hard to verify. Pegasus, I think I've heard of it. It's also a very powerful miracle of warfare. Some miracles have a reputation in history. Pegasus has appeared before, and now it's reappearing. Missia knew this, and senior sister wasn't surprised. Thus, the 3 miracles possessed by the Principality of Atón surfaced. Senior sister possessed a mid-level miracle, the power of the fighting saint. Bai Luo possessed 2 miracles, a low-level miracle that could improve agriculture, and a low-level miracle creature capable of warfare. While both were good, senior sister especially had enormous potential. But Wei Lan also had a mid-level and 2 low-level miracle creatures, and their development time far exceeded that of Atón. It would take at least 1,000 years for Atón to catch up. This was because after 1,000 years, senior sister and Bai Luo would have reached the 4th awakening of their miracles, while the 3 Dukes of Azure were still at the 4th awakening stage. Shen Yang and Yangbo, even after another 1,000 years, would still be mere millennium miracle masters. A further breakthrough would take 10,000 years, a distant prospect. At this point, Atón's overall strength and peak combat power were barely on par with the Azure Duchy. This was the source of Misha's confidence. In my name, Misha, I witnessed this sacred moment. After the covenant was discussed, Misha presided over the miracle covenant between Morgan and senior sister. 440 pieces of royal prestige as pledges. Morgan, king of the South Sea, and Isifia, queen of Atón, enter into peace treaty. For 10 years, neither party shall declare war on the other. The specific meaning of declaring war, as well as the necessary precautions, were clearly spelled out in the covenant, with remarkable detail. They deliberated for nearly half a day before finalizing the agreement. Senior sister had read it many times. If she saw it, It was as if Bai Luo had seen it, and naturally, Uncle would see it too. No problem, Uncle said to Bai Luo. It's very detailed, covering almost every aspect, and it's beneficial to both sides. Yes, Aiden had no intention of resuming war with Morgan. Their target was the ancient city of Shiloon, the Earl of Thorn, and a foothold on the continent to fight back. This sea had long been thoroughly exploited by the Azure Principality. Bai Luo needed a base camp, a backing, a retreat. Now that it was officially established, the next step was to expand outward and develop in a new direction. The South Sea Kingdom will cede this sea area to Aiden. On behalf of the three Dukes of Azure, Missia said, we recognize this sea area as the property of the Atón Principality and incorporate it into its territory. Aiden had no concept of territory these days. But since the Azure Principality was willing to show goodwill, allowing Aiden to claim legitimate territory, it was natural to express gratitude. Thank you for Azure's generosity, Senior Sister said. As agreed, the three Dukes of Azure will each contribute 10 portions of royal power to sign a peace treaty with Aiden. For 10 years, Azure and Aiden will coexist peacefully and maintain friendly relations. Royal power cannot be divided among different miracles, but if these miracles belong to different individuals, it would be equivalent to an alliance between you and the three nations, which would not be affected. Okay, Missia said. I'll sign the alliance with you first. We'll find a time to formalize the alliance with the other two dukes later. The three Dukes of Azure's goal was to bring the Duchy of Atón into the alliance. Aiden possessed 3 miracles, which tickled their funny bone. We've got all the miracles needed to establish a kingdom. As for the name of the new kingdom in the sea area and who would rule, those were negotiable. As for Sigrian, Senior Sister told Morgan, within 3 days, the Duchy of Atón will release Sigrian and guarantee his physical and mental safety, and so, the final outcome of the peace talks. Morgan ceded land and sent 5,000 non-pirate people to Adón as war reparations. Wayland signed an international trade agreement with Adón, trading large quantities of fruits, spices, vegetables, and medicines. Of course, they could only be used, not cultivated. Adón would not allow these crops to appear on other countries' farmlands for the time being. Maybe in the future, but not yet. Morgan's affairs were concluded, so he left first, unfazed by the fear that his senior sister would hold back Sigrian. The covenant was absolute, and no one dared to play tricks on their own miracles. He's gone, Misha said. Let's discuss the trade of these crops and what you want. With that, Misha turned to Little Bear Duato and the others. Simazeo's intentions were obvious to everyone. Ahem, senior sister, please don't covet my people, okay? Sorry, Missia, they're so adorable. Are you really not going to sell them? Atón only buys people, never sells them. What a strange policy, Missia said, puzzled, but not accusing. But I really like them, Your Majesty. Avril couldn't bear to watch again, and Missia reluctantly looked away. Afterward, Senior Sister and Missia agreed on a population trade. First, the Fairy Eagle Principality would trade with Bai Luo not for gold or silver, but for people. Aton's lack of people was evident on their faces. The two sides would trade every 4 months. Each time, Fairy Eagle would provide Atón with 3,000 people, and Atón would give them an equivalent amount in crops as compensation. Okay, no problem on my end, then let's sign the agreement. The two sides signed the new agreement, which was so simple that it didn't require the miracle covenant. After all, there was no reason for either side to go back on their word. Even if they did, it would only cost a few thousand slaves. There was really no need to go to all the trouble of having Wang Wei hostage. Right, Senior Sister suddenly thought. That idiot. No, that Christine, Senior Sister said. My husband is very fond of her. I wonder if Lady Missia can let her go. Idiot, after all, holds some secrets about Atón. If she can stay, it's best to keep her. This was also what Uncle and Bai Luo had discussed. As for Bai Luo liking Idiot, that was just a made-up excuse. There was no such thing. If Bai Luo had gone after Inya, Aaliyah, Fira, or even the widows Diana and Imiter, Senior Sister would have agreed. But if he dared to go after a woman of unknown origin like this, Senior Sister would have stopped him even if Bai Luo had bullied her to death. Christine, Missia was stunned. Who is she? Senior Sister was speechless. She knew Idiot had a low profile, but wasn't it a bit too low? Your Majesty, that's the one I told you about before, Haydang's lieutenant. Avril was a little embarrassed. After all, His Own Majesty didn't even know the name of his subject. It was fine to do that in private, but to say it publicly was truly disheartening. Little Haidang's lieutenant, isn't that just a relative of a relative? Misia was definitely aware of the master-level experts. But Christine, who had just broken through to the hero level, commanded a vast roster. How could she possibly remember everyone's name? Haidang, standing guard in the garden, breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I don't know Christine. If Misia had asked, who is Haidang, she would have burst into tears. So, this Christine, your king likes another woman. Misia's focus was more on this. You don't care. Honestly, Misia was quite shocked. Such a queen-like figure actually indulges her husband's promiscuity. Are you so lowly in the family? Men should not be controlled too strictly. Senior sister's words opened Misha's eyes. Well, that's fine. Are you really willing to give it to me? What's the big deal? Misha didn't know the fool at all. In her eyes, he was just a stranger, completely emotionless. When you've been the Lord of Miracles for a long time, you'll know that this kind of transaction is very normal. To put it bluntly, it was a political marriage. Since the Kingdom of Miracles is a country, this kind of thing is inevitable. Okay, senior sister made an accurate judgment, but how are you going to give it to me? Of course, take back the power of miracles, Misha said. I'll take my miraculous power, and she'll be a free person. You can then develop her and make her your or your husband's miraculous subject. This way, Daigua would naturally gain Bai Luo's trust and become his subject. More importantly, Daigua's physical fitness had been enhanced by the miraculous power. As long as she remained loyal to Bai Luo, the power of Avalon would instantly flow into her. In a flash, she would be propelled back to the realm of heroism. How could At not need such a talent? Well, Misha looked at the little bear Duato again. Duato looked at her with tears in his eyes, fearing she would say, it's okay, I can take back its fairy power. My Atón people will definitely not be sold. Atón was determined not to marry, but he could always find a way around it. Uncle, what should we do? Bai Luo had not expected this situation. It was truly baffling. Do women only like cute creatures? I've thought of this a long time ago, the old uncle said to Bai Luo. Lilith has previously studied that if fairy power is cultivated for a long time, even if the miraculous power is withdrawn, the creature will not change. Instead, it will completely lose its fairy power and become a mere miraculous descendant. Of course, this assumes that Lilith actively withdraws the miraculous power. If Bai Luo dies, these fairies will no longer absorb any more miraculous power. They will surely follow Bai Luo and perish with him. However, this situation is ultimately different from the Master's voluntary abandonment. You can send a group of animals to the vicinity of my Atón island, said the senior sister. They will benefit from my power and can speak and possess spiritual abilities like humans. However, after I take away the miraculous power, they will no longer be able to exert their magical powers. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. All I want is their cuteness, Messiah. Just cuteness is enough. Cuteness is everything. As for power, these little animals can easily be endowed with Messiah's miraculous power. Then, a group of doll-like guards. Messiah, great. Long live. Long live. Long live. And so, the two sides struck a new deal. These animals came from Messiah's command. They wouldn't interact with the Atón people, and Bai Luo wouldn't develop any attachment to them. After the deal was done, the miracle power would be taken away. The entire process was like giving the other party some large toys. As a bonus, Messiah offered to give Atón 100 extraordinary level and 10 transcendent level troops, taking their miracle power and retaining only their superior qualities. These 110 individuals, if loyal to Bai Luo, would instantly become extraordinary and transcendent level warriors, far more valuable than mere figurines. Whether they could be successfully tamed depended on the Atón principality itself. Yes, senior sister naturally wouldn't refuse such a free gift. The loyalty of the miracle people could be verified through the miracle power. If they could obtain it, they were their own, beyond any doubt. The Atón principality wouldn't abandon its people, but they didn't say they didn't want those abandoned by others. Bai Luo, I want them. You don't want them. I want them all. Give them all to me. Senior sister left with the three little creatures. Messiah, now blessed with her own cute little stuffed animals, paid them no further attention and let them go. Mars, Messiah suddenly glanced at the handsome young man. I remember you were a descendant of the 7 kings of Atón, right? Yes, your majesty. That woman just now, Messiah asked. What was her identity? Sorry, your majesty, I don't know, Mars said. I've never met her, but the name she mentioned, if I heard correctly, suggests he's from the same village as me, a neighbor's brother. Oh, interesting, tell me about it. Missia savored the 1982 law fighter senior sister had left behind, crafted using fairy magic. It had to be said, it tasted divine. What kind of person was he, eh? Mars didn't know what to say, but he was Messiah's man now, after all, and the favor of saving his life was greater than heaven. He's a genius, no, a prodigy. Messiah was speechless. How could you say that about someone? Then you, 10 times better than me. Poof, Messiah spit out a mouthful of her drink, disregarding her image. That's impossible. Mars, that genius, had achieved legendary status in just 12 years. Throughout the land of miracles, Messiah hadn't heard of many more talented than Mars. And his talent was 10 times higher. What did that mean? He could become a legendary powerhouse in just 1 year, or could he find 10 miracles? That's ridiculous. I'm telling the truth, Your Majesty, and I dare not deceive you, Mars said, but I truly believe he's far more powerful than I am. So, Mars said to Messiah with a solemn expression, Your Majesty, please be vigilant. I don't know who the Saros you're talking about is, nor have I ever seen him. But Brother Bai Luo, if he only possessed the power of a miracle, his achievements would be 10 times greater than mine, but he possessed a miracle. Mars raised his head, looked Messiah in the eye, and said, even if there were dozens of me, I wouldn't be his match. Messiah fell silent after hearing Mars' words. She asked, so, do you want to go home? Mars didn't answer, but knelt on one knee, silently giving Messiah the answer. You saved my life, so everything I have will be fought for you alone. The son of Atón will not betray. Even if abandoned, I will wait for you to change your mind. I will wait for you until my death. Chapter 164 Famous General. Ah, finally home. That weird auntie is so scary. Yes, yes, she exudes a terrifying aura, like Snow White's stepmother. The senior sister used the Avalon Gate to return directly to the world of Avalon, holding Sissy the cat in one hand and Duato the teddy bear in the other. Hampin Sanlang stood on Duato's head, clutching his chest, and sighed in relief. Wicked woman, the fairies expressed their dissatisfaction with Messiah, feeling that she resembled the evil queen or villain in fairy tales. She was the exact opposite of a princess, terrifying. Be careful not to say bad things about other miracle lords in private, little ones. Sorry, the 3 little ones wrinkled their noses and looked down in reflection. Okay, go have fun. Thank you for your hard work. Duato and Pin Sanlang took out a large sample of food from their stockpile, while Sissy the cat prepared it into delicious dishes for Messiah and Morgan to taste. Morgan wasn't interested, but Messiah did have some, and they were quite large. After finishing a large portion of food, Messiah remarked that she'd become so picky that she could barely eat what she used to. How about the first deal in a week? Sure, senior sister agreed. Even this small matter was something that Atón couldn't wait to do. If all the miracle lords in the world could rely on Atón's crops, Atón would surely become the largest agricultural exporter. It would feed the entire miracle land, the tables of nearly 100 countries. And once Atón grew powerful, it could release its seeds and allow them to grow in every country, squeezing out inferior crops and becoming the only dominant force. At that point, Atón might truly be, in a sense, unbeatable. You're back. Bai Luo had been waiting for senior sister, and upon seeing her return, he hurried forward. Yes, senior sister approached Bai Luo. Seeing that her uncle was gone and Bai Luo was alone, she found a seat and sat down, crossing her legs in a classic, domineering pose. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you for your hard work. Bai Luo understood his senior sister's meaning and immediately grasped it. He rubbed her legs and shoulders, praising her profusely. You're truly worthy of being the Queen of Atón. You've defied the Deep Sea King and seduced the Grand Duke of Fairy Eagle. Amazing. No, don't touch that. Bai Luo's pinching made his senior sister blush. She wanted to stop him, but was afraid he'd misunderstand. Helpless, she allowed Bai Luo to have his way. The queen, having just put on a regal air, instantly lost her temper, completely subdued. I was just relying on others, bluffing. The senior sister pulled out a glass of fine wine from Avalon's private treasury, handed one to Bai Luo, and then, despite Bai Luo's prodding, poured it for him. That's quite a skill, Bai Luo said, letting his senior sister go. My senior sister is just incredibly majestic. Who else but me dares to speak loudly to you? He sat across from her, and the king and queen of Atón began to discuss matters of state. I'm the one who doesn't dare speak loudly in front of you. The senior sister looked at Bai Luo fondly, then jokingly scolded, "I'm just showing off, and you're bullying me. Next time, be careful. Next time, I'll make you show off properly." The two exchanged banter for a while before officially entering into negotiations. I'm now at the second awakening. In a real fight, I'm still on par with the Deep Sea King. But he's only a child of miracles, not a master of miracles, the senior sister said, then sought Bai Luo's opinion. I plan to begin my retreat from now on, striving to break through to the third awakening as soon as possible, excluding me. Fiya, you are the highest-ranking warrior in our Atón, Bai Luo said. Now, the Fairy Eagle and Morgan have allied with us. Nearby powers include the Thorn and the Birch to the north, the King of the East Sea to the east, the Grand Duchess to the southeast, and the 4 Radiant Lords. Therefore, the Duchy of Atón has only barely resolved its diplomatic issues on the left and bottom sides. The top and right sides remain uncharted territory. However, diplomacy is the only option a weak nation has, yet it's also its most helpless. As the old saying goes, a weak nation lacks diplomacy. In any world, its own strength is the only fundamental factor. As for Arden, Uncle and I are here, so you can rest assured and improve your strength. Arden shouldn't be in trouble anytime soon. Isifia is the head of Arden's defense, akin to a Grand Marshal of the armies. She alone is qualified to represent Bai Luo and command the entire army. This is something everyone in Arden accepts and agrees on. But asking senior sister to do so much is putting the cart before the horse. Senior sister should thoroughly comprehend the laws of Avalon's world and quickly unify her own will with Avalon's. Often, national security isn't just about the size of the military, it also involves the deterrent power of high-end military force. The strength of the miracle itself is crucial. In particular, how long will it take? 3/4 of the time each day. Senior sister's retreat, of course, doesn't mean she's locked herself up. She means putting aside her other work and devoting herself to developing Avalon whenever she has time. So, the remaining quarter of each day is when senior sister fulfills her wifely duties. Bai Luo said awkwardly, I'm asking how long it will take in total. Senior sister thought Bai Luo was clinging to her, but was Bai Luo the kind of person who couldn't control himself? Bai Luo, do you believe I can endure it for a year? No, half a year. Probably, senior sister said, half a year at the fastest, a year at the slowest. Senior sister was confident that within a year at most, she would be able to complete the third awakening and become a grand legend. If you break through the third awakening, I will also gain the same power. In this way, Atón would be equivalent to having 2 grand legends. Bai Luo, Lilith and Shirley are a lot slower, but if you break through, you can help them. Miracles naturally cannot help each other, but they are all Bai Luo's miracles, and the power of miracles complements each other. If the power of miracles can speed up the strengthening of the people, then can the miracles themselves also do so? Lilith's miracle power, like yours, is the ideal coast, Bai Luo said. She told me last time that she seems to be able to absorb some special laws from Avalon, which is very helpful to her. That's true, senior sister smiled. That's good news. However, the laws of Avalon are still incomplete. Perhaps that's why Lilith can't determine what she needs. Therefore, we have to wait for senior sister to awaken again to make Avalon more complete. Hero, Master, King, Legend, 4 levels of troops. Do you have any ideas? Senior sister asked Bai Luo, in fact, in disguise asking if his uncle had made any progress in his research. Atón's miracles are just getting started, and the troop structure and system are very incomplete. For example, the king level didn't exist before, but uncle only recently officially added it, adding a king after the master. 1 king is roughly equivalent to 3 ordinary masters. 1 master is equivalent to 5 or 6 heroes. These differences aren't huge, but the gap between legend and king is truly staggering. It's a shame we haven't actually seen a legend in action. Even I can't say for sure how many kings it would take to stop a legend. Uncle alone is researching the Pegasus system, the Fairy system, the Avalon system, and the Greedy World system. He toils day and night, never stopping for a moment. At the heroic level, the only tree elf currently has Grandpa Andrew, Bai Luo said. His unit is called the Tree Elf Elder, and it's far more powerful than the extraordinary level Tree Elf, Sword Dancer, and Priest, and the transcendent level, Tree Elf Archdruid. In the Fairy system, Maya and the others have already begun the trials for the heroic level, Magician. Once they succeed, senior sister said, then it will be the ultimate test for the Fairy system's master level, which, needless to say, the Avalon system boasts 4 heroic-level artifacts. Once their power is fully developed, combined with enhanced physical strength, Norse, Jella, Aliyah, and Luania will all become heroic forces. There were also master-level and legendary artifacts, but the latter were only accessible to Senior Sister and Bai Luo. Raising a hero-level player would take months, even half a year. Masters, kings, and legends, who are stronger than heroes. Actually, the Atón weren't already fast enough, truly fast. Outsiders, raising a hero-level player would take at least 20 years. The reason for Atón's speed was, first, their higher aptitude, which provided a bonus. Then, the combined strengthening of Atón's various miraculous powers increased their power by another 3 or 4 times. And then there was the mysterious dragon, which instantly charged everyone with energy, not only increasing their aptitude and potential but also awakening their powers. Even so, reaching the hero level still required half a year. "I'm greedy," Bai Luo said self-deprecatingly. "Half a year is equivalent to 10 years of hard work for others. What's there to be dissatisfied about, Xiao Luo? There's no need to be so anxious." The Senior Sister stroked Bai Luo's hair and gently straightened his clothes. "Father also said that within the next 10 years, we seek stability. 10 years later, we can strive for more. I just think that cultivating a legend may take us 10 or 20 years. After 10 years, we probably won't have many legends." Comparing Xianying and Morgan, Bai Luo was confident. But if Atón wanted to challenge a great power on his own, especially a kingdom like Iron Eagle, 10 years would definitely not be enough. "I don't think this might be that simple," the Senior Sister said. "I saw someone next to Misha, who, not someone I know. I noticed he was very young," the Senior Sister said. "From what I can judge, he's no more than 16 or 17, and at that age, he's already reached the legendary realm. It's incredible." "You mean, someone has broken through to legendary status over just over a decade, relying solely on their natural talent? Enhanced by miraculous power?" Bai Luo frowned slightly. "This person is incredibly talented, yes, and I can see that Misha holds him in high regard," the Senior Sister said, "but if such regard is simply due to his talent, I think it's unreasonable. Misha had been in the Third Awakening for many years, and it would take at least another 600 years for her to reach the Fourth. Even if that young man reached the peak of legendary, was there really no one under Misha's command who could reach the peak of legendary status? Of course not. She must have. If she did, why did she bring him out to the public, rather than hiding him as a trump card? The answer was obvious. Could this young man possess the talent of the Deep Sea King or the Wolf Sword Saint? Only if he possessed the qualifications of a renowned general would Messiah place such importance on him. Legendary warriors were precious in the land of miracles. But even more precious were renowned generals. Reputation wasn't a matter of rank, but rather a tangible record, the number of battles fought, the number of victories, the extent of your fame. These were the criteria for determining whether a powerful individual could be called a renowned general. While Atón was undoubtedly short of renowned generals, it certainly wasn't. But Atón had its own renowned generals, renowned among them. My uncle fought many battles in his time, and his fame was known to every general in the land of miracles. Once I reach the Third Awakening, the upper limit for legendary units will be unlocked, and the physical fitness of ardent people, including myself, Shirley, Lilith, and Leon, will be enhanced together, said Senior Sister. If we can cultivate a legendary general, our pressure will be greatly reduced, just like the Sage of Mist and the Sea Dragon Princess. They each led an army, representing the will of the Lord of Miracles, and patrolled the territory. The Deep Sea King and the Wolf Sword Saint, who were more outstanding than them, were famous generals under the command of Morgan and Shenyang. Although Atón has now obtained 2 million square kilometers of marine territory, can Atón really manage these territories? The answer is no. Atón's dominance over the sea area is almost zero. To put it bluntly, the kings of the 3 seas, the West, the South, and the East, are galloping and plundering in Atón's territorial waters. What can Bai Luo do? This is not a declaration of war, nor does it violate the alliance between the countries. It is a reasonable behavior. However, with Atón's naval power, it is impossible to stop it, and it dares not chase. If it catches up, it will have to fight, but it can't win. Is there anything more embarrassing than this? Knowles has good qualifications, and Elsa is also very high. They should all have the qualifications to break through to the legendary level, Not everyone can break through to the legendary level as long as there is enough time. It depends on the limit of potential. Even if the mystic dragon bestows a gift, if an Athenian's inherent aptitude is too low, then even if they were originally only able to reach heroic level, they wouldn't be able to skip master, king, and legendary levels after receiving the gift. A person's aptitude can actually be calculated through the feedback of miracle power. This requires big data support, meaning past experience. Generally speaking, the probability of error is extremely low. Take, for example, idiot Christine. The main reason Grand Duke Misha of the Fairy Eagle gave her to Bai Luo was that idiot wasn't suited to Misha's miracle power. In 20 years, she'd broken through to heroic level. She was indeed exceptional, certainly better than Sigrian. However, Misha still sensed the limits of idiot's potential. She couldn't break through to master. Therefore, such a person is destined to become a pawn, used at Misha's disposal. Idiot isn't suited to the Fairy Eagle's miracle power, yet he still managed to break through to the 4th level in 20 years, said the senior sister. I'm guessing idiot's basic aptitude is quite high. In other words, with so many miracle powers available to Atón, there's bound to be one suitable for her. Even if not now, there will definitely be one in the future. A child of miracles, encountering the most compatible miracle power, could see his talent explode in a matter of minutes. His insane breakthrough speed was enough to earn the Lord of Miracles' affection. So, Messiah has assisted the enemy. Only a fool would send one of their own outstanding child of miracles to someone else. Could there be some special purpose? But wasn't sending an idiot a bit disrespectful? She probably wouldn't care at all, the senior sister said. We only have 1 hero level and 4 near heroes in our family. I went to Fairy Eagle. Let's not talk about Fairy Eagle, the senior sister said. A tiny Sigrian has nearly 10 hero levels under his command. Alice, Bai Luo sighed, shaking his head, but said nothing more. This was reality, and he had to accept it. Did Messiah say she was coming to us, an international friend, and the ruler of the country across the way? If she were to visit, the Principality of Atón would not be disrespectful. While small, Atón still had to maintain its dignity. No, the senior sister said. Even if she really wanted to come, Atón wouldn't be able to accommodate such important figures these days. We'll have to wait until later, Bai Luo nodded, feeling that the senior sister was right. They had to find a way to reject their foreign friends first. Let's go tell Dagwa the good news first. How? The senior sister laughed. I'm afraid you'll scare her to death. How could that be? Bai Luo and the senior sister walked one after the other on the way to the prison. If this works, Dagwa can be a bed warmer in Atón. Would that be wonderful? Bai Luo was just joking. Dagwa wasn't qualified to be a bed warmer. Do you have any more watermelon? Cantaloupe is good too. Strawberries, so delicious. Looking at Dagwa inside the one-way barrier glass, he held a watermelon rind in one hand and a cantaloupe rind in the other, with a plate of strawberries in front of him. Bai Luo's mouth twitched at the sight. What a glutton. He's finally enjoying himself here. Dagwa had been disciplined by senior sister, but the results weren't good enough, so she was untied. These past few days, she'd been treated to nothing but delicious food. But Dagwa was also quite careless. She was terrified of senior sister, terrified to death, but whenever she wasn't around, she'd immediately become like this. Arrogant. Absolutely arrogant. I'll help you, take care of it, never mind. Bai Luo waved his hand, saying, she's about to experience some of the most tragic things in her life. Let's just let her have a good meal first. Maurer, who was delivering food to Christine inside, immediately sensed Bai Luo's call. She turned around, unable to see anyone outside the one-way window, but she still recognized Bai Luo and senior sister's arrival. Wow, hey. Don't leave, Dagwa, sit down and eat together. A flash of blue mist appeared, and Maurer appeared before Bai Luo and senior sister. Your Majesty, Maurer bowed respectfully to the two. Senior sister nodded, and Bai Luo picked up the little female cat. That Dagwa, does she eat like this every day? Please forgive me, Your Majesty. Am I too kind to her? No problem, Bai Luo said. It's just some delicious food. Yadin, wouldn't be so stingy. Go get me another plate of watermelon. Okay, meow. Will go right away. Seeing that Bai Luo didn't seem to be blaming her, Maurer happily went to the kitchen to get the watermelon. Swish, Maurer left. Bai Luo calculated the time, asked senior sister to stay outside, and walked in alone. Click, the door opened. Dagwa thought it was the jailer, but seeing Bai Luo, she was so frightened that the melon in her hand lost its flavor. You, what do you want to do? I won't tell you, I absolutely won't tell you. However, Bai Luo ignored the flustered Dagwa and calmly pulled a chair to sit down. Your Majesty, the watermelon is here. Mao Error brought the watermelon, already sliced and beautifully sliced. Bai Luo touched it and it was still cold. Iced watermelon, Mao Error was thoughtful. Thanks, go play. Bai Luo let Mao Error leave, and picked up a piece of watermelon, then looked at Christine. Want a piece? The idiot's alert eyes were quite funny. If you don't want to eat it, then you don't mind if I eat it. Swish, Bai Luo said, and took a bite. Fresh, sweet and juicy. My Yatan's watermelon is indeed the best in the world. Nonsense, this is the only place in the world that has watermelon, so of course it's the best. Gulp, even though Dagwa had eaten a lot, he still drooled. Really? No, Dagwa was a principled man, never accepting charity unless he was starving. Sizzle, Bai Luo took a few more bites before speaking. Do you know the 3 greatest tragedies in life? What? Dagwa was confused. Bai Luo explained, the wedding night is right next to you, passing the imperial examination is just a dream, having a baby isn't yours. What are you talking about? Why don't I understand? Due to their different cultures, Bai Luo struggled to express himself in the blue language. Anyway, it's miserable. And then, Dagwa looked puzzled. Bai Luo ate his melon in silence. Since you don't know, I'll show you the 3 greatest tragedies now. The first is getting fired. Huh? Dagwa looked at Bai Luo in confusion. She subconsciously picked up the cantaloupe and took a bite. Dagwa, sorry, please forgive me for not understanding you. The Grand Duke of Fairy Eagle doesn't want you anymore. Dagwa was stunned. Bai Luo quickly added, haven't you noticed? You no longer have the power of miracles. Don't believe me. Bai Luo raised his hand and removed Avalon's seal from Dagwa. At that moment, Dagwa was completely free. What? Who doesn't want me anymore? What are you talking about? Dagwa was a little stunned, but that didn't mean she was clueless. Otherwise, she wouldn't have become a powerful hero. My power of miracles, gone. How could my miracles be gone? Dagwa exclaimed in shock and anger. What did you do to me? Previously, under the suppression of Avalon's power, Dagwa felt nothing. Now that Avalon's power receded, Dagwa immediately noticed his situation. With the Lord of Miracles fallen, the miracle people's power could still be retained for a while. But now that Messiah had withdrawn the power, it would take only a moment. No matter how powerful you were, a single word from your master could bring you down to earth and return you to your original form. Impossible. Christine stood up. She was in a very bad state. The miracle child's miraculous power could never be stripped away by outsiders. If it disappeared, there were only 2 possible outcomes, the master's death, or, she no longer wanted him. Your Majesty will never abandon me, she will never abandon me. Christine was completely stunned. She cried heartbreakingly, I've been so loyal. You've done so many bad things to me, and yet I haven't leaked a single piece of information, I haven't leaked a single thing, I haven't leaked a single thing. Your Majesty, why is this happening? Why? Dagwa clutched her head, realizing she had lost a significant amount of her memory. The information she once knew about the Fairy Eagle Kingdom had inexplicably vanished. I want to see your Majesty, I want to see her. Messiah reclaimed Dagwa's miraculous power, along with it, his knowledge and some of his memories. Aside from common sense, experience, and some interpersonal relationships and emotions, virtually nothing was left. Calm down, Dagwa. Bai Luo's voice was imbued with the Avalonian aura. This awe-inspiring power calmed Dagwa, who was on the verge of collapse. Now, Dagwa was no longer a miracle citizen, she had become an ordinary mortal. I suddenly feel a little sorry. Bai Luo noticed Dagwa's condition was terrible. Her face was pale, her lips trembling slightly, and she'd bitten a bloody line as she fought to hold back the pain. Forget it. Bai Luo ate the watermelon clean and then put it down. I'll stop talking about the remaining 2 tragedies. I'm afraid you won't be able to accept them. Why did your Majesty abandon me? Why did your Majesty abandon me? I didn't do anything wrong. Did I not commit suicide? Did I eat something here? Don't abandon me, your Majesty. Hey, Bai Luo grabbed Christine, who was about to slam her head against the wall. Stop it, don't stop me, it must be because I wasn't loyal to you. That's why your Majesty doesn't want me. I'm going to die now. As long as I die, your Majesty will definitely let me go back. What's the point of going back if she's already dead? This girl was completely devastated. I want to see her, I want to see her, Christine begged, clutching Bai Luo's arm. Please let me see her, please. Please, let me see her. The change in address, the abrupt and unfounded abandonment, had strained the relationship, which had lost its miraculous power. If Messiah had informed him beforehand, even if it meant a political marriage, he would never have betrayed her. Loyalty to Bai Luo and not betraying Messiah were not inconsistent. So, while outsiders can quickly become powerful and a ready-made fighting force, you can't use them against your own country. That's too much? Although I don't want to discourage you, Bai Luo said, you've been abandoned by Fairy Eagle. I mean, you can't even go back to Fairy Eagle. She doesn't want you anymore. You're lying. You're lying to me. Impossible. Absolutely not. Christine grew up in Fairy Eagle. Fairy Eagle is her home, her only homeland. I want to go back. Please let me go back. I was wrong. I apologize. Please, please, let me go home, please. Do you really want to go back that much? Please, Christine pleaded, grasping at straws. Please let me go back. I'll go once. I'll come back. I will definitely come back, Christine. Bai Luo called her dummy, but that was because she was truly innocent and kind. From a personality perspective, she was a kind person, as bright, sacred, and warm as the dawn. Unfortunately, she had bad luck, having ended up with Messiah and Bai Luo. If the Grand Duke of Fairy Eagle hadn't abandoned her, Dummy would still have had feelings for her. In this way, if she is loyal to Bai Luo in the future, it is called loyalty. If one day in the future, she is unwilling to attack the Fairy Eagle, it is friendship. What can you blame a person who is both loyal and righteous? What Misha did was indeed a bit too much. She didn't care about Christine at all. Perhaps in her eyes, the power of miracles was hers. Why should she explain to others to take back what was hers? The fool worked very hard, wanting to be a useful person and let Misha see her. But what was the result? She didn't know herself at all, and didn't care about her at all. Sorry, Bai Luo pulled away Christine's hand that was holding him. No, you, devil, Bai Luo nodded, and the already confused fool gritted his teeth at what he said. You haven't heard the third tragedy I'm about to tell you. By the time I finish, you'll be crying too. Bai Luo decided to finish his words. I asked her for you. It was just a casual remark, but I didn't expect Messiah to actually give you to me. Now, you belong to me. You're mine. Clap, snap, snap. Christine was stunned. Her heart ached, yet her face was filled with extreme anger. I won't follow you. I'd rather die than betray Fairy Eagle. Get out. Get out of here. How arrogant. Mao Error barged in, drawing the sidekick from her waist. Kill me if you dare. Dagua was truly resilient. She wasn't afraid of death or torture, and even angrily confronted Bai Luo, just to provoke Mao Error and the other miracle people into killing her. You stay here and recuperate. If you want to go out, tell Mao Error and she'll take you out for a walk. Dagua had lost her miracle power, and Bai Luo would never let her go. The acceptance of the power of miracles is gradual. One day, when Dagua sees its beauty and adapts to this place, she will naturally become a part of Atón. So Bai Luo is not in a hurry, not at all. Dagua is just an experiment, used to prove that his uncle's words are correct. Other people of the Lord of Miracles can also become Bai Luo's capable assistants. Get out, bang! Christine suddenly flew into a rage. She pushed all the dishes in front of her away and overturned the table. Get out. Ah. Chapter 165 Greedy World Awakening, Legendary Realm. That's it, Bai Luo walked out of the cell. His senior sister looked at the figure in the room and shook her head. What a pitiful girl. After venting her anger, Christine huddled in a corner, hugging her legs, looking incredibly pitiful. I thought you had some tricks up your sleeve, his senior sister said. Bai Luo shrugged. I don't have any tricks. I just let things happen. Did I lie? Did I trick her? He had said everything he needed to, even telling her that he'd asked for it. There was no need to hide this, that wasn't Bai Luo's style. Even if Bai Luo truly wanted to win Christine over, he would do it with sincerity, not through deception. That would be pointless. But Misha had done a good job. She abandoned Dagua without cause, like a tyrant who wantonly slaughtered his subjects, losing the support of the people. Then, even more drastic, she expelled Dagua from the Fairy Eagle Kingdom. This was tantamount to exile, severing his former relationships and leaving him homeless. Furthermore, it was a brutal act. Misha had given Dagwa to Bai Luo and captured her enemy. In the end, who is the bad guy? Bai Luo? Well, he'd definitely have to take the blame. But without Bai Luo, could Dagwa really get close to Misha as he wished? Perhaps, but Bai Luo felt her fate wouldn't necessarily be any better than it is now. Dagwa isn't difficult to conquer, it's just a matter of time. Well, I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about whether she'll misunderstand something after she's conquered, the senior sister said. After all, I'm saying you like her, Bai Luo said awkwardly. No one who knows me would believe that reason. She'll understand later, Bai Luo, as long as she's not a fool. Christine will understand. Next, let's go see Sigrian, Bai Luo informed Christine, and naturally, Sigrian as well. Oh, what a rare guest. Have you eaten, Your Majesty Atón? Sigrian greeted them upon entering, speaking in the Atonian style, asking have you eaten? I just ate a melon. Bai Luo sat down again. What about you? Like you, I just ate an invisible melon, Sigrian said. That girl must be heartbroken, right? Sigrian didn't see it, but he could tell. Bai Luo would most likely keep Christine, and Missia would release her. Sigrian even foresaw the reaction of the idiot upon learning of this. But I've always imagined that sooner or later that girl would be given as a gift by the woman Missia, to another master of miracles. I just didn't expect that person to be you, Your Highness. Sigrian didn't mind expressing his dissatisfaction with the Grand Duke of Fairy Eagle. She's about to enjoy her life. If you're willing to come to me, I can also ask Morgan for her. Although Sigrian was an enemy and a treacherous and cunning one, he was truly loyal to Morgan. A loyal person, no matter how cunning, is admirable. My father is not that woman like Missia. She is cold-hearted and only cares about herself, Sigrian said. My lord is a man of love and loyalty, willing to sacrifice everything for his family, so, I want to give you a piece of advice, Your Highness. Do not trust Missia. She is not trustworthy. Sigrian, still the same Sigrian, true and false, real and fake, always so persuasive. Whenever he gets the chance, he sows discord, slyly and cunningly. If you don't die, you will become a famous general, Bai Luo said of Sigrian. With that now, apart from his uncle, his senior sister, and Bai Luo himself, anyone who faced Sigrian on the sea would likely be led astray by him. With such a dangerous figure, Bai Luo really wanted to say, if you don't serve me, I will kill you, so you must remember this. Bai Luo patted Sigrian's shoulder. Don't let me capture you again on the battlefield, because then, Bai Luo whispered, I will definitely kill you. Hey, Sigrian laughed. Okay, then I thank you in advance, Your Highness, for giving me the opportunity to fight to the death and be loyal to my lord. As expected, Sigrian was not afraid at all. Not only was he not afraid, but Bai Luo's recognition and fear made him extremely excited. Dying on the battlefield was Sigrian's lifelong pursuit. I'm not afraid that you won't kill me, I'm afraid that you won't be able to kill me. By the way, Bai Luo said as he was about to leave. He suddenly turned back and said, Morgan and I have signed an alliance. For 10 years, we will not attack each other. Congratulations. Morgan will send someone to take you home soon, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, you shouldn't be like this. Sigrian looked at Bai Luo's back. Although he had already guessed it, he still sighed deeply. Arden will sooner or later become a grave threat to the South Sea nation. Wei Lan is. She's unknowingly feeding a vicious dragon. One day, when that dragon becomes powerful, everyone will tremble in fear before its bloody maw. For now, please keep a close eye on her, Sister Leia. Bai Luo worried that Sigrian would commit suicide again, invalidating this miracle covenant and causing a rift between Morgan and Bai Luo. Your Majesty, rest assured, Aleia said with a smile. From today on, I won't be going to the church anymore. I'll stay here. Thank you for your hard work. I'll really have to consider the situation when capturing prisoners in the future, Bai Luo said. People like that can't be killed and imprisoned, but it's difficult. It's really troublesome. Dagua is much cuter. At least she's silly and easy to fool. Dagua, I think she's going on a hunger strike. Let her, Bai Luo smiled. I'll see how long she can last. People are made of iron, and food is made of steel. If Dagua were still a member of Missia, with her faith as her support, she might actually choose to starve to death. But Missia no longer wanted her. While Dagua might be silly and cute, she was stubborn and unyielding, and would never die with regrets. I can see through this person at first sight, Bai Luo said calmly. Just wait. She'll definitely come back to me in half a month at most. Boom. As he spoke, Bai Luo and his senior sister suddenly stumbled, looking at each other in bewilderment. Huh? The sudden change wasn't just felt by Bai Luo and his senior sister, every Atonite currently in Avalon felt it. What's going on? An earthquake? Is it another miraculous force? Has His Majesty discovered another miracle? The tree elves, the Atonites, and the fairies all had a variety of thoughts. However, outside of Avalon, in the heart of the tree elf forest at the center of Atón Island, Grandpa Andrew looked up at the sky. What is this? Grandpa Andrew, the old tree elf, stared wide-eyed. In the sky, the sun was disappearing. A solar eclipse. A terrifying miraculous force was devouring the sun. What's going on? Bai Luo asked hurriedly. Is someone attacking? No, the senior sister sensed, then said. A vast miraculous force is pouring into my Avalon world from the entrance. It's not an enemy. The senior sister was surprised. She had discovered the source of this miraculous force. Leon. Almost instantly, Bai Luo felt it too. Ugh, Bai Luo clutched his heart, gritting his teeth as he stumbled. The senior sister hurried to support him. Xiao Luo, what's wrong with you? Kill them. Delicious food, flesh and blood. Where are the strong ones? Eat them. Eat them all. Hungry, so hungry. Why am I so hungry? Brutal, restless, bloodthirsty, cold, insane. A torrent of negative emotions, almost like a torrent, poured into Bai Luo's body. He felt dizzy, the world seemed to turn blood red, and everything he saw was like hell on earth. Xiao Luo, a buzzing sounded in Bai Luo's ears. He faintly heard his senior sister's voice, quick, get out. Leon's not okay. I'm fine. Bai Luo raised his head. One of his eyes had turned blood red, and where the white of his eye used to be, a pitch black color was spreading across the entire eye. Bai Luo felt like his head was about to explode. Countless black and red lines appeared on his skin, and his eyes were bloodshot, streaked with crimson blood. Xiao Luo, is this power devouring his will? The senior sister realized Bai Luo's current condition and quickly invoked the laws of Avalon, a mere miracle power. How dare you? Boom, gold, crimson, and azure rose from the triangle of Avalon. In the name of the Queen of Avalon, I command you, the laws of the world, upon your king. Isifia raised her hands, and 3 streams of energy converged in the air before cascading down, enveloping Bai Luo. Roar! Bai Luo spread his arms, his entire body suddenly expanding and growing taller, a large amount of hair sprouting from his body. He knelt on his knees, his claws dancing wildly. Sizzle! Wherever the claws passed, the air, and even the space of the world of Avalon, was easily torn apart. Master, are you okay? Shirley and Lilith appeared at the same time, and even Bai Luo felt it. She wanted to come over, but found they were too far away. She could only helplessly anxiously, Master, such a terrifying power, such madness. Bai Luo lowered his head, panting violently. I can control it. You go find Leon first, go quickly. I can control it. Roar, Bai Luo said, his eyes frantic again, but the next moment, Bai Luo regained his composure. Bai Luo desperately struggled with this miraculous force. You're far from controlling my emotions. I'm fine, Bai Luo said to his senior sister again. There's no time. A surge of rage rose within Bai Luo, forcing him to open his arms and let out a long howl towards the heavens. Galala, bang, countless cracks appeared in the sky of Avalon at the sound. 2 immense forces were now clashing within Bai Luo's body. One was the 3 energies of Avalon's fighting saint technique, derived from his senior sister, and the other was the power of worldly greed. The former accounted for approximately 50%, while the latter only 30%. The remaining 20% belonged to Shirley's transcendental power, but it remained remarkably quiet, not participating in any conflict. It even subtly guided the power of Avalon, suppressing the power of worldly greed. The power of worldly greed only accounted for 30%, but this 30% was even more frantic. Its terrifying aggression was as if it were devouring the Dao Xiangfa as food, transforming it into its own possession. How dare you, senior sister roared in anger. Her clothing transformed into golden queen's gown, and the revered and sacred imperial crown of all races appeared above her head. Even the entire world of Avalon seemed to awaken completely at that moment. How dare you, senior sister said, you think you can challenge me? In the sky, countless phantoms emerged from the astral realm, kneeling on one knee in the galactic void, saluting the enraged queen. Ridiculous, senior sister raised her hand, kneel down, boom, The power of Avalon triumphed over the power of worldly greed. Bai Luo transformed into a giant wolf, but his fur had become a regal gold, white, and silver. The only black marks were his ankles and wrists. Roar, raising his hand, as if venting his previous rage, Bai Luo delivered a punch. Bang! The next moment, the entire world of Avalon, including the holy lake, the sacred beast forest, the gardens, the courtyard, the castle, and the trial field, shattered. Even the stars in the sky were cracked like shattered glass. Legendary power. The crowning legend. The entire world of Avalon felt the majesty of its master. They dared not resist, but instead with their bodies, endured Bai Luo's outburst. Repair. The senior sister heard the wail of Avalon, but the world's shattering did not harm her. For this world was her own creation. If it was destroyed, she could just create another. Then, the senior sister looked at Bai Luo. Zio Luo, how are you now? Zizizizi. Bai Luo opened his eyes. The deep blue light gradually dimmed, but the faint starry sky could still be seen within, with countless brilliant lights intertwining and flickering. His two eyes, one like a burning black sun, the other a bright red like a blood moon. His hair gradually receded, and Bai Luo once again donned the regal robes of the king of Avalon. However, compared to his previous dignity and holiness, he now possessed a wilder and more domineering air. Senior sister, a crown king, a higher-level miracle world. Shirley, a crown king, a lower-level miracle creature. Leon, a crown king, a mid-level miracle creature. The infinite second awakening miracle power of the three crown kings converged here, ultimately allowing Bai Luo to single-handedly break through the boundaries and reach the legendary realm. Not just any legendary, but a crown legend. With three crown kings providing infinite miracle power behind him, Bai Luo's legendary realm was also limitless. Thank you, Fiya. Bai Luo calmed down completely. The power of Avalon overwhelmed the power of greedy world, completely merging the two within Bai Luo's body, making them indistinguishable. But, it's truly a terrifying power. Bai Luo felt the power of greedy world within him, the power Leon had shared with him after his second awakening. This power was different from the Queen of Avalon's, it was proportional, equal to both. From Leon's words, Bai Luo felt that he had received approximately 70% of his miracle power, while Shirley only received about 40%. Not good, get out. Bai Luo clenched his fists, instantly realizing the problem. Leon's outside, he's not on the right state. Lilith, Shirley, go stop him. Bang! Bai Luo tried to go too, but as soon as he took a step, the ground shattered, creating a chasm. He'd gained power too quickly. And now he couldn't control it at all. Master, leave me alone. Bai Luo hadn't yet mastered this power. He couldn't move freely, or else it would descend upon Atón Island, a human-made disaster. Zio Luo, Fiya, you go too, Bai Luo said. Take my orders and lock him down. Okay. Senior sister took a step forward, and the environment shifted, revealing her atop the white city tower on Atón Island. What is this? Senior sister stared at the sky in surprise. The setting sun, which should have been there, had vanished, replaced by a massive black sun that practically covered the entire sky. Boom, and shrouded in pitch-black flames, it plummeted from the sky towards Atón Island. Swish, 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 tens of thousands of celestial flames descended, like a million bats and a million crows, swooping down upon the earth like a dark cloud obscuring the sun. Lilith, senior sister shouted. Lilith quickly flew into the air, her arms spread wide, and a barrier rose from all directions like a tsunami, rapidly converging on the very center of Atón Island. Puff, puff, puff. However, the black fire collided with a barrier, not being completely blocked. They turned to ash, and in this dim world, a heavy snow fell. What is this? Lilith was shocked. She couldn't stop it. This isn't an attack. This thing is a miracle power. This is Leon's miracle power, damn it. Lilith, I can't stop it. It's not an enemy, companion, this is the power of a companion. Lilith's miracle power, like its own, belongs to Bai Luo. They are one, and can be integrated. Fiya, just as Lilith was anxious, Bai Luo's voice echoed in her mind, in the name of Bai Luo Atón, in the name of Bai Luo Atón. The senior sister looked up. From the center of Atón, a golden beam of light surged like a spring. I command you, all-consuming world greedy power, not to grant your power to the Atón people, not to harm them. However, as the senior sister's order was issued, the sunset also set in the west. What? The senior sister looked up. The pitch-black sun had vanished, replaced by an even larger, crimson blood moon. The blood moon shone across the land, and under its crimson light, the entire Atón Island was shrouded in a terrifying and eerie atmosphere. Silence, a dead silence. The forest gaped like a bloody maw in the darkness. The lake was deep, as if hiding an abyss beneath. The wheat ears, the farmland, and all the vegetation on the land slowly withered under the blood moon's radiance. And beneath this blood moon, the senior sister and the others spotted a figure. It was Leon. The Mad King was completely devoured by the power of greed. Chapter 166 Miracle Second Awakening, Crazy King of Ember. What is this? The fairies looked up at the blood moon in the sky, transfixed. Wow, it's so beautiful, and the flames just now, although scary, turned to ash and landed on me. It wasn't even hot. The cranes danced in the air, their wings still clung to the dust of ash like snowflakes. Little Bear Duato, the Ham family, and the White Eagle family all looked up curiously, their gazes completely captivated by the enormous, bright red moon. It's so beautiful, yes, such a beautiful moon. How can it be so beautiful? Most of the Atón people were in the world of Avalon. Those who remained outside were the Atón civilians, the original 117 slave boys and girls, and the 2,500 new arrivals. They all lived in the port town, so they naturally saw the obvious phenomenon clearly. But that was nothing. They didn't possess miraculous powers, and Lilith would collectively modify the civilians' memories, making them forget this moment. Foolish old feast, Glass took in the scene before him and immediately guessed its origin. How could the power of the foolish old feast appear here, and this large moon, and the black sun from before? Are these gifts of miraculous power through the pervasive light in the ash-filled sky? Judging from the range, it's at least mid-level. Glass's mind raced with possibilities for being able to unleash such a magnificent miracle field. But why? Why would a mid-level miracle suddenly appear on Atón Island? This isn't an Atón miracle, is it? Glass couldn't discern its source. Is someone planning to invade Atón? From Glass's observations, Atón miracles couldn't possibly be of the foolish old feast type, so the possibility of this blood moon being an enemy was clearly greater. Uncle, what is this? Just now, the sky suddenly darkened, and now, wow, what a huge moon, and blood red. Yuzai was puzzled. She gazed at the blood moon in the sky, awestruck by its magnificence. Is this a phenomenon unique to this place? It's amazing, silly girl. Hurry in. Glass turned around quickly, then grabbed the girl's hand and dragged her into the room. Stay inside and don't come out. Don't open the window, don't look at the light, don't look at it. Oh, yeah, Yuzai had never seen Glass with such a serious expression. She hid in the house obediently. Go back, everyone go back to the house. The old man ran out of the house and shouted to the residents on the shopping street in Harbor Town, don't look at this light, don't look at this light. The foolish old feast is known for its astonishing output. It is the most dangerous and terrifying of the 28 camps. The foolish old feast has no threshold, and anyone may be affected by it. This is completely different from the power of fairies and the power of Avalon. But Glass knew very well that the high output of the foolish old feast came at a price, and that was a 99% failure rate. The foolish old feast will either be strengthened or mutated. Once it fails, being completely disfigured is the lightest. In more serious cases, even human rationality may disappear, and it will completely turn into a monster. In other words, if you cannot bear the power of other miracles, then you just cannot bear it. Even if there are side effects, they will never be as perverted as the foolish old feast. What's going on? Ilona commanded the goblin gendarmerie in Harbor Town. He found Glass and did not stop the old man. Ilona had been given orders from above. Glass was an advisor to the gendarmerie. If you encounter any problems, you can ask the old man for his advice. Let everyone hide in the house. Glass wasn't clear on the situation, but he knew how to respond. This light mutates people. It can't be exposed to it for long. Everyone hide. The Fool's Feast's miracle field can sometimes be used as a strategic weapon to erode enemies on a large scale. Yes, the Fool's Feast can disregard loyalty and directly use the power of mutation to distort and curse large numbers of creatures and areas. Okay, Ilona immediately took action. Over 100 goblin gendarmes commanded everyone to hide in their houses, closing the doors and windows. No matter what happens outside, as long as the blood moon is still there, no one is allowed to come out, Glass warned, but he himself didn't dare stay there for long, so after saying this, he also hid in the house to avoid being exposed to the blood moon's light. Splash! Out at sea, the aquatic goblins discovered shadows beneath the sea. They were the sea fish that were used as food in the sea area. What's wrong with these fish? Are they stupid or crazy? They're biting me, damn it. Get out of here. The aquatic fairies found that the sea fish had gone crazy, so they had to choose to take action and kill them all. But in the forest, a large number of bees, beetles, and centipedes expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye under the blood light. The creatures on this island are undergoing changes, not only these insects that cannot be affected by the power of the fairies, but also those livestock that Bai Luo ordered not to be given miraculous powers. Except for the horses and cows that were treated well, others such as chickens, ducks, pigs, and sheep were all crazy. Pairs of blood-red eyes stared greedily at the fairies present. Are they going to eat us? What a joke, can't we kill them? His Majesty's order, where's His Majesty's order? Faced with these poultry and livestock, the fairies were quite helpless. They really didn't know how to deal with it, or whether to kill them. Back off. The witches arrived in time. They used the blue mist shuttle developed from the cute cat family to insert themselves into the battle as if they were teleporting, and cast a spell to separate the poultry with a high rock wall. Brother, what's wrong with you? On the other side, Shira, who is already very close to Leon, looked at her brother who suddenly revealed his true identity and was extremely worried. Roar, as if because he had discovered a living person, Leon opened his bloody mouth and roared at his own sister. Roar, but the next moment, Leon showed a confused look. In his sight, Shira's appearance gradually became clear. Sister. Family. Can't hurt companions. Ah, no, you can't. Leon shook his head vigorously, and the clarity in his eyes gradually disappeared. He raised his head and roared again. Roar. Leon still looked horrible, but he restrained himself and did not attack Sheila. I can't hurt her, I can't. Even though he became the Mad King, Leon still adhered to Bai Luo's decree. Don't hurt the Atón people. These are your own people, you must love your own people and not hurt them. Love. Leon looked at Sheila. He no longer regarded him as an enemy, but as a companion and family member. Roar. Suddenly, Leon opened his claws at Sheila. Brother, what is this? Brother, what are you going to do? At this moment, Sheila only felt that the blood moon in front of her was suddenly approaching. Endless blood light suddenly poured into Sheila's body in front of her, and a large amount of miraculous power, like a surging torrent, strengthened Sheila's body. Oh, Sheila covered her heart in pain. She had never been close to such a huge miraculous power. The girl was kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath and sweating profusely. However, this was not an injury, but a gift, the power of greed that Leon bestowed on his compatriots, people, and family. Roar. Sheila's eyes turned red, and sharp fangs grew out of her mouth. Crash. The clothes on Sheila's back tore, revealing her smooth back, and a pair of black wings bloomed with blood mist. The power of the fairies merging with the power of greed. A brand new species is about to be born under these two godlike forces. At the same time, the three key of the fighting saint in Sheila's body began to compete with the power of greed, which made Sheila's consciousness begin to recover. Bang! Gradually, one wing seemed unable to withstand this force and cracked. A charcoal-like blood clot fell, and under this wing, a white wing with golden patterns appeared behind Sheila. Sheila. Lilith arrived at the first time, but she was still stunned when she saw Sheila's appearance. What's going on? The pitch-black wings were covered with red patterns, like the bat wings of demons and vampires, but the wings with pure white and gold patterns were as sacred as an angel. Two completely different and even contradictory powers were displayed in Sheila, but they were perfectly integrated together. What's going on with me? Sheila opened her eyes, her pupils flashed with the starlight of Avalon's magic on the left, but the right side was as black as ink, with only a little blood staring at the front. Brother, what's wrong with you? Compared to her own situation, Sheila was more worried about her brother Leon. You didn't hurt me, brother, did you see? You didn't hurt me. You can control your own strength, wake up. Unfortunately, no matter how Sheila shouted, Leon just stood there, quietly. Sheila? Senior sister also rushed here. She looked at the girl in front of her who was both sacred and charming. The power of greed has merged into Sheila's body. It didn't hurt Sheila. Leon was crazy, but he still retained Bai Luo's will. The Atón people cannot be harmed. Development must go in the direction I want. Therefore, the power of greed did not distort Sheila, but instead strengthened her positively. Sheila, are you okay? I'm fine. Sheila did not lose her mind. She and the power of greed are highly compatible. Leon can suppress it, so can Sheila. Did Leon control himself? Lilith was about to be happy, but the next moment, a terrifying and extremely cruel look fell on her. What's going on? As soon as this thought came to her mind, a behemoth had already enveloped Lilith. Bang! Almost instantly, Lilith set up a fairy barrier to resist this unimaginable terrorist attack. Boom! Pitch-black flames surged in the forest, like a storm in a tsunami, engulfing everything in the earthquake. The fairies looked at the oncoming black flames in horror. Help, huh? However, as pairs of surprised eyes opened, the little guys looked at each other, and then were surprised to find that these black flames were not hot. And they didn't even feel anything. What's going on? Cat Lingling was also here. Is this an illusion? However, when the fairies looked around, they were completely stunned by the scene before them. The originally dreamy forest had disappeared, replaced by a scorched earth, a land that seemed to have been cursed. Dry trees, rotten flowers and plants. The streams dried up, and corpses were everywhere. These corpses were not human, but animal, those animals that were not protected by the power of the fairies. In other words, they belonged to creatures that were not recognized by Bai Luo as Atón people. Leon's power is ineffective against the Atón people. Senior sister understood. He was bound by the law and would subconsciously avoid all Atonians. Xiao Luo, can you restrain him? Roar. Over there, Leon attacked Lilith relentlessly. His attacks were brutal and domineering, as if he intended to devour the fairy godmother alive. Embers erupted, blood squirmed. Leon's worldly power collided with Lilith's fairy magic. No, just one strike, but the power was so frightening that even Senior Sister was shocked and immediately deployed the Avalon Ward. Bang! Senior Sister felt the pressure from the barrier, her face grim. We can't let them fight here. If this continues, they might even sink Atón Island. Instead of being destroyed by the enemy, Atón was destroyed by its own miracle. Could anything be more ridiculous than this? Boom! The two sides were moving too fast. Senior Sister didn't dare intervene, fearing that her intervention would put even greater pressure on the Holy Light Ward. Spirit of nature, at that moment, Lilith waved her hands, and fluorescent light condensed in the air. They showered the earth, and the once dark cursed land was instantly dispelled by the power of blessing. Flowers blossomed, and young seedlings grew into towering trees at a visible pace. Treemen rose from the ground, and a multitude of fairy spirits floated out from the dead, resembling colorful projections of small animals. Roar! Leon, not to be outdone, roared to the sky. With a bang, the dead wood rapidly twisted. Decaying tree spirits clung to pitch-black flames. From the animal carcasses, maggots swarmed, densely covering the bones, forming a writhing mass of disgusting flesh. Soon, bloated, twisted, and bizarre creatures rose from the ground. Lilith and Leon faced each other, and the ground beneath their feet resembled a torn photograph. To their left, a dreamlike wonderland, to their right, a horrifying world. Come back, Bai Luo's voice echoed simultaneously in Lilith and Leon's minds. The next moment, both vanished. The seemingly protracted battle lasted only a moment, and Bai Luo summoned them immediately after noticing the two men's inexplicable exchange. Roar! Leon seemed unresponsive to the sudden change in his surroundings. Be quiet. Within the Avalon world, Bai Luo, having mastered some of his powers, appeared in Leon's sight. Roar! Leon sensed Bai Luo's presence, and his previously ferocious strength suddenly stagnated. Bang! The terrifying Mad King was forcibly pinned to the ground. Bai Luo grabbed the back of Leon's head, pinning him down. Roar! Leon struggled desperately, but was unable to move. The strength within him had long since vanished under Bai Luo's will. Bai Luo glared at him fiercely, then demanded in a cold voice, "What are you doing, Leon? Wake up, Wu." The master's authority instantly shattered the madness within Leon. Terrified by the immense fear, the world-greedy Wolf King let out a whimper, the sound of a bullied canine. As Bai Luo issued his order to the miracle man, Leon instantly lost all his strength. He could only crawl on the ground in fear, trembling. He no longer possessed the earth-shaking aura of the world-destroying Wolf King. What's going on? Bai Luo looked at Lilith. Why would Leon attack you, Lilith? Lilith was also confused. I don't know, it must be your majesty's previous order. At this moment, the voice of the senior sister came from above. He misunderstood. The senior sister didn't return. She needed to stay in Atón to deal with the after effects of Leon's world greed power. The miracle power of the mid-level miracle is like radiation and special particles in the air. This kind of power has an extremely wide range and is pervasive, making it extremely difficult to deal with. Your Majesty's decree prohibits little Leon from harming the Atonians, but Lilith and I, we are not Atonians. The senior sister looked at the eerie forest. She tried her best to dispel Leon's world greed power, but found that it had already absorbed into every blade of grass and tree. Lilith could dispel the power of greediness from the air, but she couldn't strip away the power already absorbed. Just like Sheila, she had already possessed the power of greediness, and only Bai Luo had the power to reclaim it. Me too. How could I have forgotten you? Bai Luo said. In the name of the Lord of Miracles, I command you, Leon, to coexist peacefully with my miracles. Recalling Leon's previous reaction, before Lilith's appearance, he had been frantic, like a wild boss with no enemies to be found. With no enemies, Leon went into AFK mode, standing there calmly. Even when Sheila approached, Leon only granted the power of greediness. This was because Bai Luo had issued a decree prohibiting Leon from harming the Atón. But was Lilith an Atón? She wasn't. She was Bai Luo's miracle creature, and while she was very close to him, she wasn't considered an Atón. She was supposed to be an Atón goddess. Thus, an awkward situation arose. Leon sensed a presence outside the law, the world-loving blood within him raging. He launched a frenzied attack, and the dark embers of world-loving fire erupted with even greater fury. In fact, it was possible to leave the elves alone, only destroying the forest and the land. Bai Luo couldn't say Leon was wrong. He had truly done his utmost to control his power. Bai Luo sighed, looking at Leon, who was being pinned down. It's my fault. Fortunately, Atón Island is safe, although Leon's miraculous power was shocking and terrifying. Under Bai Luo's control, Leon was remarkably docile and obedient. Like a vicious dog baring its teeth at an outsider, he would fawn over him, rolling around in front of him in a cute way. I can't be angry. Bai Luo only had affection for Leon, not wanting to blame him at all. But calm down, Leon. Bai Luo released Leon, and a large number of chains suddenly appeared, binding the world-loving Mad King like a dumpling. Calamitous Mad King Leon. Contract. Bai Luo Atón level, middle type, miracle person faction, foolish old feast form 1, greedy giant wolf form 2, crazy king of clay Leon. Can you hear me? Seeing that Leon's emotions had calmed and his blood of greed had been suppressed, Bai Luo guided him. Wake up. Don't let the blood of greed control you. You are the master of this power, the king of greed. Your Majesty, continue to suppress me. Although the words were normal, Bai Luo still felt a little strange. You want me to keep holding you down? I mean the chains, Leon, not tight enough. Please tighten them a little. Bai Luo was embarrassed and wondered if we could talk properly next time. In the previous chapters, the mind-body lock setting of Chapter 155, Electronic Frontier, has been revised and supplemented. Yesterday's conversation between Christine and Bai Luo has also been revised. You can reread it. Chapter 167 Blood Moon Mutation. Is the blood moon still there? It's gone. Is it because Leon left? Bai Luo breathed a sigh of relief. This awakening was quite sudden. I wonder how many people saw it, Master. Shirley's voice rang out. Something's wrong. The fish in the sea are very agitated. The aquatic tribe have already killed a large number of them. Shirley flew over the ocean, sharing her view with Bai Luo, showing him the scenery off the coast of Atón Island. Under the silvery moonlight, an endless sea of dead fish drifted in the sea. Have these fish acquired my miraculous power? Bai Luo remembered that he had issued an order prohibiting outsiders from acquiring the power of greed. How could this happen? It's not acquisition, his uncle arrived and explained. It's probably a special effect, miraculous erosion. The bestowal of miraculous power is a positive force, but miraculous erosion is a negative abnormality. The Fool's Old Feast, as well as many miraculous minerals, have corrosive properties. This is not a gift, but a different kind of punishment. Simply put, it's like someone holding a piece of red-hot charcoal in their hand. If this charcoal were a miracle, its owner would naturally be unharmed. But what if it were an enemy or an outsider? The charcoal would automatically attack, burning off the opponent's hand and body. Indeed, miracle erosion is a self-determined attack of the miracle power. This is because the reckless creature had touched it without its owner's permission. Fairy power won't attack you if you're unsuitable. But the power of greed will, and its desire to attack is extremely strong. Clearly, Most of the fish in the sea have been corrupted by the power of greed under the light of the blood moon. I command you not to grant power to anyone other than Atón, any living or non-living being, and, Bai Luo observed the frantic fish and continued his command. To those already corrupted, I will withdraw the miracle power from you. However, Bai Luo inexplicably realized that he hadn't withdrawn anything. What's going on? Bai Luo was confused. Immediately, Lilith helped Bai Luo catch a large fish. Pa. The fish hopped on the ground, and a hideous eye had sprouted from its previously normal head. It's only been a short while, and they've already become like this. It was a bit like the Morgan family's sea monsters, the foolish old feast. The results of the erosion were similar. Uncle, why don't they have my miracle power? They're probably the lowest level miracle derivatives. These fish didn't have miracle power in their bodies. Like Silvermane and Tinfang, their mutation was a one-time event. Unlike the mushroom men moved because of the fairy power. But once it was withdrawn, the mushroom men would turn back into mushrooms. Of course, over time, the mushroom men would become true mushroom men, because the miracle power had perfectly transformed them. This transformation would remain permanent even without the miracle power. The same was true for these strange fish. They had already mutated, and even if the supply of miracle power was stopped, the changes would only stop, not reverse. Can't I control them? Bai Luo felt that if he couldn't control them, they would be extremely dangerous. If he wasn't careful, even the people of Atón could be besieged by them. Of course, but there are limits on quantity and range. Within that range, you can issue direct orders. But the Lord of Miracles can only control a limited number, the old uncle said. When the number grows and the range exceeds your control, you'll have to add restrictions, weaknesses, and flaws to ensure these derivatives remain mine. Atón, just like the sea beasts under Morgan's command, Sigrian couldn't actually control them directly. He simply used the sound of his flute to draw them in like moths to a flame. Furthermore, the sea beasts could only appear on the sea surface during stormy weather, another restriction imposed by Morgan. However, the sea beasts didn't seem to have any obvious weaknesses or flaws. Perhaps Morgan didn't want his pets to be easily destroyed by others. In other words, Morgan had no intention of controlling the number of sea beasts, but rather watched them constantly evolve, allowing them to grow larger and stronger. Morgan could control the sea beasts he encountered, but if they were too far away or too numerous, he was powerless. This was a significant difference from Bai Luo's miracle seeds. Bai Luo could give very subtle commands to the seeds poured out of the first sprouting holy bag, for they were soulless, mere inanimate objects. Let me think about this. Bai Luo pondered for a moment, then said, in the name of the Lord of Miracles, I issue an order. Anyone who possesses the power of greedy worlds must not leave this sea area. How large is the range of the blood moon? Bai Luo's biggest concern now was the blood moon's presence in the sky. Would such a conspicuous display signal to the entire world that Atón had received another miracle? No, it shouldn't, said the old man. A mid-level miracle, second awakening, can't affect the entire world. It doesn't have such immense power. Surely, Bai Luo immediately ordered Shirley to investigate. Thank you, yes, Master. Shirley soon returned with the news. The blood moon's power of greedy worlds extends approximately 10 kilometers outward, centered on our Atón island. In other words, only creatures within this 10-kilometer radius would be affected by the blood moon. This was a good thing. The impact was limited. Furthermore, it wouldn't be noticed by other miracle holders. Few forces were currently interested in Atón, so Bai Luo naturally hoped they could remain relatively inconspicuous. We'll just have to wait and see, the old man said. If they truly discover something this serious, they'll definitely come to us to inquire. If no one asks, it means that Atón acted promptly, preventing Ember Sun and Blood Moon from being exposed on the international stage. Yes, Bai Luo nodded. Then, using the power of the Lord of Miracles, he declared, you greedy miracle derivatives, I order you not to leave the 30-kilometer sea zone centered on Atón. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, Bai Luo specifically increased the distance limit, tripling it to ensure no problems. How can we best deal with these mutants? They've gone completely insane. Even if they weren't, they would soon be twisted beyond recognition. The only way to cure them is to inject new miracle powers, such as Avalon's fighting saint method or fairy power, which would allow them to evolve perfectly like Sheila. They can't be saved, the old man said. They can't adapt to the miracle powers we currently have. If they could, they would have adapted long ago. Then we'll just have to find a way to clean them up. No need to clean them up. Bai Luo had never been kind. Such a good mutant, if we could use it in battle, wouldn't it be ready-made cannon fodder? If it were one of Bai Luo's aquatic goblins, he would definitely find a way to rescue them. But Bai Luo didn't care about the fish, which were already brainless. All the mutants in the sea live in the deep sea. You can continue to reproduce, but do not surface without my order. Splash. Within a 10-kilometer area of the sea, all the greedy world derivatives disappeared. This army couldn't be exposed casually, as it would intimidate people, because Atón had gained another miracle, too powerful. Everyone on land, go to the cursed forest. Do not leave the cursed forest without my order. Bai Luo issued another order. The cursed forest was the forest where Leon had previously run wild. It was completely shattered, filled with terrifying scenes only found in hell. This foolish old feast, senior sister said, is a bit like the nuclear power plant leak you remember. Xiao Luo, are we going to clean it up now? Lilith naturally understood what a nuclear power plant leak meant. My power can counter the foolish old feast. Do you need me, Lilith? Go ahead and clean it up, Bai Luo, but leave the cursed forest behind. The mutants on land need a place to live. Okay, Lilith set off. Bai Luo, on the other hand, needed to explain the situation to the people. I've gathered everyone here to explain the cause of this sudden change. The massive change had such a wide impact, so Bai Luo had also gathered 120 civilians. The fusion of their elf powers showed that they had developed an extremely strong sense of belonging to Atón and Bai Luo. It's like brainwashing. Once you've made up your mind, it's difficult to change. Miracle power doesn't have the ability to brainwash, only to lock things in. But Bai Luo, his uncle, and the people of Atón have it too. After 2 months, a wonderful life, an elegant and peaceful environment, a perfect haven, how could anyone not love it? This was also the main reason Bai Luo felt ready to accept the young men and women. This change stems from an extremely terrifying, miraculous power, Bai Luo said. It's frantic and violent. While powerful, it's impossible for ordinary people to control it, and they might even be harmed by it. As he spoke, Bai Luo was also restraining the power within his body, deeply afraid that if he wasn't careful, he would crush the balcony in front of him. So, I'm here to warn you, Bai Luo explained the stakes to everyone present. The power of greed is extremely terrifying. I must make it clear to you that you must never touch this thing casually. Bai Luo remembered every Atonite's compatibility with greed. If Bai Luo was right, this compatibility might also represent their compatibility with greed. I'll sort out who's eligible and who's not. Bai Luo would select those with the highest compatibility to approach. As for those I haven't mentioned, you must not study them privately, and certainly not ask Leon for anything. Leon's personality was very similar to Bai Luo's, brutal toward outsiders, but easily swayed toward his own people. But that's for now. In the future, when we possess sufficient miraculous power, or can restrain the power of the greedy blood, everyone will have a chance. Also, I'm making this an announcement. Bai Luo also used this opportunity to introduce the concept of second-class citizenship, new residents. You have become second-class citizens of the Principality of Atón. Second-class citizens were bound by Atón's orders. They could only learn what they were told to learn. They were forbidden from entering any place Atón had forbidden them. In Atón, the Atón clan, tree elves, and fairies, all direct descendants of miraculous power, were classified as first-class citizens. The most outstanding among them were granted official positions by Bai Luo, becoming subjects. Second-class citizens were outsiders, their freedom restricted, much like soldiers, confined to specific areas. And as soldiers, they were forbidden from deserting their posts without permission, or face severe punishment according to Atón law. Don't underestimate these second-class citizens, Bai Luo said. This is just a transitional period. If you can achieve military merit, I will promote you and make you true first-class citizens. Then, they would be free to truly embrace the core of Atón. Second-class citizens, soldiers, Ilona stood below, his first time in the world of Avalon. Honestly, upon entering, Ilona was truly stunned. Ilona had thought Atón Island was already beautiful and dreamy enough. But compared to this, Atón Island was nothing. Brother, this place is so beautiful. Yes, Ilona said, looking at his sister lovingly. We must work hard. If we can earn military merit, we can become core Atonians. There were currently 116 second-class citizens, not counting Silly Tiger, Inya, and Halebo. They were allowed to practice the Daoxing method, but were not yet eligible to access the various extraordinary and transcendental treasures within the Avalon treasury. After nearly 2 months of hard work, the first-class citizens and subjects of Atón had generally broken through to the extraordinary level. The best among them had even broken through to the transcendent realm, stabilizing at the third stage of the miracle soldier class. Because the core was strong enough, Bai Luo began to gradually train the next group of people. I can't compare. Inya was a first-class citizen, and now that Ilona and Janano had also received citizenship, she could finally speak frankly. Becoming the core of Atón isn't that easy. Inya had thought that becoming a first-class citizen would bring her closer to Bai Luo. But this was simply wishful thinking. If Bai Luo was viewed as a lofty god, then above him stood the elder sister and Lilith. Even without them, Elsa, Fyra, Maya, and others remained mountains in Inya's eyes, insurmountable. Only when you lift your head will you see the height of Atón's ladder. Inya thought of what Herbo said before he left. He had long anticipated what kind of problems he would encounter. Inya wanted to get close to Bai Luo and get his favor. But there were too many outstanding talents under Bai Luo. She was not outstanding enough to shock Bai Luo, so how could she attract the attention of His Majesty? Inya regarded Bai Luo as her only belief. No matter what orders he gave, Inya was willing to do it. However, Bai Luo was like a god. Would God make any demands on his people? No, a true god will only tolerate you, love you, protect you, and give you what you want. Only give, never take. Bai Luo was naturally not so great, but when it came to Inya, he really only gave and never asked her for anything. This made Inya feel so useless, simply, a waste. Inya. Suddenly, Janano tugged at Inya's clothes. She exclaimed, His Majesty is calling you. His Majesty is calling your name, Inya. Huh? Inya was startled, then quickly looked up to find Bai Luo staring at her. Your Majesty. Inya was puzzled, only to hear Bai Luo say, You have the potential to gain the power of greed. Come. From today, you will study this power with Sheila and the others. What? Inya had thought Bai Luo didn't see her, but to her surprise, Bai Luo had been paying attention. Thank you, Your Majesty. Inya will never let you down. Arriving at Bai Luo's side, Inya was overwhelmed with excitement. Especially when Bai Luo smiled at her. If it weren't for her poor image, Inya would have fainted from excitement. Next, Bai Luo made some arrangements. The military police, composed of 30 members selected from among the second-class citizens, would rotate every 7 days to ensure public security in the port town of Atón. 2,500 new civilians, guarded and protected by 30 young men and women possessing miraculous powers, were more than enough. The following days brought peace to Atón. The cursed forest was officially declared a forbidden area, and no one was allowed to approach, not even sub-citizens or subjects. Leon's condition had improved somewhat. While he still retained the appearance of a wolf king, his mind was clear. Shira's condition was complex, and Lilith and her senior sister were investigating. Uncle began investigating the nature of the power of greed, and her senior sister also began her retreat. On the 7th day, Gonya sailed the fleet, delivering the first batch of trade goods to Coral City for transfer. Meanwhile, the Duke of Fairy Eagle also sent 3,000 more. Although they were still en route, Bai Luo could foresee that the arrival of these 3,000 people would bring even greater prosperity to the harbor town. Thus, Atón gradually entered a period of steady development. The power of greed remained undiscovered, as neither Morgan nor Messia mentioned it in their conversations. The greedy world derivatives were also obedient, remaining beneath the waters of Atón. Even if they were ugly and invisible, it didn't matter. Gurgle, however, while Bai Luo was busy with his affairs, a massive whale stumbled into the waters near Atón Island. Wuit plunged deep into the seabed and encountered numerous frenzied greedy world fish. These fish immediately swarmed towards the whale, but faced with the whale's gaping maw, without the protection of miraculous powers, they were no match for the whale's prey. Numerous fish, stained with the greedy world's blood, fell into the whale's mouth. After feasting and drinking its fill, the whale effortlessly crossed the 30-kilometer invisible boundary Bai Luo had set. It wasn't a greedy world derivative, nor did it possess miraculous powers. Therefore, Bai Luo's commands had no effect on it. However, as the whale swam further and further, it felt a growing discomfort, as if something was wriggling in its stomach. It was mutating, corroded and twisted by the greedy factor from those mutated sea fish. You are not allowed to leave the Atón Sea. Bai Luo's decree took effect, but the problem was that when it left Atón, It was not yet a greedy derivative. So the question was, what should it do? The giant whale, which already had little intelligence, now lost its mind due to the erosion of greedy force. A large number of mutated sea fish were digested by it, and more greedy factors began to run wild. Roar, the whale went crazy. It buried its head and swam in one direction, and at the end of this direction was a city, the ancient capital of Zaloon. After the release of the game, this is the first time I am asking for votes here. I beg everyone who follows me to give me some daily recommendation votes and monthly votes. Although recommendation votes are useless, I am afraid they will be useful in the future, so I will continue to ask. Chapter 168, Just a Lion dares to call himself an emperor? Then we part here. A few days ago, Helbo and Mustache parted ways. Upon learning of Helbo's destination, Mustache expressed his admiration. "You're making history by visiting the territory of the Lion Emperor," Mustache replied. "That's the devil's lair of myth and legend. Anyone who lives in the mountains knows the terrifying legend of the Lion Emperor. Thousands of years ago, the mountains, dissatisfied with the rule of the Lord of Miracles, led and instigated by a single aspiring individual, launched a massive popular uprising. Their momentum was immense, and their speed astonishing. In just a few months, the rebellion spread across half the country, drawing millions of citizens to their cause and amassing an army of hundreds of thousands. However, that day, a turquoise lion, so vast it obscured the sun, descended from the sky. Its bloody maw opened wide, devouring 100,000 lives in a flash. The mortals were terrified, realizing the gap between themselves and the Lord of Miracles. The title of the Lion Emperor, inspired by that turquoise lion, alluded to his brutality and terror. From that time on, the Lion Emperor sent out his miraculous subjects, who transformed into terrifying monsters and left behind terrifying legends. Every mortal in the 8 kingdoms of the mountains knew these terrifying tales. Therefore, even the mere mention of a mission to such a place terrified Handlebird, let alone setting foot there. It was too terrifying. "You must return safely," Handlebird said. "A man like you shouldn't die in a place like that." "I haven't heard a single kind word since I went on this mission," Helbo waved his hand. "I'm kind of indifferent. Take care, I wish you success." And so, Helbo disembarked in the Lion Emperor's territory. He made no stop, no intention of sightseeing, but headed northwest. The Lion Emperor's territory barely touched the sea, and Helbo couldn't approach the Kingdom of the Mountains. It was the second stop on his mission, not the first. "That guy, hey, look at that guy, wow, this big shot from somewhere, he's dressed so well, isn't he?" Swish, swish, swish. A few days later, in an open-air restaurant, Herbo was eating dumpling soup, a thick, gooey mess. Yet, in Herbo's memory, it was the kind of delicacy he'd dreamt of. It was filled with meat, a variety of delicious vegetables, and a delicious spice blend, and the flavor was incredibly tempting. Yet, even this delicacy from the mountains made Cat Lulu nearly vomit. Meow at the table, Cat Lulu lay on her back, tongue hanging out, a look of despair on her face. "It's disgusting. What the hell is this? How can it be so disgusting?" "Well, sir, what do you think?" Herbo's attire was so extravagant, and the sight of such a figure eating here frightened the owner out. He saw him wait on the side, his face filled with fear, awaiting Herbo's opinion. "Cat Lulu? Who cares about a cat?" Swish, Herbo spread his hands and put down some silver coins. He didn't like to waste food. Even if it was a mountain delicacy with a strong smell and a terrible taste, Herbo would finish it. Of course, this was mainly because Herbo was born here. Although there had been a period of good times in Atón, Herbo had not forgotten the hardships of the past. Now, tasting this thing again, Herbo was quite emotional. "The thing that once made me drool, now, even cats won't eat it." "You go ahead, I can eat it myself." This. Seeing the boss hesitate, Herbo added, "I can't eat it if you stand here." "Oh, good, good." The boss quickly retreated, fearing that he would disturb Herbo's leisure. "Why do you come here to eat? The food is not delicious." Cat Lulu kicked Herbo's forearm. "Just find a place, I will cook for you." "Isn't my cat food delicious?" "Of course it's not as delicious as ours," Herbo said. "I mainly want to see whether the material conditions of this country are the same as my hometown. There are 8 countries in the mountains. I live in the northwest region. It's so far away, and I don't know if every country is similar. That's why I came to try it." Meow. Cat Lulu got up quickly and sat on the table. "So that's the case, but, Mainly I want to try it. Hey Erbo, I've wanted to eat it since I was a child, but unfortunately, I have no money and can't afford it. After the boy finished the food on the bowl quickly, he ate it clean. Ugh, Cat Lulu recalled the taste of the food and said, in Aryadan, this stuff can only be fed to pigs, right? Don't be ridiculous. Hey Erbo put down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth. Food is sacred. Anything, even tree bark, that fills someone's stomach should be grateful. Food saved your life, and now you're rich, yet you despise it. Hey Erbo may be living a good life now, but one must not forget their roots. So, what did you find with this? Cat Lulu, impressed by Hey Erbo's wisdom, obediently played the role of a cute cat who cooked. The living standards are very poor, far lower than ours in Yadan, Hey Erbo said. If nothing goes wrong, the food we brought should open their eyes. Then, the man and the cat left the restaurant. Where are you from, little brother? You're so handsome. Do you want to come in and play? After eating, in the brothel built of pale yellow stone, women dressed in flamboyant clothes saw the passing young man and were attracted by his clothes. It was so gorgeous, like a deity descended from heaven. I have something urgent to do. I'll come next time. Hey Erbo was a friendly man, even to the prostitutes, he only smiled. The prostitutes had only casually said it, but they didn't expect Hey Erbo to actually reply, with such a gentle, sunny smile. So handsome, brother, you must come. This country doesn't seem so impressive. Cat Lulu, now an ordinary white kitten, lay on Hey Erbo's shoulder and whispered to him, it's too poor. It doesn't look like a big city at all. I had thought that the Mountain Kingdom, known for its countless gemstones and mineral resources, should be extremely wealthy, and at least have enough food and clothing per capita. Now it seemed nothing special at all, far inferior to Yadan and Coral City. It's a great country, but not everything is prosperous, Helbo said, pointing into the distance. The real bustling place is the city center, where the dignitaries live. As for here, starvation is probably commonplace. How pitiful. Malulu remembered that the old Yadan village was already poor enough, but she didn't expect it to be even worse. Don't the people above care? They won't. Helbo held his staff. They've reached their limit for the number of miracle children. These extraordinary people are useless to them. That's right. Miracles have some ability to identify them. Malulu expressed understanding. So what do? They don't live past 30 or 40. One generation dies, and the next takes over. Helbo described the fate of the mortals in the Mountain Kingdom. They were like ants, living and dying in the eyes of the children of miracles, so humble. I used to be one of them, but Helbo met Bai Luo and was fortunate to enter the circle of miracles. To make an inappropriate analogy, it was like going from mortal to naturalized immortal. Even if one could only serve Bai Luo tea and water, serving as a humble servant, they were still gods. Those older sisters just now, trading their bodies for food, they've already done their utmost just to survive. Helbo didn't look down on them. He himself came from the lower classes and knew the hardships of life. If one day, our Lord conquers this place, will anything change? What's a prostitute? Helbo didn't know how to answer. He simply said, most of them are pitiful people forced into this situation. That will definitely change. Malulu adored Bai Luo. She was Bai Luo's creation, and she would defend her creator with all her might. Your Majesty is the best. If we, Arden, could conquer this place, everyone would live happily. Yes, Helbo longed for the day when Arden's light would shine up on the earth. Speaking of which, Your Majesty, why didn't you send an envoy to the mountains? The Lion King is even stronger. There are 8 kingdoms in the mountains. The Kingdom of the Mountains is the oldest. When the Holy Empire first split, King Bronzebird of the Mountains rebelled here and proclaimed himself king. Because he was the first, and the other nations mostly joined later, the entire alliance was named Mountains. Of course, King Bronzebird was more of a respected elder. But he wasn't the true strongest of the Mountain Kingdom. In a one-on-one duel, Aole comes out on top, though he didn't know what this saying meant. Even 3-year-olds in the mountains had heard it. This is it. Helbo quietly left the city and followed the directions his uncle had given him, finding the entrance to the Miracle Realm. Each Miracle Realm is protected by a vast, mysterious barrier, separating it from the mortal world. The Lion King disliked using miracles to govern his kingdom, so the mortal world and the world of the miracle people were clearly separated. Only someone like Helbo, possessing the power of miracles, could discover this path to the Miracle Realm. Get ready, Lulu, is this really the place? There's nothing here, it's a barrier. There was only deep mountains and forests ahead, but Helbo could sense the power of miracles. My eyes were once blessed by Her Highness surely. A faint, pure white light shone in Helbo's eyes. He saw something different about this place. This is it, for sure. The Lion King's miracle kingdom had many entrances, at least 10, but his uncle had told Helbo to take this one, saying it was the safest and much easier to deal with than the others. Although he didn't know the specifics, Helbo trusted his teacher's judgment. Close your eyes. Helbo closed his eyes, and Lulu did the same immediately. They've sensed us here, and soon the illusion will draw us in. Boom boom boom. The man and the cat heard a relentless, earth-shaking sound. Unsure of what it was, they kept their eyes closed, as was customary. Gradually, the noise faded. Lulu, the cat, secretly opened one eye, then her two adorable eyes slowly widened. Wow, the sky was pitch black, dark clouds looming overhead. The two stood atop a desolate mountain. The forest behind them had long since vanished. All around them was emptiness, only the sky. Ahead of them, huge rocks floated, leading to higher cliffs. Here, is this the miraculous kingdom of the Lion King? So huge, Cat Lulu was stunned. This was her first time in another country. Although she had known that following Helbo would lead to a wonderful life, the suddenness of this incident left her feeling overwhelmed. What should we do? Should we step on it? Will we fall? Cat Lulu stretched out a foot and stepped on the floating rock, only to find it didn't move. It was incredibly stable. Can't you fly? Why are you stepping on rocks? Yes. Hey, Cat Lulu tapped her head lightly with her paw, and then her whole body floated up, moving forward along the floating rocks. I'm coming over here. Cat Lulu waved her little hand and called to Helbo, who was 20 meters away. Hurry up, Helbo, it's fun here, huh? Suddenly, Helbo frowned. Lulu, be careful, huh? Cat Lulu was hit by a foul odor and quickly used Flash to return to Helbo's side. What a stinky smell. What's that smell? It stinks. Boom. At the same moment, a massive black figure descended from the sky, landing on a cliff face high up ahead. Where did this little thief come from? The muffled voice made Helbo hold Lulu, the startled cat, tightly while carefully observing the other person with his transcendent eye. As the dust cleared, Helbo saw the other person's appearance clearly. This, Helbo was stunned. Tinfang evolved. It was a wild boar covered in black fur, yet clad in human armor. It stood 8 meters tall, massive, with skin the color of charcoal, bared fangs, and drooling, a truly hideous sight. You rude boy. What tin-toothed beast. I am General Gangly, serving under the throne of King Aole. General Gangly dragged the pitch-black rake from behind him. He pointed at Helbo and said dissatisfiedly, who are you and why do you want to trespass into Fueling Mountain where I, the old pig, am stationed? The teacher didn't say that there was such a monster stationed here. Helbo's heart skipped a beat, a vague sense of foreboding, but he still gripped the envoy's staff tightly and saluted gracefully, saying, I am an envoy under the command of the Lord of Atón, and I come to pay my respects on behalf of the Principality of Atón. Emissary, General Gangly looked Helbo over. You said you were an envoy, so you're going to be an envoy? Do you have any credentials? Without them, this old pig, will not let you pass no matter what. This is the symbol of my Atón, and a letter personally written by the Lord. Please pass it to the Lion Emperor. What Lion Emperor? General Gangly said. A mere lion dares to call himself an emperor in my pride? Have you come to the wrong place? Bang! Suddenly, Helbo pounded his staff into the ground, creating a large crack on the top of the mountain. You, being confronted twice made Helbo somewhat unhappy. He shouted angrily, but the gatekeeper, General Gangly's eyes widened, and for a moment, he was stunned. Yes, so what? You're the city gatekeeper, so is this your attitude towards visiting envoys from another country? I can represent the Principality of Atón, the Lord of Atón, Helbo demanded. What about you? Can you represent your king? Helbo cleverly avoided the title of Lion King. He realized that the name was likely a misunderstanding. The people of this country had no idea what the Lion King was, nor did they recognize such a title. If you neglect me, Helbo asked, have you ever thought about being punished by the master? Faced with Helbo's questioning, General Gangly was embarrassed. Could he represent King Aole? Of course not. When envoys from two countries exchanged words and deeds, every word and action was a symbol of their country's reputation. Helbo had thrown such a situation, and General Gangly naturally didn't know how to react. Hey, let's talk it over nicely. I just woke up and haven't eaten yet. I'm hungry, so I'm a little grumpy. Please, come in, Your Excellency, please come inside. General Gangli knew his rank was low, but he felt it was his duty to treat a foreign envoy well. Men, bring up the good wine and food. Is everything alright? Malulu asked, a little worried. He doesn't look like a scheming person. Big. Herbo had already taken a huge risk on his mission, and since he was invited in, there was no reason to be afraid. He represented the reputation of Yadin, and he would rather die than bring shame upon Bai Luo and Yadin. Soon, Herbo and Malulu entered the mountain stronghold, surrounded by a group of bizarre creatures. These creatures were humanoid, but their heads resembled those of animals: jackals, tigers, leopards, pigs, dogs, cows, and sheep. In short, they bore a striking resemblance to the man-eating monsters Herbo had heard of since childhood. Of course, Herbo and Malulu were envoys from Atón. With such distinguished guests, even if they were truly man-eating monsters, they wouldn't dare act rashly. Ahem, Herbo said as he entered the room. Even after growing up at the bottom of society, Herbo couldn't stand the stench. He felt as if he had been transported to a pig pen. Mr. Envoy, please come this way, General Gangli said. Our fueling mountain is a small place. We only have a small fortune in Yunzhun Cave. Please don't be offended. Entering a pig pen right from the start, is that a question of whether or not to be offended? Herbo, I think you're insulting me, but I have no evidence. This stinks. Malulu couldn't take it anymore. Her nose was too sharp, and she couldn't take it all in. Don't you guys shower regularly? And don't keep your room door closed all the time. It should be ventilated. It's common sense. Suddenly, Herbo noticed a silence around him. He looked at General Gangli and all the strange-looking people. They were all staring at Mao Lingling, their faces filled with surprise. Cat, the cat is talking. She's talking. Hey, how did she do that? Why can cats talk? Is she a monster too? Why can't I sense the Lord's aura on her? Herbo said nothing, simply listening quietly as these strange creatures gave him a wealth of useful information. Monsters, cats can't talk, the Lord's aura. First of all, these bizarre creatures were a species that should be called monsters. This was also the first time Herbo had heard of the name for the monsters in mountain myths and legends that enjoyed eating people, especially young boys and girls. Monsters. What monsters? No monsters. I'm the high-level fairy, Cat Lulu. Get out of my way. Cat Lulu had a slight obsession with mysophobia, and her fairy magic, bloodline magic, was household magic, sweeping, cooking, and washing clothes. She was expert at it. The monsters, including General Gangli, were confused, unsure of what Cat Lulu was going to do. But her imposing presence was so formidable that they instinctively made way. HMPH, she tied the ribbon, put on the headscarf, and checked the apron. No problem. Cat Lulu transformed herself into a well-managed wife. Meow meow meow. Cat Lulu waved her adorable paws, creating a rainbow of paw-shaped bubbles. Make this place clean. Bang, bang, bang. The bubbles popped, and the dazzling power of the fairy began to take effect. Wow, amazing. What is this? It's so beautiful. The little monsters of Fueling Mountain, like country folk who had never seen the world, were stunned by Cat Lulu's fairy magic. Soon, Yunzhun Cave was clean from top to bottom. All the monsters, including General Gangli, looked at Cat Lulu in disbelief. Isn't this too clean? It's glowing. General Gangli felt that his rough table was actually gleaming as if it had been waxed. Is this really our mansion? Why do I feel like crying? I've never lived in such a beautiful house before. Looking back at Cat Lulu, she stood on a high platform, facing the sky, her back to the stunned monsters. Suddenly, the clouds dispersed, and the setting sun shone, illuminating Cat Lulu's silhouette like a deity sent from heaven to save the poor. Living in a place like this, Cat Lulu looked down at everyone. I'm so sorry for putting you all in such a difficult situation. After a moment's silence, a little monster immediately shouted, Quick! Hurry and bring food to Big Brother. What Big Brother? Cat Lulu stamped her feet in dissatisfaction. She folded her hands and curled her lips. I'm a she-cat. Yes, hello, Big Sister. Quick, bring Big Sister some food, and some wine. Fill it up quickly. Seeing the little brother so lively, it was as if the dead world had suddenly come alive. Hiss, that's not right. I'm the boss, General Gangli said. Herbo had a similar feeling, so, I'm the messenger, Right, puff. Looking at Malulu again, she had only taken a sip of the wine the little demons had brought her. Ugh, what is this? It's awful. Yee, the third tone, expressing disdain. But this is already the best wine we have here. Then no wine. Give me a drink. Drinks are juice. Don't you even have juice here? Yes, yes, yes. Soon, the little demons brought freshly squeezed juice. Puff. Malulu spit it out again. Ew. What is this? You call it juice? Taking another bite of the food, Malulu suddenly questioned her life. Get out of the way, get out of the way. Malulu was furious. The wine here was awful, the juice was awful, and the food was atrocious. The soul of the chef, the divinity of the cat fan, had been challenged. Swish, tying the ribbon once again, Malulu put on a chef's hat and a white robe, with a shovel in her left hand and a kitchen knife in her right hand. Today, I'll let you see what it means, Malulu, a full banquet. This day was the happiest day for the little demons in the Fueling Mountains since they went to the Yunzhan cave. It was like a fairyland on earth, a paradise. They were intoxicated and enjoyed all kinds of wine, juice, and carbonated drinks such as cola. There were also dishes, those delicious dishes that they had never heard of in their lives, or even dared to think about. There are Easter eggs in this chapter. But it may take a long time. You can directly check the comments section for reference pictures of Herbo's appearance. Chapter 169 Mid-Level Miracle Resources. Woo-woo-woo. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, General Gangly wiped his tears and stuffed steamed buns into his mouth. Brother, you don't know, life in Fueling Mountain is hard. There's nothing here, not even a hare. They are outside, enjoying the offerings of the world, and have everything to eat and drink. At the very least, they can occupy a good mountain with rich supplies and delicious mountain delicacies. What about me, General Gangly? What I eat every day is not enough to fill my teeth. I'm so hungry that I'm thin. Thin? Herbo looked at General Gangly suspiciously. You call this thin? At least I used to be a size bigger than now. Oh, that's thin. Herbo, General, you have pity? How about I leave some more steamed buns for you? Oh. What are you talking about? Am I the kind of person who is greedy for bargains? That, General Gangly looked at Herbo flatteringly. Brother, how many baskets do you plan to leave? General Gangly was a warrior with a true temperament. Herbo found that he was easy to get along with, had good character and a pure nature. Despite their unsightly appearance, they weren't bad people. Are you hungry? Won't you eat humans? Herbo interjected quietly, trying to test General Gangly's composure. Brother, are you kidding me? Eat humans? Are you crazy? General Gangly exclaimed in shock. I'm human too. It's only through the Lord's grace that I've become this way. Is it wrong for me to eat humans? You're human. What else? According to General Gangly, they were grotesquely shaped because of King Aole's miraculous power. Of course, this wasn't always the case. For example, General Gangly could transform into a human if he wished. It would just consume a significant amount of miraculous power, significantly reducing his strength, a bit like a disguised self-sealing. Under King Aole's command, the more grotesque their appearance, the weaker their strength. This suggests they haven't mastered the miraculous power properly. On the other hand, those who resembled humans, the smaller the difference, the stronger they were. When you become exactly the same as humans and no trace of monsters can be found anymore, General Gangly said, that's the real peak, so you are weak. Hey, don't talk nonsense. This old pig was punished by our king, that's why. Let me tell you. General Gangly swallowed the 10 steamed buns in his mouth and boasted, thinking back then, I was also handsome and suave. Really? Herbo, then why did it become like this? Well, Alice, it's because I was spoiled and arrogant, and forgot my identity. These are General Gangly's own stories, and do not involve the disclosure of military secrets. So General Gangly said frankly, at a banquet hosted by our king, I drank too much, and I don't know what was wrong with me, so I teased the rabbit sister. Puff, Malulu covered her mouth and laughed. You are a pig, and you like a rabbit. Hey, 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 you little cat, don't talk nonsense. General Gangly said, the rabbit sister is very beautiful. We in Aole, her beauty is this. Looking at General Gangly's thumbs up, Malulu expressed disdain. The little female cat turned into fairy form. She put her hands on her hips and raised her chin. Then where do you think someone like me can rank? Up. General Gangly is a real man and doesn't lie much. We don't have anyone like you in Aole, although the old pig, don't like it very much. General Gangli couldn't appreciate the cuteness of Malulu. He preferred the fury-like little lady, but there's a big shot who may like someone like you. Meow. Malulu was happy. See, my looks are also useful here. Yes, you are about to snatch my identity as an envoy. Hey Erbo was quite helpless. He looked at General Gangli. Then you became like this because you teased your rabbit sister. I really treat her as a sister, but I drank. I don't know what I did. Fortunately, my king is kind and only sealed part of my miraculous power as punishment, General Gangli, so I became like this. Hey Erbo was surprised. He could feel that General Gangli was very powerful, definitely above the master level. However, this was still in a sealed state. Could it be that this guy was actually a king? Under the command of King Aole, are there many masters like you, Brother Pig? Ha ha ha. General Gangli suddenly laughed and waved his hands. You are trying to spy on military intelligence. Old Pig, can't say it out loud, and there is no way I can tell you this. Even the most foolish person would be forced to swallow the words that came to his lips due to the limitations of the power of miracles. Indeed, Hey Erbo stood up. Now that I've finished my visit, is it time to take me to see King Aole? Yes, General Gangli said. You're a great opportunity for me, Old Pig, to meet our king. It's been so long, isn't it time for our king to calm down? Yes, good, if it's calmed down, then. General Gangli was overjoyed, but mid-sentence, he looked at Hey Erbo. Was it you, brother, who was talking just now? General Gangli followed Hey Erbo's gaze. He saw a figure standing high on the cliff, facing him. It was a woman with short golden hair, a cold gaze, and a haughty demeanor, the epitome of a true queen. Being stared at by this aloof queen, Hey Erbo, Malulu, and even General Gangli felt an immense pressure beyond imagination. Why is she here? Almost the moment they saw the woman, all the monsters in Yunzhun cave took cover. This person, Hey Erbo could feel the trembling and warning of the scepter, a reaction that even General Gangli hadn't been able to give. Run. This isn't an enemy you can handle. Swish, in the blink of an eye, the woman vanished. When she reappeared, she was standing before Hey Erbo and Malulu. Nothing. General Gangli quickly stood up, worried that the woman would attack them. Bang! However, the woman raised her hand and swept backwards, sending General Gangli feeling a sharp pain in his abdomen and sending him flying backward like a cannonball. Boom! The earth shook. The force of the blow had shattered half of Yunzhun cave. This, Hey Erbo was incredulous. The woman had actually attacked her own companions. Ahem! General Gangli struggled to get up, but managed to speak with difficulty. Kong, they're not enemies. Don't touch them, I know. The woman named Kong glanced at General Gangli behind him and said, they're envoys from the Principality of Atón, here to visit my father. I'm beating you because you not only have a pig's head, but your brain is a pig's too. The envoy is here, Kong said, but you're eating and drinking with him. For that alone, I should chop off your pig's ears. Excuse me, sir, I'm the daughter of King Aole, Kong said. Aole Kong. Kong's strength and status were clearly far superior to General Gangli's, and more importantly, her identity. King Aole's daughter. Hey Erbo, are you a princess of this country? King Aole's second daughter. If you'd like, you can call me princess, it's fine if you don't. Call me whatever you like. Kong didn't care about these empty titles. She was a fighter. If she wanted something, she would fight for it herself. She didn't need to rely on her father's reputation. Wait, isn't King Aole's name Headman Reigns? That's a derogatory term used by the Holy Empire to refer to my father. It's a great shame, Kong, my father's name is Dong Aole. Remember, don't call him he, or anything like that. It turns out that upon receiving his miracle, King Aole was captured by the Holy Empire and separated from his wife and daughter. At the Holy Empire, they disliked the name of the lost land and named King Aole Headman Reigns. It means a captive lion, a chained lion. So, never mention that name in front of King Aole. Only my father's enemies would call him that. Is that what you, Atón, mean? Hey Erbo paused for a moment and said hurriedly, perhaps my teacher isn't familiar with this country and mistakenly thought it was King Aole's real name. Even so, Hey Erbo was puzzled. Since his uncle had asked him to visit the mountains, he'd started with Yunzhun Cave on Fueling Mountain. And since General Gangli was so easygoing, it couldn't be a coincidence. He was very familiar with this country, and there was no way he could have mistaken King Aole's name. Hey Erbo felt strangely uneasy. Who is your teacher? However, before Hairbo could think about it, Kong asked. My teacher is called Saros. Huh? The cold and aloof lady who was leading the way suddenly stopped. She turned around and looked at Hairbo in surprise. The Salos you are talking about, is it Salos Atón? Atón of the Kingdom of Atón. It's the Principality of Atón. Principality of Atón. Kong, when did Atón become a principality again? Wasn't it destroyed? Oh, Salos, I see. Kong understood. You are a newly established country, right? Is the king of Atón Salos? That's really powerful. No, Hairbo, my king's name is Bai Luo Atón. Atón, another Atón. Kong's wisdom is not low. He analyzed a cause and effect almost instantly. They are all called Atón, so they are the royal family of Atón, Salos's nephew, or great-nephew, with only this little information. Hairbo nodded inwardly. He said, Teacher asked me to visit King Aole and present a letter from Atón, hoping that the two countries will live in harmony from now on. You'd better tell my father that. It's no use telling me. Kong shook his head. But let me remind you, Saros offended my father deeply back then. If you want to form an alliance, you must first consider how to survive. This, Hairbo was a little confused. Teacher, do you mean by reporting your name? Isn't this a lie? Well, he, General Gangly also followed him eagerly. Kong seemed to dislike him a little. Father never said you were not allowed to come back. This, General Gangly, I'm just afraid of seeing Rabbit Sister. In fact, General Gangly didn't do anything. He just pushed Rabbit's sister against the wall and told a few dirty jokes. This was nothing, but Rabbit's sister was so naive that she burst into tears out of shame. Rabbit's sister was the treasure of the entire Aole. If General Gangly hadn't been drunk, he wouldn't have bullied her like that. Consequently, General Gangly incurred public wrath and was banished to this place, serving as a gatekeeper. If you want to follow me, just follow me. You're so full of nonsense. Kong didn't want to talk to General Gangly. She looked at Malulu. By the way, you have a very strange smell. Meow. Malulu was a little scared of Kong. His aura was too frightening. I showered well, there's no smell. Meow. A talking cat was quite interesting. Kong didn't know what kind of miracle Malulu was, but she was certainly adorable. It's not that smell, Kong. It smells a little sweet and fragrant, like some special fruit. Ah, Malulu immediately understood. The enemy was very powerful and must have sensed the various foods she carried through space. Is that it? Malulu opened her living storage, a special kind of space-based fairy magic. No, then, is this one? No, how about this one? This one? Malulu held a golden banana in her hand. The moment she saw it, the aloof Aole Kong finally showed a hint of nervousness. However, in a split second, the icy expression on the aloof queen's face returned to its original icy state. It's this one. Can I have it? I have plenty. Malulu poured out a pile of bananas, and Kong's eyes lit up. Do you like bananas? Yes, ahem, not bad. Kong felt a little embarrassed, but gratefully accepted Malulu's bananas. He also took some peaches. Well, then, welcome to my city. Kong raised his hand, and the space before him shattered. As the rifts continued to expand, Hairbo and Malulu saw a new mountain. This place is called Huaguo Mountain. This city is the Dongsheng City, which I personally preside over. Now, on behalf of my father, Aole Kong said, I welcome the two envoys to the Aole Kingdom of 10,000 Demons, Yatan Island, White City. Bai Luo stood high up, overlooking the entire island, inspecting the damage from the Blood Moon incident. It's been over 10 days, Your Majesty. Are you worried about that child? How could I not be worried? Bai Luo said to his uncle. That's the same miracle kingdom as in Journey to the West. It took monks 14 years to obtain the scriptures. Even with my Hairbo being so brilliant, can he really be worth 365 monks? What on earth is going on here? I thought it was just a story. Journey to the West was a book from Bai Luo's past life, a completely fictional tale. But after Bai Luo achieved his miracle, his uncle told him about the existence of the Aole Kingdom of 10,000 demons. At that moment, Bai Luo was stunned. Dreams themselves are a form of alternate dimension, his uncle said. Through them, you can connect to different worlds, gaining a partial flow of information. It's not surprising. This was why his uncle didn't initially doubt Bai Luo's strange dream. He had seen so many similar cases that it wasn't surprising. Actually, when you told me the story of Journey to the West, I suspected this might be traces of that miracle, left behind at different times, the old uncle said. Dong Aoli is from the Lost Lands, having traveled across the ocean to this land, the Lost Kingdom and the Lost Land. Bai Luo knew only the attributes and tendencies of these factions, but Atón had done little research on their true significance. I don't know either, the old uncle said. My knowledge of these factions comes mostly from observation in the ancient book of Atón. If you ask me to describe a few powerful miracles of the Lost Kingdom, I could name a few, but I don't know what the Lost Kingdom is exactly, the old uncle said. The archaeological records of the 28 factions have all been burned, and the only remaining book, the ancient book of Atón, is only half. And what about King Aoli's miracle? More than anything else, Bai Luo wanted to know just how powerful King Aoli's miracle was. Of course, his uncle couldn't know about that. It was a state secret of Aoli, one not even his uncle could uncover. He publicly announced it was the mid-level miracle kingdom, the Aoli kingdom of 10,000 monsters. Like the miracle world, the miracle kingdom was a very special type of miracle, very rare. He publicly announced it, Bai Luo said, so it's not a miracle. Back then, when I traveled to the Aoli kingdom, I had the honor of meeting the king of Aoli, the uncle said. I made a bet with him. If I lost, he could take my life, but if I won, he had to answer me a question, and he had to tell the truth. Wow, this bet was quite the uncle's style. Bai Luo asked, and then what? We made 3 bets in a row, winning and losing were obvious, the uncle was still alive, so the outcome was clear at a glance. The first question I asked him was what exactly his miracle was. Miracle Kingdom? No, you even got the wrong type, Bai Luo thought to himself, what a sly old jerk. You call a miracle type a miracle kingdom, but it's not actually one. What is it? Mid-level miracle resources? The uncle thought back to those days, feeling nostalgic. 9981. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170 King Aoli. Aoli, the land of 10,000 monsters. Halo gazed at the fairyland-like flower fruit mountain before him. He had originally assumed that Aoli's environment would be as barren as Fueling Mountain. But this flower fruit mountain, however, had a profound visual impact. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. It was like a paradise, a place that made one linger. And then there was the city called Dongshen. Halo felt as if he had entered another world as he walked along. The shock was no less than his first foray into the magical forest of Atón, perhaps even more so. Did you think that Aoli was as barren and backward as this idiot's territory? That, Halo said a little embarrassedly, but honestly, I did. Halo noticed that Aoli Kong and General Gangli were both straightforward people, and it was not appropriate to beat around the bush with them. He spoke differently to different people, and Halo knew what he was doing. But it's true that our Aoli kingdom hasn't properly developed its people's livelihood, Kong. Since you've come to Aoli on a diplomatic mission, you must be aware of our military strength. Right, Aoli's greatest strength is its terrifying army of monsters. Outsiders refer to these monsters as orcs, beast-eared women, and the like. Don't be afraid. My father isn't particularly interested in encroaching on other people's lands. We have our own enemies, Kong, as long as you oppose the Holy Spirit, you're Aoli's friend. Helbo simply smiled, not directly answering. That's why I don't like you politicians, Kong said of Helbo. You want an alliance with Aoli, but you don't want to break with the Holy Spirit, Princess. Since you already know, why ask? The Duchy of Atón's alliance isn't decided in a few words. I'll take you to see my father. Remember, he doesn't like cowards. Bananas and peaches have their uses. Kong is aloof and domineering, but he can't bear to see them killed. If she needed to speak, Kong would still do so. After all, bananas and peaches weren't available in Aoli. Flower Fruit Mountain might be called Flower Fruit Mountain, but the variety of fruit there was truly mediocre. So Kong urgently needed to import some high-quality fruit to enrich his collection and his daily diet. How do we get there? Just follow me. Kong led the way, and General Gangli's body gradually shrank, becoming indistinguishable from an ordinary man. They crossed a waterfall, and Halebo looked up. Water Curtain Cave. Suddenly, Halebo heard a cheerful, playful laugh. Ah, there's an outsider here. Where are they from? It's been a while since anyone has visited Aoli. A young girl, with silver gray hair, leaped out from behind the water curtain. She looked about 16 or 17. To Helbo's surprise, the girl had 6 ears. Not human ears, but monkey ears. 6 ears, this is the foreign messenger. I heard you're a great cook. Is that true? The girl named 6 Ears walked up to Helbo. Then, Helbo's vision blurred, and he saw another version of himself. This, Puff, 6 Ears, imitating Helbo, covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Oh, this is so funny. The messenger's reaction is so funny, meow. How did you do that? 6 Ears looked and saw Lulu. The girl froze for a moment, staring blankly at Lulu, then looking at Aole Kong, who nodded. The next moment, 6 Ears' lips curled up slightly. The girl's figure flashed, and she transformed into Lulu. Hello, cat? My name is 6 Ears. 6 Ears looked exactly like Lulu. She imitated Lulu's movements, raising her arms and kicking her legs, then doing a backflip. Her adorable appearance was beyond adorable. This? Meow. Fairy magic also has transfiguration, but they mostly transform other objects. This kind of magic, capable of altering itself at will, is a highly advanced element in the fairy magic system. Stop it, Liur. Hey, Liur laughed, returning to his original form. I know. Take them to see the king quickly. He heard their envoys from Atón and can't wait. Helbo looked at them, his brows furrowed slightly, secretly assessing their situation. King Aole seemed eager to see him. Was this a good thing or a bad thing? And the monsters here, each with their own unique abilities, resembled higher-level fairies under the influence of fairy power, quite peculiar. We're here, Kong led the group forward. As a princess, no one dared to stop her. Soon, Helbo and Cat Lulu entered a majestic wooden palace. Before them, invisible, miraculous forces appeared, as if teleporting. Suddenly, a terrifying gust of demonic wind blew. Helbo peered closely and saw countless figures standing on either side of the hall, their true faces hidden by the mist, making it impossible to discern their true presence. As Helbo passed, terrifying phantoms of monsters emerged from the mist. They were hideous, roaring and snarling, as if they were about to devour Helbo alive. Meow. This terrifying scene made Cat Lulu, in her cat form, hide behind Helbo's legs. Having never seen the world before, she had thought the mission was no big deal. But now, seeing this scene, Cat Lulu immediately became timid. She could also feel Helbo's legs trembling, as frightened as she was. Cat Lulu, Helbo, why are you scared too? Swish, Helbo looked away. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Believe in yourself, I will succeed. The teacher is so powerful. If he dared to send me here, he must have a perfect plan. There's no way I could fail. Impossible. The thought immediately calmed Helbo's mind. He raised his head, his gaze landing on the throne directly before him. There sat a burly figure. He was none other than King Aole, the Lord of Miracles of the Aole Kingdom. King Aole was enormous, at least 2 meters tall, yet he looked like a middle-aged human man. His white hair was meticulously combed, and his brows radiated dominance and majesty. Even without the slightest trace of miraculous power flowing from him, Helbo still felt an invisible pressure. Foreign Minister Helbo, I pay my respects to His Majesty, King Aole. Helbo's courtesies were impeccable. I am representing Atón on a diplomatic mission to your country. This is a letter of credence personally written by our king. Please review it, Your Majesty, King Aole. Kong was about to take the letter from Helbo's hand when King Aole raised his hand. Father, I heard that Saros is in Atón, is that correct? The king is right. My teacher is my uncle, King Atón, and a person close to and trusted by our king, HMPH. A cold snort drew glances from the children of miracles present. They sensed their master's displeasure and glared at Helbo. At that moment, Helbo felt an invisible pressure settle on his shoulders. His legs felt as heavy as lead, his bones creaking, every nerve tensing like crazy, and then a sharp, piercing pain. Boy, Aole Kong frowned. She understood why her father was angry and wanted to help him, but she didn't dare disobey King Aole. Now, it all depended on Helbo's own ability. Sent by Saros to the mountains, to the Aole kingdom as an envoy, he should have some skills, not just be killed in the court without a word. Meow. Cat Lulu looked on in a state of intense nervousness. She wasn't being targeted, so she didn't feel the pressure from Helbo. Yet, Helbo's pained expression made Cat Lulu nervous just as much. She bit down on Helbo's trouser leg, secretly cheering him on. At the same time, she sought an opportunity to activate the cat card and escape back to the Principality of Atón. Lulu, however, Helbo immediately gave Cat Lulu a look. Don't use the cat cart. I'd rather die here than return in humiliation. 2 weeks of living together had given the two companions a profound understanding. A single glance revealed each other's thoughts. Aole Kingdom, is that so? Helbo suddenly grasped the scepter in his hand. Gritting his teeth, he suppressed the intense pain and raised his head to demand, I'm here on behalf of Atón. Even if I'm guilty of many things, how can a subject be allowed to bully an envoy while the king watches on with laughter? Helbo didn't say anything about two armies fighting and not executing envoys. Did he even say, are you going to declare war on Atón? If he had dared to say so, based on his analysis of King Aole's character, he would have said, yes, I declare war on you, without hesitation. Therefore, facing the tyrannical monarch of such a powerful country, Helbo had to adopt a roundabout strategy. As soon as the words fell, all the pressure was suddenly lifted. In the court, the ministers on both sides frowned and looked at Helbo with dissatisfaction. They understood the meaning of Helbo's words, which touched upon the most taboo of the people of Miracle. King Aole has not yet made a judgment, and you, as ministers, dared to treat the envoy like this. May I ask, did King Aole order you to do this? Even if he really wanted to be killed, it should have been King Aole himself. This is in line with Helbo's status and in accordance with etiquette. Good, King Aole waved his hand, urging his ministers to hold back. You've said it well, it's been a long time since someone as courageous as you has come to our Aole kingdom. King Aole shifted his posture. Bring the things up, Papa. Beside King Aole, a tall, celestial woman in white clothing and black hair clapped her hands. Then, a group of burly men with horns brought in a massive bronze cauldron. Flames blazed beneath it, boiling hot oil within. But this was no ordinary oil, it was a special substance powerful enough to boil even a child of miracles to death. You have the guts to come to our Aole as an envoy, so you must know the rules of our Aole, right? From now on, King Aole said, if you say one wrong word, I'll throw you down and boil you. Okay, without hesitation, Helbo replied, if it's my fault, I'm willing to be boiled to death by you. It has nothing to do with Atón or our king. Helbo immediately separated his mistake from Atón. He knew Bai Luo valued him. But precisely for that reason, he couldn't cause trouble for Atón. Today, Atón has no standing to challenge the Aole kingdom. King Aole is no match for the likes of Fairy Eagle or Morgan, he's simply too powerful. You're quick to disassociate yourself. It seems you're deeply loyal to your king. King Aole showed a hint of interest in Helbo. If it were someone from another country, he wouldn't have been so talkative, but Saros. It must be said that his uncle had left a deep impression on King Aole, perhaps even humiliating. One of the two remaining bets involved King Aole telling his uncle about his tragic childhood. He targeted Helbo because of his uncle. But he also gave Helbo the opportunity to speak out because of his uncle. Everyone in the Land of Miracles knew that to ally with King Aole, one had to fight him first. Only by defeating him or gaining his approval could one become his ally. The Principality of Atón? A tiny nation that appeared out of nowhere, an insignificant Lord of Miracles. Was he worthy? But, you don't look very old to me, King Aole asked. Boy, how old are you? Helbo was stunned. He still felt some pain all over his body, but the miraculous power within him was healing, making Helbo feel much better. But what was the question? King Aole's inexplicable question left Helbo somewhat bewildered. If we follow the Atón calendar, this foreign minister is just 14 years old. If we follow the Quechan calendar, he's only 13 years old. 13, King Aole launched into a fierce attack. Have you no one left in Atón? You sent a 13-year-old to me to lie with me. My Atón is full of talented people, naturally. Does that mean you look down on me? Helbo realized he had fallen into King Aole's trap. If you say Atón has many talented people, then why did you send you? Cat Lulu's eyes widened. She looked at King Aole in shock and anxiety. Because in her opinion, this seemed to be an unsolvable problem. If you change your words and say that Atón lacks talent, then your country is not worthy of an alliance with me. On the other hand, if you say you are very powerful and brag so hard, even a fool will know that it is nonsense. Do you know what the consequences will be if you deceive a king? Your Majesty. Helbo was also very nervous, so nervous that he dared not breathe. But he still forced himself to calm down, then raised his head and looked at King Aole. I wonder if I, a foreign minister, am qualified to ask you a few questions. How dare you? Why don't you answer? You are unreliable in Atón. Do you look down on me, Aole, or are you just self-righteous? The surrounding ministers expressed their dissatisfaction. If it weren't for King Aole's restraint, they would have torn Helbo to pieces for daring to speak to their master like this. Yes, King Aole said solemnly, what's your question? Your Majesty said I'm young, and you doubt that I, Atón, have no one, and you look down on me, Helbo asked. Then I dare to ask, Your Majesty, have you ever heard of anyone of my age being sent as an envoy to a major nation in this land of miracles? This question left the children of miracles present somewhat bewildered, as if the subject had been forcibly changed. What's the question? To be sent as an envoy at this age? Then of course, no. Or is there? They don't know. I can confirm this question, yes and no. King Aole, unconcerned about his own ignorance, spoke frankly, but as far as I know, a 13-year-old on a diplomatic mission representing other kings is unheard of. Then today, Your Majesty, you will see it. Helbo held his scepter and bowed in greeting. From today on, the miracle kings will hear that a 13-year-old boy was sent as an envoy to the Aole kingdom of 10,000 monsters. Such an incredible event will surely go down in history, Helbo said, and Aole will also stand out among the nations with this remarkable story. That is why my king sent me as an envoy to Aole, Helbo said. To bring glory to Aole by myself is unprecedented among the miracle kings, and yet Aole has achieved this today. May a foreign minister ask Your Majesty a question? Is this an insult? Helbo said, or is it a gift? At that moment, the entire audience fell silent. No one, then no one. Isn't that a bit shameless? But on second thought, there's actually some truth to it. A gift, only one in the entire world, was sent to the Aole kingdom, to the Aole king. Was that an insult? Ho ha ho ha, the Aole king laughed, a roar of laughter. Helbo had struck at what the miracle kings valued most, face. A 13-year-old child, sent as an envoy to the Aole kingdom. If successful, Helbo's name would resound throughout the land of miracles, and his excellence would only enhance the Aole's might. Such a rare thing, it's not owned by the Holy Empire, not by the Eastern Empire, not even by the mountains of our old neighbor, King Bronzebird. This kid can talk, the demons chattered, somewhat warming to Helbo. This was Atón's first diplomatic mission, and the first child he sent. He had arrived in the Aole kingdom. Even if someone emulated Helbo in the future, even if they sent a 1-year-old child, they would only be imitating and plagiarizing Helbo. Today's words, as Helbo had said, will surely go down in history, becoming the object of worship for countless diplomats. A gift, King Aole nodded. It is indeed a wonderful and unique gift, but it's been a long time since anyone has dared to speak to me like that. King Aole, are you really not afraid that I will cook you to death? Foreign minister, I am afraid, but I only have one foreign minister abroad, Helbo said. If Your Majesty cooks me to death, it would be like cooking the entire envoys of Helbo. That's not bad, King Aole said. If I cook and kill the envoys of an entire country, I can also go down in history. Ho ha ho ha. Helbo knew what King Aole would say. Aole is a land of outstanding people and beautiful scenery. Your Majesty's domineering attitude shows the majesty of a king, not the reputation of cruelty. How dare you? You dare to insult my king. Boy, do you want to die? The demons lost their good impression of him and scolded Helbo again. But facing them, Helbo remained calm and looked at King Aole. The young man had already grasped King Aole's temper. He was a domineering king, but not cruel. The more cowardly you acted, the more he despised you. Only by demonstrating courage could you gain a foothold in King Aole's presence and be qualified to speak with him. A rat was worthless, only a lion could negotiate. This was the true Aole kingdom. You're indeed courageous. King Aole was reluctant to kill Helbo, and the boy knew this, which was why he kept challenging him. Only in this way could he gain his admiration and successfully submit his letter of credence. But was it really that simple? Boy, I like you very much, King Aole said. But do you really know what kind of person Saros is? Helbo looked at King Aole in confusion, only to hear him raise his finger and point. Open the letter of credence yourself and read the first sentence. The first sentence? What did that mean? Helbo was somewhat bewildered, but his mind still recalled the contents of the letter. Suddenly, Helbo's pupils narrowed. A bone-chilling chill ran down his spine, and the young man looked up, horrified at King Aole. The first sentence of the letter is, Hey Erbo had a photographic memory, and he recited the contents of the letter by heart. However, the light was dark. Hey Erbo only then realized that King Aole's true killing plan lay here. Why don't you open it? What are you waiting for? King Aole's voice reached Hey Erbo, and Hey Erbo felt his heartbeat quicken. A cold sweat broke out, and his hand, gripping the letter, trembled uncontrollably. Click, 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 the jade letter slowly opened with a crisp clang. What should I do? What should I do? Hey Erbo's mind raced to find a solution, but no matter how he thought, he could only gamble that King Aole wouldn't kill him. But, really? Would he really not kill him? Just because of a gift? Just because of that insignificant sentence in the history books? Or perhaps because of the cruelty seen by other countries? Did King Aole really care about such things? Read it. King Aole sat upright on the throne and said calmly, read the first sentence. Malulu looked at Hey Erbo in confusion, not understanding what was wrong with him, why he was like this. What was the first sentence? Is there something wrong with the first sentence in the letter of credence? The first sentence is, Malulu had also read the letter of credence, and she quickly searched her memory. From the personal letter of the Lion Emperor, Herdman Reigns, Malulu was completely confused. The first sentence of the letter of credence was of course this sentence, the opening greeting. Was there something wrong with this sentence? Yes, it was a huge problem. Why? Why not from King Aole himself? Why is it this name? Why? Malulu couldn't understand. The letter was written by his uncle, Saros, and after Bai Luo personally reviewed it, it was affixed with a miraculous seal symbolizing Atón. They knew it, but they still wrote it that way. Headman Reigns means a chained lion. It's an insult. Aole Kong's previous words to them were still ringing in his ears, so you must never call him that in front of our father. But do you really know what kind of person Saros is? King Aole's voice was like an icy cave, enveloping Hey Erbo. The young man was extremely nervous at this moment, and a huge fear penetrated his bones. No matter how well an envoy did, if the country behind him was provoking King Aole, could the envoy still turn the tide? Teacher knows King Aole's name, Hey Erbo said. He wrote it that way on purpose to humiliate him. Why? Why did the teacher do this? Hey Erbo gritted his teeth and tried desperately to think of a way out of the situation, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find one. Teacher, are you still unwilling to forgive me? Faced with this dead end, Hey Erbo lowered his head, his heart filled with boundless fear and sadness. Do you still want to kill me? Chapter 171, Letter from the State, read it yourself. You killed Haxor, didn't you? You killed him. Not me. I didn't, not me. When such a question was first posed to him, Hilbo's heart trembled slightly. But he quickly calmed down and began to carefully defend himself. He hadn't killed his companion, he really hadn't. Sometimes, killing someone doesn't require a sword, a pen, even a single word, can do the trick. Ever since the porridge incident, you've been actively waiting for him to embarrass himself so you can dominate him. Once, twice, 3 times, you created opportunities and amplified the atmosphere just to isolate him. So what's this? Cold violence? Or bullying? Why do you say that? You're talking nonsense. Why do you say that about him? He didn't do anything. Nothing. When His Majesty heard that he had trespassed into the magic forest, he was faced with a barrage of advice from the Atón, the goblins, and the tree elves. Please, Your Majesty, kill Haxor. When Bai Luo saw this, he immediately understood. Someone was manipulating the atmosphere, gradually setting a trap for Haxor, forcing him to break the laws of Atón. Otherwise, given Haxor's character, he would have endured it no matter what. But Helbo's move in the cafeteria was the final straw that broke the camel's back. Bai Luo couldn't afford to give a man so disliked and tainted by everyone a chance. So he said nothing, and there was no need to say anything. Everything would be handled according to the rules. Crack, crack, crack. Helbo's body trembled with fear. He forced himself to restrain himself, even loosening his staff to hold the hand holding the letter of credence. The young man prayed inwardly, begging it to calm down, to stop trembling. However, those present were all incredibly powerful children of miracles. How could they not see Helbo's current condition? He didn't know why, but he was truly afraid. No, 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 the teacher won't plot against me here. Cold sweat kept coming out of Hey Erbo's forehead. His original calmness and composure were completely overturned at this moment. This is the diplomacy of a big country. This is the diplomacy of Atón. Even a teacher can't joke here. Bai Luo promised him personally. Killing him is equivalent to declaring war on Atón, and the two will not stop until they are dead. The old uncle would never let Bai Luo fall into the dilemma of going to war and breaking his promise. He must be joking. Or, this is just a small test, a test. Yes, it must be. He didn't find it, he was not smart enough, and did not take his uncle's thoughts into consideration. Look for it quickly. Herbo gritted his teeth and forced himself to calm down. Clues, there must be clues left for me, there must be. That kid's trembling, looks like he's run out of tricks, another little jerk with nothing but words, my king. Cook him, just like the others before, it's been ages since I've seen someone struggling in a frying pan. The demon's laughter and curses echoed in his ears, but Herbo couldn't hear them, completely immersed in his own world. In these 3 days, I'll teach you new knowledge and the true spirit and will of Atón. Can I call you teacher? It's only for 3 days, but, yes, then, teacher, have you forgiven me, uncle, have you forgiven him? Herdman Reigns, Herbo's mind went blank, tears welling in his eyes. The name he saw made him want to cry. Why did you do this? You know King Aole's name. Why did you humiliate him? If he said this aloud, how would he explain it? The kingdom of Atón openly despised the kingdom of Aole. Even if the envoys spoke their minds to the bitter end, the king of Aole's words, "Oh, does your king really think so?" were enough to silence them. I know I'm a tainted person. A tainted person can't stand in a glamorous place, Herbo said. But this is the diplomacy of a great power. This is where I finally mustered up the courage, where I desperately want to prove myself. He died because he had attained. Now I have attained, so I have to die too. Did Atón truly want to go to war with the kingdom of Aole? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This was the only thing Herbo was certain of. However, his uncle's wisdom was unfathomable. Herbo couldn't imagine how his death would benefit Atón. But imagining didn't mean it wouldn't happen. After all, that was his uncle, a monstrous sage who frightened him and made him dare not act rashly. Are you afraid? Yes, don't be afraid. You'll be back. On the last day before the mission, Bai Luo found Herbo. The two sat together in a clearing in the dreamy forest, gazing at the brilliant starry sky above. They seemed no longer king and subject, but rather an elder brother cheering on his younger brother, soon to stand on his own. But teacher, don't listen to him, he's just trying to scare you. Bai Luo patted the boy's shoulder and smiled. So, there's no need to go on a mission 100 times, one is enough. Going on a mission 100 times was a nearly impossible task. No one could be sure it would be safe every time. And just one mistake and Herbo would die. One isn't enough, Herbo said firmly. Precisely because 100 times is difficult, I can prove I have no bad intentions. What bad intentions? Bai Luo rubbed the boy's head and smiled. In my eyes, you're pure. Herbo felt that a scheme to kill Hexer had tainted Bai Luo's image. But Bai Luo didn't see it that way. Herbo was still young, like a child cleaning a parent's room but making a mess. His intentions were good, but his actions were wrong. The boy was different from Hexer. With proper guidance, he would surely become a future pillar of Atón. Besides, he had already apologized to his parents. But I killed, Pa. Bai Luo slapped the boy on the back of the head, interrupting him. Nonsense. Who I killed is none of your business. I sent you on this mission for only one reason. From the beginning to the end, Bai Luo placed a hand on the boy's head and forcefully ruffled his hair. Because you're an Atonian, because here, no one is more qualified to represent Atón on this mission than you. No one. I'm Atón, fearless, Bai Luo. Although there are many such people here, they're too naive. What about me? You? Bai Luo laughed. You still lack a little courage, not enough to be fearless, Pa. The scepter slowly fell to the ground under the demon's wind. The sound of the collision was drowned out by the demon's sneers, but in Herbo's heart, it was deafening. A faint blue light flickered in his lowered eyes. You're right, Herbo took a deep breath, thinking to himself, I forgot I was an Atonian. Meow Cat Lulu had never imagined that a diplomatic mission could be so terrifying. She watched Herbo bending down to pick up the scepter, her eyes watering with worry for both his failure and his safety. I'm fine, don't worry. Lulu. Herbo's body stopped trembling, his composure restored, and he began to calmly ponder a way out. He was afraid of his uncle, but he admired Bai Luo, who was like a brother to him. If it was for the sake of his majesty, who had brought warmth back to his family, he wouldn't fear anything. If you asked him, why? Helbo, because I want to make him king. Don't worry, stay calm. Helbo gracefully opened the letter of credence as he bent down. He examined it carefully, quietly reading every word. It seems Arden isn't that great after all. With such limited abilities, you dare to come to my ALA kingdom of 10,000 demons. Saros is really going backwards. This country is no good. That miracle master named Bai Luo is probably a coward. At that moment, Helbo stopped bending. What did you just say? The young man raised his head, and for the first time, on someone else's turf, in the ALA court, a hint of anger flashed. Lulu. Helbo's voice was icy, and Lulu, the cat, immediately understood and helped him lift the fallen scepter. Suddenly, the young man grasped the scepter and pounded it into the ground. Dong, invisible miraculous power, centered around Helbo, surged in all directions. The next moment, under the bewildered gazes of the demons, Aola Kong, General Gangli, and even the Aola King, Helbo closed his letter of credence. Yes, how could I have forgotten my identity? I'm sorry, Your Majesty, I'm sorry, what am I afraid of? Did I say the wrong thing, or, death? The Atonians fear nothing. Though Helbo was clever enough, he still had something to fear. Reverence is not to be feared, but how could the Atonians fear outsiders? What's the first sentence on this letter? Helbo smiled. He grasped the letter with his left hand, gently weighing it, then pointed to his left and right. Do you want to know? If you want to know, why don't you read it for yourself? Helbo said, releasing the letter from his grip and letting it slowly fall. Bang! Suddenly, the young man swept his staff, unleashing a precious jade object towards King Aola. Herdman reigns, the first sentence on this letter. Helbo's voice echoed throughout the hall. Why don't you read it for yourself? The entire place fell silent, and all the demons were silenced by Helbo's sudden words. At that moment, only the letter flew silently through the air. Snap, however, before the letter of credence reached King Aola, 9 pure white tails suddenly swept out, and a jade hand emerged from them, seizing the letter. This fellow, how dare he, how outrageous. Too outrageous, you're so bold. The 9-tailed fox girl's cold face was filled with unprecedented anger. Not only did you call my king a foul name, but you also threw this object in public, committing such disrespect. Disrespectful, you, Aola, openly humiliate my lord. Helbo raised his staff and pointed it forward. Does this mean that our diplomatic relations only allow you to humiliate my nation, but not me, to tear your face apart, you brat? Who the hell are you, Atón? Aola, a great country surrounded by mountains, how can a place like yours compare? Helbo's words completely enraged the demons present. Boom! Suddenly, an endless demonic fog rolled in. Roar! The terrifying centipede opened its 1,000 eyes, the multicolored spiders roared terrifyingly, and countless monsters emerged from the mist. How dare you? Even Aola Kong, who had initially wanted to speak up for Helbo, was now troubled. Why shouldn't I dare? Yesterday, I was Helbo, the young man growled, but today, I represent Atón, my king. Helbo could lose face. But not Atón's messenger. I'm addressing the monarch of another nation in the name of one, Helbo shouted. Is that a problem? For a moment, the monsters were silent, unsure how to respond. Status was a chasm. Any one of them could easily crush Helbo, but this young man represented the king of Atón, a messenger of a king. Touching him was like touching Bai Luo. He could scold you, but you couldn't scold him. At least not today. Everyone, step aside. And, give me the letter of credence, Your Majesty, give it to me first. Tushan, on the throne, King Aola rested his hand on his head as he accepted the letter respectfully presented by Tushan. But King Aola didn't just look at it, instead, he tossed it up and down in his hands like a toy. King Aola placed the letter on the table before him. He said, You represent King Atón. As a fellow king, you can address me as such now. That's fine, but that doesn't mean I can't be angry. King Aola's lips curled slightly. Is that right? At that moment, King Aola's eyes suddenly turned downward, and that cold gaze fell on Helbo for the first time. Boom! A tremendous pressure surged towards him like a tsunami, crushing Helbo's body. Helbo felt a sharp pain in his legs. He quickly grabbed the scepter, holding it tightly with both hands to support himself. Different, completely different from the monsters before. However, there was no miraculous power. The oppressive feeling King Aola inflicted wasn't simply due to miraculous power. It was his aura, the majesty of a king. Crack! His kneecap shattered beneath King Aole's gaze. Ugh! A trickle of blood escaped Helbo's mouth. He tried to stand, but even the slightest movement of his legs was met with excruciating pain. Simply standing like this, holding on, had already drained him of all his strength and energy. "Oh," King Aole said, "not bad. You can still stand under my royal might. Royal might, the miraculous power, is also the majesty of a king. But do you know how much royal might I used?" However, before Helbo could respond, King Aole delivered, "Only 1 in 10,000, Helbo was stunned. He fought back the pain, raised his head, and tried to speak, but King Aole didn't even give him a chance. Bang! Now, King Aole said, 2 in 10,000, snap. Gulala, ugh, the leg bone shattered, and a stream of blood stained Helbo's bony leg red. But the boy squeezed his eyes shut, using almost tooth-breaking strength to stifle a wail of pain. Meow, Cat Lula's tears could no longer be stopped. She tried to use the cat cart, but Helbo barked, "Continue." He couldn't go back. He absolutely couldn't just go back like this. "I'm still standing." Helbo couldn't lift his head, but a low growl rang out from his throat. "I'm still standing." How? King Aole liked this boy, and precisely because he liked him, he took him seriously. "Then I'll add a little more, just a little, royal power. 20%, boom, from 0.02% to 20%. 1,000 times greater royal power instantly enveloped Helbo. Even a legendary powerhouse, let alone Helbo, who barely reached the hero level, would be overwhelmed by King Aole's royal power. Bang! Helbo felt his head go blank. As if a heavy hammer had struck the back of his head, and the boy felt dizzy. Vision, hearing, smell, even touch, all became blurred at that moment. The darkness was like an abyss, and the surroundings were deathly silent. Then, there was pain. Galala, every bone in his body turned to powder, every nerve snapped, like a trillion hands, tearing at every cell, shredding it to shreds. In the darkness, Helbo could no longer endure. He screamed and howled, writhing on the ground in the darkness, but he could not feel himself, nothing but endless agony. A second, a minute, an hour. Helbo had no idea how much time had passed, but the pain didn't disappear, nor did it diminish. Instead, it grew more terrifying. The young man crawled on the ground, his eyes unfocused, his whole body twitching as if boneless. In the gray and white world, pitch-black liquid flowed from Helbo's shattered bones. Life, like temperature, gradually cooled. Your Majesty, tears of blood fell from Helbo's eyes. "Helbo, I'm sorry to disappoint you," he wailed in agony, tears streaming down his face. An envoy, yet he behaved so disgracefully in a foreign country, before the ministers of another nation. He had completely disgraced Atón. "I'm sorry, but," Helbo was only 13 years old. "This is truly difficult, Your Majesty. It hurts, it truly hurts, Your Majesty. Where are you, Your Majesty?" Yet, no matter how Helbo cried out inwardly, how he roared, cried, and wailed heartbreakingly, he could hear nothing, see nothing. There was nothing here, just as he had always been. Empty, apart from his mother, there was no place for him in this world. Am I going to die? He had accomplished nothing, not yet become a hero. Helbo lifted his head with all his might, staring intently at the pitch-black world. Seeing nothing, he still wanted to see what he had been searching for his entire life. Is there really a fairyland in this world, Mother? Yes, Helbo. The woman's hand gently stroked the child's head. Where is the fairyland? In the future, the mother's voice became smaller and smaller. Your future, fairyland, the boy cried. He knew what his mother meant. The fairyland she was talking about was never a fairyland. It was Helbo's spiritual harbor, his future home. Hiss in the darkness, a bright light appeared in the boy's sight, followed by a crisp neigh that seemed to dispel all darkness and fear. It was a horse, a white Pegasus with wings. It was like a bright light in the darkness. Wherever it passed, it left only a pure white storm, sparkling, warm and soft. Chapter 172 Bai Luo vs King Aole, the Battle of King Might. Your Majesty, Helbo raised his tear-stained face, ignoring the excruciating pain in his arms as he frantically wiped away the tears. The young man tried to stand, but couldn't. I'm sorry, Your Majesty, Helbo, I couldn't. You've done well, Helbo. A large, pure white hand rested on Helbo's head. He was only 13, yet Bai Luo had entrusted him with such a burden, sending him here. You are the pride of our Atón, pride. Those two words brought Helbo to tears once more. In the court of Aole, the previously calm King Aole finally showed a hint of unease. "Are you finally here?" He sat arrogantly on the throne, his eyes filled with disdain. "Then let me see, the king you've spent your whole life searching for, the man you've dedicated your life to serving, is truly worthy enough to rival me." Thousands of miles apart, King Aole tried to see Bai Luo, but he couldn't, as if shrouded in mist. Compared to King Aole's blurry vision, Bai Luo saw him clearly. Playing tricks, King Aole didn't understand why he couldn't see clearly, but he kept his gaze fixed on Bai Luo's figure. At this moment, the two lords of miracles only had eyes for each other. "You want to see? I can, but don't blink." Bai Luo's voice was tinged with anger. "King Aole, hiss." In the hall, pure white wings unfolded like flower buds. Shirley's royal might became material, spanning thousands of miles and appearing before King Aole. Shirley used the pure white wings of energy to shield Helbo, forcibly blocking King Aole's royal might. "Your Majesty." Helbo opened his eyes shone with a pure white light, a manifestation of Shirley's transcendent power descending upon him. "What is this?" The Aole demons immediately realized what was happening. This was Lord of Miracles against Lord of Miracles, a clash between kings. "Everyone, step back." King Aole remained seated. He sensed Shirley's royal might, powerful and unique. But, King Aole, not enough. Bang! The invisible royal might collided, its transcendental power so powerful it forcibly withstood only 20% of King Aole's might. "Interesting, King Aole." Then a little more, royal power. 40%, Lilith. In the dreamy forest, Lilith, hearing Bai Luo's call, bowed and saluted Bai Luo's will. "The fairies are with you." The scepter glowed, and wisps of fairy power flowed through Helbo's clothes. A multicolored, miraculous force surged into the sky like a storm, unmistakably Lilith's royal might. Meow, a flood of fairy power poured into Cat Lulu. In this moment of life and death, even she underwent a transformation. The pure white cat floated up from the ground, dancing around Helbo twice like smoke before landing quietly on the boy's shoulder. Meow Cat Lulu meowed happily at Helbo. They had been companions on missions, travels, and adventures together. In this life, they would share weal and woe, never abandoning each other. "What is this?" King Aole suddenly rose from his throne, his eyes filled with disbelief, his heart filled with astonishment. "The second kind, the power of miracles. This fellow possessed more than one miracle? How could it be possible?" "I see." King Aole grinned. "Is this the future you were talking about, Saros? Excellent. Then let me see if your future is worthy enough to make Aole bow down." King's power. 50%, boom. This invisible clash now transcended energy. Flowers blossomed from thin air. Countless shoots sprouted from the floor, instantly transforming into towering trees that spread across the entire court. A natural miracle, matter within the hall began to crumble, and all the demons began to mobilize their miraculous powers to resist the transformation of all things. Shirley's transcendental power, transformed into the form of a unicorn, leaped across the natural landscape, and charged directly towards King Aole on his throne. Ho-ha! Shirley and Lilith negated 50% of King Aole's royal might, yet he remained unfazed, his expression radiating ecstasy. "How many years have I not encountered such an opponent, boy?" King Aole's eyes, piercing through the pure white and rainbow light, gazed directly at Helbo below, and the figure within his gaze. That was the king of Atón, the young master, Bai Luo. "But compared to me, you're far behind." Royal power. 70%, bang, the space above the hall shattered, countless cracks spreading in all directions. Then, space and time collapsed, and King Aole's royal might forcibly absorbed Helbo, as well as the power of Shirley and Lilith, into his might. This was a brand new dimension, like a new world. But it belonged to King Aole, and to him alone. "Bend your knees." King Aole's voice echoed above Helbo, transforming into even greater pressure, overwhelming him. "I am the king of this place." Heaven and earth shook, and all things prostrated themselves. There was only one master here, Dong Aole. "Is that so?" A sudden voice came just when King Aole felt his victory was assured. It was a woman's voice, clear and cold. "Who?" King Aole felt a surge of displeasure, a vengeance born of past humiliation, the humiliation of a woman as cold as her voice. "The Queen of the Far North." The name suddenly popped into King Aole's mind. He couldn't help it, because this new aura was so similar to hers. Swish, at that moment, in the still awakened Temple of Avalon, Isifia opened her eyes from her ancient throne. To think there was such a thing, King Aole stared in shock at those cold eyes, as if looking at a dead person. He could no longer suppress his ecstasy. 3. In this world, King Aole laughed heartily. There are actually people who truly possess 3 miracles. Incredible, truly incredible. King Aole, I, Dong Aole, acknowledge you as the undisputed king of this world, but if you dare to lie with me, Aole, you should know my rules, right? Only those who defeat Aole, and King Aole, are worthy of a true alliance with Aole. Otherwise, even if a so-called alliance is signed, King Aole will not take you seriously. Only those whom I, Dong Aole, recognize are worthy of friendship. And to be my friend is to share life and death. I, Dong Aole, will never let anyone down or betray him. But are you worthy of my friendship, King Aole, royal might, unleash all, 9981 tribulations. King Aole unleashed all his royal might, a law that transcended the transformation of all things and collapsed into a single state. His will was law. His words were the sole decree of the world. You talk too much nonsense, senior sister, seated on the throne, whispered disdainfully. King Aole, boom, endless Dao Shangfa surged from Hairbo's body, and darkness gave way to a starry sky. And his eyes, radiant as the Milky Way, seemed to see through the very universe. The Avalon star realm ignored Dong Aole's myriad laws decree and forcibly suppressed it. Before the world, all laws are nothing. Myriad laws are nothing compared to the entire world. Bang! But King Aole was, after all, a 4,000-year-old veteran of the Miracle Master. His strength was incomparable to Senior Sister and the others. Only now, a simple showdown of royal might had barely broken even, neither able to defeat the other. Actually, King Aole's smile faltered. Hey, are you kidding? My miracle is the 4 awakenings. Only 3 can stop my miracle. Instantly, King Aole looked at his senior sister. Could it be you, Crack? However, before King Aole could continue, the starry sky felt as if struck by something from outside. What's going on? King Aole looked at Hairbo, only to find that his eyes were beginning to change. His left eye was like a burned-out, pitch-black sun. His right eye was like a bright red, blood-red moon. Sizzle, the sound of space being torn apart was incredibly piercing. King Aole looked up and saw a tear in the starry sky. What's this? Within, a pair of eyes that terrified even King Aole, like a monster preying on prey, swooped down on him. Woo bang 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 bang, the stars fell, and at that moment, the terrifying King Wei transformed into the Mad King of Disaster Cinders, charging straight at King Aole. Oh no, King Aole tried to defend himself, but all his might had been absorbed by Senior Sister, Lilith, and Shirley, leaving him no room to deal with Leon. Leon's claws drew closer, his bloody mouth even closer. Snap, the crown fell to the ground, his long hair disheveled. You, King Aole had lost to Bai Luo in the clash of might. What was even more unimaginable to King Aole was that he hadn't even seen Bai Luo the entire time. A king had defeated him solely through the miracles of his command. King Aole wanted to meet Bai Luo, but the clash of might was over. Senior Sister, Lilith, Shirley, and Bai Luo had all vanished, leaving only Leon. Humiliation. How many years had he not suffered such humiliation? Yet, recalling the shocking revelation, though it was only a clash of might, he did feel a moment of fear. Is this what you mean? King Aole analyzed the hint Bai Luo had left him. Only by defeating him can I challenge you, the one who defeated me. King Aole understood. He turned and looked at Leon. Can you tell me your name? Shirley's miraculous power was not weak, but she was a horse, and horses were mounts. Lilith was powerful, but her miraculous power was only natural, and King Aole did not take it seriously. Senior Sister. The strongest among them was Senior Sister, and she was also the opponent most qualified to make King Aole admit defeat. But asking her? King Aole was not stupid. He knew such state secrets and would never reveal them. What's more, Senior Sister's temperament was very similar to that of the Queen of the Far North. King Aole had never bowed to the Queen of the Far North in his life. If you were to fight Senior Sister, a woman to the death, King Aole would feel ashamed. Only Leon, this crazy king who seemed to want to devour the entire world, could do it. King Aole was fiercely bellicose, but Leon was one of the few figures since his debut who could shock him with his sheer aura. Just like him, he was domineering, and, no, even more insane. And that moment, though brief, yet unmistakably laced with the aura of death. Undoubtedly, the other party had the makings of a killer. One day, you'll grow to be my equal. King Aole looked at Leon. I'll look forward to the day I can fight you. If King Aole ever faced Bai Luo, Leon would undoubtedly be the one to face him head-on. You truly deserve the king you chose. A miracle beneath my throne, King Aole said self-deprecatingly, is enough to make me give my all. Tell me your name, King Aole demanded again. Strong one, roar. Unfortunately, Leon's royal might was devoid of reason. Its chaotic and violent power was incapable of answering King Aole's questions. Really, King Aole seemed to see something in Leon's eyes, and he smiled. So, I don't even have the right to know your name. Good, very good. Insulted once again, King Aole was furious, but he managed to hold it in. This arrogance was exactly the same as it had been back then. King Aole understood him. Besides, who would want to be on equal terms with someone whose momentum was inferior to theirs? My name is Dong Aole. Remember it or not, but that's the name of the man you just defeated, King Aole. I allow you to tell them that you defeated me, Dong Aole. In momentum, no, you defeated me, Dong Aole. Head on, King Aole. This honor and this record, I, Dong Aole, accept. But soon, I'll challenge you again, King Aole said, to wash away the humiliation of this blow. Roar. The Mad King of Zhejiang couldn't understand a word he was saying, but only made a sound to respond when the man kept talking, lest he appear to be humiliated. Don't worry, you haven't reached your peak yet, but I will fight you fair and square, King Aole said. I'll use the same amount of power as you awaken. How is it? King Aole said, an unknown strong man. Roar. The word how is it? King Aole didn't understand the crazy king of disaster. And Leon had no idea that his own incarnation of royal might had caused him so much trouble. Ho ha, as if receiving Leon's approval, King Aole laughed heartily, as if he had regained the passion of his youth. The royal might faded, and the world, like a mirror, disappeared. Your Majesty, you? No problem. King Aole looked at the fallen crown and picked it up. The woman in white beside him wanted to help him fix his hair, but King Aole stopped him. I can do it myself, boy. After tidying himself up, King Aole looked down at Helbo again. The young man had changed drastically from his previous appearance. Miraculous power surged continuously, clearly the state of a peak hero. Achieving enlightenment in a single day is equivalent to 10 years of hard training. Congratulations, boy. No, Helbo, the messenger of Atón. Even Helbo himself was surprised by this sudden progress and breakthrough. The power of miracles isn't something you can cultivate in isolation. The further you go, the more you experience. Bai Luo's words before leaving were still ringing in his mind. Who says an envoy can't be stronger than a general? Even if you're just an envoy, you're still my messenger of Atón. It seems your Majesty has the answer. Helbo's body still ached. The pressure of Wang Wei wasn't easily dissipated, and it had nothing to do with whether his strength had broken through. His previous embarrassing performance might be unknown to other demons, but how could King Aole not be unaware? Yet King Aole didn't care. A 13-year-old child, facing Wang Wei, who was twice as powerful as him, could perform like that. If it were his son, King Aole would laugh in his dreams. Yes, King Aole admired Helbo even more. But I have another question for you. Another question? Helbo was puzzled. Your Majesty, what do you want to know? What are the Atón? Feeling Bai Luo's royal majesty and the power of those 4 miracles, and looking at Helbo now, even a mere 13-year-old child was so unyielding and risking his life, King Aole became intrigued by this new Atón. He wondered if all Atón were as exceptional as this child. Helbo hadn't expected King Aole to ask such a question, but seeing the king's serious gaze, Helbo smiled. I'm an Atón. Helbo released his grip on the scepter. Enduring the excruciating pain, he spread his arms, supporting himself with his own strength. I can stand. Helbo raised his head, staring directly at King Aole, and shouted at the top of his lungs, how dare you look down on the world. Chapter 173 Military Alliance. Standing firm, daring to look down upon the world. It was a presumptuous statement, audacious and arrogant, but King Aole simply relished Helbo's unruly demeanor. Just like his younger self, he was arrogant and conceited, challenging the powerful queen of the far north at only his 3rd awakening. However, not all lords of miracles would tolerate such a provocation. If it weren't for the preparations made by the old uncle over a decade ago, a stranger who dared to challenge King Aole would have been crushed in a matter of minutes. Was that Wang Wei just now? King Aole, senior sister, emerged from her retreat and approached Bai Luo, asking, Is a veteran Lord of Miracles so powerful? How does Feyre feel? It'll take at least 1,000 years before I'm worthy enough to confront him head-on. Senior Sister was only at the second awakening stage, but thanks to the Mystic Dragon's energy, she was close to the third. However, between the third and fourth awakenings, the Wangwei vessel remained empty, requiring Senior Sister to spend 1,000 years filling it before a breakthrough to the fourth awakening was possible. King Aole has possessed the miracle for nearly 4,000 years. As early as 3,000 years ago, he had already reached the fourth awakening. Yet, 3,000 years later, King Aole is still at the fourth awakening. Therefore, if Senior Sister can reach the fourth awakening, she can keep pace with the equally awakened King Aole for another 5,000 years. But this is just a battle between miracles themselves, Senior Sister said. Even if I can reach the fourth awakening, there's still a huge gap in the strength of our forces. Generally speaking, it takes 3 times as long for a miracle to fully replenish its forces as it does to reach the fourth awakening. What does this mean? Take Lilith, for example. The number of miracle children she can cultivate during her first awakening is limited. There are limits on how many hero-level miracles can cultivate, as well as on how many extraordinary, and ordinary miracle children can cultivate. For each awakening, let's say a mid-level hero-level miracle can cultivate 2. A lower-level miracle can cultivate 1. A higher-level miracle can cultivate twice as many, or 4. In other words, a 1-level difference in miracle level will significantly increase the size of the army. Then there's the training speed. Not only do I have more than you, I'm faster. Before reaching the third awakening, my military strength will be vastly different from his. But once I do, Senior Sister said, just give me another 500 years, and I'll have the confidence to challenge the entire Aole kingdom. The Avalon world is a higher tier miracle, but Senior Sister's Avalon is special. It possesses not 1 function, but 5. Therefore, its troop cultivation speed and quantity limit are 5 times that of a normal higher tier miracle. A higher tier Avalon already has a troop cultivation speed and quantity limit twice that of a mid-tier 9,981. Add another 5 times, and that's 10 times. This means that sooner or later, Aole Kingdom will be surpassed by Atón. This is also the greatest frustration of lower-tier miracles facing higher-tier miracles. Their main body is not weak, but their subjects are no match. King Aole's military strength has remained unchanged for many years, indicating that his miracle has reached its limit within the 4 awakenings limit. King Aole's quota for legends, kings, masters, and heroes is already full. He wants to cultivate a new legend, but the prerequisite is the death of one of the previous legends. That's why the Lord of Miracles looks down on mortals, because the quota for the Children of Miracles is full. Even if this Lord of Miracles were given another 10 billion people, it would be useless. Unless he reaches the 5th awakening, these mortals, with only a few decades to live, will be nothing more than a number. The Lord of Miracles only cares about the 10 billion people as a whole, not your individual birth, aging, illness, and death. Instead of treating these people well now, why not wait until you reach the 5th awakening and have urgent needs before treating them well? So why bother worrying about mortals day in and day out for thousands of years? You're 3,000 years old now, and it'll take another 7,000 years until you reach the 5th awakening. Are you going to take care of mortals for 7,000 years? Why? What's the point? Even if you give them a good life, they'll still die in a few decades. And then the new batch of people will have to be taken care of by you again. So why not be a villain for 7,000 years, and then take care of the generation after 7,000 years? You'll take care of 700 generations, and those 700 generations will die too. Taking care of them is the same as not taking care of them at all. But the last generation you cared for could allow you to develop into the people of miracles. This is what it means to reap what you sow. Now that King Aole knows the potential of our Atón, what will he do, if he were the Holy Elector? Said the old uncle, who had been present but remained silent. No matter what, he must not know we have 4 miracles, but he's Dong Aole. Yes, he was Dong Aole. A normal person, simply outmatched in a battle of kingly might, would admit defeat. This was simply a clash of kingly might. Although we compared him before, the Aole kingdom will not be our enemy. We must strive to win over this armed nation. This is the aid I have selected for you, Xia Oluo. After years of travel, however, Dong Aole is unruly, the old uncle said with a smile. You can't be timid when speaking to a powerful general. We must show him our strength. When Bai Luo fought King Aole, He dispatched Shirley, Lilith, senior sister, and Leon, 4 miracle originals. Lower, middle, upper, and middle. The Aole kingdom has a 4,000-year history, but its military strength hasn't grown much in the past 1,000 years. In other words, 3,000 years of accumulation is the limit of the Aole king's 9,981 middle-level miracles. If Bai Luo only possessed Leon, then in 1,000 years, Leon's true form would be no match for the Aole king. 3,000 years later, the Atón kingdom would be at war with the Aole kingdom of 7,000 years. Therefore, even if the Aole king only saw Leon, he might ally with Bai Luo, because Atón held the potential to command his attention 3,000 years later. However, Bai Luo didn't just send Leon. Initially, the Aole king dismissed Shirley, a lower-level miracle with only half the military strength of a middle-level one. But the appearance of Lilith shocked the Aole king. 2 miracles, 1 lower level and 1 middle level. Fortunately, Shirley and Lilith didn't possess significant destructive power. Although King Aole realized he would be at a disadvantage in a future clash of national powers, he remained unafraid of Atón. However, senior sister appeared. The potential of the upper miracle world, even without Shirley and Lilith, was enough to intimidate King Aole. With senior sister alone, Atón could reach parity with Aole in just 1,500 years. In just 3,000 years, Atón's power would be more than double that of Aole. You, King Aole, look down on me now. In 1,500 years, you will revere me, Atón. In 3,000 years, will your Aole still dare to act rashly in my presence? Who is the king of this land? Through his might, King Aole saw the potential of Bai Luo's miracle. He saw the future and realized the inevitable outcome of his defeat. This put pressure on King Aole. Finally, Leon appeared. Another mid-level miracle, extremely destructive and aggressive, representing Bai Luo's destructive will. King Aole read Leon's warning from Atón. With the first 3 miracles, I only put pressure on you, but this last one, Atón, I will kill you. The horror of that moment wasn't King Aole's fear, but rather the fear felt by the nation of Aole. King's might is the unity of nation and king. King Aole and Bai Luo, from the perspective of the kingdom of miracles, can represent the will of a nation, engaging in a clash of wills based on national strength, potential, and human resources. The Holy Elector, the old uncle, mentioned this person. He had previously mentioned this elector when introducing Bai Luo to the Lord of Miracles of the Land of Miracles. How should I put it? If King Aole were replaced by the elector, and Bai Luo were to engage him in a clash of kingly might, he would also win, but Atón would surely be destroyed. Why? Because the elector, unlike King Aole, has no regard for a nation that might rise. King Aole was terrified, but not intimidated. Instead, he was overjoyed, another powerful being for me to challenge, but the elector would be wary of Atón and would do everything in his power to prevent his rise. So, if it were the elector, the uncle said, I wouldn't dare let you play like that. In future clashes of kings, you'll have to be more cautious, the uncle advised. With some people, you need to be patient, with others, you need to hide. If someone like the elector knew we had 4 miracles, including one of the highest, we'd probably have to hide in Avalon for hundreds of years. Avalon, the world of the highest miracle, gave Bai Luo and the uncle immense confidence. Even if they did make a mistake, they had this escape route. Although Avalon lacked a population, the people brought in could still thrive. We shouldn't rely on numbers, but on elite troops. In 1,000 years, when the senior sisters and their companions had achieved the 4th awakening and emerged, we could still avenge our grievances and our grudges. Of course, we couldn't hide for too long. As you grew stronger, so did they. If we hid too long, by the time you emerged with a 3rd awakening, they would likely have already achieved the 4th. Avalon, in its essence, was simply a retreat, a fear that made it difficult to strike. King Aole understood this the moment he saw his senior sister. Aole couldn't do anything to Atón, and no one in the entire land of miracles could do anything to Atón. He wanted to run, but no one could stop him. He wanted to hide, but no one could find him. But Bai Luo didn't want to leave. He was forced into a corner, but as a man, as a king, how could he be so petty? Without even this much courage, how could he survive in the land of miracles? How could he compete with the other kings and defend the dignity of Atón's people? Through the clash of royal might, he didn't sense me, but I sensed him. The royal might of miracles represents national strength and the will of the monarch. Through this clash of royal might, the Lord of Miracles can gain a direct understanding of the other party, From their personality to their habits, even some of their likes and dislikes. If the person is treacherous, their royal might will be cunning. Conversely, the royal might of a forthright and straightforward person will certainly not mince words. But Bai Luo possessed too many miracles. 4 of them lay before him, 1 free and easy, 1 dreamy and ethereal, 1 aloof and domineering, and 1 brutal and arrogant. King Aole didn't know how to judge, so he chose his favorite, Leon's madness. As you said, Uncle, King Aole is truly a rare hero in this world. His uncle had told Bai Luo about King Aole's life. He was a man of loyalty and righteousness, a spotless life without a single blemish, never committing anything that would draw criticism. Through Wang Wei, I've truly sensed his will, Bai Luo said. He's a man worth making a close friend. I could even fight alongside him and trust him with my back. That's why Atón chose him as his first true alliance. Aole was strong enough not to betray its allies, and would surely become the great warship that protected Atón during its rise. I admire you, but for safety's sake, Bai Luo said. Next, we must quickly conclude a miracle covenant with him. While King Aole wouldn't stab someone in the back, the existence of a miracle covenant would bring their relationship closer and more secure. As King Atón, Bai Luo had to consider all aspects. He couldn't gamble. King Aole has 3,200 Wang Wei, but he's certainly used some of it. The rest, half, Bai Luo replied decisively. I'll sign half with him, half, meaning 1,600 Wang Wei. With half of Wang Wei held hostage, if either side violated the covenant, tore up the agreement, the potential of 9,981 would instantly drop in half. This would be a catastrophic blow for the Aole, a nation with only 1 mid-level miracle. Should I go? Little Herbo has become a most important minister. Just have him sign the letter of credence for me. To use the terms of Western fantasy, Herbo was like Bai Luo's chosen one, possessing the right to communicate directly with his own god. This, senior sister asked, is this okay? With little Herbo's status, it's okay, Bai Luo said. Anyone else might be angry, but he's Dong Aole. Bai Luo saw King Aole's true character and didn't care about such matters. Still using mine, Lilith and Leon, Bai Luo said. They each have 800, and together they will fight King Aole. Avalon couldn't afford to lose. This was their retreat, their safe haven. So, going forward, Bai Luo would do his best to use the might of other miracle kings to forge alliances with the other kings. Ho-ha. Elsewhere, King Aole readily signed his name to the miracle covenant, centered around Helbo. From now on, our 2 countries will be military allies, united in common advancement and retreat. The alliance was concluded, and it was a military alliance. A military alliance is almost the highest level of alliance. It means that if Aole is ever attacked, Atón must unconditionally send troops to its aid. Similarly, if Atón is attacked, Aole must also unconditionally send troops to its aid. Of course, this only applies to attacks. If Atón and Aole initiate an attack, or if the battlefield is not on their own territory, then both parties will need to discuss and determine the purpose of their cooperation. That is, we will jointly attack that country. It can be seen from this that King Aole has taken a fancy to the potential of Bai Luo and the kingdom of Atón. He is looking for allies for the next 6,000 years of Aole kingdom, which is the process from the 4th awakening to the 5th awakening. Bai Luo has the strength and is to his liking. In addition, King Aole believes in his uncle, and he is by no means an ungrateful person. Today, Aole kingdom is escorting Atón. Will Atón become the backer of Aole kingdom in the future? If it were someone else, King Aole would not believe it, but his uncle. There are not many people in this world that Dong Aole can admire, and his uncle is one of them. And Bai Luo, the king of Atón, who was chosen and assisted by his uncle, has made King Aole understand through the confrontation of royal power, his qualifications are above mine. Boy, not bad. King Aole looked at Helbo. You're so young, and you dare to come to my territory? Are you scared just now? Don't stand there, come up, King Aole waved to Helbo. Diplomacy is over. Next, let's have a meal and relax. Up, Helbo was a little embarrassed, but he was no longer an envoy. The mission was over, the treaty was signed. Now we were guest and host, friends. You, just sit with me, sit next to me. King Aole admired Helbo, loved his fearlessness and courage. How can you judge a hero by his age? You dare to speak to me like that? You are worthy of sharing the table with me. Helbo said that he seemed to have just eaten. but discussing matters over wine, and wine was the custom of the Lost Kingdom, and Helbo had to adapt to the local customs. Soon, a large amount of exquisite food was brought up by a group of incredibly beautiful banshees. The delicacies from land and sea were enough to make one's mouth water. The dazzling array of fruits and delicacies, all of which Helbo had never seen, dazzled the young man. "Do you think Aole doesn't have any good things?" "You're right," said King Aole. "We do have some treasures, but they're scarce and the production is low. We don't have as many as you do. Here, try some. This is fish caught in the Tongshan River, and this, meat roasted on the flaming mountain." King Aole said, "Since your majesty isn't coming, you're representing him now." Upon hearing that he was representing Bai Luo, Herbo sat up straight. Alright, it's not that serious." Seeing Herbo thought he was serious, King Aole laughed and said, "You'll drink on his behalf and accept the hospitality of Aole on his behalf." The people of Aole were quite hospitable to their guests. That's it, King Aole said. "When you get back, tell me something. Tell me if you're free, we can find a place to sit and chat, I'll bring it to you." Herbo took a piece of meat and put it in his mouth. Suddenly, he felt a strange, fiery aroma, rising from his mouth and throat, then rushing straight up his nose and mouth, leaving a lasting aftertaste. Delicious. Herbo couldn't describe the taste, but he had never tasted anything so extraordinary in his life. Then, a large group of demons came forward, toasting Herbo, as if to Bai Luo. "You're quite brave, boy. I'm sorry, didn't I hurt you? Do your legs and feet still hurt? Let me rub them for you." Shaking their demonic aura, the Aole demons now took on human form. Each one was either handsome or beautiful. The latter, in particular, looked nothing like a demon, yet their aura now surpassed that of a fairy. Under the leadership of King Aole, the atmosphere in Aole was generally cheerful and joyful. While Aole felt more like a mountain stronghold, reminiscent of the 108 Liangshan heroes, they were truly genuine. Thank you, Herbo said as he clinked his glasses with him. "Thank you for your mercy, everyone." Herbo will drink first. He was no longer an envoy, but a guest. As a guest, especially in Aole, there was no need for formality. Cheers to King Aole, cheers to King Atón. The demons joined Herbo in toasting the alliance between the two nations. Cheers. Following his example, Herbo downed his glass. However, after taking a sip, the mellow aroma made Herbo's eyes widen. "What kind of wine is this? How is it?" "Not bad, right?" King Aole was sitting at the same table with Herbo. He patted the boy on the shoulder and said, "Do you really think that there is nothing good in Aole? You underestimate my country too much. This is monkey wine brewed by monkeys with the sweetest fruits from Huaguo Mountain." Kong sat next to King Aole, "And this, it's called bamboo leaf green." Kong took out another bottle filled with jade and introduced, "This is the fresh fruit delicacies from the mountains that the green snake demons took, put them in bamboo tubes, and then sealed them. As the bamboo grows, the wine is brewed." Delicious. Herbo took a sip. He didn't know much about wine, but he could tell the difference. "I've had your wine, your majesty. Why don't you try mine?" Herbo addressed a king of a military ally as your majesty to show closeness. So, Herbo opened the Avalon warehouse and took out the gifts Bai Luo had prepared for him for the Aole kingdom. The most important of these were the seeds of the 5 grains. One of the terms of Atón's alliance with the Aole was the hope that Atón would intervene in the Aole people's livelihood and improve their quality of life. So, Bai Luo wasn't stingy and directly offered the 5 grains, allowing these 5 crops to grow in the Aole Wanyao kingdom. The Aole kingdom had a large population of over 40 million, almost exceeding the combined population of the 3 Azure kingdoms. Of course, this didn't include slaves. If they were included, the number would likely exceed 200 million. Did you really swallow 100,000 people in one gulp?" The Lion King was speaking to Herbo. He was immensely powerful, even in human form, still over 2 meters tall. Herbo, standing next to him, felt like a person standing before a wall, completely enveloped by it. Nonsense, the Lion King said. "I am human myself, I eat humans. Our miracle is the Lost Kingdom, not the Fool's Feast." The Aole king cultivated his miracle troops by transforming the environment through the demonic energy released by the mountains, rivers, and lakes brought about by Miracle Resource 9981, Natural Resources. Humans entering these mountains, rivers, and lakes were transformed by this demonic energy, becoming mutated. This was the origin of the myriad monsters of the ALA 10,000 monster kingdom. They were originally human, but absorbed the demonic energy, transforming them into monsters. So, where did they go? They were all captured and taken to the kingdom of 10,000 demons, the Lion King said. They rebelled because life was hard, and hardship stemmed from a lack of supplies. So, every once in a while, my king sends the demons down the mountain to find children who can adapt to demonic powers and bring them to the ALA kingdom of 10,000 demons. This is why the demons love to eat young boys and girls. They're not eating them, they're just selecting their subjects. They come here to enjoy happiness, not to suffer. Chapter 174 King ALA's Gift. Hey, hello, a girl in golden armor appeared. Her name was Garuda. She was the daughter of King ALA and also the sister of Kong. Are you from outside? Where is Atón? How is it? Is it fun? Hey Erbo, of course my Atón is a good place. I want to go and see it. I have traveled all over the kingdom of monsters and it was so boring. Garuda's figure disappeared in a flash, and she appeared behind Herbo without knowing when. You are going back soon, how about taking me with you? Garuda, don't make trouble. King ALA spoke when Herbo didn't know how to answer and helped him out. You are a legend, and you approach other countries without permission. It's tantamount to declaring war. No way, Dad, didn't you sign a military alliance with Atón? Since it's a military alliance, then military access rights are also included, Garuda said. Even if I walk around on Atón, as long as I notify His Majesty Atón in advance and he agrees, it's reasonable. You're unreliable. Kong, standing by, directly exposed Garuda. I asked you to tend the farmland, but you stole food. When you were asked to manage the people, you led them around and made a mess. You even delivered a package by mistake. In short, Garuda, you are so useless. What use is there for you? His Majesty Atón doesn't understand your true nature. When you get into trouble, he will regret it. ALA Kong, how will you let your father explain to him then? What do you mean he will regret it? You want to fight, you stinky monkey. However, Kong just shook his head, stood with his hands behind his back, and ignored her, which made Garuda furious. King ALA was helpless regarding his two daughters. He looked at Helbo and said, I'll let Susu take care of the population you're seeking. You can send someone to negotiate with her later. King ALA did not interfere in internal affairs. Susu was the name of the white-clad, black-haired woman standing beside him. Her demonic form was a white snake, and she was King ALA's youngest daughter. Princess Susu. Helbo looked at Susu, who quickly bowed in response, a ladylike demeanor. Many of us in ALA suffer from poverty. It would be a blessing if Atón were willing to share some of the burden. Princess Susu seemed deeply concerned about the survival of the ALA people. Helbo shared his concern. Having only recently become a miracle citizen, he still empathized with the suffering of mortals. Princess Susu, rest assured, my king will treat these new Atón people well. Unlike the Fairy Eagles, where she was engaged in a transaction, Atón and ALA were mutually beneficial, without any price paid. With a military alliance already established, King ALA would naturally do his utmost to help Atón. In short, if you need anything, Yadin, just tell me. I'll give it to you. But I, Yadin, can't handle too many ALA people right now, Herbo said. How about 30,000 immigrants? This number was something Herbo had discussed with his uncle earlier. Alright. Seeing the two of them begin to chat, King ALA interrupted. This is a family dinner. We haven't even finished eating yet, so why are we talking about state affairs? King ALA was a skilled warrior, a skilled conscript, but he didn't enjoy meddlesome domestic affairs. Father, Susu said, a little dissatisfied, but King ALA's eyes widened. Wait a minute, there's plenty of time to talk. I've been holding it in for so long. Yes, that's her. King ALA looked at Herbo, his gaze landing on Lulu, the cat on his shoulder. Hurry up and have your little cutie turn into a new one for me, huh? Herbo was confused. He turned his head and exchanged a glance with Lulu, both of them completely bewildered. Your Majesty, Lulu doesn't know how to transform, Herbo said. She's just a cat, she can't transform into a catwoman like one of your subordinates. What catwoman? She's not cute at all, huh? Herbo wondered if he'd misheard. King ALA had just said something completely out of character. Cute? What cute? Didn't Saros tell you? Say, what? My favorite thing. King ALA's favorite thing. Herbo was a bit confused. He asked, puzzled, you like cats? Helbo remembered what General Gangly had told him before. There's a big shot who might really like these creatures. Plus, Aole Kong and Lior had both hesitated to speak when they first met Lulu the cat. No, I don't like cats, King Aole blushed. He might be a king, but a true king wouldn't hesitate to speak his mind. I like those cute, fluffy creatures. When he mentioned fluffy, King Aole even gestured. Hey Erbo's face was full of question marks. He didn't understand what King Aole was saying at all. No. Hey Erbo understood, but he couldn't accept it for a moment. Hey Erbo, what do you like? Like fluffy things? And cute creatures. Hey Erbo, is there something wrong with this style? Is King Aole's personality like this? Anyway, let her change. Just change, okay? Hey Erbo said. Lulu, show your majesty what you can do, okay? Meow. So, under King Aole's expectant gaze, Cat Lulu flew into the air, and then in a burst of white light, she transformed into a human-like cat fairy. That's it, ha. That kid Saros finally helped me find it. King Aole stood up excitedly, then lifted up Cat Lingling's arms, like holding a child high up, and held her above his head. Oh, so cute. This fluffy creature I've been looking for my whole life. Finally, King Aole, now a shadow of his former domineering demeanor, seemed like a cat lover, completely captivated by the softness and cuteness of Lulu. Little one, do you want to eat? How about I feed you? Speak now, I'm Lulu, my meow. Lulu had no idea what was going on, but she still gave him a cute posse. Ew. It turns out King Aole deeply loves small animals, especially cute ones. However, even more than these creatures, King Aole desires a fairy like Lulu the cat. They stand like humans, can run, jump, and talk, yet their appearance remains animal, devoid of any human qualities. They're identical to the fairies created by Lilith. But before Lilith's appearance, no such creature existed in the entire land of miracles. This has led to King Aole's quest for thousands of years in vain. Further, because he loved such creatures so much, when he couldn't find them, he began to create them. Creation. Seeing Helbo's confusion, Kong immediately raised his hand and conjured figures in the air: tin-toothed beast, silver-maned, tusky rabbit, gray wolf. Are these created by His Majesty Aole? Yes, these monsters that roamed across the lands of multiple nations were King Aole's masterpieces. However, King Aole didn't desire them. It's not these, Hey Erbo asked. Then what His Majesty Aole wants? It's this kind of creature. If Bai Luo were here and saw the small animals Aole Kong had transformed, he would definitely complain. Dong Aole, do you like Peppa Pig? Is this the tin-toothed beast His Majesty Aole wants? Yes, Aole Kong then showed Hey Erbo the gray wolf. Bai Luo, goodness, isn't this gray wolf? Then there's the silver mane, the tusked rabbit, the algae swamp basilisk, the flying night facehugger, the ghost-faced spider, the plague rat, the lung fire bat, the blood marrow broken horn sheep, the nightmare crow, the rotten skin poison frog, the rattled liger, the skeleton ant, the blue-eyed cold fox, the corpse worm, and the sun-dried cat. Looking at the group of fairy-like creatures Kong had created, these turned out to be King Aole's original designs. But when comparing the names of these animals with their actual appearances, His Hey Erbo gasped. What kind of monsters has King Aole created over the years? What about those monsters? Father didn't like them, so he threw them all away. Just like clothes and items of poor design, they're discarded as garbage. King Aole never imagined these monsters would bring harm to the people. And in the earliest horror stories of Aole, the man-eating monsters were actually King Aole's first creations. They were failures, lacking miraculous powers within them. But long periods of miraculous nurturing have imbued them with immense strength, indestructible, and beyond the reach of ordinary humans. The masters of miracles, gods and demons at one. Often, a single small object they casually discard could cause unrest in the mortal world, even natural disasters. What about Lulu? Hey Erbo was a little worried about Lulu the cat. After all, she was his companion. If King Aole said, I love her, give her to me, Hey Erbo would probably be embarrassed. Let's start the trade, King Aole said. Don't worry, I'm not stealing your cat. I still want my own furry creature. 9981, a mid-level miraculous resource. Powerful, indeed, very powerful. But few people know that King Aole originally wanted cute monsters. Yes, cute, However, things didn't go as planned. The monsters King Aole created during his first awakening were all bizarre and hideous. No. That's not what I want. I want cute, fluffy ones. Fortunately, King Aole heard that miracles change according to their master's wishes. So, he waited 10 years for the second awakening of the miracle. Finally, the monsters could transform into human form. No, but looking at the gigantic monsters before him, King Aole froze once more. Not this, not something this big, and they're not cute, not at all. In theory, no miracle master would disdain his own people, and King Aole was no exception. Although he didn't get the best, the monsters were powerful. Despite his regrets, King Aole still loved his children and firmly believed, things will get better. Just one more evolution, and things will definitely get better. You'll never know the perseverance of an old man obsessed with furry creatures. And so, after another 100 years of toil, King Aole finally experienced his third miraculous awakening. Why? Why is this happening? But this time, King Aole was shocked to discover that the furry creature of his dreams was completely numb. Fox-eared girls, rabbit-eared girls, cat-eared girls, dog-eared girls. Spider spirits, bee spirits, butterfly spirits, carp spirits, stone spirits, tree spirits, flower spirits, snake spirits. Each of them was white-skinned and beautiful, captivatingly beautiful, each with their own unique temperament. Put together, they were like 100 flowers in full bloom, each indistinguishable from the others. But, no, that's not the furry creature I want. That's not the furry creature I want. King Aole simply couldn't get the cuteness of this demon with both human and animal features. You say it's not cute, but fuckable? Sorry, this king has only ever loved one woman in his life. So, aside from admiration from an elder, he harbored no impure thoughts about the girl's skin, figure, and beauty. King Aole was a conservative person, which meant the female demons of Aole were all heavily clothed. In Aole, the exposure of a demon female never exceeded 10%. But the question arises, if a man doesn't pay attention to these things, what else do these demons have? What else do they have? While fox ears are adorable, isn't King Aole ashamed to stare at a girl and touch her ears and tail? Isn't that sexual harassment? How could a dignified King Aole do such a vile thing to a little girl? 3 awakenings. 3 awakenings won't do. 1,000 years later, the demons under King Aole's command transformed once again, but still didn't bring the fluffy fur King Aole craved. Instead, they raced forward on the path of awesomeness and power, unstoppable. Well, Helbo looked at King Aole and Cat Lulu. This king, who had reigned for 4,000 years, was playing games with Cat Lulu like an ordinary old man teasing his granddaughter. Your Majesty Aole, Helbo was already familiar with King Aole, so he spoke freely. If I hadn't answered well before, would you really have cooked me to death? Stop it, child. I was just joking. King Aole's response made Helbo realize something. Saros asked you to bring little Lulu here, wasn't it just to give you a life-saving talisman? The alliance might fail, but Helbo would not die. Because of Cat Lulu, the cat cart. That's what cat cart means. This was truly a test from his uncle, and the old man had already prepared a way for him to escape unscathed. Cat Lulu. How could a mere fairy magic, the cat cart, escape the Lord of Miracles like King Aole? Both his uncle and Bai Luo knew of King Aole's hobby, so they sent Cat Lulu specifically. The idea was to have Helbo reveal Cat Lulu at the crucial moment, saving his life. Of course, to further build momentum, the old uncle set up one test after another, gradually pushing Helbo into a corner. Ultimately, this unleashed the boy's potential, cleansed the stain within him, and made him a complete Atonian, free from any grudges. I thought you were on the 5th floor, teacher, Helbo replied. I didn't expect you were in the atmosphere. Alright, don't doubt yourself. King Aole patted the boy's shoulder, praising him. I won't kill you because of the kitten, but the alliance's success depends on you. Fortunately, Helbo wasn't Cat Lulu's leg pendant. But this time, it was indeed that Saros kid's fault. In fact, I made an agreement with him decades ago. The old uncle's skills were unparalleled, so King Aole offered him a test. If you can bring me the fluffy thing I want, I'll grant you the opportunity to form an alliance with me. So when you heard about the arrival of the Atón envoy, indeed, King Aole nodded. When you arrived, I knew Saros had found the fluffy little sweetheart I wanted. As I expected, the piglet had a delicious meal with you, and I saw the kitten transform. Saros keeps his word. How can I go back on my word? King Aole didn't need to read the letter. With his abilities, it would only take him a moment to see its contents. Lion Emperor Headman Reigns, King Aole smiled. He called me that on purpose, telling me we could have a battle of kingly might to test Aton's strength. Also, he was asking me to train you well. This, Herbo understood. He finally understood why his uncle had sought him out, and why Bai Luo had encouraged him afterward. This wasn't a test, it was training. The two had never considered him a tainted person, they were cultivating him as a future pillar of the family. Child, what I have here is just an appetizer. Fortunately, you don't know, and you are facing today as a real test of life and death, but this is only the first time, King Aole said. The kings of the countries you will be visiting in the future are different from me. They may have nothing to do with Saros, or even be former enemies. They will not show mercy to you, and the better you perform, the more they will hate you. My miracle is called 9981. The royal majesty that I made you feel before was the prelude to the beginning of these 81 difficulties. King Aole, accompany me for 1,000 years under the 5 elements mountain, carrying the power, being pressed under the mountain, enduring 500 years of pain and loneliness. Prologue, Herbo. So, it hasn't even begun yet. It hasn't begun yet. King Aole shook his head and said, the next 81 tribulations are even more terrifying than this prologue. Even under my command, only a few can withstand it. Even the prologue. Boy, do you really intend to continue your diplomatic mission? King Aole advised. With your qualifications, if you return, your majesty will certainly use you. I have been the Lord of Miracles for 4,000 years. I can discern talent in a person. Your future is limitless. Go back to Atón. Herbo longed to become a warrior, live in Atón, and climb the ladder to become Bai Luo's close confidant. But he couldn't, because Atón needed him, and Atón needed an envoy. If Herbo returned, quit, and someone else took over, could they do a better job than him? Impossible. That person would only bring shame to Atón and lead to the failure of diplomacy. Only after this experience did Herbo truly realize the horror of diplomacy. This was not a diplomatic mission at all. The thought of facing even more miracle kings, perhaps even more terrifying than King Aole, nearly made Herbo's heart stop. Herbo took a deep breath, then looked at the scepter beside him and his cat, Lulu. I will continue my mission, the young man resolved. It's not because I'm brave, but because this is what I can do. Only I can do it, and no one can do it better than me, no matter how difficult the future, no matter how many hardships there are. Even if it takes 9981 days, Herbo will still go. This is the future he has chosen. Good boy, King Aole smiled. In the future, Herbo will surely hold a place among the heroes of this miraculous land. You will be the pride of Atón. One day, King Aole said. Atón will be proud of you. Such praise from King Aole was truly unprecedented in 1,000 years. Aole Quan looked at his father, Princess Susu, and all the Aole monsters with envy. An outsider received the praise that even his family members hadn't received. But were they jealous? At the age of 13, he had been sent on a diplomatic mission to Aole and faced 9981 trials that even they couldn't endure. Such a person deserved the praise of King Aole. From this day forward, the people of Aole shall treat Herbo with respect. He is not your enemy, and none of you shall be disrespectful to him. Yes, the monsters watched, and Herbo was flattered by the grandeur of his words. Little Tushan, King Aole looked at the 9-tailed fox and said, go among your people and select 100 fox girls under the age of 20. Have Herbo take them to Atón, as you command. Tushan left, and Herbo asked, puzzled, Your Majesty Aole, since I want your fairy, I must give King Atón what he likes. Bai Luo was a man. Every man loves beauty. Moreover, the fox girls under 20 had no connection to King Aole, they were only here because of the miracle. King Aole had no feelings for them. If he withdrew the miracle power and allowed them to live in a new environment, they would quickly become loyal to Bai Luo. This would be like giving Bai Luo a group of alien people with fox tails and ears. Why not take advantage of such a marriage? Also, King Aole said, go to Wanshao Mountain and pick 2 fruits. Soon, Aole Kong appeared before Herbo, carrying 2 strange objects wrapped in silk. What is this? Herbo stared at the fruit in front of him in amazement. If he were from Atón village, he would surely have heard the story of the ginseng fruit Bai Luo had told him before. This fruit is called the ginseng fruit. It's one of the mountains and rivers in my miracle resources, a treasure unique to Wanshao Mountain. It's very difficult to form. Sometimes one appears every 10 years, and sometimes, there might not be one in decades, so, I have very few in stock, King Aole said. The ginseng fruit itself is very delicious, but eating something so precious as a snack is a bit of a luxury. Its ability. Since you are not one of my people, the miraculous power of the ginseng fruit has no effect on you, King Aole said. As for outsiders, the ginseng fruit has two main benefits. One is that it can grant immortality, allowing them to live for 30,000 years. 3. Even miracle people are not immortal. After all, their talents are limited, and not everyone can break through to the king and legend realms. But compared to the second benefit, the first is a bit useless, King Aole continued. This fruit can improve one's aptitude. Not just my subjects, but also outsiders, with my permission, ability, legendary aptitude, King Aole said. Eat one ginseng fruit, and you'll gain legendary aptitude. It will enhance your physique, allowing you to quickly receive the Lord of Miracles' blessings, and reach the legendary realm without any bottlenecks. With legendary status, what's the point of immortality? I've never heard of a legendary dying of old age. Such a precious treasure. Hey Erbo didn't expect King Aole to offer such a fine item. My children are not lacking in aptitude, but I'm full. Even if they have the aptitude, they still can't break through to the legendary realm, so, it's actually of little use to me anymore. King Aole said. Susu added, this fruit was requested by my father when the Heavenly King and the Mountain King asked for it, but he refused. But today, he gave the ginseng fruit to Atón. King Aole's affection for Atón and his desire to handle the relationship between the two families are obvious. Okay, let's keep drinking, just like that. Another day of revelry. A day later, Herbo left Aole Kingdom under the escort of Aolequan 100 fox girls and a full load of things unique to Aole Kingdom left with him. Of course, Herbo couldn't go back alone, as that would be too dangerous. In order to protect Herbo, King Aole specially sent General Gangli. His current strength is that of a king. Although he is powerful, he won't let Bai Luo misunderstand him. Moreover, General Gangli is a famous naval general in Aole Kingdom. It is perfect for him to escort Herbo to Atón. Chapter 175 Iron Eagle King. News spread quickly in the land of miracles. Atón was a small nation, drawing little attention, but a large nation like Aole was watched almost daily. The alliance between Aole and Atón was a military one. Almost the day after it happened, news spread throughout the land of miracles. Who's allying with whom? A dark elf with long silver hair and pointed ears from the Iron Eagle Kingdom stared in surprise. Atón? Where's Atón? Wasn't Atón destroyed 200 years ago? The dark elf was strikingly beautiful, but not glamorous. Instead, she possessed a cold, aloof air that seemed to distance her from others. She wore an eye patch covering her right eye, which only added a touch of ferocity to her cold demeanor. This dark elf was Yu Yao, one of the four great powers under the Iron Eagle King's command, in charge of Iron Eagle's intelligence and the Shadow Demon Apostles. Aole, that's a military power renowned for 1,000 years. Of the 8 kings of the mountains, Aole is number 1. Yu Yao had heard this statement more than once, demonstrating the power of Aole. Although the Aole Kingdom hadn't launched a foreign war in over 200 years, such a powerful nation was definitely not something the Iron Eagle could currently contend with. Where is Khan? We must tell him this immediately. Yu Yao excelled at intrigue, but she had no talent for the kind of great power games played out. Only a renowned general like Khan possessed a keen political sense. General Khan is stationed in the west. Has the matter of the Heavenly King not been resolved yet? Yu Yao held his forehead, a headache intensifying. Tisk, I need to see His Majesty. But now, his subordinates glanced at the sky. It was so late, the Iron Eagle King must have retired. Same now. Yu Yao quickly rushed to the Iron Eagle King's palace. It was a pitch-black city, shimmering with a blue magical glow. Countless magical puppets and golems patrolled the streets like soldiers. At the very center of this magnificent city lay the Iron Eagle King's palace. This land was known as the demonic realm. Due to the massive mining of magical ore, the magical energy had spread to every corner, causing changes throughout the land. Plants, animals, and inanimate objects. After 200 years, this former capital of the Atón Kingdom had been completely transformed. It now belonged to the Iron Eagles, its capital. Lord Yuao, guarding the gate were 2 Ghost Hall warriors. They stopped Yuao. Excuse me, so late at night. Your Majesty, please don't. Yuao, with her extraordinary perception, had intended to inform the Iron Eagle King, but the message she received back horrified her. Your Majesty, who is visiting tonight? How come I don't know? It was sent by Kanakini. Uiao nearly cursed at these words. As the highest official in the Iron Eagle Anbu, she had been exploited, a humiliation beyond measure. More important was the Iron Eagle King's safety. If he suffered any harm, Uiao would bear the brunt of the blame. Get out of here, Uiao brandished her staff, sending the two Ghost Hall warriors packing. Lord Uiao, you are not allowed to trespass into His Majesty's palace. If it were any other time, it would be fine. But what was the Iron Eagle King doing now? Under such extraordinary circumstances, how could she dare? How dare she enter? Get out of here, but how could two masters stand in the way of a legendary powerhouse? Let's see who dares to stop me. As a legendary powerhouse under the Iron Eagle King's command, Uiao had a stronghold over them. He didn't even need to use his power, the magic power alone was enough to intimidate them. Lord Uiao, why is this happening? Of course, they couldn't attack Uiao, he was their immediate superior, a close friend. You ask me why? Do you know what you're doing? Who gave you permission to bring a strange woman to His Majesty's bed? Are you crazy? Without stopping, Uiao reached the gates of the Iron Eagle King's chambers. But Kanakini said you gave permission. Kanakini wasn't a Miracle Clan member, but a wealthy merchant from a powerful and hereditary family. How dare these maggots reach in here? Uiao was horrified, her murderous intent uncontrollable. She hurriedly pushed the door open and entered. Boom, the people inside heard the noise. The woman panicked, while the man turned sideways, looking at Uiao outside with a puzzled expression. What's going on? The Iron Eagle King was a young man in his late 20s, with a hint of stubble on his face. He was not as ungainly as the people of Atón imagined, but rather quite handsome. It's Uiao. It's so late at night, I thought someone had broken in, Your Majesty. Uiao strode forward, looking directly at the Iron Eagle King. What are you doing? What? The Iron Eagle King was sitting face to face with a fair-skinned, blonde female elf. He held a pair of scissors in his hand, and just now, he seemed to be cutting the elf's hair. Uiao, you've arrived just in time. Look at my haircut. Isn't it beautiful? The Iron Eagle King, dressed in a dark blue robe, stood up and smoothed out the edges of the bedding. Then, he picked up the wine on the counter and poured himself a glass. Bang! He set the bottle down and straightened it. Perfect. Looking at the woman on the bed, she was indeed a beauty. Uiao could tell she had some white elf blood, which disgusted her greatly. In truth, the female elf was also bewildered. Wasn't she sent to the Iron Eagle King for his favor? How could this king play with her hair all night and yet still not touch her? Was there something wrong with the Iron Eagle King? Didn't you send her to me? Why are you so anxious? No, not me, Your Majesty. Uiao nervously knelt on one knee, her voice trembling. Please forgive me. It was my fault for not investigating, allowing that profiteer, Kanakini, to get close to you. How could Uiao allow such a woman of unknown origin to approach the Iron Eagle King? I just find it strange. Why are you tugging and shoving right from the start? The Iron Eagle King looked at the white elf, who was pale with fear and pleaded, I don't know. They only said they were here to serve a master. I have no ill intentions. The white elf was also confused. When she arrived, she had only said she was accompanying an important person. But the Iron Eagle King was the ruler of a country. This important person was really too big. I want to see for myself whether they have any ill intentions. Uiao raised his hand, and pale blue magic energy instantly enveloped the white elf. The latter felt a huge hand grasping her tightly, and her whole body was in excruciating pain. Listening to the white elf's screams, the Iron Eagle King calmly drank beside her. After Uiao finished his work and the white elf collapsed to the ground like a dehydrated fish, he asked, What's the matter? Are they here to assassinate me? No, Uiao was not actually worried about the Iron Eagle King being assassinated, but he was afraid of him being offended. The Iron Eagle King is the master of the three awakening miracles. As long as his kingdom remains, no one can bypass this vast realm and execute him. However, Kanakini is merely a merchant within the Iron Eagle Kingdom. Though he possesses immense wealth, he has no understanding of the world of miracles. Mortals, ignorant of reason, often commit foolish and absurd acts. Imagine this white elf rushing forward and stabbing the Iron Eagle King. While no harm was done, it was undoubtedly Uiao's oversight. A monstrous humiliation. A monstrous humiliation. If such a thing had happened, Yu Yao would have buried himself alive in shame. I told you, if they were assassins, they should have dressed neatly. Look at this dress. The Iron Eagle King stepped forward, gently wiping the saliva from the white elf's mouth, then smoothing her clothes to cover any exposed areas. He also adjusted her position, placing her hands on her chest and laying her flat on the bed. Your Majesty, if she's not a bad kid, then she's a good kid, but she's a white elf. At this point, Yu Yao lowered his head somewhat embarrassedly. In the Kingdom of Miracles, there's no such thing as race. There are only the people of the Lord of Miracles. As long as they're all people, why distinguish between white elves and arch elves? I know, Yu Yao, you hate white elves, but that's not the problem, not the problem. Yu Yao thought of her childhood, when the Iron Eagle King appeared like a god and personally wiped the mud off her face. The left side is dirtier than the right. Sigh, let me wipe it all off for you. Well, not a happy memory either. Your Majesty, what are you doing? Seeing the Iron Eagle King reaching out his hand, Yu Yao quickly stepped back, protecting his eye patch. I've been telling you, how many times have I told you this? Your eye patch isn't symmetrical, Your Majesty, that's how you wear it? Nonsense. The Iron Eagle King forcefully grasped Yu Yao's shoulders. The powerful apostle of the demon realm acted like a little girl before their own king. This is the correct way. The Iron Eagle King tugged at Yu Yao's eye patch, forcibly moving it to the center of her forehead. Yu Yao opened her beautiful pale blue eyes, wanting to cry but unable to. If she went out like this, a dignified apostle of the demon realm would surely be mistaken for a fool. Your Majesty, but now, business is more important. Atón has formed an alliance with Aole, and it's a military alliance. Oh, Atón is, that Atón. The Iron Eagle King peeled the fruit carefully. The one from Saros? He is really powerful. I have been looking for him for more than 10 years and have not found him. He seems to be hiding in the Thorn territory. He is hiding in that place. Putting the completely peeled fruit peel on the cabinet, the Iron Eagle King began to pull out the white lines on the flesh one by one. This is really difficult for him. He has been hiding in the mountains for more than 10 years. Can he bear it? Why? Is he here for revenge? Miracles don't develop so fast. Even if it is him, he can come now, Yu Yao said. What I wonder is why King Aole, such a domineering person, would form an alliance with Atón. Even if Saros had met him a few times in the past, it wouldn't be like that. As he said, he secretly raised his hand, ready to put the blindfold back in place. Ahem. The Iron Eagle King coughed, and Yu Yao was so scared that he quickly put his hand down, and then showed an expression of well-behaved, sensible and obedient. How should I know? I've handed everything over to you, Khan and the old village chief. Just tell them. The Iron Eagle King put the clean fruit in Yu Yao's hand. How is it? Is it peeled beautifully? Also, seeing the Iron Eagle King straightening the eye mask on her forehead, Yu Yao felt very aggrieved. The King of Heaven's people have invaded, and Mr. Khan has led the troops over. The village chief has been working on the design drawings left by Glass recently. I'm in charge of the shadow department. Yu Yao, I don't know his progress. What about the war? That idiot doesn't care about anything at all. All he has in his mind is fighting and killing. Yu Yao felt that the Eternal Warlord must have been unable to stand the Iron Eagle King, so he ran around. He probably ran off to some country to challenge the masters. Don't worry. The Iron Eagle King patted the woman's shoulder, like a father comforting his daughter. Wait until the old village chief builds it, and we will leave here and find a place where no one can find us. The disputes here have nothing to do with us. The Iron Eagle King had long since grown weary of violence, or rather, from the outset, he had never considered killing or invading anyone. Sometimes, some things are forced upon him. Also, the 10,000 Kings Conference, held every 10 years, is about to begin. The Iron Eagle King said, help me prepare. Oh, and the colors must be uniform. Not red, green, and yellow like last time. Yes, Yu Yao understood the Iron Eagle King's meaning. Whatever Aole and Atón were up to, everything would be revealed by the 10,000 Kings Conference. But, as for the uniform colors, Yu Yao, I think you should tell Khan that he never takes off his armor. The armor is Khan's true self. The Iron Eagle King grumbled. Then let's make it the same color as Khan's. It seemed like that last time. Then paint his armor. The Iron Eagle King, if I can't take it off, can't I dye it? Yu Yao, what you say makes so much sense. I'm speechless. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.